Chapter 91. After finishing her chat with Daisy, Jiang Ning entered this precious blueprint into the processing plant system without delay, and set it to non-public status. She tried to buy raw materials to make two, then took them out, and put them into the pistol on her waist to try. Bang! Accompanied by a loud gunshot, the bullet fired instantly, and completed its mission. It was useful. Jiang Ning smiled from the bottom of her heart. With bullets, she could start to arm herself and develop her strength until she crushed everyone. She wanted to be the strongest in every sense of the word in the foggy world. The cost of making a bullet was 50 silver, 10 bullets was 5 gold, and 100 bullets was 50 gold. Jiang Ning had 110,000 gold in her hands, so she could get 22,000 bullets immediately. It was not a lot, because each person would only get 3 or even 2 digits. Jiang Ning was not rich enough, so she had to earn more money to build her own military force. As Baijiu said, no one is allowed to provoke or infringe. Jiang Ning estimated that the scraps of the tower guards plus the cores of the previous intelligent machines should be enough. Millions of gold coins are enough for her to fill most of the folding space of the second shelter. After making a plan in her mind, Jiang Ning immediately used the district chief function to force a pop-up message to everyone in District 1. Please note that District 1 will start selecting the guard team. Those who are interested should prepare in advance. Please note that this guard team selection will sign a life and death contract with all the winners in the end. Jiang Ning needs a team that absolutely obeys her, keeps her word, and can immediately execute orders, so she will be very strict and set aside a day to complete this task. After the message popped up, all the residents of District 1 immediately started a heated discussion in the regional channel. The district chief is also going to select a guard team. I finally have a chance. Signing a life and death contract. I think everyone should think carefully about it. Careful about what? My life was saved by the district chief, so as long as she gives an order, I will go through fire and water and die. I am willing to give her everything I have. Such a strong sense of faith. Sister, you will succeed, and I wish you success too. There are many strong people in District 1. When Jiang Jingxin was selecting the guard team, they were envious and hoped that Jiang Ning could also move with her. But 1 day passed, 2 days passed, and countless days passed, but Jiang Ning remained indifferent. This made them anxious and regretful, and they wanted to send a message to ask Jiang Ning in person. Now, Jiang Ning finally had time to deal with this matter. How could they not be happy? However, they were also very clear that their opponents had tens of millions of people. Not only men, but also equally powerful women. Someone carefully circled Jiang Ning in the regional chat channel. At Yunnan Giant Shocking Non-Professional Leg Cutting Master District Chief, how many people will be selected for this escort team? After receiving the reminder, Jiang Ning replied, 1,000 people. 1,000 people is just Jiang Ning's first batch of plans. She must first create the strongest and most advanced batch of pioneers, and then let this batch of pioneers continue to train the second and third batches of guards. In this way, Jiang Ning can harvest thousands of powerful soldiers to complete her plan. Only 1,000 people. There was a wailing in the regional chat channel. This discouraged many survivors, but more women started warm-up activities, with the determination to win and strengthen training. Only by defeating all opponents and getting close to Giant Shocking can they gain power, influence, fame, and profit, soar to the sky, and gain a firm foothold in this foggy world. The secret competition has begun, and now Jiang Ning is ready to teleport to the Keto district to meet the grocery store manager and sell all the supplies in his hands. There are 442 robot cores in Jiang Ning's backpack, 2 of which are tower keepers. The manufacturing process and materials of the tower keepers are not ordinary, and they will be worth more gold coins. Therefore, when Jiang Ning arrived, he dumped all the things in his backpack in front of the shopkeeper. Please calculate it. 440 ordinary intelligent mechanical cores are worth 4,400,000 gold. 2 tower guard cores are worth 400,000 gold. 1 tower guard corpse is worth 800,000 gold. Finally, the tower guard reported her final profit to Jiang Ning, a total of 5,600,000 gold. A full 5.6 million, enough for Jiang Ning to get a lot of bullets at the processing plant. Jiang Ning smiled, pay in cash. After selling all the supplies, Jiang Ning's wealth reached a terrifying 5.71 million gold coins, which was more than the total belongings of half of the survivors in the fog world. Intelligent machinery is really a good thing. Jiang Ning drooped his eyelids and had to find an opportunity to do a few more. Yutian Group has a grudge against Phoenix, so let's just target Yutian Group. So after taking the gold coins he deserved, Jiang Ning lowered his head and sent a message to Nila. Please assign me more tasks related to Yutian Group in the future. Neela, why? His smart machines are valuable, and I just need money. At this moment, Neela's eyelids twitched wildly after she had learned the news from the grocery store owner. She is really daring. If she is targeted by the Yutian Group. No, she has been targeted. Neela was speechless for a moment, and finally accepted her fate. Never mind, 1 bounty order is also a hang, 2 bounties are also a hang, and a dawn. Which outstanding member has not carried a few bounties? Okay. But you have to find time to continue to enrich the appearance simulator, and add your different images. Jiang Ning agreed immediately. After returning to the shelter, Jiang Ning first used the processing plant to frantically manufacture bullets. She threw in 1 million gold coins without hesitation, and finally got 2 million bullets. Such a huge amount should be enough for Jiang Ning to consume for a month. After Jiang Ning's bullets were all manufactured, the 2 processing plants were finally free. The survivors also breathed a sigh of relief. Was there a bug in the processing plant just now? It keeps reminding me that I am being used. I think so, but now it has returned to normal. If you need it, you can rush in immediately. I go right away. The processing plant is the most utilized expansion building for survivors. If you want to make clothes, shoes, backpacks, etc., you can use the processing plant to spend dozens or hundreds of coppers. But if you buy it from the system store, the price will be at least several times higher, which is not cost-effective. Therefore, everyone's demand for processing plants is getting higher and higher, and their dependence is getting stronger and stronger. Jiang Ning has also successfully obtained a stable source of income every day with these 2 processing plants. Although the copper coins that the survivors need to pay to Jiang Ning are not many, Jiang Ning can easily earn tens of thousands of gold coins even if only 1/10 of the billions of people in the entire foggy world choose to use the processing plant. At present, the income brought by the processing plant is not enough. This is because the copper coins in the hands of ordinary survivors are not rich enough, and the level of the processing plant is still relatively low. It can only accommodate 100 people at the same time for processing. Upgrading a primary processing plant *1 requires special steel *2000, carbon fiber *2000, microparticle coating *2000, high strength alloy *2000, and rare earth material *2000. Jiang Ning has 2 processing plants, and all the quantities need to be doubled. At present, the materials in Jiang Ning's backpack are barely enough, so she immediately uses her mind to upgrade it. Upgrade and expand the building. Processing plant *2 requires special steel *4000, carbon fiber *4000, microparticle coating *4000, high strength alloy *4000, and rare earth materials *4000, for 1,000 gold coins. Do you want to upgrade? Yes. Upgraded. The upgraded processing plant can accommodate 500 people for processing at the same time, and its functions have been greatly improved. Weapon-related blueprints gradually began to be revealed, and the probability of obtaining them was much higher than before. If Jiang Ning wanted to get better development, he had to obtain more weapon blueprints, and then make more weapons. As time went on, Jiang Ning would have to support more and more people, and equip them with more and more weapons, so the processing plant would have to be upgraded sooner or later. Jiang Ning was very ambitious. She wanted to turn the processing plant into her own military factory, and become her most powerful strategic reserve and manufacturing production base. However, Jiang Ning looked at the area that continued to grow several times, and the 2 processing plants that were crowded in front of her almost blocked all the light in the shelter. The courtyard area was still too small. She could only try to compress the volume of the 2 processing plants again and again, so that they occupied the smallest space. She had to find a way to increase the overall area of the shelter, Jiang Ning pondered. But this touched on her blind spot in experience. After all, when she died in her previous life, the foggy world had not yet developed to this point as a whole. Therefore, she had no examples to learn from. Why not find Jinlin? Jiang Ning thought this method was feasible and quickly sent a message to Jinlin with her mind. Do you know how to increase the area of the shelter? She was very tactful and transferred 100 gold to the other party as a consulting fee. Jinlin replied quickly, after upgrading the shelter to level 6, you can get 10 acres of urban planning land. 10 acres? This area is not small. Not to mention 2 small processing plants, it is enough for 2 more. But the problem came again. Upgrading to the 6th level shelter requires tungsten *10,000, molybdenum *10,000, high strength alloy *20,000, rare earth material *20,000, 000, plasma crystal asterisk 20, 000, photon synthesis aggregate asterisk 20, 000. The amount is huge, and the materials are hard to find. I have to continue trying to kill the monsters. Maybe I can get the relevant materials from the treasure chest by luck. Jiangning stood up and immediately walked up to the wall to open the arrow tower and conduct an experiment. There are 2 automatic filling quivers that constantly attack the monsters below, so Jiangning doesn't have to do it himself. She can spare more time to do her own things. After looking down at the dark below for a few seconds, Jiangning did not choose to leave immediately, but quietly waited for the system prompt sound after the alien beast died. Successfully killed the alien beast cow, obtained silver box asterisk 1, beef 120 kg asterisk 1, copper coins asterisk 10. Successfully killed the alien beast camel, obtained gold box asterisk 1, camel meat 200 kg asterisk 1, camel milk asterisk 1, copper coins asterisk 10. Successfully killed the alien beast mule, obtained silver box asterisk 1, mule meat 150 kg asterisk 1, copper coins asterisk 10. Successfully killed the alien beast sheep, obtained iron box asterisk 1, mutton 30 kg asterisk 1, sheepskin asterisk 1, sheep milk asterisk 1, copper coins asterisk 10. One-click pickup. Pickup successfully. Picked up iron boxes asterisk 8. Pickup successfully. Picked up silver boxes asterisk 20. Pickup successfully. Picked up gold boxes asterisk 4. After waiting for the arrow tower to kill for a while, Jiangning immediately put all the drop treasure boxes into her backpack. She took out all the boxes that were hit to 64, and then opened them on the spot. The results were not satisfactory. Either only some daily necessities, or some low-level materials were opened, and the slightly better gold boxes only contributed a few units of special steel to Jiangning at most. There was no other way. Jiangning had to let the arrow tower work on its own, and then return to the shelter first. The low-level materials in her backpack were already insufficient after the upgrades of various expansion buildings, so it was time to supplement them. The arrow tower was no longer a worry. Jiangning sat back in front of the fireplace, and then began to study without distraction. Although the instruction manual was long, Jiangning had been pushing forward in an orderly manner under her hard work, and now Jiangning had figured out most of it. She expected that she could figure it all out in about 2 or 3 days. If the efficiency is high, there should be 1 day left to carry out the actual operation with Yen Shueji's company. This is a book about the instrument operation related to the subject that Yen Shueji is best at. It mainly sets the brain parts in the machine, then activates it through various experiments, and retains its brain consciousness, and uploads it to the server. The instrument that Yen Shueji operated before was huge. Jiangning estimated that it occupied an area of about 50 square meters. Time passed unknowingly in Jiangning's concentration, and soon, a new day arrived. Ding dong. System announcement. From now on, the abandoned Baby Tower dungeon will be permanently closed, and the new dungeon Mechanical Kingdom has officially opened. System announcement. It has been detected that the fog world has been frequently faulty recently, so now a nationwide vote will be held to elect a supervisor to supervise the affairs and order of the fog world. Supervisor voting duration, 5 days, voting link entrance, World Channel pin message. Come and choose your favorite supervisor. Chapter 92 Survival Calendar Day 23, cloudy, -5 to -15 degrees Celsius, light wind, 009. The supervisor election that Phoenix had mentioned has finally begun. Jiangning immediately opened the World Channel and clicked on the link in the pinned message. Now everyone's hand speed is not that fast, so everyone has 0 votes. The initial ranking of candidates is determined by the ranking of the shelter, so Jiangning is currently in the first place. She voted for herself without hesitation. At this time, the system prompt box popped up. Please note that the supervisor cannot be modified after voting. Are you sure to vote for the candidate Yunnan Giant Shocking Non-Professional Leg Cutting Master? Confirm. Jiangning said firmly. Voting successful. After the interface refreshed, Jiangning saw that her votes had become 1388201, far ahead of everyone behind. Jiangning was slightly determined. She must get the position of supervisor, no matter what method she used. Only by becoming a supervisor can she have the maximum power. The supervisor's votes are refreshed in real time, and Jiangning's votes are now growing at a very rapid rate, and soon exceeded 2 million. Dong Qianli and Jiang Jingxin also received hundreds of thousands of votes, but none of them were as many as Lin Xinghuang. In just 2 minutes, Lin Xinghuang's votes had reached 1 million, almost half of Jiangning's. And this is just the beginning. Later on, Lin Xinguang will take other ways to canvass votes, and then continue to exert his strength. Jiang Ning has absolute confidence in herself. Nevertheless, in case of any accidents, she also directly made a harsh statement on the World Channel. If I am not elected as the supervisor in the end, then I will not only kill the elected person, but also use all means to retaliate against the supporters of the candidate. You know I never tell lies. There are so many things Jiang Ning can do. Since she can control the situation, she can naturally make it out of control. She can easily cut off everyone's resources, beat them back to their original form, and let them continue to struggle to survive in the cold winter. You can also freely cover up all the information and not tell anyone, letting them explore on their own and get hurt. If a top powerhouse like Jiang Ning and a resource provider points their guns at all the survivors, then no one can stop her. I voted for the district chief, Pencor. Deng Xiangling was the first to stand up and express his position. I voted for Jian Shaoqing. Dong Qianli followed closely. Unconditionally support Tuichui. This is Rainbow Bridge speaking. I believe Ms. Jian Shaoqing will lead us all to go further. This is Lu Yin. I will always support my sister. Jiang Jingxin, needless to say, is devoted to Jiang Ning. Voted. Drinking homemade liquor and playing with relatives and friends also showed up. Voted. Shen Ke took a stand. Okay, let's all vote for Jian Shouqing. If there is one woman going up, there will be thousands of women going up. In fact, this vote is meaningless. Apart from Jian Shouqing, I can't think of anyone who is more suitable to be a supervisor than her. Yes, only when Jian Shouqing is in power, we will agree 100% in our hearts. Except for Jian Shouqing, I don't accept anyone. Despite saying so, Lin Xinguang's votes are still growing alarmingly. Jiang Ning smiled, but there was no warmth in his eyes. Damn it, who is supporting Lin Xinguang? Rainbow Bridge complained unhappily in the group chat. His votes have even surpassed Sister Jingxin. His same sex. Jiang Jingxin replied, do you think they will be willing to be inferior to my sister? No. As long as there is a chance to seize power, they will never let it go. Rainbow Bridge covered his head, but Tuichui is the strongest. They don't know that Tuichui now has many weapons with great lethality. Tuichui, do you want to show them your skills? No need. Jiang Ning refused. The position of the supervisor will only be mine. If he wants to squeeze in, it depends on whether he can sit safely. Jiang Ning has a positioning card in his hand, and now there are 2 positioning times left. And 2 brand new, completely unused teleportation cards. The combination of these 2 cards is enough for Jiang Ning to defeat those who want to take her place. No matter what, we will always support you. Rainbow Bridge tried to comfort Jiang Ning. I will help you keep an eye on the changes in the number of votes. If there is anything wrong, I will immediately join the group to inform you. Jiang Ning wanted to say that it was unnecessary, but Rainbow Bridge was kind, and Jiang Ning was also worried that the fog system would do something behind her back. So she nodded and said, thank you for your hard work. It's not hard, as long as my life is not hard. Rainbow Bridge smiled, and replied with her mind. As long as Jiang Ning is holding them up, the situation of ordinary women like them will not be too bad. This is why they support Jiang Ning without hesitation. There are thousands of women like Rainbow Bridge, so after 10 minutes, Jiang Ning's votes have reached a terrifying 100 million. Have you all voted? Isn't there a total of 7 days? How did you make the decision so quickly? Who else are you going to consider besides the number 1? She just threatened us. The more she threatens, the less I want to vote for her. I am such a rebellious person. And I don't believe she can really do anything to us. She's always threatening us. Don't waste time. Be honest. Seeing that Shouqing has developed to this point, I don't know how many good things he has in his hands. There are all kinds of things to talk about in the World Channel. In addition to the election of supervisors, ordinary people are actually more concerned about another question. Is the Mechanical Kingdom copy difficult? Is there any big guy willing to share his experience? Why not let Jian Shaoqing try it? Her information is always accurate. The man paused and added, she is very selfless. Jian Shaoqing is not the only one in this world. Lin Xinguang is also very strong. Okay, wait, Lin Xinguang will be able to clear the dungeon soon, and then share the strategy with everyone for free. After this message passed, Lin Xinguang also appeared at the right time. Everyone wait for me, I will announce the method to clear the dungeon to everyone as quickly as possible. Okay, then I go to bed first, and then enter the dungeon after Lin Xinguang publishes the strategy tomorrow morning. You're asleep, so I go to bed too. No, you guys aren't going to fight the beast tide? I'm lying to you. I'm actually going to kill the beasts secretly, and then beat you to death behind my back. You're a Chinese who loves to beat you all your life. Jiang Ning didn't plan to enter the Mechanical Kingdom dungeon immediately. After leaving the room to harvest a small amount of results from the Arrow Tower attack, she went straight into her sleeping bag and slept for 5 hours. Jiang Ning has been seriously short of sleep lately, and has rarely gotten 8 or 10 hours of sleep. However, she took a gene-enhancing potion, so she can barely hold on for now. At about 5:30 in the morning, Jiang Ning opened her eyes. After getting up, brushing her teeth, and drinking a bottle of advanced nutrient solution, Jiang Ning set out again to pick up the results outside the city wall into her backpack with one click. Then, she opened the World Chat channel with her mind, ready to look at Lin Xingwang's dungeon strategy. But Lin Xingwang's dungeon strategy didn't have it, but Shen Kei's did have quite a few. Shen Kei, the monsters in the Mechanical Kingdom dungeon are new alloy intelligent machines, organized and disciplined, and will attack survivors unconditionally. There are so many intelligent machines that there is no shortcut to pass the level. They can only be killed by force, destroy their defenses, and tear off their cores, and the intelligent machines will lose their mobility on the spot. Intelligent machines? Jiang Ning raised her eyebrows. It turned out to be an old friend. She continued to read, and Shen Kei said, there are many intelligent machines in the copy. It is best for everyone to be fully prepared before entering, otherwise they will be besieged and injured at the least, or even lose their lives at the worst. So it is not recommended for survivors with low force values to enter the Mechanical Kingdom copy immediately. Someone asked, what about those with high combat power? You can enter. Shen Kei explained, the Mechanical Kingdom will be a huge treasure for you. It will start to drop platinum treasure chests and upgrade materials for the 6th level shelter. This dungeon came at the right time. Jiang Ning opened the dungeon system and saw that the dungeon directory information had been updated. 1. Crazy Full-Time Mother, level I-232. The Prairie, don't hurt my hard work. 3. Qianhua Project Team Qianhua Snowfield. 4. Qianhua Project Team Qianhua Ice and Snow World. 5. Become a super evil villain. 6. Abandoned Baby Tower, closed. 7. Mechanical Kingdom. The abandoned baby tower is closed and cannot be clicked or opened. Jiang Ning looked at it and turned his attention to the Mechanical Kingdom. It was still early, and the sky was not bright yet. Jiang Ning was worried about the 5 automatic felling machines in his hands and the coniferous forest outside. He couldn't help but rub his eyebrows and thought he had to find a reliable assistant for himself. In the future, when Jiang Ning stays in the dungeon or does tasks more and more, he will have someone to help him deal with these chores. Jiang Ning thought about this possibility and then woke up Teacher Qi Dan on the spot. Teacher, do me a favor. Qi Dan looked at her expressionlessly, said, after dawn, help me put these 5 automatic felling machines outside and start them, okay? Qi Dan looked at the huge automatic felling machines, then turned to look at Jiang Ning, and finally nodded in agreement. Okay, leave it to me. So Jiang Ning briefly explained the operating procedures to the other party. Thank you, Teacher Qi. Qi Dan raised his eyebrows. After Jiang Ning dealt with the automatic felling machine, he immediately used the dungeon ticket to open the Mechanical Kingdom dungeon. Do you want to enter the dungeon, Mechanical Kingdom? Yes. Successfully use the dungeon ticket *1 to start the dungeon. Mechanical Kingdom. The scene in front of her changed, and Jiang Ning felt an attack coming straight at her face before she could stand firm. She retreated reflexively, then took out the big knife given to her by Chen Zhou and chopped at the intruder without hesitation. Ding! Accompanied by a clear sound of metal collision, the broadsword split the metal machine in front of it into 2 halves, and the parts and wires were exposed to the air with a sizzling fire. Good knife. Jiang Ning's eyes turned to the broadsword with joy. When dealing with the tower guards before, Jiang Ning knew that this knife was very powerful. After experiencing it in person today, the feeling became more obvious. She felt that she was not fighting against the intelligent machine just now, but was easily chopping watermelons in the field. She easily broke through the alloy surface defense of the intelligent machine without encountering any resistance. Successfully killed the intelligent machine, obtained high-strength alloy *1. As expected, it was the reward for upgrading the 6th level shelter. Jiang Ning calmed down slightly. She looked up calmly at the endless intelligent machines rushing up, and couldn't help raising her eyebrows. She almost suspected that the fog system was deliberately opening a backdoor for her. Jiang Ning had no less than 3 battles with intelligent machines. Now she had the Phoenix, a big knife that could break everything. Now she could deal with intelligent machines as easily as drinking water, so this copy. was not difficult for Jiang Ning at all. The overwhelming metal surged up, and Jiang Ning immediately prepared for battle. She subconsciously ordered the system to pick up the scrap metal from before, preparing to put it in the backpack and finally take it to the grocery store to sell, but failed. Sorry, the dungeon products cannot be picked up. Okay. The monsters in the dungeon are limited to sending resources to the survivors, and can no longer do anything to themselves. This is also fine. After killing it, at least there are materials and treasure chests to obtain. The metals had already come to the front quickly, and the soles of the feet hit the ground, making a clear and dull sound. Jiang Ning suppressed his extra thoughts, looked around quickly, and rushed into the scene. She turned her body neatly and swiftly, and with every neat movement of her knife, the system prompt sound kept ringing in her ears. Successfully killed the intelligent machine and obtained rare earth materials *1. Successfully killed the intelligent machine and obtained plasma crystal *1. Successfully killed the intelligent machine and obtained platinum treasure chest *1. Successfully killed the intelligent machine and obtained tungsten *1. Successfully killed the intelligent machine and obtained photon synthesis aggregate *1. The ding-dong sound beside her ears mixed with the system prompt sound, making a lot of noise. Jiang Ning used his mind to shut off the system notification sound as usual, and focused on dealing with the metal machines. The level of these metal machines was not high, but there were too many of them, so it was difficult to deal with them with bare hands. In addition, ordinary people could not effectively break its defense for a while, and tearing out its core would make it lose its mobility on the spot, so it was very likely to be beaten up by a group of people. But these were not problems for Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning became more and more courageous and more relaxed as he fought. In the end, he was fighting completely based on his body's instincts. The materials in the backpack grew rapidly with the help of the double crit skill. Jiang Ning felt a little bored repeating the same action mechanically, so she began to observe these metal intelligences carefully. Although they were all machines, they also looked different. Jiang Ning's sharp eyes found the different batch numbers on them. Under the familiar YTJT logo, the small, inconspicuous combination of numbers and letters allowed Jiang Ning to quickly analyze the most favorable drop results for herself. For example, the intelligent machines starting with Z are the weakest and worst. Killing them can only obtain some low-level materials of level 1 and 2. Those starting with Y are slightly better, and can obtain materials for upgrading the shelter of level 3 and 4. Those starting with X will drop materials for level 5 shelters, and those starting with W are the level 6 upgrade materials that Jiang Ning needs most. The V batch is a platinum treasure chest, which will only drop platinum treasure chests, and no other materials. After realizing this, Jiang Ning purposefully looked for the metal intelligences of the batch he wanted, and ignored the robots starting with Z, Y, and X. Even if the other party had already waved in front of him, he remained unmoved. Her goal is W and V, the materials for upgrading the 6th level shelter, and the platinum treasure chest. Jiang Ning has been fighting for 3 hours since entering the dungeon. Now the sky is bright, and there are 826 platinum treasure chests in her backpack. The harvest is gratifying. Many survivors have fought all night and have fallen asleep, but some survivors have chosen to go to bed and get up early to leave enough time for entering the dungeon. They are all waiting for the strong to share the dungeon strategy. After Shinkei was the first to share the strategy, Lin Xinghuang, who was highly expected by some people, did not move. Jiang Ning guessed that their strategies overlapped. However, this did not affect Jiang Ning at all, because no one knew the metal intelligent machines of Yutian Group better than Jiang Ning, and no one was more idle than Jiang Ning to observe their batch codes. So Jiang Ning summoned the system panel with his mind, and then supplemented the strategy of the Mechanical Kingdom Dungeon in the World Channel. Supplementary strategy of the Mechanical Kingdom Dungeon. Batch Z has the worst quality and the weakest strength. After killing it, you can get the 1st and 2nd level upgrade materials. Y is 2nd. After killing it, you can get the 3rd and 4th level upgrade materials. X will drop the 5th level upgrade materials, and W will drop the 6th level upgrade materials. V only drops the platinum treasure box, not the upgrade materials. Note, the weaknesses of all intelligent machines are on the chest. As Shinkei said, destroy the defense and destroy the core, and you can successfully kill the metal machine. Chapter 93. Number 1 is number 1. This strategy information is much more comprehensive. No, where did Z, Y, X, W, V come from? My eyes were wide open like copper bells. Now I am almost blinded and still can't find any of the letters Jian Shouqing mentioned. On the neck, about the position of the scaling muscle. The letters are very small and inconspicuous, So you need to work harder to distinguish them. No, has number 1 become so amazing? I was so busy dealing with a piece of mechanical metal that I had no time to observe the small letters on someone's neck. After dawn, the survivors who couldn't wait to enter the dungeon were soon taught a lesson by reality. The admission ticket was hard to come by, so they didn't want to give up immediately. If they didn't give up, they would be beaten again, and there would be no gain. There was nothing they could do with this pile of high-grade alloy. Now they were hiding and running, occasionally rushing up to add a few knives, but they only left a few shallow scratches on the opponent's body. Apart from this, there was no further progress. There is a telescope in the mist shop, only 1 silver. Someone suddenly popped up and said, "Sisters, you can buy a telescope to observe their batch letters." Telescope? Isn't this a bit too much of an overkill? Who cares? Black or white cat? A cat that can catch mice is a good cat. I buy it first. Well, you guys are right. This telescope is really useful. First, use a telescope to observe the letters on their bodies, then accurately aim at the target, and fight to the end for the same target. As long as you persist, the final victory will be ours. In the channel, there are people who come up with various ideas. After a heated discussion, they finally came up with several strategies that are more suitable for ordinary survivors. Jiangning watched them eagerly trying new methods, and most of them were active women. He felt a little relieved in his heart. It was already pretty good, compared to the previous life. At least this time, women were no longer passive, backward, and weak images waiting for others to save them. Instead, they were active, positive, brave, and resolute explorers. All the efforts Jiangning had made before were not in vain. Time was tight, so Jiangning did not stay in the World Channel for too long. She closed the system interface, and continued to focus on killing metal machines. In front of the super-powerful sword, these machines were as fragile as cabbages. Jiangning could easily pick out their cores by swinging the sword casually. Jiangning's efficiency in killing monsters has always been very high, especially after she became proficient. The amount of materials she could collect every hour was increasing. If others knew this, they would definitely admire her. Jiangning did not rest in the middle, so after about 5 hours, that is, at 1:30 in the afternoon, Jiangning used up all the dungeon time. After being forced to eject the dungeon and return to the shelter, Jiangning immediately cleaned up the materials in her backpack. Today she obtained a total of tungsten *300, molybdenum *288, high-strength alloy *346, rare earth material *314, plasma crystal *262, photon synthesis aggregate *202, platinum treasure chest *2742. There were too many, so just in case, Jiangning simply threw all the platinum treasure chests into the folding storage space. After this cleanup, the inventory of the backpack became a little emptier. The class time agreed with Yan Shueji was 7 o'clock in the evening, but Jiangning recognized Gu Yingjun as a new teacher yesterday, so she had to enter the dungeon earlier today. Before entering the dungeon, Jiangning first went to find Qi Dan. Qi Dan saw her coming in and took the initiative to report. "Your automatic felling machine has been set up and started working. You can go check it now." "I know," Jiangning said, "thank you. I have another thing to ask you, teacher. If I haven't left the dungeon by 6 o'clock, please collect them again." Jiangning can exit the dungeon midway, but she is not sure if she can leave on time and return here. It doesn't matter if she doesn't pick up the wood and pine cones. Jiangning is more concerned about pine oil. Pine oil is the top priority, and is related to her future development, so she can't make any mistakes. "Yes." Qi Dan agreed immediately. After explaining everything clearly, Jiangning wanted to collect the pine oil that had been produced, and then enter the dungeon immediately. But when she passed by the research institute, she saw Xiying and Lu Aoshuang in front of the workbench. After pausing for a moment, Jiangning raised her foot and turned a corner, then walked in. The Mechanical Kingdom dungeon reminded Jiangning that ordinary survivors could not easily break the defense of metal machines, but the small dagger made of unknown liquid obtained by killing the metal pigeon tiger could easily do it. Then continue to transform the remaining metal liquid? Will Jiangning be able to obtain more weapons that can deal with the Yutian group? Jiangning was very fast and quickly came in front of the two people. She asked directly, "How is the remaining metal liquid being made? Do you need it urgently?" Lu Aoshuang raised her eyelids. "No relevant processing has been carried out yet." "Yes." Jiangning nodded. "There are many metal machines similar to this one in the new copy." She pointed to the remains of the onyx on the workbench. "So I need more weapons." Xiying understood. This amount of materials may not be enough. "You and the onyx are not fighting in close combat, right? so the dagger can be eliminated. But if you need to make a long knife or a long sword. Seeing pondered for a moment, these two pools of metal liquid can only make 20 at most. This means that the amount that Jiangning can control is very limited. Enough for now. Jiangning said, prioritize the materials here, design and manufacture them, and stop working on the pine oil bombs for a while. Okay. Jiangning spoke, and Xiying naturally obeyed. Xiying and Liu Aoshuang were very familiar with the production and manufacture of weapons, which was much simpler and easier than making nuclear bombs. At Jiangning's command, the two quickly began to study the metal liquid. Jiangning watched for a while, and suddenly her mind moved slightly. She reached out to Xiying, took the materials from his hand, and finally carefully scratched it with Qinzhou's big knife, and the metal liquid was easily cut in half. Xiying's eyes suddenly became hot. What a nice knife. Jiangning laughed. A friend gave it to me. After a brief explanation, she kindly said, how much material is needed to make a weapon? I can help you divide it now. With insufficient tools, Liu Aoshuang had a hard time knocking off such a small piece. Now that Jiangning was at the scene and took the initiative to mention this issue, Liu Aoshuang immediately pointed and said quickly, this, all in one knife. Jiangning swung his knife at the sound, and the materials on the workbench were immediately divided into 5 parts. Here, cut another one from the middle. And here, there are a little too many, divide it again. Liu Aoshuang reminded Jiangning, while thinking and considering. 3 minutes later, the materials were almost divided, and Liu Aoshuang also stopped. Okay, trouble you. After saying this, she couldn't wait to turn around with a pile of materials, and began to study and hammer attentively. Xiying smiled and explained a few words to his daughter, and then followed suit and began to study. Jiangning is no longer needed here. She glanced at the pile of materials on the workbench with great anticipation. These weapons. She was going to distribute them to the people who would accompany her into the Yutian group in the future. Although she didn't know much about the Yutian group, Jiangning had memorized that intelligent machines were the group's specialty. To succeed and complete her plan smoothly, it was necessary to be good at dealing with the specialties of the Yutian group. It just so happened that Jiangning could assess this when selecting the guard team later. After leaving the research institute, Jiangning did not waste any more time. After uploading all the wood that had been piled in the snow for sale, Jiangning repeated the action, and put the pine cones and pine oil into her backpack. Jiangning already had a lot of pine cones in her backpack. She thought about it, and then traded them all to Rainbow Bridge. You can handle it. Rainbow Bridge suddenly received a pine cone transaction of more than 50,000, and her eyes lit up on the spot. Okay. Wait for the fried nuts. She happily calculated that so many pine cones could make at least tens of thousands of kilograms of fried nuts. When she had nothing to do, she would have a few, which would not only kill time, but also satisfy her cravings, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Rainbow Bridge was busy, and Jiangning returned to his own courtyard, using his mind to activate the dungeon using the ticket. Activate the dungeon ticket. The dungeon ticket was used successfully. The dungeon is starting. The dungeon was started successfully. Jiangning suddenly came face to face with Yan Shueji. Go report to Teacher Gu. Yan Shueji pointed away to Jiangning, and then lowered his head to continue working. Jiangning remembered the route, and after bidding farewell to Yan Shueji, she quickly came to Gu Yingjun. Gu Yingjun didn't waste time chatting with her, and directly talked about the miniature teleportation array in front of her. This woman was the one who created the teleportation array. With her explanation, Jiangning quickly mastered more skills. Now Jiangning not only knows how to open and close the teleportation array, but also learned to lock the teleportation array, and even change the destination of the directional teleportation array. This is in line with Jiangning's wishes. When her wings are stronger and her skills are more mastered, she can directly practice with the teleportation array of the Qianfo project team, and cut off the connection between Yutian Group and the Qianfo project team. Although it is unknown why Yutian Group set up its back garden in Qianfo Mountain, since Qianfo Mountain was chosen, it must have relevant strategic significance. Jiangning wanted to help the Phoenix, just like the Phoenix had helped him in the past, so causing trouble for Yutian Group became one of Jiangning's plans. The project team has been almost destroyed by the Immortal team, but who knows whether Yutian Group will make a comeback in the future. If you don't cut the grass at the root, it will grow again in the spring breeze. The only way to solve the problem once and for all is to completely lock or even destroy all the teleportation arrays of Qianfo Mountain. After Jiangning was absent for a while, he operated the instrument to gently modify the code inside the micro-teleportation array. After a while, a new teleportation array appeared. Gu Ingjun tried his best to suppress the joy on his face. Well done. Now you have created a new teleportation array, you can name it. Gu Ingjun encouraged Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning thought for a while. Let's call it teleportation array number 1. Gu Ingjun had no objection. She looked at Jiang Ning's teleportation array, and then explained it to Jiang Ning. The more Jiang Ning listened, the more he felt that teleportation array number 1 was not perfect enough. So she unconsciously ignored Gu Ingjun beside her, and focused all her attention on modifying number 1. Not long after, teleportation array number 11 was completed. Gu Ingjun was about to open her mouth to comment, but Jiang Ning shook his head and said to himself, "No, it's not stable enough. We have to continue to modify it." Gu Ingjun silently swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue, and stood quietly by the side, watching Jiang Ning continue to tinker. Otherwise, how could Yin Xueji and Gu Ingjun both think that Jiang Ning was a genius? After an afternoon, there were already 16 more micro-teleportation arrays in front of Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning named them 111, 1111, 11111. There were too many numbers, and it was too difficult to distinguish them at a glance. So starting from the 6th one, Jiang Ning's naming style changed, becoming 120, 121, 1211, 12111, 130, 131, 1311, 13111. Yin Xueji stood beside Gu Ingjun. His eyes swept across the nameplate written by Jiang Ning, and a very subtle expression suddenly appeared on his face. "Teacher Gu, did you teach her?" "No." Gu Ingjun denied. "I thought you taught her. This naming method is exactly the same as yours." Yin Xueji was silent for a while, and couldn't help laughing softly. "It seems that she and I are really destined to be together." Gu Ingjun agreed with the words of his direct disciple. While the two were chatting, Jiang Ning in front of him suddenly stopped and straightened his upper body. "Success." She turned around and said to the two people with a slightly excited tone, "I repeatedly added 5 sets of identical codes inside the teleportation array. In this way, the teleported person will experience 5 cycles of teleportation inside the teleportation array until he is finally spit out by the teleportation array." Jiang Ning became more and more excited. They stepped into the teleportation array but failed to teleport, and were sent back to the original place. But they would not immediately think that there was a problem with the teleportation array, but would only think that they had experienced a supernatural event. In a battle where every second counts, even a delay of 0.1 seconds can have a huge impact on the battlefield situation. If my ghost wall teleportation array is opened everywhere on the battlefield, then... Jiang Ning took a deep breath, and then said in a sonorous voice, "I will easily control the entire battlefield." Jiang Ning's clear voice echoed in the studio until it completely dissipated. Yin Xueji and Gu Ingjun stared at her in silence, and then asked the most critical question, "Who are you going to fight with?" Jiang Ning blinked, and then gently touched her nose. "Teacher, I'm just assuming." She hid her little thoughts. "Don't you think my design is very innovative?" "Yes." Gu Ingjun took over the conversation. "It's really innovative. You are worthy of being Xueji's student." Gu Ingjun's love for Jiang Ning was beyond words, and Yin Xueji was a little helpless beside him. "Teacher, spoiling is a knife. I remember you said this to me before. This is different." Gu Ingjun laughed guiltily. "You also saw that she has real creativity. In time, the teleportation array will be carried forward in her hands." Gu Ingjun tried to suppress the excitement in her heart, but failed. She kindly and affectionately held Jiang Ning's hand. "Come, explain your new teleportation array to me." Jiang Ning did not shake off Gu Ingjun's hand. She was silent for a moment, and stuttered a little. "Just copy and paste directly." Gu Ingjun, ? When their eyes met, Gu Ingjun suddenly had a flash of inspiration in his mind, and suddenly thought, "You don't know those letters and formulas at all?" Jiang Ning exercised his right to remain silent. After a while, he added in a low voice, "But I remember some key formula combinations. As long as you make a little inference about them, it's not that difficult to attack, right?" Jiang Ning smiled awkwardly. "Anyway, I personally think it's quite simple." Hearing this, Gu Ingjun couldn't help but raise his hand and pinch his eyebrows. He is a genius, but also illiterate. Chapter 94. Even Yin Xueji hadn't expected this. Although Jiang Ning was just a novice, who was gradually studying the manual, how could a novice copy 16 micro-transmission arrays at once and improve and innovate them? Yin Xueji couldn't help but close his eyes, and rarely felt the same as Gu Ingjun. Such a genius, but he was illiterate. Jiang Ning took in the reactions of the two people, and comforted them without any self-abandonment. "It's okay, two teachers. Although my cultural foundation is not strong, I have a good memory. She tried to prove herself, just like these key formulas, although I don't know how they are derived, I can recite and write them down word for word. While speaking, Jiang Ning had already written down 13 sets of data fluently. Gu Yingjun glanced at it casually. There is indeed no problem. It doesn't matter, we can make up for the lack of cultural foundation later. She smiled and said, I can't imagine how much surprise you will bring us once you master the basic skills. Gu Yingjun was generous in her affirmation of Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning raised the corners of his lips. As long as you don't feel scared when the time comes. Yin Xueji knew Jiang Ning's personality better. Hearing this, she said unhappily, it's time to come to me. You have missed 2 or 3 days of classes. Then, see you tomorrow, Teacher Gu. After saying goodbye to Gu Yingjun, Jiang Ning followed Yin Xueji's ass. It was already 7:30 in the evening. Jiang Ning was thinking about the pine oil that he had not yet collected, and couldn't help asking, Teacher, can I go back to the shelter first? I only give you half an hour. Yin Xueji was very considerate. After saying okay, Jiang Ning exited the dungeon on the spot, put on combat uniforms and isolation suits, and went straight out of the shelter. Pearl, who was having fun, caught up with her in time. It ran to Jiang Ning and lowered its body on its own initiative, and Jiang Ning quickly climbed up. Let's go to the place where we harvested wood during the day. Pearl chirped and sped up instantly. A strange beast wanted to attack a man and a horse. Jiang Ning immediately used his mind to control the arrow tower to start counterattack. The arrow tower would automatically avoid Jiang Ning, so as the arrow tower was opened, the strange beast beside Jiang Ning was quickly hit. The strange beast's footsteps were delayed, and Pearl carried Jiang Ning to the destination almost unimpeded. The wood was neatly stacked on the snow, and Jiang Ning had the idea of picking up one by one with one click, and all the harvest was automatically put into the backpack. Because the automatic felling machine moves in different directions, Jiang Ning signaled Jinju to quickly move to several places, and Jiang Ning's task was completed. More strange beasts rushed over in front, and Jiang Ning didn't want to entangle with them, so he squeezed the horse's belly. Jinju, go home. Hiss. Jinju was frightened by the large number of strange beasts, and almost ran back with all her strength. It has a strong body and flexible legs. Half a minute later, Jiang Ning, and it returned to the courtyard smoothly. Rainbow, I need you to help me recruit an assistant. Jiang Ning opened the chat box, and said to Rainbow Bridge, the main task is to help me place the automatic felling machine and collect materials. Rainbow Bridge replied immediately, is this the only job content? Yes, for the time being. Then I do it. Rainbow Bridge said nervously, anyway, it's only a small matter of 1 or 2 minutes, it's not worth spending another fee. I usually also need to collect automatic mud mining machines, so it won't delay anything if I go to your place by the way. Jiang Ning thought for a moment, is it okay? Of course. Rainbow Bridge glared and pretended to be hurt and said, Tue, what is our relationship? Don't you trust me? I do. Jiang Ning laughed, then I trouble you in the future. Rainbow Bridge, no trouble, see you tomorrow, Tue, I won't delay your work. Rainbow Bridge consciously stopped disturbing Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning stared at the system panel and finally replied to the other party with his mind, okay, see you tomorrow. After the problem of the automatic felling machine was solved, Jiang Ning did not enter the dungeon immediately. She opened the supervisor voting link at the top of the world chat channel and took a look. She was still the first, and the number of votes had reached 1 billion, which was about 10 times higher than last night. Lin Xinghuang currently has 600 million, which is only about half of Jiang Ning, but it should not be underestimated. In order to increase the number of votes, Lin Xinghuang worked very hard this morning. He not only used his own resources to exchange votes with other survivors, but also opened a live broadcast for a whole morning, chatting cordially with his fans, building relationships and enhancing feelings. This approach is very useful. At least all his fans voted for him, and spared no effort to canvass for him and advertise for him everywhere. Fans successfully pulled a lot of votes for him, especially ordinary survivors who placed their hopes on him after seeing him. Determined to make everyone live a happy and well-off life, and also cast their only votes into his vote pool. Jiang Ning didn't feel much about this. It's better to do more than to say good things. No matter how much he talks, a real old fox won't waver before seeing actual benefits and interests. A small number of people may be moved by the slogans of Lin Xinghuang's fans, but more sober people will not. Otherwise, Jiang Ning's votes would not be half as much as Lin Xinghuang's. Jiang Ning also thought about whether she should adopt the same method as Lin Xinghuang to win votes, But this plan was quickly rejected by her. Her strong strength is her declaration, and she does not need to do any painstaking publicity for it. All those who block her rise and progress will be ruthlessly assassinated by her in the end. In addition to Lin Xinghuang, the presence of the tyrant has also become much stronger. In the past 20 days, he has plundered a lot of supplies, so he is very rich. In order to successfully become a supervisor, he adopted or even plagiarized Lin Xinghuang, and chose to exchange votes for materials like Lin Xinghuang. Although many people feel ashamed of his behavior, in the face of the temptation of money and materials, many people still choose to bow to the interests. Anyway, the other candidates are so strong, and it doesn't matter if I lose half a vote. With this idea, there are many survivors who trade with the tyrant, and the tyrant has successfully reached 400 million votes by Krypton Gold, second only to Lin Xinghuang. The two male candidates spent money and offered gifts. Dong Qianli was not to be outdone. She immediately followed their lead, and bought a lot of votes for Jiang Ning at her own expense. Unfortunately, once the vote is confirmed, it cannot be modified. Therefore, the hundreds of millions of votes cast for Dong Qianli last night were unfortunately invalidated. Despite this, Dong Qianli later used her money power to make her audience willingly vote for Jiang Ning. After seeing the news, Jiang Ning transferred 500,000 gold to Dong Qianli on the spot, but was rejected by Dong Qianli. It's just a small favor. Why are you so polite to me? It's a waste for them to give me the ticket. Jiang Ning towed the aircraft carrier alone, and always took care of the other 3 people in the group. Everyone didn't say it, but they kept it in their hearts, waiting for the day to repay Jiang Ning. Now is a very good opportunity, so Dong Qianli is willing to work for her. If it weren't for Jiang Ning, Dong Qianli wouldn't have upgraded the shelter to level 4, or even level 5 so quickly. For Dong Qianli, Jiang Ning is her most important partner, and the teammate she values most, and can fight side by side with. One thing is another. Jiang Ning insisted on his transfer. I can't let you run around for me in vain. Dong Qianli raised her eyebrows. Why not? Didn't you give me all kinds of materials and supplies for free in the past? She smiled and said, you didn't ask for money at that time. Okay, my funds are enough for now. If not, I will ask you for more. Dong Qianli refused to accept the money. Not only did she refuse Jiang Ning's gold coins, she also initiated an additional transaction with Jiang Ning. Survivor Dong Qianli traded you the expansion building. Square blueprint *1. Square? Jiang Ning stared at the blueprint. Expanded building. Square blueprint. Production requires 5,000 steel bars and 5,000 concrete. These two materials are not difficult to find. Although the required quantity is relatively large, the balance in Jiang Ning's backpack is just enough. She solemnly thanked Dong Qianli, and then entered the blueprint into the system of the workshop without hesitation. Build the square. Production of expanded building. The square requires 5,000 steel bars and 5,000 concrete. Do you want to produce it? Yes. Expanded building. Square successfully made. The square has been placed in Jiang Ning's backpack. Jiang Ning clicked on the details and browsed through them carefully. The area of this square is 100 square meters. After it is placed, the area can be counted into the total area of the shelter. In this way, the total area of Jiang Ning's shelter reaches 420 square meters. It just so happens that Jiang Ning's current land area is very insufficient. After placing the square behind the shelter, Jiang Ning immediately moved the research institute, fertile fields and ponds there. After these 3 things disappeared, Jiang Ning's courtyard was so empty that she was a little afraid to recognize it. Pearl started running again excitedly. Jiang Ning stared at it for a while, then turned around and walked around the shelter, and came to the new square at the back. The area of 100 square meters is not spacious, but it is more than enough to accommodate a research institute. The people inside noticed the movement and came to the door to look out. Jiang Ning moved the position of the third wall as a partition fence, and said to the 5 people in the research institute, you can move freely in this area from now on. Jiang Ning felt bad for always locking them up in a small room. Now that there was enough space, she naturally paid more attention to the mental health of the researchers, and didn't want them to have any mental problems here. Seeing came out first. After looking around, she nodded with satisfaction and said, we can do experiments here in the future. The various instruments in the research institute were too expensive. Seeing took good care of them, fearing that they would be damaged. Therefore, she often felt constrained and couldn't use them. Now, she can fully test her own test products. Lu Aoshuang's idea is the same as her mother's. Then you will be able to know the specific power of our research products, and immediately propose improvement directions. The two of them were positive and positive. Seeing this, Jiaoqi also said, "There are also us. As long as there is enough land, we can cultivate and research more and better varieties for you, so that you can immediately achieve vegetable and fruit freedom." Okay. After Jiang Ning agreed to all the requests, he said, "You guys go ahead and do your work. If you have any questions, come back to me." It was almost time for Jiang Ning to enter the dungeon. After hearing this, the 5 people stopped bothering Jiang Ning and returned to the research institute. Jiang Ning had prepared enough food, drinking water, various clothes, sleeping bags and various necessities for the 5 people, so they did not feel that their lives were very tormenting and painful when they stayed in the research institute. It must be said that Jiang Ning took good care of them. At least it was much more stable and happy than when they went out alone to kill the monsters before. After returning to the copy, Yin Xueji didn't even raise her head. She casually threw a little white mouse to Jiang Ning. "Try it." Jiang Ning looked at the little white mouse and gloves on the table, and put on the gloves neatly. Okay. Jiang Ning had observed Yin Xueji's operation many times, so when she tried it herself, she didn't feel unfamiliar. On the contrary, she got into the state very quickly. Yin Xueji had put down the work in her hands, and stared at Jiang Ning intently. Jiang Ning's hands were very steady, and he cut very quickly and accurately. He easily peeled out the brain of the test object, and put it into the container. He didn't look like a novice at all. Yin Xueji narrowed his eyes slightly, and gradually there was a bit of scrutiny in his eyes. Jiang Ning didn't notice, but only focused on completing the experiment successfully as soon as possible. After watching Yin Xueji's operation, and serving as Yin Xueji's assistant for 2 days, she had memorized all the steps of Yin Xueji's experiment. Therefore, she didn't make any mistakes at this moment. Setting up the instrument, recording the data. Jiang Ning was methodical, and every step was rigorous and meticulous. Even Yin Xueji had to praise him in his heart that he did a good job. Yin Xueji had some doubts about Jiang Ning, but she did not interrupt him immediately. She quietly accompanied Jiang Ning, and completed his first operation with him. Jiang Ning was talented in these aspects. Yin Xueji watched her successfully complete the experiment in 1 try, but there was no joy or happiness on her face. "You really have never had similar experimental experience before?" "Yes." Jiang Ning thought about it and answered. Yin Xueji's pupil shrank slightly, and then she heard Jiang Ning continue to speak. "Before entering the foggy world, I was a college student who spent every day in the laboratory doing experiments. But the experiments I did then are not the same as the ones I do now." "Really?" Yin Xueji's expression did not change. Jiang Ning was keenly aware of Yin Xueji's vigilance and suspicion of her. She looked back in confusion and asked directly, "Teacher, what are you doubting about me? Don't I look like a genius? Before entering the Misty World or after entering the Misty World, I was the first. From childhood to adulthood, my grades have always been among the best, and I am a good student praised by the principal, teachers and parents." Jiang Ning usually doesn't show off, but at this moment, she felt it was necessary. "Teacher, do you understand the value of winning first place in all the big and small competitions? I did it." After speaking, she began to recite to Yin Xueji all the awards she had won since she was a child, starting with the first time she won first place. She chattered for a full 5 minutes without finishing. Yin Xueji seemed to be convinced by her, but also seemed to be annoyed by her. Finally, he slowly raised his hand to interrupt her. "Enough." Jiang Ning immediately shut up, and stared at Yin Xueji obediently. Yin Xueji stopped talking, and did not continue the topic, but Jiang Ning stopped Yin Xueji, who was about to lower his head to pack his things. "Teacher, I actually have something to ask you." "Go ahead." Yin Xueji was concise. "What is your identity in the Misty World? Why do you have such great authority that you can change the length of time I can enter the dungeon at will? And what do these dungeons related to you want to express?" Jiang Ning looked at Yin Xueji calmly. "Teacher, you are so special to me, and you cultivate me so carefully. Do you need me in the future? I can help you achieve your goals successfully, right?" Chapter 95 Survival Calendar Day 24, Sunny, -4 to -14 degrees Celsius, Light wind, 127. When their eyes met, Jiang Ning saw Yin Xueji slightly raised his eyebrows. Yin Xueji's complexion finally improved a little, revealing a faint smile. "I just asked you a question, but you took the opportunity to ask me 5 questions in return. That's not fair. Then you can choose to answer one of them." Jiang Ning is easy to negotiate with. Yin Xueji moved her hands on the workbench. Her slender fingertips tapped the table twice rhythmically. After thinking for a moment, she replied, "You can indeed help me complete my plan more smoothly." "Okay." Jiang Ning nodded. "Teacher, happy cooperation." The muscles at the corners of her lips twitched and she smiled. I will be your most suitable weapon. Jiang Ning is not afraid of being used, she is only afraid that her value is not great enough. As long as Jiang Ning is useful enough, Yin Xueji will always support her and give her help. This is a good thing for Jiang Ning, who is trying to survive in the foggy world. After all, no one has more authority than Yin Xueji at present. When Jiang Ning became a part of Yin Xueji's plan, Yin Xueji also became a part of Jiang Ning's plan. She would use Yin Xueji to climb higher, until she finally found the truth and returned to her homeland. So at this moment, the two of them are in a relationship of mutual use and mutual help. Jiang Ning has long seen through all this, so when she expressed her attitude, Yin Xueji said bluntly, "Your reaction is beyond my expectations, but when I think about it carefully, it seems that there is nothing surprising. Isn't this the reason why you chose me among billions of survivors?" Jiang Ning tilted his face, "Because I am strong enough, and I am clear-headed, rational, and self-aware. Moreover, I will empathize with you, and will not blindly blame you." Jiang Ning believed that the last point was the most critical and direct reason why Yin Xueji finally chose him. Compared to a person's ability, the other party obviously values the other party's character and personality more. Yin Xueji did not deny it. "I am more curious about why you are so mature and moved with me at such a young age." "Because of my mother." Jiang Ning forced a smile. "Her life experience is almost exactly the same as yours. From a pampered young lady to a messy ending, all it takes is a heartless and ruthless Phoenix man. She was a poor person who was taken advantage of and exploited of all her value." Yin Xueji's eyes softened instantly after hearing this. She hugged Jiang Ning gently and comforted her. "You are very good, and she will be proud of you." "Then teacher, will you be proud of me?" Jiang Ning raised his head. Yin Xueji said without hesitation, "Yes." "In that case, why don't you give students some benefits to help them grow up as soon as possible?" Yin Xueji, She immediately let go of Jiang Ning and looked at the seemingly obedient student in front of her with a hard-to-find expression. "Think about it." Yin Xueji understood that Jiang Ning was deliberately changing the subject, but the other party's method was really blunt. "Hurry up and organize your data and write a report, otherwise you can't leave the dungeon tonight." Jiang Ning's eyes curved. "Okay. But teacher, you really can't secretly open a backdoor for me. The fog system shouldn't detect your little move, right? You are so beautiful and so strong." For the first time, Yin Xueji felt that it was not a good thing for students to be too talkative. That little mouth, babbling, was even more annoying than her own daughter. "Shut up." Yin Xueji pretended to be stern. Jiang Ning stopped making any sound immediately, but her silence only lasted less than 10 seconds before she started again. "Teacher, do you want to have a midnight snack?" Yin Xueji, Eat. After hearing this, Jiang Ning immediately and attentively put out all kinds of food from his backpack and personally handed chopsticks to Yin Xueji. "Teacher, please." Yin Xueji really likes the food from another world. While she was concentrating on tasting it, Jiang Ning opened his system panel and started adding new products. It was already past midnight, and it was 1:30 on the 24th day of the survival calendar. The products in the number 1 Miss shop have been refreshed, and new medicines have appeared. Frostbite ointment, 1 silver, 95 copper after discount, /stick, which has the effects of promoting blood circulation, antibacterial and analgesic, and relieving itching. It can relieve itching, protect wounds, and help frostbite sites heal and recover as quickly as possible. It is the good thing that the survivors have been thinking about before that can treat frostbite. Today Jiang Ning's new products are not on time. In the middle of the night, she set up the link and advertised in the World Channel, selling frostbite cream, 1 silver per tube, which can effectively treat the pain and swelling caused by frostbite and prevent secondary infection of frostbite sites. "Thank you, Bang Yi, for hunting for us so late at night. Your description makes it sound like the district chief has a hard life. Anyway, I'm really grateful to Giant Shocking. If it weren't for her, we wouldn't have survived until now." Yes, Giant Shocking deserves the first place." When everyone successfully bought the frostbite cream and praised Jiang Ning, Deng Xiangling suddenly appeared. "If that's the case, why don't you vote for the district chief? Besides her, who will really treat us as human beings and really consider our actual interests? If the supervisor is not Giant Shocking, I can't imagine what we will encounter in the future. Will we still receive help from Giant Shocking? Will we still have such a stable, comfortable and affluent life as we do now?" As expected of a female star who once survived in the bloody storm and routines, Deng Xiangling incited with just a few words. Many people voted for Jiang Ning on the spot. Jiang Ning's votes have increased. Ding Xiangling is obviously repaying Jiang Ning, and many people know it in their hearts, but despite this, they are still willing to be deceived by Ding Xiangling. There is no other reason. Jiang Ning was able to save Ding Xiangling the day before yesterday, so he will definitely save them tomorrow. Compared to Lin Xinghuang, a man who can never empathize with another woman, they would rather trust Jiang Ning and entrust their future fate to Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning's past achievements and battle records can be checked. He is their best choice, and their only choice. Because no one will be more friendly to women than Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning's past help and support for women have long been deeply engraved in everyone's bones, making them subconsciously trust Jiang Ning. For a while, Jiang Ning's popularity soared. After keeping Ding Xiangling's kindness in mind, Jiang Ning continued to deal with the fireplace and isolation suits. The sales of fireplaces were still hot, and they were sold out instantly as soon as they were put on the shelves, and the supply could not meet the demand. Compared with them, the isolation suits were a bit weak. The isolation suits were put on the shelves in the form of auctions as usual, but the auction price tonight was far less than the previous 2 days. Jiang Ning was wondering if it was because the survivors did not have much money in their hands. However, the third period of the Beast Tide Novice will start in less than a week. When the Beast Tide ends, the balance in everyone's backpack will usher in another surge. After thinking this through, Jiang Ning calmly closed the system panel. Coincidentally, Yan Xueji had also finished her midnight snack. She wiped her mouth and stood up. Let's go, you should continue. Jiang Ning missed 2 days of classes. Although she successfully completed her first experiment today, Yan Xueji still had to make up for her. Who said Jiang Ning was illiterate in the literal sense? This was Yan Xueji's first time to accept a disciple, and this kind of disciple, who was talented but weak in foundation. It was inevitable that he had to be more diligent and spend more time on her. So Jiang Ning endured Yan Xueji's strict teaching until 5 o'clock in the morning before being released back to the shelter. Before leaving, Yan Xueji handed her a bunch of manuals and instructions again. These are the things you need to learn in the second stage. When you have nothing to do, take a look at them more and get familiar with them in advance. Jiang Ning agreed, and then threw them into her backpack. I'm sleepy, so I take a few hours of light sleep first. Jiang Ning had to meet Rainbow Bridge after dawn, so at 7:50, she woke up at the reminder of the alarm clock, and quickly washed and tidied herself. She changed into combat uniforms, and simply styled her silver shoulder-length hair, taking this meeting very seriously. In the remaining 2 minutes, Jiang Ning picked up all the supplies dropped by the arrow tower attacking the dead beast. At 8 o'clock, she took the initiative to ask for Rainbow Bridge's ID number. I will summon you through the Research Institute. Okay. After reporting her ID number to Jiang Ning, Rainbow Bridge nervously held 2 pots of flowers, and sat in her shelter quietly waiting. About 3 seconds later, she saw Jiang Ning and said, I'm going to start summoning you. Rainbow Bridge was about to reply to Jiang Ning with her mind, but the scene in front of her suddenly changed. The snow-white wall, the densely packed instruments on the workbench, and the 2 ladies in white who suddenly raised their heads and looked over. Rainbow Bridge's nervousness reached its peak in an instant. I found Shouqing. She stuttered slightly. Lu Aoshuang raised her eyebrows and pointed to the direction of the gate to Rainbow Bridge. Go out from there. Before he finished speaking, Jiang Ning's figure had already appeared outside the door. After nodding and greeting Xiying and Lu Aoshuang, Jiang Ning walked straight to Rainbow Bridge. Come this way. Okay. Rainbow Bridge hurried to catch up. Rainbow Bridge was younger than Jiang Ning thought, probably just graduated, less than 25 years old, still very young. However, the other person's temperament was very clean, giving people the feeling that he had never suffered and had a good family background. Jiang Ning waited for Rainbow Bridge to come over before turning around. Rainbow Bridge held his breath and handed a pot of flowers in full bloom to Jiang Ning. Tue, this is for you. Although it's not a rare variety, but... Rainbow Bridge's tone was just dragged for a while, and Jiang Ning took over. Thank you, I like it very much. Jiang Ning took it with a smile. You took the trouble. No. Rainbow Bridge's mood instantly soared, and she felt happy in her heart. Both pots of flowers are gifts I carefully prepared for you. Tuichui, I help you hold this pot first. Rainbow Bridge has always been a community bull, and she talks a lot. At this moment, she found that Jiang Ning was younger than her, and she immediately felt a sense of responsibility and care for her sister. Tuichui, you are so young, completely different from what I imagined. Your usual behavior always makes me feel that you are about the same age as Sister Dong Qinli. Jiang Ning smiled, and when she was about to speak, Rainbow Bridge spoke again, but I like it very much. You are so cool. It is a blessing for all of us girls to have you in the foggy world. Rainbow Bridge is just like her nickname. She is very good at complimenting people. Jiang Ning was a little embarrassed by her praise. I'm going to put the flowers here. Jiang Ning stopped at the door of the shelter. She did not choose to put the 2 pots of flowers in the shelter because the shelter would become a weapon that she could use at will. When rotating at high speed or moving forward and backward, the 2 pots of flowers that were in full bloom would be easily damaged. But it's different to put it here. It's safe and Jiang Ning can enjoy it at any time. It's alright. Rainbow Bridge had no objection. Jiang Ning could put the things he had sent away wherever he wanted. Rainbow Bridge didn't look around after Jiang Ning put the flowers down. She said directly, "It's daylight now. We can go and place the automatic felling machine. Tuichui, tell me your needs in detail. I will write them down one by one and do it. It's very simple." Jiang Ning continued to lead Rainbow Bridge to the gate of the courtyard. I'm in the deep forest now. There are wood resources all around, so you can put it anywhere you want. But placing them in a fan shape is the most conducive to harvesting the results. Jiang Ning gestured to Rainbow Bridge, and at the same time took out 5 automatic felling machines and let them start working. This coniferous forest mainly produces wood, pine cones, and pine oil. Pine oil is the top priority. At present, Team Leader C and Team Leader Lu have successfully used it to make pine oil bombs. So in the future, after you collect the pine oil, just hand it over to the 2 team leaders. Rainbow Bridge's eyes were slightly stern. Don't worry, I will never let any accidents happen to the pine oil. Jiang Ning naturally trusted Rainbow Bridge. If you doubt someone, don't employ him. If you employ someone, don't doubt him. She took out 1/3 of the pine oil bullets from her backpack and handed them to Rainbow Bridge. Keep them for backup. There are similar intelligent machines in the Mechanical Kingdom dungeon near my shelter, so you should pay more attention to them. 2 materials dropped when I killed the Beast-Tide boss last time. Now I am planning to make it into a weapon. If you succeed, you can use it to easily cut through the metal skin of the intelligent machines and take out the core. Rainbow Bridge wanted to refuse the pine oil bomb, but her words got stuck in her throat. Finally, she took a deep breath and said, "Okay. I wait for you guys to successfully make it." Rainbow Bridge squinted her eyes. Then I can kill people in the Mechanical Kingdom dungeon. Jiang Ning smiled. You will be able to have it soon. By the way, do you want to meet my cousin? Jiang Ning asked suddenly. My cousin Jiang Jingxin and Dong Qianli, I can summon them together. Meet, of course I have to. Rainbow Bridge said the classic line. Since I'm here anyway. Jiang Ning was silent for a moment, and finally sent a message to Jiang Jingxin and Dong Qianli. Dong Qianli was in the dungeon, so she refused with regret, and Jiang Jingxin gave a positive answer. However, before Jiang Ning had time to summon Jiang Jingxin, she entered the research institute and walked towards this side. Jiang Jingxin seemed to be stronger. Rainbow Bridge stared at Jiang Jingxin for a while, and then rushed over. Sister, you are so handsome. You are so tall and strong. You can tell at a glance that you are a good hunter and can feed our tribe. Jiang Jingxin was amused by her. She looked at Jiang Ning and pointed at Rainbow Bridge. Where did you get to know this funny guy? I met him when I bought a trash can. I met him when I traded an iron axe. The 2 said in unison. After speaking, Rainbow Bridge looked at Jiang Ning and finally said, Tuichui is a good person. Not only is she willing to sell me the iron axe, she is also willing to tell me how to make money. She is simply the best person in the misty world. Jiang Jingxin understood immediately. This was because Jiang Ning knew that Rainbow Bridge could successfully make a fortune by collecting mud, so he made an investment in advance. However, she did not expose it. She just tapped Rainbow Bridge with her finger and said, Don't trust strangers easily in the future. If someone in this world is inexplicably friendly to you and shows you kindness, you should pay special attention. Rainbow Bridge. I know, but wasn't it different back then? I was penniless and poor. Even the small stone axe given by the system was snatched away by the crocodile. What can Tuichui want from me? And I wish that Tuichui had some intentions towards me. People are not afraid of being plotted against, but they are afraid that they are not useful. I am willing to be used by Tuichui. Rainbow Bridge said seriously. Who told me that my life was saved by Tuichui herself? Rainbow Bridge is a fanatical. Tui fan, Jiang Ning can't stand her. Jiang Jingxin laughed loudly beside her, liking her sister's fanatical fan more and more. Jiang Jingxin is also outgoing, and soon she and Rainbow Bridge became friends. Jiang Ning couldn't get a word in, so she stood by for a while, and finally said, You guys chat, I'm going to the dungeon first. The 2 waved at her, signaling her to go and do her own thing, And then they took out the small wooden stool and sat down on the spot like good friends who hadn't seen each other for many years, with a posture of chatting until dark. Jiang Ning was silent, returned to the shelter, and started the dungeon very quickly. Do you want to enter the dungeon, Mechanical Kingdom? Yes. Successfully use the dungeon ticket *1 to start the dungeon. Mechanical Kingdom. Jiang Ning was wearing combat uniform and holding a big knife. He was about to kill randomly like last time, but he suddenly realized something was wrong the moment he entered. Chapter 96. The copy changed silently. Jiang Ning looked calmly at the metal intelligent machines that quickly surrounded her in an organized and regular manner, and jumped up with lightning speed, slashing down with her sword. In a flash, the intelligent machines in the front row were cut in half by Jiang Ning's light sword, and they struggled in vain on the ground. Successfully killed the intelligent machine, obtained high strength alloy *1. Jiang Ning did not stop at all. Her sword was raised again, and she swung it mercilessly at the machines that rushed up one after another, and there was no end in sight. Successfully killed the intelligent machine, obtained tungsten *1. Successfully killed the intelligent machine, obtained photon synthesis aggregate *1. Successfully killed the intelligent machine, obtained platinum treasure chest *1. Successfully killed the primary intelligent machine, obtained high strength alloy *1. The machines are endless. Jiang Ning raised his hand and cut down the knife. His body lightly jumped and rotated in the machine, stepping on the opponent's head to escape and counterattack. Jiang Ning did not have time to think about the reason for all this, whether the copy quietly upgraded the relevant information, or the copy was deliberately targeting her. For her, the answer was not important for the time being. Her biggest task now is to collect as many level 6 upgrade materials as possible. The amount of materials needed to upgrade the shelter again is huge, and it is not possible to succeed in just a few days. Today's mechanical rite just provides an opportunity for Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning no longer needs to work hard to find W, because all that comes up are W and V, and even X is very rare. Jiang Ning quickly thought for a moment between swinging the knife. Could it be that Yin Xueji is secretly opening a backdoor for him? But it doesn't seem like it. Yin Xueji's methods have always been very gentle, but at this moment, these machines seem to want to kill Jiang Ning. This is definitely not Yin Xueji's style. If it wasn't Yin Xueji, then it would be someone else who could be called an enemy. Jiang Ning had only come into contact with 2 or 3 NPCs in the Misty World, and he had no grudges or hatred with them. Jiang Ning turned around, cut through the metal surface of the intelligent machine with a sharp knife, picked out its core, and vaguely had an answer in his mind: Yutian Group. The monsters in the Mechanical Kingdom dungeon are intelligent machines, and the core products of Yutian Group are also intelligent machines. The two have such a direct and obvious connection that Jiang Ning can come to such a conclusion without racking his brains. However, Jiang Ning has already disguised himself. Not only did he dye his hair at dawn, but he also put on a more mature makeup. So how did Yutian Group recognize him? Jiang Ning's eyebrows were slightly twisted. Was it because of his fighting style? After thinking for a moment, Jiang Ning suddenly felt that this seemed to make some sense. After all, there are only 2 or 3 people who have fought against the machines in the Foggy World, so it is reasonable that Jiang Ning was accurately located by the Yutian Group. However, Jiang Ning is not sure how far the Yutian Group can reach. Is it limited to the dungeon? Or has it been able to quietly find out Jiang Ning's true identity through the fog system? If it is the latter, then Jiang Ning should cheer up and plan and lay out everything in advance. Otherwise, when the Yutian Group comes to him, it will be too late for Jiang Ning to react. The sword slashed, and 3 more machines were cut in half by Jiang Ning and fell to the ground. ZZ. Sparks flashed. Jiang Ning stepped back and decided to go to Dawn to make a new disguise after today's copy was over. She opened her wrist brain and quickly sent a message to Neela asking her to ask Bran to prepare in advance, and then she put all her attention into the battle again. There were no more advanced metal intelligent machines in the Mechanical Kingdom for the time being. Jiang Ning guessed that it was because her shelter was only level 5. The copy and the people behind it are subject to certain restrictions, and they cannot do whatever they want in the Foggy World, crush and kill survivors at will, or do more actions to survivors. This protects Jiang Ning very well. Survivors usually curse the fog system, and Jiang Ning in his previous life did the same. Unexpectedly, at this moment, the system that is so bad actually protects Jiang Ning once again. Jiang Ning's mood is a little complicated. But no matter how complicated it is, Jiang Ning thought of a deeper level. In the foggy system, there are 2 forces secretly competing behind the scenes. One was the Yutian Group, and the other. Jiang Ning thought for a moment, could it be the mist system? Without giving Jiang Ning more time to think, the metal machine's attack suddenly became fierce. They began to form a formation and use tactics, preparing to outnumber the weak and adopt a round-robin battle to completely consume Jiang Ning's physical strength and energy. Jiang Ning pulled the corner of his mouth expressionlessly, and then released Qi Dan without hesitation. Teacher, I leave my back to you. Wherever there are intelligent machines, Jiang Ning likes to bring Qi Dan with her. First, Qi Dan is very strong and can accurately help her share the firepower, and second, it is just in case. Advanced civilizations are insidious and cunning. Who knows what tricks and methods Jiang Ning has never seen? Jiang Ning doesn't like to be beaten or fail, so Qi Dan, who is also an intelligent machine, has become her most solid and reliable partner and teammate. When Qi Dan looked at the situation in front of him speechlessly, Jiang Ning did not forget to take out the signal blocker and electromagnetic jammer. With the two combined, Jiang Ning directly set the range to the maximum. It seemed to have some effect, and no one knew which one had the effect. In short, the formation that the machines had just stood in was instantly in chaos. Teacher, do it. As soon as she finished speaking, Jiang Ning rushed into the mechanical team at high speed before Qi Dan, like a cannonball. She used her hands and feet, and shwa cleared an open area around her body in 2 moves. Qi Dan rubbed his forehead. You are really good at tossing. Although it disliked it, it still cooperated with Jiang Ning seriously, and started this one-sided, overwhelming killing. Successfully killed the intelligent machine, obtained photon synthesis aggregate *1. Successfully killed the intelligent machine, obtained high-strength alloy *1. Successfully killed the intelligent machine, obtained plasma crystal *1. Successfully killed the intelligent machine, obtained tungsten *1. Teacher Chi-Chi, your emotions seem to have become richer now. Jiang Ning was in a good mood at the moment. With a smile on her face, can you learn and imitate humans? I think so. Qi Dan replied, I'm not sure. That's it. Jiang Ning swung his sword while chatting freely. You are now much more skilled and emotional than when we first met. Hearing this, Qi Dan suddenly stopped moving. It subconsciously turned to Jiang Ning and carefully observed every change in Jiang Ning's expression. Once the intelligent machine has consciousness, it will be destroyed immediately, because humans do not allow things beyond their control to exist. So will this human have the same reaction? It stared at it, but did not see the scene it expected, only saw a smile from the heart on Jiang Ning's face. This is great. Teacher Chi-Chi, when you become smarter and more capable of handling things, I can ask you to handle some of the simple chores in the shelter. Rainbow Bridge is too busy to take care of all my affairs, and I am embarrassed to bother her too often. I originally wanted to recruit an assistant, but I have never implemented it because of time constraints. Jiang Ning said while looking at Qi Dan. When their eyes met, the bright smile on her face was gorgeous but not dazzling. Teacher, you awakened at the right time. Jiang Ning was thinking seriously. When you are free, you can stay in the shelter and help me. When I fight the Onyx, you can become my strong and reliable comrade. Teacher, you are really the person I like most in the world. Qi Dan. It didn't know what kind of reaction it should make for a moment. Is it happy? Of course it is happy, because it didn't feel any murderous intent from Jiang Ning, any emotion different from the past. This made it nervous, and its slightly suspended heart slowly fell back like a feather. But it was a little unhappy. The specific point of its unhappiness was, I am just your sparring teacher, not the turtle in the wishing well. It remembered this sentence 7 days ago, when it made the binder able to smash a robot with one punch like itself, and the binder's answer when he had no desire to live. Jiang Ning didn't care. Teacher, you are so smart. You will definitely learn everything. Right? You are a robot. The Yutian group has just updated its technology. Please don't erase my prefix. Qi Dan debated with Jiang Ning. I am not a robot, but a sparring robot. More or less. After Jiang Ning replied casually, he suddenly changed the subject and asked, Teacher, do you know why they suddenly became abnormal? Jiang Ning's topic jumped too quickly, and Qi Dan was stunned for 3 seconds before processing the information. Not sure. I have been completely cut off from my manufacturer and factory. Oh, the Phoenix did do this. She immediately erased all information about Qi Dan, and then gave the new Qi Dan to Jiang Ning like giving a piece of candy. Then forget about that. It's important to kill them and collect materials first. Jiang Ning was interested. Do you want to see who kills more intelligent machines? The loser must agree to a condition from the winner. How about it? Qi Dan was not interested, but it did not prevent it from agreeing to Jiang Ning and making Jiang Ning happy. Okay. Then, let's start. Jiang Ning was inexplicably excited today, Perhaps because he had just met Rainbow Bridge, or perhaps because he noticed Chiden's subtle and cautious test just now. This made Jiang Ning feel that she was valued, and that she had a different position and weight in the other party's heart. Jiang Ning's attack became more fierce under the stimulation of happy hormones. In the past, she could only kill 1 or 2 metal machines with one knife, but now she could chop 3 metal machines with her hands and kick 2 metal machines at the same time. Shi Dan didn't understand why, but he could accurately identify Jiang Ning's excellent fighting state, so he didn't interrupt the other party rashly, but joined in excitedly. This was a hearty battle. With the perfect cooperation of one man and one machine, the metal machines in the copy were easily cut down like wheat. Jiang Ning's ears were always ringing with the system's prompt sound, but she did not turn it off directly because she felt it was noisy as usual. The prompt sound is worth a lot of money. It was like a needle of catalyst, which stimulated Jiang Ning's fighting spirit to the extreme. Jiang Ning felt that her current state was very good. She could not feel the passage of time, nor did she feel tired. She seemed to have entered a mysterious and wonderful state. This made her feel as if she could fight until the end of the world. The duration of the survivor's copy has expired. The survivor will be teleported out of the copy. Prepare for teleportation. 3, 2, 1. When the system prompt sounded for the first time, Jiang Ning quickly picked up all the materials that Shi Dan had produced on the ground and put Shi Dan into her backpack. Afterwards, she took the opportunity to deal with 2 more metal robots and waited to be kicked out of the copy. Teleportation successful. The copy has been closed. In a flash, Jiang Ning was already in her own shelter. She released Shi Dan, who was unexpectedly put into her backpack, and said sorry. After getting a reply from Shi Dan that he didn't mind, Jiang Ning began to count his gains from today's battle. After 8 hours of hard work, Jiang Ning and Shi Dan obtained a total of tungsten *458, molybdenum *364, high-strength alloy *490, rare earth materials *566, plasma crystals *298, photon synthesis aggregates *362, and platinum treasure chests *3966. With double the efforts of 2 people and Jiang Ning's double critical strike auxiliary skill, today's gains can be said to be the most ever. Jiang Ning couldn't help but hug Shi Dan. Thank you, teacher. I look forward to fighting with you next time. Shi Dan's eyelids twitched, and he wanted to refuse, but Jiang Ning had already let go of it and said, "It's getting late, I have to hurry to the dawn to do the styling." Jiang Ning has already used up the normal time for today's copy, but Yin Xueji said before that she would remove the time limit for Jiang Ning. I don't know if it includes the dawn copy. Jiang Ning was so focused on the battle that he didn't notice the time passing quietly. After saying goodbye to Shi Dan, Jiang Ning took out a copy ticket and then activated copy 5 in the copy system with his mind. Become a super evil villain. Do you want to enter the copy? Become a super evil villain. Yes. The system prompt sounded, and Jiang Ning stayed where he was and blinked. Failed? Detected the survivor's nickname. Yunnan Giant Shocking Non-Professional Leg Cutting Master. Name. Jiang Ning. Can be hidden. ID. 001. Area 1. Has additional system permissions, so the copy time limit will be lifted for this survivor. Successfully used copy ticket *1 to start the copy. Become a super evil villain. A feeling of weightlessness suddenly came over her. When Jiang Ning regained her sight, and was finally able to see the scene in front of her, she was already in the basement at dawn. Neela was not far away. Seeing Jiang Ning, she approached with a smile. Bran has arrived and is waiting for you in the dressing room next door. Let's go! Jiang Ning's body swayed, and after quickly adjusting, she hurriedly followed the other party's footsteps. Bran was very happy to see Jiang Ning again. My lovely mountain ghost, you are finally here. After rubbing her hands and leading Jiang Ning to a seat, she couldn't wait to introduce her new products. It's better to come at the right time than to come early. I just launched a series of new hair dye colors yesterday. Do you like this bold and unrestrained Aquaman red, or sunset orange, or the bright and gentle lemon yellow, the low-key and restrained green grassland green, deep sea blue, and the noble purple of a mature woman, noble, cold, elegant and mysterious? Bran enthusiastically showed Jiang Ning one bottle of hair dye after another, very positive. Jiang Ning rolled his eyes and looked at these colorful colors, feeling complicated and not knowing how to respond to the other party's words. It's hard to choose, right? Bran gently guided. I think so too. So, why don't we try all the colors? That way, you don't have to worry about it. Or you can dye a few strands of hair in one color and arrange them in a gradient, just like a beautiful rainbow. What do you think? Mountain Ghost. Jiang Ning, Question mark. Chapter 97. I think. Jiangning opened her mouth to refuse, but Neela suddenly looked down at the vibrating wrist computer on her wrist. After a moment, she picked up the phone and said, "Say." Jiangning subconsciously stopped talking and looked at Neela with Bran. 10 seconds later, Neela forcefully said, "Give her a low-key and ordinary color and hairstyle for a worker. She has a new mission." After instructing Bran, Neela continued, "Go get the organization's latest appearance simulator for her to use. She can't be found to be abnormal in this mission." Bran raised his eyebrows. With a slightly regretful expression, "Okay." But she still didn't give up. "Then after you complete the mission, we will try these lively colors again." Jiangning smiled in a rejecting but polite way. "Let's talk about it next time." Bran first applied the hair dye to Jiangning's silver hair. She carefully made sure that every hair was covered with the hair dye, and then turned and walked to another room. "What is the mission this time?" After watching Bran disappear, Jiangning turned around and asked. "It's very simple. Go to be an assistant to a female star." Enila explained briefly, "When the time comes, you will pretend to be an intern assistant and approach her. If you successfully find out the information we want, you can leave." It doesn't sound very difficult, so Jiangning agreed. She is the best at lurking. As long as trouble doesn't find Jiangning, she can stay alive until the end. "When does the mission start?" "You will leave after the transformation is completed," Enila said as she transmitted the information to Jiangning. "Because you may appear in the show with a target actress, your image must be completely different from your real appearance." Enila. This way, it will not be accurately identified by the Yutian group. Well, Jiangning admitted that she was a little arrogant and ignorant because of the Phoenix before. Because it was her own trouble, Jiangning listened to Enila's admonition honestly. However, Neela did not dwell on this issue too much. While she was explaining the key points, Jiangning was browsing the information and soon understood what this mission was all about. In short, a big family in the Alliance launched a brand new wilderness survival variety show. There are 7 guests in this variety show, 6 male guests, and 1 female guest. The show is broadcast live throughout, aiming to show all the audience the daily survival of the stars in the wild. The live broadcast and filming of the program lasts for 15 days. During this period, the guests cannot bring any assistants or agents and can only choose to team up with other guests. Jiangning's task is to show goodwill to the only female guest before the stars officially start the live broadcast and successfully obtain the information they want at dawn. It is now 4:13 p.m. After Jiangning dyes her hair and puts on makeup, it is almost 5 o'clock. The program officially starts at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, so Jiangning still has plenty of time. She could even take the opportunity to go to Gu Yingjun and Yin Shueji to make up for 2 lessons. While Jiangning was planning her schedule for the next half day, Bran had already picked up his things and hurried back. Jiangning looked over and saw that the other person had a pair of very old, simple, and honest black frame glasses in his hand, as well as a flesh-colored patch that was almost the size of a soybean. "Try this pair of glasses." After Bran put them on for Jiangning, he looked at them for a moment and was very satisfied. "It tastes much better. Now you look like a new humble office worker who is timid, cowardly, clear-headed but not very intelligent." Jiangning, what a dirty curse. Her eyelids twitched, and Bran continued, "But your complexion is not haggard enough. Wait, I will adjust it for you carefully. After you adjust it, I guarantee that you will look like you haven't slept well for a year, with tired eyes, sallow complexion, muddle-headed, numb, and feel that there is no hope for the rest of your life." Now not only Jiangning, but also Neela was speechless. It doesn't have to be like this. She just pretended to be an intern assistant. It's not against the law. Bran shook his finger at Neela. "You don't understand." After that, she began to glare. "Are you a professional or am I a professional?" Neela surrendered. "Then you continue." Bran was satisfied with winning a round, and she began to make up for Jiangning according to her own ideas. Jiangning stared at herself in the mirror, and felt dazed from time to time. This haggard and vicissitudes of life look is too much like her mother, who died of depression. Jiangning pursed her lips lightly. What did her mother feel when she looked at her face that was no longer young and beautiful? "Okay." A very soft voice called Jiangning back to reality. Jiangning refocused his eyes, and fell on the face that only looked 3/4 like her mother. Her hair has been dyed, a color very close to black, and with the coffee yellow of the hair ends, it gives people the impression that she is sloppy and has no money and no time to take care of it. "How is it? Are you satisfied?" Bran asked, crossing his arms. Jiangning nodded. "Okay. If it's okay, I start adjusting the simulator for you. There's only one simulator of this type, and I hide it in your hair, not behind your ears. So during your mission, remember, never let anyone touch your head. There are all kinds of potions in the Alliance, and everyone has good skills, especially the guests selected to participate in the survival show. Bran said seriously, if you let them get close, you will be exposed. Even if your appearance does not change temporarily, the existence of the simulator will make you unable to defend yourself and increase suspicion. Jiangning pondered for a moment. Is it because everyone took the gene enhancement potion? That's right. Inilaw took over the conversation. The gene enhancement potion may be expensive for ordinary people, but for these stars, it is less than the salary for filming an episode. They have taken primary gene enhancement potions, intermediate gene enhancement potions, and advanced gene enhancement potions, and their physiques have become very strong. In addition, many people usually pay special attention to their private training, so you have to be very careful in this mission. Jiangning lowered her eyes. I understand. It doesn't sound so easy to complete the task, but as long as she plays her role well, it shouldn't be a big problem. Jiangning has already transformed her image, and Inilaw specially prepared a set of clothes for her to change into. Jiangning took it and looked at it for a few seconds, then walked to the side room. When they came out again, Neela and Bren nodded at the same time. That's the feeling. Jiangning turned her head slightly and glanced at the full-length mirror beside her. She was indeed the stereotypical intern assistant. Let's go, I take you there. Neela raised her hand and touched the back of her ear, and soon her image changed. Jiangning picked up the black framed glasses hanging on her chest pouch and put them on. While moving, she sorted out the weapons in her backpack. This is to ensure that she can take it out immediately and fight back if something unexpected happens. Speaking of this, Jiangning asked Inilaw, didn't the organization prepare weapons for me this time? What if there is an accident during the mission? Inilaw knew she would ask. She raised her leg and turned angrily, turned straight into the next room, and then pointed at the box on the ground with her chin, indicating Jiangning, choose. Then I won't be polite. Jiangning looked through several boxes expectantly, and finally selected a little bit of each weapon. If they were useful, she would have a clear purpose next time, and only select the ones that were handy. Everything was ready, and Jiangning began to take the teleportation array. Still starting from the internal teleportation array at dawn, Jiangning and Inilaw changed at least 15 times. Finally, when Jiangning felt a little nauseous, the two finally arrived at their destination. It's just ahead, here are your relevant certification materials. Neela handed a file bag to Jiangning. Just show your ID when you go in, I accompany you here first. Jiangning took it, she read it carefully one by one, and recited the text information on it. Wait for my good news. Neela smiled. I trust you very much. Jiangning is the most satisfactory member she has recruited recently, and Neela has high hopes for her. The reason why Jiangning was chosen for this mission was that the leader said that he wanted to see Jiangning's strength in person. If Jiangning successfully completes the task again and perfectly, her member level will be upgraded again. King should recover in 3 days. If she hadn't sneaked out and had a fight with someone 2 days ago, her injury should have recovered tomorrow. When King's injury is healed, the organization will start to cultivate the tacit understanding between King and Jiangning to ensure that both parties can become people who can trust each other. King is very powerful, but she still lacks a teammate who can help her clean up some unnecessary troubles. When two people cooperate, King is the main attacker and Jiangning is the assistant. King's strength can be fully exerted. Recently, the alliance has been undercurrents, and the storm is coming. Seeing that chaos is about to happen, the leader of Dawn no longer has so much time and energy to carefully select. At present, Jiangning is the most suitable person, so she was pushed up and had a chance to try. Jiangning is not aware of these inside stories, but she knows that the system will continue to reward her with a large amount of materials after she completes the task. This is much easier than her hard work of killing monsters and watching metal machinery. After holding the file bag close to her body, Jiangning said goodbye to Inilaw and strode towards the entrance. After walking 2 steps, she suddenly remembered her character setting, so she lowered her head again, looking very cowardly and easy to bully. Inila's eyelids jumped. Her acting skills are really good. Even if I knew the inside story, I would almost be fooled by her when I saw Jiangning's appearance at this moment. Therefore, Jiangning finally passed the inspection successfully with her superb acting skills, and sneaked into the magnificent Alliance first TV station building. The hall was bustling with people, and all kinds of well-dressed staff hurried past Jiangning. Jiang Ning was following a security guard at this moment, and she still lowered her head, looking very reserved and stiff. The security guard glanced at her with disdain. Go this way, don't block the way of the big shots. It was not known whether the security guard was deliberately making things difficult for Jiang Ning, or whether people of humble status were always being made difficult. In short, after arriving at the most inconspicuous corner, the security guard pointed to the escape passage in front of him and said to Jiang Ning, "You can go up from here." Jiang Ning looked up and said, "Okay. 133rd floor, your destination." The security guard gave her a malicious smile. "I wish you a happy work in advance." If it weren't for the people coming and going around, this male security guard would immediately become 2 units of material and lie obediently in Jiang Ning's backpack. What a pity, Jiang Ning thought with some regret. After learning her destination, Jiang Ning ignored the other party and slowly walked up the marble-paved and clean steps with a file bag in her arms. With Jiang Ning's physical fitness, climbing 133 floors is easy. However, in order to accurately maintain her own personality, Jiang Ning dragged her feet and took a full hour to arrive. She pretended to be out of breath and about to faint, successfully attracting everyone's attention. "Where are you from? What are you doing here?" "I'm a new intern assistant." Jiang Ning handed over her credentials. "Sorry, I shouldn't be late, right?" The person who was questioning took Jiang Ning's materials and looked at them. "You're not late. But how did you get here from that side?" She pointed to the direction where Jiang Ning appeared with her chin. "Come here?" The security guard in the hall pointed the way for me. Jiang Ning said timidly, "He told me to come up from that side." Ing Shuo was stunned for a moment, then cursed in a low voice, "Damn dog-eyed dog. When I'm done with my work later, I'd be the first to finish him off." After scolding the security guard, Ing Shuo's expression softened a little. She gave Jiang Ning a physical recovery potion. "Thank you for your hard work." Jiang Ning refused repeatedly, then shook his head. "It's okay. Just take it if I give it to you. You're such a coward. I get angry just looking at you." The female official stuffed the physical recovery potion into Jiang Ning's hand in a vexatious manner. "You're such a jerk. You really climbed the stairs when the bastard asked you to? Don't you know how to refuse him? You just do whatever he asks you to do. You're really obedient." Jiang Ning thought for a moment, put the recovery potion in his pocket, and then answered, "I don't know." Ing Shuo paused for a moment, and was so angry that she laughed. Jiang Ning followed her through the long corridor and finally came to the room at the end. She raised her hand and knocked hard on the door. When the door opened, she introduced loudly, "Princess, your loser assistant is here." "Princess? Isn't she a female star?" Jiang Ning stopped her movement to go in instantly. She looked inside calmly. On the sofa in the middle, a tall, beautiful woman in casual clothes was leaning nonchalantly. She heard the sound and raised her eyelids lazily. "What?" Ing Shuo raised her eyebrows. "Your assistant is this one." She pointed at Jiang Ning, who was standing stiffly at the door. "She was just bullied by your illegitimate brother's dog. She is so pitiful. With such a thin body, she actually gritted her teeth and climbed up from the first floor. Although her brain is not very good, her courage is commendable." Ing Shuo commented mercilessly. Jiang Ning, Ing Long looked over with interest when she heard this. Jiang Ning immediately gasped when he saw this, and looked like he was about to faint if he couldn't catch his breath. "Indeed?" Ing Long nodded. "Although your brain is not very good, your perseverance is really good." She praised sincerely. "You have such stupid perseverance. You will succeed in everything you do in the future." Jiang Ning paused for a moment, feeling that it was necessary to find out the current situation. "I'm sorry. When I applied for the position before, it was written as a female celebrity assistant." "Oh, this one," Ing Long said casually. "That female celebrity was squeezed out by me." She smiled at Jiang Ning. "So your current identity is the intern assistant of the princess?" Jiang Ning was silent. Why didn't Neela inform him in advance of such a big change? Is it because she didn't receive any specific news, so she couldn't pass the information to him in time? She just left. If you are her fan, you can still catch up with her by taking the elevator now. Ing Long raised her hand to support her cheek, and suddenly explained, "Actually, I am doing this for her good. If she, a commoner, is favored by my evil illegitimate brother on the show, she will become one of his many lovers." Ing Long's smile did not change at all. "I think she has a promising future, good acting skills, strong ability, and beautiful appearance. I really can't bear to see her, like a flower, being ruthlessly destroyed and silent from now on. What do you think?" Jiang Ning did not make any comments. "Then I will now. Since you're here, why not stay for a few more days?" Ing Long laughed. "I show you a good show." What kind of good show could be about the royal family of the Alliance? Jiang Ning was not very interested. She was more concerned about her mission and the mission rewards. Perhaps seeing the reluctance in Jiang Ning's eyes, Ying Long raised his eyebrows and asked without warning, "Why? You don't want to?" Swish. Ying Shuo instantly drew out the pistol from his waist. Jiang Ning was startled by the other party's sudden action. She almost did the same action in response. After taking a breath, Jiang Ning quickly calmed down and answered expressionlessly, "I do. It's my honor to accompany Her Royal Highness. I am willing to do my best for Her Royal Highness." That's more like it. Chapter 98. It was still a long time before the show officially started. Ying Long seemed not interested in Jiang Ning, the assistant, who was not very smart, so Jiang Ning was expelled from the room and assigned to wander around to help Ying Long find out the news. This was exactly what Jiang Ning wanted. She left the room obediently, and then relied on her ordinary appearance that could not be found in a crowd to blend in with the staff like a fish in water, and it was very smooth. Jiang Ning first came to an inconspicuous corner to report the current emergency to Anilaw. The situation has changed. The female star's guest seat has been occupied by the princess. Now I have become the princess's intern assistant. Anilaw replied immediately, "What?" Jiang Ning raised her eyebrows. Anilaw really didn't receive the news. That's right. When Ying Long asked if she was a fan of the female star, he had told her directly that the female star had just left, and she could take the elevator to catch up with her immediately. Therefore, Jiang Ning estimated that the other party arrived at about the same time as himself. In such a short time, let alone Dawn and Neela, Jiang Ning, who had experienced it firsthand, had only now found time to report to his superiors. The princess suddenly appeared to participate in this small variety show, and the confidentiality level must be full. Although it is unclear why she would accept an unknown intern assistant like Jiang Ning, this has a significant impact on Jiang Ning's mission. Neela did not reply for a long time, so Jiang Ning asked, "Then should I continue to inquire about the news?" "Go on." Neela finally replied, "You should follow the princess, and wait, and see what her purpose is. As for the rest, you can do it yourself." Neela replied hurriedly, obviously preparing to report the matter. Jiang Ning thought about it, and decided that it was okay. She had been in and out of the Dawn dungeon several times, but she had never spent the energy to understand the customs and habits of the dungeon. Taking this opportunity, she planned to explore the dungeon thoroughly. The princess and Ying Shu were very sharp, so Jiang Ning took off the wrist computer and put it in her backpack to avoid a surprise inspection by the other party or the program team. Her membership in the Dawn Breaking organization could not be discovered, because the reputation of dawn breaking in this dungeon was not good. For the sake of caution, it was natural to avoid as much trouble as possible. Raising her empty wrist to tidy up her frizzy hair, and pushing the black-framed glasses on her nose, after confirming that she was perfectly disguised, Jiang Ning walked out of the corner and blended into the crowd again. "Have you heard? Rong Jiao is also one of the guests." "Rong Jiao? Isn't that philandering illegitimate child?" "Oh, don't say that about him. He is the half-brother of Princess Ying Long." "What? A illegitimate child is an illegitimate child. He is not presentable. As the next leader of the Alliance, it is really bad luck for the princess to be entangled with such an illegitimate child." "That's right. Our princess is a dragon. He is an illegitimate child who insists on naming her Jiao. He has a wolfish ambition, and does not hide it at all. It's a pity that Jiao can't transform into a dragon, and I will only support the princess." After chatting with other staff members, Jiang Ning finally figured out the current situation. Rong Jiao relied on his illegitimate status to be domineering, flirting with women everywhere, and having many lovers. Ying Long may be sincerely considering the original female guest, but her real purpose should be more than that. Otherwise, as the future leader of the Alliance with a noble status, why would she condescend to participate in such a small variety show? What is the magic of this variety show? Jiang Ning quickly deduced. Is it to deal with Rong Jiao in the variety show, let him die quietly and tragically, so as to take the opportunity to deal with his competitors? Or is it to make Rong Jiao a control group for Ying Long, so that the current Alliance leader can be more assured of Ying Long? Or, Jiang Ning's thoughts diverged quickly, it was related to the variety show itself. This survival variety show may not be as simple as it seems on the surface, and it hides deeper secrets in private. In order to find out the secret, Ying Long finally decided to take the risk and go down in person. Jiang Ning thought about it, and felt that the last possibility was more likely. Ying Long was a princess with deep scheming and cunning minds. If she wanted to deal with Rong Jiao, she could do it at any time without waiting for the live broadcast of the variety show. She could easily create an unexpected incident to get rid of Rong Jiao without being caught by others and causing suspicion. Therefore, only if there was something wrong with this variety show, and it was a very big problem, would it be enough to attract someone as powerful as Ying Long to come and find out in person. So what secrets does it have? Jiang Ning continued to blend in with the staff. There were many people coming and going in the TV station, and Jiang Ning randomly selected a few to follow, and finally came to a huge conference room without realizing it. On the display screen at the front of the conference room, Jiang Ning saw a map. It looked like a world map, but Jiang Ning was not sure. In short, in this map, the continents and oceans were divided into several parts by circles. The name of the continent in the middle, which was also the smallest, was marked with letters that Jiang Ning did not recognize, and Jiang Ning quickly memorized it. Secondly, there are several continents in the second circle inside. The land in this circle is very scattered, and it is divided into about 13 pieces in total. Jiang Ning used his super memory again to start recording, and quietly retreated to a dark place on the side. He took out paper and pen from his backpack and copied the scene he saw at the moment without making any mistakes. There are more land in the third circle, and the area is also larger. Jiang Ning wrote quickly, while reciting frantically in his mind. Just after writing, someone suddenly came over and said, "Hey, what are you doing?" Jiang Ning was startled, then looked over calmly, "Take notes for work, so as not to be scolded by those big shots later." "Is that so? Then lend me your notes to copy." "No." Jiang Ning quickly refused. "You copied my notes, and got the favor of the big shots. So how do I calculate my loss? Who will compensate me then? Besides, are we familiar with each other?" After saying these two sentences, Jiang Ning pretended to be angry and arrogant, and blended into the crowd like a cunning loach. After hiding herself, Jiang Ning looked back from a distance. The other party was still immersed in her words, and had not come back to her senses. Her expression was a little shocked. In this state, the other party completely forgot to look for Jiang Ning. Very good, Jiang Ning quickly put away the notebook. She had almost copied the map on the screen. This map was not complete. It should be only a small part of it. Because Jiang Ning saw that there were still other circles and continents outside the four corners. She stared at it intently, and then began to think, so which continent is she in at the moment, and which corner of this mysterious map is the foggy world located in? There is no more information here, so Jiang Ning changed her destination and came to another room. "Is everything ready? Be careful, if there is any mistake, I will only ask you." Jiang Ning heard the person in the front, who seemed to be the chief director giving a lecture. "Everything is ready, and it has been carefully checked. There will definitely be no problem." "That's good." The director nodded, then used a laser pen to point at the innermost continent that Jiang Ning was familiar with. "Continued to check the teleportation array. His Royal Highness has instructed that you must take good care of his dearest sister." Hearing this, Jiang Ning's mind moved. Would Rong Jiao tamper with the teleportation array? What was he going to do to Ying Long? Seeing that the director was about to turn around, Jiang Ning quickly bent over and retreated to avoid being caught by the other party. The relationship between Rong Jiao and Ying Long was much worse than Jiang Ning expected. This will be a breakthrough. Jiang Ning made plans while walking. The program stipulates that each guest participating in the survival cannot bring any assistant or agent, and can only choose to team up with other guests. Since Rong Jiao wants to deal with Ying Long, he will definitely not be stupid enough to do it in front of hundreds of millions, or even billions of people in the live broadcast room. If I were Rong Jiao, what would I do? Jiang Ning thought about it for a moment, and changed the destination of the teleportation array, teleporting Ying Long to a strange place where no one was. This can effectively prevent Ying Long's assistants from arriving quickly, and can also eliminate the opponent as quickly as possible, killing two birds with one stone. Ying Long is in danger. Realizing this, Jiang Ning paused slightly, and he should take the opportunity to catch up. Ying Long is the person with the highest status that Jiang Ning can currently contact. With such a dazzling achievement as saving the princess, Jiang Ning may also be able to get an official position by the way. This will be beneficial to Jiang Ning in completing the subsequent tasks. After making a decision, Jiang Ning returned to the room. Ying Shuo asked immediately after seeing her, "What information have you found out?" "Nothing." Jiang Ning shook her head. "Everyone is discussing the guests, especially a male guest named Rong Jiao." Ying Shuo sneered disdainfully. "What is there to discuss about him? A good-for-nothing who does nothing all day, and can only make money by selling his body." Jiang Ning remained silent, and did not respond. Ying Shuo asked again, "That's all?" "There's more." I heard someone say that Rong Jiao hinted that he should take good care of his dearest sister. When she said this, Jiang Ning deliberately glanced at Ying Long quickly, making a guessing and suspicious look. Ying Shuo did not reprimand her. The princess just said it so clearly. Anyone who is not a fool can guess the relationship between Ying Long and Rong Jiao. In addition, Jiang Ning has been out for so long, and has heard so much discussion from others. If she still pretends to know nothing under such circumstances, then there is something fishy. Ying Shuo waved her hand, indicating that Jiang Ning should leave again. She was going to discuss countermeasures with Ying Long. Jiang Ning nodded and tactfully did not disturb the two. It was good for Jiang Ning to keep a distance from Ying Long, otherwise, if Ying Long found out that she was a fake, Jiang Ning would not only be unable to defend herself, but also unable to escape. Fortunately, Ying Long was not a princess with a strong desire for control. Otherwise, if she stayed in the same room with her, Jiang Ning would sooner or later be caught by her and find faults. Jiang Ning was very curious about this world with countless continents, so without Ying Shuo's special instructions, she had already consciously collected information everywhere. But before collecting information, Jiang Ning took a photo of his hand-drawn map and sent it to the group, partial map of the Dawn Dungeon. It looks familiar. Rainbow Bridge was the first to reply. Dong Qianli, have you seen it? I think so. Rainbow Bridge said uncertainly, then explained, before the foggy world came, I was more interested in those mysterious information, so I often hung out in major forums. The photo said by Tuta looks very similar to a very classic online picture I have seen before. Some people believe in the flat earth theory, believing that the world is not a sphere as described in textbooks, but a huge flat continent. The ice wall divides the huge continent into countless smaller lands and spaces, dividing the humans and civilizations living in it, without interfering with each other and knowing each other. Of course, there is no truth to this rumor, so I just watched it for fun before. Rainbow Bridge said cautiously. Jiang Jingxin understood, so what do you think now? The appearance of this map confirms the previous rumors, so Kaihong is probably doubting her life now. Dong Qianli continued, I also heard them talking about it when I was having dinner with them before. There are always people who are better than you, and there are always higher heavens. Many of the words in ancient books are not groundless, but we were blinded and cut off from information, so we don't know. Dong Qianli said, where do the people who are better than you come from? Where is the higher heaven? If we use the content shown on this map to explain it, it does make sense. After being confirmed, Rainbow Bridge immediately perked up and asked excitedly, then are we now in a certain corner of this map? Are we still the same as before, or have we become a string of data? Dong Qianli raised his eyebrows. Why do you think we were not a string of data before? After the words fell, Rainbow Bridge and Jiang Jingxin shuddered at the same time, feeling a chill running straight up from the soles of their feet to the top of their heads. Don't say it. It's scary. Dong Qianli smiled. How do you see Shouqing? Jiang Ning silently replied when he was mentioned, with your eyes? Dong Qianli was speechless. Jiang Ning touched his nose. I don't know either. Let's wait until I get more information. By the way, sister, when you go on a mission to protect Xia Bingyan, remember to collect more information about that world. I suspect that Dawn and Xia Bingyan are in the same copy, or the same world. Jiang Jingxin agreed, okay. The truth of the world that Jiang Ning pursued was barely revealed. But this corner not only did not allow her to obtain more information, but made her thoughts more confused and complicated. All of this was caused by the serious lack of information, so Jiang Ning suppressed all the messy thoughts in his mind and continued to wander around the TV station building. After wandering around for a while, suddenly, the news on the big screen not far away attracted Jiang Ning's attention. It is reported that just half an hour ago, a mysterious research institute in the suburbs had a violent explosion. The scene was filled with smoke, and the fire was currently very large. Research Institute? Jiang Ning fell into thinking. Could it be that King went to steal the gene enhancement liquid for him, and then the Phoenix did it nearby? Chapter 99. Jiang Ning recorded the news video as usual and sent it to the group chat. Information synchronization is a very important thing. Who knows? One day the other three people will be able to give Jiang Ning an unexpected big surprise through these trivial information. After sending the video, Jiang Ning continued to squat in front of the big screen. News can help her understand the world better and faster. The news event lasted for a total of 1 hour. During this period, Jiang Ning did know a lot of information. After memorizing them one by one, Jiang Ning finally left. But as soon as she turned around, she bumped into Ying Shuo. What are you doing here? Ying Shuo asked with narrowed eyes. Watching the news. Jiang Ning remained calm. Don't you usually watch the news? Ingshua smiled yes, but... She dragged out the last word, and when she leaned over and looked down at Jiang Ning, she brought a strong sense of oppression. I didn't expect you would be interested in these boring information. I'm not interested, but I'm about to enter society, and I have to try to integrate into it and master more information to be better qualified for work, right? Jiang Ning twitched her lips and then changed the subject. Do you have anything important to talk to me about? No. Ingshua narrowed her eyes and stared at her for a moment. Because she couldn't find anything unusual on Jiang Ning's face or expression, she slowly straightened her upper body. You can go back and rest now. There's nothing you can help with here, princess. Go back and rest early, and remember to report on time at 6 o'clock tomorrow. Jiang Ning had no objection. Okay. Go down this elevator. Ingshua raised her eyebrows and asked immediately, do you know how to use it? Jiang Ning rolled her eyes and looked back at her. I know. Ingshua snorted, you better. She stopped where she was and watched Jiang Ning enter the elevator in person and arrive safely on the first floor. Only then did she retract her gaze glued to the display screen and strode back. Princess, someone has been arranged to follow her. Ing Long nodded nonchalantly. Got it. Jiang Ning immediately spotted the person following her. She looked back indifferently. It was understandable that Ing Long was worried about her. If she were in his shoes, she would not easily trust a seemingly harmless female intern assistant. But it was a pity that the other party was destined to not be able to get any effective information from her. After deliberately going into a remote alley, Jiang Ning quickly rushed into a dark fork in the road and silently said in her heart, exit the copy. Exited the instance. When Jiang Ning opened his eyes again, he was already in an empty courtyard. The light source in the research institute dimly illuminated the surroundings, so that Jiang Ning would not be completely blinded and unable to see anything clearly. It was already past 9 o'clock in the evening, and it was almost 2.5 hours late for the class time required by Yen Shueji. Jiang Ning quickly made the fireplace and isolation suit and uploaded them to her personal homepage. During this period, she also did not forget to restock all the other cold-proof clothes, sanitary napkins, emergency blankets, heating blankets, cold medicines, and other supplies on her homepage. The automatic felling machine and materials such as wood pine oil have been collected by Rainbow Bridge on time and are currently in his backpack. Jiang Ning really doesn't have that much energy and time to take care of it, so she directly told Rainbow Bridge, from now on, the wood will be left to you to deal with, and you can use the money from the sale to buy the materials needed by the Research Institute at the trading market. You can also deal with the pine cones yourself. In the future, you can decide on your own if it's not particularly important, and you don't need to ask me specifically. A series of messages were sent out, and Rainbow Bridge quickly replied with a received message. After a moment, Rainbow Bridge stared at the screen and began to wonder whether he should continue to recruit a few people to help him. Otherwise, even if he had 3 heads and 6 arms, he would be too busy. After explaining everything that needed to be explained, Jiang Ning immediately activated the dungeon ticket and entered the dungeon. Yen Shueji was busy. She was concentrating on doing the experiment. When she heard the movement behind her, she didn't even raise her head, but greeted with her mouth, I'm here. Jiang Ning replied guiltily, well, I received other tasks today, so I was delayed for a while in the evening. If you are busy, you don't have to come here specially. Yen Shueji put down the equipment in his hand, turned back, and said seriously, you can find a free time to come here to study intensively for a few days. Jiang Ning's footsteps stopped slightly. Teacher, are you angry? No. Yen Shueji smiled at her. Am I such a stingy person? I thought you were no different from other survivors, but after getting to know you, I found that you always have a strong sense of purpose and urgency. You arrange many to-do items for yourself every day, and complete them all successfully without missing a single one. Yen Shueji showed a little doubt on his face. Although I don't know why you are so anxious, you always have your reasons, so I respect you. Your personal development is more important. Jiang Ning opened his mouth and said after a long time, thank you. Why are you so polite? You should also thank yourself for your hard work and talent. You can succeed in 1 or 2 days when others can only complete things in 10 days or half a month. If not, I wouldn't be so tolerant of you. Jiang Ning forced a smile, and then was immediately disdained by Yen Shueji. Don't smile. It's uglier than crying. I'm serious. You can come back when you have time. Don't force it. Jiang Ning was moved, and heard Yen Shueji say again, of course, when you learn it and successfully pass my assessment, I will send you the relevant rewards. Otherwise, forget it. This time Jiang Ning's smile was really uglier than crying, I know. Since she was here tonight, Jiang Ning was too lazy to go back. Although she still had to select her confidants and guards, She was not in a hurry. She took a few breaths, and then quickly plunged into the experiment. Today's experiment was not difficult. Jiangning still had to try to upload the consciousness of the mouse. With a previous successful experience, Jiangning's speed was much faster. Yin Xueji paid attention to her and talked to her about something else. Is the recent development going well? It's going pretty smoothly. Jiangning replied. The temperature has risen, and the wind has stopped blowing. I can continue to collect wood for sale, and then supply it to low-level survivors so that they can successfully upgrade their shelters. Of course, I have now handed this matter over to my friend Rainbow Bridge to help me deal with it. Jiangning added, completing the dungeon mission consumes too much of my time. Now my time is severely squeezed, and 24 hours a day is not enough. Yin Xueji glanced at her. You don't have to put so much pressure on yourself. No, teacher. Jiangning sighed. I am being hunted by the Yutian group now. Did you know? They even issued a wanted order for me. So how did you get involved with them? Jiangning was silent. Finally, she laughed dryly and brushed the matter off. Yin Xueji knew everything in her heart. Seeing her embarrassed smile, she was very reasonable and didn't ask any questions. She must have done something bad. Otherwise, given the current situation of the Yutian group, they wouldn't have issued a wanted order for her. By the way, teacher, I saw a map today. Jiangning took out her notebook and handed it to Yin Xueji. The foggy world is on the continent in the center, right? Yes. Yin Xueji did not deny this. After getting a definite answer, Jiangning didn't know how to describe her feelings at the moment. Yin Xueji urged her, don't be distracted, hurry up. Go back and have a good sleep after you're done. How many hours do you sleep a day now? Jiangning subconsciously thought for a long time. Less than 5 hours. Too little. Yin Xueji commented, don't do anything recklessly just because your body is slightly stronger than ordinary people, otherwise you will suffer in the future. Yin Xueji said a few words to her. After listening, Jiangning was not angry, but suddenly said, Teacher, I found that you are actually very talkative. You are just like my mother in my memory, always nagging about trivial things. Yin Xueji raised his eyelids to look at her. After looking at each other for a moment, Jiangning silently changed the subject. When we first met, didn't you ask me to take over Debao and Erbao? How come it's been so long, but I haven't seen them yet? You want to see them? Yin Xueji showed a half smile. Jiangning hesitated. At this time Yin Xueji asked again, are you sure you want to see them? Are you sure you won't regret it after seeing them? Jiangning pursed her lips, then forget it. From what you said, it seems that they are not easy to get along with, and have bad tempers. Before, Debao's personality was explosive, and Jiangning was almost punished by her. Yin Xueji suddenly looked in a good mood, but this did not prevent her from teasing Jiangning. I will convey your words to them. Jiangning suddenly fell silent, just cutting open the mouse's skull, and continuing the experiment. Yin Xueji curled her eyes, and seemed to be in a better mood. Jiangning's talent is really good, she has become more and more handy. Yin Xueji felt a little relieved and silently breathed a sigh of relief. It's improved compared to yesterday. Next time you come, the experiment will be more difficult. The brain of a mouse is not big and not complicated, so Jiangning can get started quickly. Next, Yin Xueji will arrange a larger experimental monkey for Jiangning, which is closer to the human brain. Separating the monkey brain is much more complicated and difficult, so Yin Xueji specifically told Jiangning to come when she has enough time. Otherwise, being impatient will easily affect the final effect. After the experiment, Yin Xueji was ready to send Jiangning back, but when Jiangning was about to leave, Gu Yingjun hurriedly brought Jiangning a pile of books. Take these back and read them carefully, and come back to me after you finish reading. Jiangning took it solemnly and said okay. Go back. Gu Yingjun looked at her with a gentle smile. Rest early. Jiangning put all the books into her backpack and nodded. See you tomorrow, teachers. After saying goodbye, Jiangning decisively exited the dungeon. Gu Yingjun sent a lot of textbooks, each as thick as a fist. Jiangning was a little excited and a little distressed. She was excited that she could learn new knowledge right away, but she was distressed that with her current arrangement, she didn't know when she would be able to finish learning. After a light sigh, Jiangning took the shelter out of the folding storage space and walked into the room on the second floor. Standing on the second floor, the view was different from before. Jiangning looked around and finally used her mind to open the 2 arrow towers. Even the smallest bit counts. There are already many unopened treasure chests in Jiangning's second folding storage space. She plans to set aside half a day to open them all at once, when she is a little free later. Recently, treasure chests have begun to drop various weapons, but what Jiang Ning lacks the least at the moment is weapons. Thanks to Phoenix, King, and Baijiu, Jiang Ning can now be regarded as the biggest arms boss in the Mist world, and can easily arm a powerful army. Therefore, Jiang Ning is not particularly anxious to collect the supplies in the treasure chest. After a simple wash, Jiang Ning got into the sleeping bag and went online to handle all the matters that needed to be handled. Collect gold coins, replenish stocks, and then pay attention to the current votes of the supervisor. Jiang Ning is still the first by a gap, and her votes are approaching 2.5 billion at this moment. Lin Xinghuang followed closely behind, with a total of 1.2 billion votes. The difference between the tyrant and Lin Xinghuang was not much. At this moment, through the exchange of interests, he had obtained a total of 700 million votes. In order to succeed in the position, the tyrant spent all his wealth in the past 2 days, and the survivors were all making fun of him. But while making fun of him, everyone hated the tyrant. The tyrant had so many tricks and means, and he usually didn't show his wealth. Everyone thought he was not particularly rich. Who knew that he would make a move recently, and then people would understand how much money he had collected from innocent survivors in private. In the past, the tyrant used the Holy Light organization and the rumor that death could return to the original world to exploit many survivors. So now the tyrant not only failed to take this opportunity to rise, but was scolded by people, and his reputation and word of mouth were greatly affected. There are about 7 billion survivors in the fog world. At present, the top 3 candidates have divided up 4.4 billion votes, leaving only about 2.6 billion votes. At this moment, the time has long passed midnight, and it has come to about 1:30 in the morning of the 25th day of the survival calendar. Starting today, the remaining people who have not voted will be more cautious, and will continue to wait and see. They may send out their votes on the last day. This is understandable. The impact of the emergence of regulators on ordinary people is not big, but not small. It is not wrong to think about it for 2 more days, to see the direction of the wind and judge, who is the regulator that best suits your own interests. As long as Jiang Ning can continue to obtain at least 650 million votes, she will be able to win the final election over Lin Xinghuang. After thinking about it for a while, Jiang Ning went to the World Channel to learn about the situation. During the day, Dong Qianli and Jiang Jingxin worked very hard to canvass for Jiang Ning, and Rainbow Bridge also joined in. In addition to the above 3 people, Baijiu, Luyan, Wenxiu, Deng Xiangling, Daisy, Shuyuan, Qiu Zhaodi, Guo Shangwen, and even Dexia Niancha also showed up. They spontaneously and spared no effort to help Jiang Ning promote, calling on everyone to cast the only vote in their hands for Jiang Ning, without considering any return. Jiang Ning browsed all this quietly, and a smile unconsciously appeared on her lips. She liked such united, mutually helpful, and loving and kind women. Chapter 100 Survival Calendar Day 25. Cloudy, -5 to -15 degrees Celsius, light breeze. 1:35 today, Jiang Ning slept only 4 hours as usual. At 5:30 in the morning, she woke up quickly at the reminder of the alarm clock. The time agreed with Ying Shuo was 6 o'clock, and now she only had half an hour to pack up. After brushing her teeth and washing her face, and then tilting her head back to drink a bottle of high-grade nutrient solution, Jiang Ning put on her coat and walked out of the shelter. Standing in the courtyard, she put the shelter into the folding space. Until the vision in front of him became empty again, Jiang Ning used his mind to open the dungeon. Do you want to enter the dungeon, become a super evil villain? Yes. The dungeon has been successfully started using the dungeon ticket *1. Become a super evil villain. From the dizziness to recovery, Jiang Ning has now appeared in a fork in the remote alley where he went offline yesterday. It was not yet daybreak, so the already dim light became pitch black. Jiang Ning did not forget that someone was following her. She moved carefully along the wall, and finally slowly poked her head out to look around. No one. Jiang Ning looked again, and again uncertainly, and there was indeed no one. Could it be that the confidant sent by Ying Long found out that he had lost her, so he simply went back home and gave up wisely? Jiang Ning did not act immediately. She continued to hide in the corner, and continued to be alert to the stalker, who might also be hiding quietly in the dark. When she met Ying Shuo and Ying Long later, the two might not ask anything, and would not show anything, as if the stalking had never happened. But they could also attack suddenly, and then quickly control Jiang Ning, torture and interrogate Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning didn't know Ying Long's temperament, but she had some guesses about her female official Ying Shuo. She had a hot temper, and a slightly impatient personality. Before Ying Long said anything, she could knock Jiang Ning down on the spot, and then subdue Jiang Ning until Jiang Ning was willing to confess everything honestly. Ing Shua's difficulty gave Jiang Ning a headache. However, she had already accepted the task, so she would not back down easily. In just half a day yesterday, Jiang Ning had found out so much information. If he could get in touch with Ing Long. Jiang Ning narrowed his eyes, and the truth of the foggy world was just around the corner. No matter what, it's a knife if you stick your head out, and it's also a knife if you hide your head. Jiang Ning tugged at his clothes, and finally walked out with a swagger. Although it was dark, Jiang Ning had a strong memory. With the route imprinted in his mind yesterday, Jiang Ning accurately returned to the TV station building. The same security guard from yesterday came to receive Jiang Ning. He looked Jiang Ning up and down, a little surprised at Jiang Ning's condition. You didn't run away yesterday? What a joke. With Ing Shua's support, Jiang Ning acted tough at the right time. You bastard. Open your dog eyes, and see clearly who I am now the intern assistant to. You deceived me yesterday. Be careful of my boss. She made a gesture of drawing a gun, and then made a gesture of pulling the trigger and aimed at the security guard. I shoot you. Revenge for me. After saying that, Jiang Ning raised his chin proudly, and walked past the security guard without looking back. In the room, Ing Long and Ing Shua stared at the display screen in front of them. Princess, your intern assistant. Ing Shua considered his words. She is quite good at taking advantage of others' power. Ing Long chuckled. Interesting. She can escape from you, Ing Shua, so she must be no ordinary person. Ing Long tilted his head with a smile. Who do you think sent her? No matter who sent her, I will arrest her when we meet later, and won't stop until she tells the truth. Ing Long rolled his eyes, and glanced at Ing Shua, and sighed helplessly after a moment. Look at you, you are anxious again. Since she wants to get close to me, let her get close. I'm very curious about what her intention is. No, your safety is the most important thing. Ing Shua hastily retorted. What if she... Ing Long was almost out of patience. She couldn't help but stroke her brows with her fingertips. Ms. Ing Shua, do you think I can't beat her? Or do you think she is more dangerous than me? This... Ing Shua was speechless. The princess is a skilled martial artist, and she has many tricks and little thoughts. No one in the alliance can beat her. A mere intern assistant really poses no threat to the princess. After realizing this, Ing Shua lowered her head. I understand. Ing Long hummed, and said nothing more, patiently waiting for Jiang Ning to come to her. Jiang Ning came very quickly, and after she raised her hand, and pressed the doorbell outside the room, she was immediately invited in. The speed was so fast that Jiang Ning was surprised, as if the two people were waiting for her specially. Jiang Ning couldn't help but cheer up. Princess, good morning. Good morning. Ing Long smiled faintly on her delicate and heroic face. You are on time. It's not too early or too late. It's exactly 6 o'clock now. Jiang Ning looked at the two of them calmly, and seeing that they didn't want to make trouble and mention the stalking last night, he pretended to know nothing and said, Excuse me, is there anything I need to deal with now? Not yet. Ing Long looked at her and said, Before the show starts, you just stay here quietly. If you don't obey and insist on running around, I can't guarantee your safety. Jiang Ning's ears moved. Is Rongjiao going to take action? It's a pity to miss such a lively scene. However, Jiang Ning only dared to think about it in his heart, because the hot and strong gaze from Ing Shua really couldn't make Jiang Ning take any sneaky actions. Ing Shua probably wanted to take action directly, but was held back by Ing Long. Jiang Ning thought, as he sat down on a chair in the corner. Indeed, interrogating Jiang Ning would not yield any results, and would only alert the enemy. Rather than doing so, it would be better to wait, and see what Jiang Ning was up to. Jiang Ning quickly glanced at Ing Long, and when her eyes met his, she quickly retracted them, and lowered her eyelashes. She had to start planning how to follow Ing Long into the teleportation array in a reasonable way. Perhaps Rongjiao could help Jiang Ning, and help her achieve her goal. Jiang Ning unconsciously rubbed her fingertips for a while, and finally set her sights on Rongjiao. Anyway, Rongjiao and Ing Long have had conflicts, so whatever Rongjiao does next is reasonable. It is most appropriate for him to take the blame. Ing Shua felt that Jiang Ning was not honest no matter how she looked at her, especially the dark eyes that occasionally moved. She was obviously calm and steady, which did not match her appearance, but she pretended to be honest and gullible. Ing Shua felt angry after looking at her for a while, and finally forced herself to move her attention away from Jiang Ning. From time to time, people came in and out of the room to report the outside movements to Ing Long in real time. Jiang Ning was forced to listen in the corner. Your Highness, the shooting time of the program has been advanced. How long? Now. The other party lowered his head and answered, "The program team is asking the guests to gather in the square now." Ing Long didn't say anything, just said, "Let's go, lead the way." Ing Shua followed consciously, and seeing this, Jiang Ning also got up and chased after her, following behind Ing Shua, not far away. Ing Shua glanced at her, and because she was concerned about Ing Long's words, she opened her mouth in the end, but didn't say anything. It was considered to be tacitly agreeing with Jiang Ning's action. The gathering place was on the first floor. When the few people arrived, 6 male guests were already standing in front of them. The host was reciting the introduction in a high-pitched voice until Ing Long arrived. The hall suddenly became quiet, and Jiang Ning could even hear the sound of people gasping for air next to him. "Your Highness, Your Highness?" As this soft call sounded, the world around him became lively again. Your Highness, why are you here?" The host hurriedly came over, and the program camera lenses were all aimed at Ing Long at this time. Ing Long only appeared for a second, and she took away all the attention, making everyone's eyes focus on her. "Come and play." Ing Long smiled warmly and approachably. "I heard that this survival variety show is about going to a new world created by Yutian Group, so I'm very curious. At the same time, I also want to know how the people in that world survived various natural and man-made disasters." Ing Long smiled. "I think I can communicate with them and share experiences. But you are of noble status." The host was a little embarrassed, and the environment there is bad and disasters happen frequently. If you accidentally make a mistake during the show, you don't have to take the blame. Ing Long knew the host's thoughts, so she didn't make things difficult for him. "I will take responsibility for all the consequences." If Ing Long was in danger, let alone killing a host, it would not be too much to uproot the big family behind the TV station. The host wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. "Okay, stop hesitating, let's get started." Ing Long stretched her muscles, then walked to the side of several male guests with an air of confidence, as if she had already decided on today's show. Although Ing Long kept her schedule a secret yesterday, some people who were sharp-eyed and sharp-eared received the news in advance and thought about and made various contingency plans for this incident. Ing Long was determined to go to the new world to survive, and no one dared to dissuade her, but only increased the power to protect her secretly. The opening remarks were simple, a few words of self-introduction, and then a few greetings, and the process was almost over. Jiang Ning didn't know what kind of storm Ing Long's appearance caused in the alliance. She was now frantically thinking about how she should reasonably follow the other party into the teleportation array. The new world was far from where Jiang Ning was at the moment. She heard the staff next to her say that she had to transfer at least 7 teleportation arrays. After asking carefully for a while, it turned out that the staff would also go together. It was just that they were not allowed to continue to follow after the guests set off. Jiang Ning was slightly relieved. She quietly mixed in with the staff without saying a word, and her presence was very weak. If it weren't for special observation, others would never notice her presence. Now the guests and the entire program team were about to set off. As the most honorable princess, Ing Long would certainly not be the first to set off. The other guests took the lead, and after ensuring that there were no problems with the teleportation array, Ing Long ranked 4th and stepped into the teleportation array alone. Ing Shua and Jiang Ning followed closely behind, fearing that they would be left behind. Jiang Ning's attitude was too positive, and Ing Shua stared at her, wanting to say something but stopping. Jiang Ning didn't care about the other party. She kept her eyes glued to the tall figure in front of her, and walked very fast. After catching up with the other party in 3 or 2 steps, Jiang Ning almost accompanied Ing Long into the second teleportation array at the same time. A white light flashed, and Ing Long turned back to look at Jiang Ning. "Why is it you?" "I'm worried about you, Your Highness." Jiang Ning was speaking when she suddenly realized something was wrong. She looked back abruptly, but where was Ing Shua and the staff behind her? In the huge, empty teleportation array, only Ing Long and herself were standing alone at this moment. Jiang Ning took 2 steps back on the spot. "It's not me. I don't know anything." Ing Long raised his eyebrows. "I haven't said anything yet. Why are you so eager to distance yourself from it?" She slowly raised her hands to hug her arms, and said in a dangerous tone, "Even if it's not you, it's also related to you. Let's go. I want to see what other tricks you have up your sleeve." Ing Long turned around and walked away. Jiang Ning hesitated for a moment and followed him, saying, "Nonsense, aren't we waiting for them?" "Why wait for them? Do you think they still have a chance to come here?" Ing Long looked at Jiang Ning with a smile, and then unfolded a map projection out of thin air. "Very good, we've reached the edge of the world. There are mountains and cliffs and vast oceans. You're afraid that I get out." Jiang Ning heard the signs. It felt like Ing Long was playing along with Rong Jiao, and waiting for her to get to this corner where she couldn't get anything. But what is there here that is worth her risking? We have detected trace signs of life ahead. Ing Long's wrist brain suddenly made a sound. The distance is about 100 kilometers. Jiang Ning pricked up her ears. It's not very far. If she puts on combat uniform, she can get there in about 30 to 40 minutes. It's not bright yet, and it's pitch black all around. Ing Long turned back to look at Jiang Ning, and Jiang Ning immediately became alert. Before she made any move, Ing Long had already pulled her over and held her tightly. Come with me to take a look. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Ning's feet left the ground, rose into the air, and were in a circular energy shield. The energy shield emitted a faint light, isolating the temperature and fog outside. Jiang Ning opened her mouth to say a few words, but Ing Long stopped her with a light look. Jiang Ning was silent for a moment, silently adjusting her posture so that she would not feel uncomfortable. Ing Long's energy shield was very useful and flew very fast, so the two arrived earlier than expected. Ing Long looked up idly. It should be dawn soon, right? Jiang Ning didn't know the information about this world, so she couldn't answer. Fortunately, she didn't have to wait too long. The dark night above her head suddenly disappeared like a curtain being torn off. As the bright light rose, Jiang Ning gradually saw the scene in front of her. But she only took a quick look, and the blood in her body froze on the spot. In front of Jiang Ning was the Intermediate City Wall, an intermediate research institute that she had carefully built and was familiar with. At such a close distance, Jiang Ning could even see Bai Yuchan's face squatting in the courtyard, carefully watering the ginger with fertilizer to accelerate growth and taking notes. Why did the destination chosen by the Alliance's survival variety show become a foggy world? Chapter 101. Survival Calendar Day 25-2. I am here to survive. No. Jiang Ning's mind was buzzing. Yutian Group, Yutian Group. Jiang Ning forced herself to calm down. She remembered that during the opening remarks, Ing Long beside her specifically said that this survival variety show was about going to the new world created by Yutian Group. This was the same information that Jiang Ning had inquired about when she entered the Qianfu Snow Resort. I should have reacted earlier. Jiang Ning's muscles were tense. It's dawn. There are people there. Should we go there now? While asking, she used her mind to quickly contact Jiang Jingxin and the other two in the group chat, asking them to immediately take their weapons and enter the research institute to wait for her instructions. If Ing Long had any dangerous thoughts or any behavior that threatened her, Jiang Ning would take the initiative to control the other party first. Jiang Ning would never take risks with his future. The superluminal particle pulse cannon in the backpack was ready to move. Jiang Ning smiled and looked at Ing Long. Only she knew how sincere her smile was. Why do you want to go? Ing Long asked in confusion. I'm here to survive, not to persecute women. Look at her. She can still insist on planting and research in such a harsh and cold environment. She is really a woman of high morals and good character. She is a woman worthy of admiration. Jiang Ning did not relax at all because of Ing Long's words. She still maintained a high level of vigilance and precautions. Really not going? Even to say hello? Hearing her say this, Ing Long couldn't help but turn around. You didn't set an ambush in there, did you? You led me in this way secretly just to trick me in and then deal with me. I guessed it right. Ing Long put her hands on her hips. I have seen through your conspiracy, so... She smiled slightly. The more you let me go, the more I won't go. Which smart person would build a house in this desolate mountain, where no one lives? Ing Long stared at Jiang Ning with a hard-to-find expression. Sister, you are not yet ready to be a spy. Jiang Ning, What a wonderful misunderstanding. Her face twitched, but she didn't deny Ing Long's guess, just said, forget it if you don't want to go. Although I am very interested in the city wall, the house, and what the woman is planting over there, these are not the purpose of my trip. As he said that, Ing Long changed the subject. Your mission has failed. Why don't you leave? Jiang Ning raised her eyelashes. My mission is not to deal with you either. What is that? Find out what you want to do here. Jiang Ning answered honestly. She didn't need to hide it from Ing Long, because Ing Long would guess it sooner or later. It's better to be frank and open. Maybe it can leave a good impression on the other party. Ing Long was half believing and half doubting. That's it? That's it. Jiang Ning said affirmatively. No wonder I didn't feel any murderous intent from you. Ing Long suddenly realized, although you always act sneaky and furtive. Jiang Ning had no words to say. Since you don't want to kill me, and you want to find out what I want to do in this world, why don't we team up temporarily? Ing Long invited. If I encounter danger, I won't have to fight alone. Although the words are rough, they are true, but they are too rough. Jiang Ning nodded slightly. Okay. After the two talked, Ing Long no longer paid attention to Jiang Ning's shelter. She asked instead, "How much do you know about this world?" "What about you?" Jiang Ning asked instead of answering. Ing Long stared at her for a long time and smiled. "This world was originally created by my mother's friend, but in the end her hard work was ruthlessly taken away. She was completely expelled and pushed off the table. I came here today to explore this world and give justice to my godmother, who I have never met. I'm done, now it's your turn." Jiang Ning didn't know where to start. After thinking for a moment, she slowly said, "Humans in this world are not like those shooting survival variety shows. Every day, the system will bring down new natural disasters. These include blizzards, hail, heavy rain, strong winds, thick fog, and strange beasts. When building a shelter, they also have to solve the problem of food and clothing by themselves in order to better survive in this world." Jiang Ning's dark eyes stared at Ing Long without blinking. They originally lived in another world, but were suddenly pulled here collectively, resulting in the separation of flesh and blood, and countless deaths and injuries. Ing Long blinked. "This is the same as the information I got. You didn't hide it from me." Ing Long finally trusted Jiang Ning more for this relatively sincere and honest assistant. "Rongjiao only wanted to trip me up and make me suffer, but he didn't want my life. Now he has teleported me to the edge of the world, and there is no camera following me, which is convenient for me to conduct an investigation. Let's go, keep exploring forward, maybe we can meet new humans." Ing Long's decision would not be easily changed, so Jiang Ning had to follow. Jiang Ning had always deliberately avoided meeting other survivors, but he had to meet them starting today. After using her mind to clear the alarm for Jiang Jingxin and Dong Qianli of Rainbow Bridge, who were hiding in the research institute, Jiang Ning quickly switched to the world channel and warned, "If you find a stranger around the shelter, don't contact him rashly. If you find a stranger around the shelter, don't contact him rashly. If you find a stranger around the shelter, don't contact him rashly." Jiang Ning sent it 3 times in a row to make sure that it had attracted enough attention. She switched her mind back to the group chat and quickly explained the cause and effect to the team. Outside the foggy world, a TV station has created a live survival variety show, and their destination for survival is the foggy world. Now a female guest is not far from my shelter, and she has no intention of attacking the shelter for the time being. Jiang Ning kept sending one sentence after another. "You must be careful. In addition to this female guest, there are 6 other male guests. I don't know how strong the other 6 male guests' intentions are to attack, but they are very strong, so their strength should not be bad." Jiang Ning revealed all the information he knew. "You must be careful when you go back, hide if you can, don't meet them, and don't conflict with them." Ing Long can reach the misty world directly through the teleportation array, so correspondingly, weapons and troops can also arrive through the teleportation array. Jiang Ning dared not imagine whether all the survivors could continue to maintain such a short, peaceful and safe life if the humans in that strange world knew about the misty world and the strength of Jiang Ning and others. Not everyone has upgraded the shelter like Jiang Ning, can escape everywhere, and has millions of bullets and high-energy weapons to arm themselves. Most of them only have 1 or 2 long swords. Although the treasure chests have begun to drop weapons, they are very few after all. The foggy world needs time to develop, and the survivors also need time to improve themselves as much as possible. In this way, when people from outside the world invade, they will be able to resist and protect their shelters and the safety of their families and friends. Jiang Ning raised his hand and rubbed his eyebrows, feeling a slight headache because of a lot of thinking. Ing Long glanced at her sideways. "Are you dizzy from the teleportation array?" "No." But in order to cover up himself, Jiang Ning still nodded and answered along with the other party, "A little bit. You are too thin. Don't be too hard on yourself by dieting to maintain your figure and beauty." Ing Long suddenly raised her arms to show Jiang Ning her muscles. "Look at me, how strong I am. I dare say that in the world, although I am not the best in terms of physical strength, I am definitely in the top 3. Ing Long said this with confidence and high spirits. Jiang Ning felt that she had become more alive. Being beautiful and slim is useless for women. Only enemies don't want you to be strong. What about ant waist, right-angled shoulders, fairy back, comic legs? These are all abuses and aesthetic bullying of women by businessmen and capital. Are they not beautiful enough without these? Are they not worth cherishing? If these are really good standards, why do they only require women to achieve them unilaterally? They are no different from the foot binding of ancient women. They are all objectification of women's bodies, the display of belonging by those in power, and put women in a position without dignity to be watched and evaluated. Ing Long spoke slowly, and because of her good upbringing, even her questioning became gentle. Do you understand? Jiang Ning was slightly surprised. I know. She smiled. In fact, I am not as weak as you think. Jiang Ning attacked Ying Long without warning. Ying Long was caught off guard and was shocked. She counterattacked reflexively, and did not use the weapon on her body immediately, because she still did not feel the killing intent from Jiang Ning. But Jiang Ning did surprise her. The opponent made 3 consecutive moves, and she barely caught them. After finally finding an opportunity to regain control, she was immediately disrupted by Jiang Ning. The two fought back and forth, and neither of them was defeated in the barehanded fight. Jiang Ning heard that Ying Long respected martial arts and admired the strong, so if he wanted to get in touch with Ying Long, Jiang Ning had to make the other party convinced of him. At least, Ying Long had to acknowledge Jiang Ning's strength. Jiang Ning could only gain more by showing his significance and value to the other party. Therefore, Jiang Ning did not give up at all. She used all the skills that Shi Dan taught her, and fought with Ying Long from east to west. After about 10 minutes, Ying Long took the initiative to call for a stop. It's almost done. Ying Long stopped Jiang Ning with a relaxed look. You surprised me. She looked Jiang Ning up and down. Although you are thin, you don't show off your strength, and your combat awareness is quite good. Ying Long appreciated talent, so she immediately said, let's make friends. If you want to seek a position in the alliance in the future, come to me at any time. She extended her calloused palm to Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning lowered his eyes, and after a moment, firmly held the other's palm. Okay. Nice to meet you. Jiang Ning said politely. Ying Long thought for a moment. How happy? Jiang Ning? ? She stared at Ying Long inexplicably, and Ying Long laughed. Just kidding, don't mind. Then, she changed the subject. Go on, let's go explore the waters next door. That waters was the ice lake where Jiang Ning had fallen. Jiang Ning's equipment was incomplete, and he could not effectively explore what was below, but Ying Long was not. Jiang Ning saw her take out something and fiddle with it, then put it away. Then she took out a laser instrument from somewhere, and quickly cut out a vent of about 10 square meters in the ice lake. The ice layer is now very thick and looks taller than a person. Ying Long put on a diving gear on the spot. Wait for me here, I'll be back soon. After saying that, she jumped straight forward without giving Jiang Ning time to respond, and landed accurately in the spacious vent. Jiang Ning stood on the cliff and waited quietly for a moment, and finally replied to the message in the group chat with his mind. The three discussed in the group chat for a while. Are you okay now? I'm fine. Jiang Ning replied online. There may be more unexpected resources in the foggy world that we have not discovered. She guessed, Dong Qianli's ID is 002, and there are various mineral veins around her shelter, and maybe more. Rainbow Bridge's ID is 003, and the materials currently discovered around the shelter also include mud. If that's the case, then it doesn't make sense that I, number 001, would be surrounded by only wood. This doesn't conform to the rules of the foggy world. Dong Qianli's mind moved slightly. You mean there's something wrong with the ice lake next to your shelter? That's right. Jiang Ning confirmed Dong Qianli's guess. I don't know exactly what's in the ice lake yet. The female guest is the next leader of the alliance, named Ying Long, and she has already dived down to investigate. Ying Long and Xie Bingyan should be in the same alliance. Rainbow Bridge. It's all connected, she said excitedly. The Dawnbreak organization you joined before, Tuichui, must have 1,000 connections with them. Maybe the so-called Dawnbreak copy is the alliance where Xie Bingyan and Ying Long are. Rainbow Bridge's guess makes sense, and Jiang Ning also deduced it in the same way. It's a pity that Xie Bingyan hasn't summoned me recently. Jiang Jingxin said. She is safe in the chaotic land for a short time, and there will be no danger. No hurry. Jiang Ning shook his head. It's a good thing that she's not in danger. Jiang Ning was about to continue talking when he suddenly heard the sound of water below. He hurriedly said, let's talk later. After that, Jiang Ning quickly turned around and handed over a clean towel. Wipe it. Thank you. Ying Long took the towel, wiped her face casually, and took off her diving suit. Jiang Ning did not ask Ying Long about the results of her investigation, but judging from her expression, there should be good things buried below. This is a bit difficult. Jiang Ning lowered his eyelids. With her current conditions, she has no way to fully develop and utilize the resources below, but if she really has to watch Ying Long mining next to her, she will be unwilling. While she was thinking about it, Jean Lin, who had not sent a message to Jiang Ning for a long time, suddenly appeared. You can cooperate with her. She will be a good ally for you. Jiang Ning frowned slightly and wanted to ask, how do you know there is someone next to me? Or, are you monitoring me? But after thinking about it, he gave up. It's meaningless. And with Jiang Ning's understanding of Jean Lin, she knew very well that he would not tell the truth. By the way, Ying Long's pleasant voice sounded beside Jiang Ning's ear. You haven't told me your real name yet. What is your name? Jiang Ning came back to his senses, raised his head, and looked into Ying Long's eyes for a moment. My name is Jiang Lin. Chapter 102. Jiang Lin? Ying Long said, what a good name. A golden unicorn is a creature in a pond. It will turn into a dragon when it encounters wind and clouds. And so on. Ying Long narrowed his eyes dangerously. Is that really your name? You didn't make up a fake name to trick me? Jiang Ning twitched his lips. No. Then we are destined to meet. She smiled. I got it. Jiang Ning also gave a fake smile. Yeah. She looked like a rogue. What can you do to me? Ying Long looked at Jiang Ning for a while, but finally didn't bother with her. You are from this world, right? Ying Long's tone was certain, and she was already 90% sure when she asked this question. Jiang Ning didn't hide this. Yes. The house we saw before is also yours. Ying Long tilted his head to look at her. Just now you invited me over again and again, just to test me, right? Your friends are ambushing inside with weapons. As long as I dare to nod, you will unite to kill me. Jiang Ning, you underestimate yourself, princess. At most, we can only use our numbers to sneak attack you and tie you up. Do you think you can be killed easily? Of course not. Ying Long denied without hesitation. The person who can kill me has not been born yet. That's it. Jiang Ning smiled, then looked directly into Ying Long's lazy eyes. You have been talking to me for so long. You should not only want to know me, right? Ying Long smiled. It's like this. Do you know about energy liquid? Ying Long decisively dropped a bombshell on Jiang Ning. It's the kind of fuel used in various high-energy weapons. It's down there. She pointed her chin at the ice lake beside her, a large amount of concentrated, ownerless energy liquid. Jiang Ning's heart skipped a beat, and then? Since your home is nearby, I can't hide it from you if I want to mine it secretly. And you must be very uncomfortable watching me get rich. Ying Long said slowly, and suddenly changed the subject. What is your rank in this world? No. 1. Jiang Ning answered without hesitation. I am number 1, and my friends are number 2, number 3, and number 4. In addition, we have countless other female residents with excellent strength. Most of them will obey our orders. Very good. Ying Long nodded. Then I wish us a happy cooperation in advance. Ying Long smiled. Why don't you invite me to your house? Are we going to stand here and discuss the division of the spoils? Divide the spoils? Jiang Ning's eyelids jumped. Please. After making a gesture, Jiang Ning quickly notified the 3 people in the group chat. Come quickly. Rainbow Bridge and others saw the group message, and without thinking, they put down their work and arrived at Jiang Ning's territory through the research institute. The courtyard was empty, so the 3 hid again, so that they could shoot Ying Long at any time. The ice lake was not far from Jiang Ning's shelter. About 10 minutes later, the 2 returned to the high wall. Ying Long reached out and touched it. The quality is okay, but not good enough. She said meaningfully, in front of national defense weapons, it is still as fragile as paper. Jiang Ning immediately replied, sponsor me. I can pay. Ying Long, ? No. She shook her head. I can't interfere with the affairs of this world, and no one else can interfere either. Unless you can find an administrator, or have administrator privileges. Administrator. Jiang Ning wrote down this key information. Pushing open the courtyard door, Jiang Ning took the lead and walked in, shouting, Sister, Sister Qinli Rainbow. As the voice fell, Jiang Ning took out the shelter from the folding storage space. Ying Long watched with interest until the 3 people whose names Jiang Ning called appeared. Jiang Ning brought Ying Long closer and first introduced Ying Long. This is the Princess Ying Long I just mentioned to you. Ying Long extended her hand politely. Hello? This is my cousin Jiang Jingxin, my friend Dong Qinli, and Rainbow Bridge. Jiang Ning continued. Ying Long looked over as Jiang Ning introduced them. Jiang Jingxin was the tallest and looked the strongest, with a body shape that was not inferior to the powerful warriors under Ying Long's command. Dong Qinli was mature and steady, but her gentle features concealed a sharpness and aura, much like the strong women Ying Long dealt with. Rainbow Bridge was young and not good at hiding herself, so she looked the purest. Ying Long had a good impression of the 3 people, so she copied Jiang Ning's previous words. Nice to meet you. Jiang Jingxin looked at her sister calmly, asking with her eyes, Aren't you here to fight? Jiang Ning shook his head slightly and explained. A large amount of concentrated energy liquid was found under the ice lake next to my shelter. I asked you to come here today mainly to discuss the division of interests with the princess. You are my friends, we are a whole, so I want you to accompany me. This will also allow the three of them to better grasp the information. Ying Long didn't mind Jiang Ning's behavior, as long as the final result was in line with her wishes. After the introduction, Jiang Ning invited everyone to enter the shelter. However, there was nothing in her living room. It was empty. Ying Long looked at her suspiciously. You were just robbed? I'm too busy. I didn't have time to decorate. Jiang Ning said without blushing or panting. Fortunately, she still had Rainbow Bridge. Seeing this, Rainbow Bridge immediately took out the sofa, coffee table and chairs from her backpack and placed them. Legs, sit down. Ying Long rolled his eyes and remembered Jiang Ning's nickname. After everyone sat down, Ying Long got straight to the point and said, I can provide all the mining tools, and I can also be fully responsible for transportation, storage and sales. We will split it 20 to 80. You 20, I 80. After the voice fell, all eyes were focused on Jiang Ning. Okay, I can accept this distribution in the early stage. Jiang Ning raised his head and looked straight at Ying Long, but in the later stage, I will use my strength to change the distribution ratio. That's fine. Ying Long was easy to talk to. After all, she was on someone else's territory. If she pushed the other party into a corner, she wouldn't get anything good. Besides, who knows how long it will take Jiang Ning to develop. Then you just wait to reap the fruits of your labor. Ying Long thought for a moment, but you have to choose a new location for your house. She explained, the noise from the operation may be very loud after the construction begins, and it is not suitable for living. Okay. This mountain range is very deep and long, and Jiang Ning can move the shelter at will. After Ying Long's machinery and equipment are all in place, it won't be too late for Jiang Ning to move. The distribution of benefits is simple. Both sides are straightforward people, and one side has overwhelming strength, so there is no need for too much debate. For Jiang Ning, it is an unexpected gain to get 20% of the energy liquid for free. If it weren't for Ying Long, she might not be able to discover the rich energy resources at the bottom of the lake, and she might not be able to successfully mine it in a short period of time and get the desired results. At Jiang Ning's development speed, it will take at least a year, or even 2 or 3 years. Time is the most important thing for Jiang Ning. The business was almost over, and Jiang Jingxin took the opportunity to find Ying Long to inquire about the situation. I wonder if the princess has heard of Xie Bingyan, the vice president of the Alliance's Supreme Research Institute. Miss Xie. Ying Long tilted her head. What happened to her? Jiang Jingxin did not hide it. She is being hunted down. Ying Long's expression suddenly became serious. There is also this matter. I have not received any relevant news. This incident has happened for a few days. Jiang Jingxin saw that her doubts were not fake. I want to know more about her, which will help me to help her better in the future. Ying Long did not ask Jiang Jingxin how she planned to help Xie Bingyan. She told her truthfully, Miss Xie has made great achievements. She has specially developed a gene-enhancing potion for women to improve their overall physical fitness and help women's various functions approach the highest level in ancient times. Gene-enhancing potion? Dong Qili took it out of his backpack. Is this it? Yes. Ying Long affirmed, you are lucky that you did not get the inferior gene enhancement potion that was diluted countless times. The one in your hand is the original solution of the gene enhancement potion, which has the best and strongest functions and efficacy. There are many things involved in this, so Ying Long said briefly. After Miss Xie's research on the gene enhancement potion was successful, she stood out from a group of candidates with this achievement and took the position of vice president of the headquarters of the Alliance's highest research institute. But where there are people, there are rivers and lakes. There are many factions in the Alliance's Supreme Research Institute, which are intertwined and fiercely infighting. In order to maintain her position, she had to agree to cooperate with the current director of the Institute's headquarters. The director's family has been doing business for generations. After getting the formula of the gene-enhancing potion, he asked his family to produce it in large quantities, diluted it, and sold it to ordinary people at a high price, making a lot of money. Ying Long sighed, if not for this, the women in the Alliance will only be stronger. But isn't Vice Dean Xia's family background also very good? Rainbow Bridge was puzzled. Isn't her family able to help her in this matter? The man is innocent, but he is guilty of possessing a treasure, and 2 fists cannot beat 4 hands. It is true that Miss Xia's family is very powerful, but what if the other major families unite to force her together? Ying Long explained patiently, in this case, even if she doesn't consider herself, she has to consider her family. When 2 tigers fight, one will be injured, not to mention that Xie Bingyan faced not only 1 tiger, but 7 tigers, and she had no choice. Rainbow Bridge fell silent, and Dong Qinli took over the conversation. So she was hunted this time because she developed a new product that is more powerful than the gene enhancement potion. It should be. Ing Long changed his posture. I heard that she was secretly researching some treasure before. Calculating the time, it should be about time to get a result. Jiang Jingxin felt it was a pity. If there were no 7 major families, the gene enhancement potion would be fully promoted in the alliance, right? Of course. Ing Long was also very unhappy about this. If it weren't for those money-minded bastards, how could the alliance be in such a situation? Ing Long was angry just thinking about it. There are many good seedlings among ordinary women. If good seedlings have the opportunity to take the original liquid, they will have the opportunity to enter the Ministry of War and finally come to Ing Long. Ing Long cherishes talents, so when she meets an outstanding person she admires, she will accept the other party without hesitation and train them. Have you all taken the original liquid? Speaking of this, Ing Long thought, I see that your strength seems to be quite good. How about it? Do you want to join my team? I will provide you with all kinds of medicines, and I guarantee that you can increase your strength by at least 5 times within a year. Jiang Jingxin, I am very tempted. But I'm sorry. She declined. I will definitely come when I have the chance in the future. Ing Long felt it was a pity. That's about it about Miss Ya. If there is nothing else, then I will leave first. Where is her good friend, Yan Xueji? Jiang Ning stared at Ing Long. How much do you know about her? Yan Xueji. Ing Long blinked. Not very well. After all, I am not very old now. I was still young when she appeared in the past 2 years, and I don't have much memory. When I grew up, there was no news about her at all. Ing Long, it's sad to say. One is the vice president of the headquarters of the Alliance's highest research institute, and the other is a wealthy wife who has no news. Both were once brilliant geniuses, but their current status is very different. Rainbow Bridge couldn't help but say, it's all that scumbag's fault. If it weren't for her, Ms. Yan Xueji wouldn't have become like this. I will definitely help her get revenge. Ing Long couldn't help but laugh. Then I thank you on her behalf. You're a good sister. Rainbow Bridge hesitated. This sounded weird. Okay, the purpose of my trip has been achieved, and I'm going to meet them now, so you don't have to follow me anymore. Ing Long stood up, unless you want to expose yourself to everyone. So Jiang Ning decisively gave up the idea of following him. I take you there. Ing Long hummed, put his hands in his pockets, and walked towards the courtyard in a good mood. Your appearance is also fake, right? Jiang Ning hadn't denied it yet. Ing Long continued to analyze. Just now they saw you as if they saw a ghost, especially Kai Hong. She is still too young and doesn't know how to hide. Your cousin disguised herself well. If it wasn't Kai Hong, I would have been fooled by you. Ing Long stopped. I hope I can see your true appearance next time we meet. I can also learn your real name. Let's go. No need to see me off. Ing Long was very casual, and quickly drove the aircraft out of Jiang Ning's sight. Jiang Ning looked up at the sky for a moment, and suddenly smiled. Jean Lin was right again. Ing Long, as she said, would indeed be a good ally and partner. Jiang Ning did not tell An Law about Ing Long's purpose in the end. Because if Ing Long was handed over, Jiang Ning would also be implicated accordingly. And now Jiang Ning just wants to develop quietly. After turning back to the shelter, Jiang Ning and Dong Qianli exchanged a few words, then sat down and said, the situation has changed seriously. From now on, we have to focus on building the shelter birthing port. Integrate all the forces that can be integrated, so that we can fight back before the Alliance's army and other enemies arrive. The primary shelter birthing port can accommodate 5,000 shelters at the same time. It's not a lot, but it should be enough to deal with the current situation. Okay, this is the material I got these days. Dong Qianli gave Jiang Ning everything in her backpack that she might need, followed by Jiang Jingxin and Rainbow Bridge. Jiang Ning was not polite and accepted everything, and then transferred 500,000 gold coins to Jiang Jingxin and Rainbow Bridge. Take it to develop. Dong Qianli was not short of money, so she refused to accept Jiang Ning's gold coins, so Jiang Ning did not force it. When there are other good things in the future, she will think of him first. The four continued to sit together and carefully discuss the next development plan. After finalizing the general direction and some important details, several people returned to their own shelters. Before leaving, Rainbow Bridge stared at Jiang Ning's slightly haggard face with concern, wanting to say something but stopping. Jiang Ning smiled and explained, this is my virtual appearance, I'm fine. Rainbow Bridge breathed a sigh of relief. Okay. The living room was empty, and Jiang Ning opened the regional chat channel with his mind. Everyone, please pay attention. The first rule for the selection of the guard team. Those who can survive in the thick fog for more than half an hour at night without the help of isolation suits and other supplies will be given priority. Those who meet the conditions can directly apply to join the group chat below. Those who do not meet the standards and have a fluke mentality will be kicked out of the first area once discovered, and will be blocked to restrict the Chamber of Commerce's authority. Chapter 103. Ing Long no longer needed Jiang Ning to follow him, so Jiang Ning made time for it. After the preliminary requirements were announced, someone immediately joined the group chat that Jiang Ning had posted. 1-2. The system notification sounded repeatedly, and Jiang Ning set it to Do Not Disturb. To ensure that all survivors in Zone 1 could see the message and participate in the selection, Jiang Ning planned to ban new people from joining in the evening. Fortunately, there was no limit on the number of people in the group chat in the Mist World, so all survivors who met the standards could be in the same group chat. Now they have started chatting. Jiang Ning looked at them twice. They were mostly polite greetings, and there was no conflict. It was already 10 o'clock. Jiang Ning was ready to enter the dungeon to continue collecting materials. When he was about to start the dungeon, the system prompt suddenly popped up. Congratulations to the survivor Shinkei for completing the 5th level shelter upgrade task, and rewarded a shelter folding storage space. Shinkei has been very low-key recently, and only showed up once, when the Mechanical Kingdom dungeon was opened. Of course, it is also possible that Jiang Ning was too busy at ordinary times, so he didn't notice him. Shinkei's strength is obvious to all. Jiang Ning used to be wary of him joining forces with the Special Affairs Bureau, but now, he doesn't have this worry. Lu Yin and Xiao Yinha have already reached a cooperation with Jiang Ning, so Li Runlin and Lin Xinghuang have lost their value at this time. Unless he wants to go against Jiang Ning. But so far, neither Dong Qianli nor Lu Yin has delivered any relevant news, so Jiang Ning is reluctant to trust him. In addition to the relationship with teacher Xinxingru, if Shinkei is always honest and does not maliciously stir up trouble, then Jiang Ning will not take action against him. Now Jiang Ning's goal is to become a supervisor, mine energy liquid, build shelters and berthing ports, and develop his strength as much as possible. He does not want to cause trouble. Retracting his attention, Jiang Ning no longer thinks about Shinkei and directly enters the dungeon. As usual, he deals with the X, W, B model metal machinery to obtain level 5 and 6 upgrade materials and platinum treasure chests. Level 6 shelters require more materials. Jiang Ning will stay in the dungeon for the next day. In order to improve efficiency, Jiang Ning used the same trick and summoned Qi Dan again. Last time, Jiang Ning and Qi Dan cooperated very well. After 8 hours of hard work, they got a good harvest. Qi Dan was like a plug-in for Jiang Ning, which could help her get an extra new harvest on the premise of having doubled the materials. The difficulty of the Mechanical Kingdom dungeon today has increased. Perhaps the system has made corresponding adjustments and automatically matched Jiang Ning's combat power. Jiang Ning was not surprised. She took out the big knife and started without saying much. Qi Dan was not idle either. After Jiang Ning started to move, it quickly turned around and stood back to back with Jiang Ning, neatly and decisively dealing with the dense metal blocks rushing behind Jiang Ning. Successfully killed the intelligent machine and obtained photon synthesis aggregate *1. Successfully killed the intelligent machine and obtained plasma crystal *1. Successfully killed the intelligent machine and obtained rare earth material *1. Successfully killed the intelligent machine and obtained tungsten *1. Successfully killed the intelligent machine and obtained platinum treasure chest *1. The prompt sound was ding-dong, which was pleasant to the ear. Jiang Ning's eyes were sharp. He used his broadsword to break the defense of the intelligent machine accurately. Then he lightly picked it up and tore off the line connecting the core and the body, and got 2 units of materials. Jiang Ning and Qi Dan were both very strong. They attacked forward with overwhelming momentum, like large bulldozers. The strong wind caused by the action blew the ends of Jiang Ning's hair. Her ambitious and fierce eyes were deep, as if she would tear them apart with her bare hands if she looked at them for one more second. The uninterrupted battle was an extremely difficult test for willpower. After Jiang Ning took a nutrient solution, he quickly adjusted his breathing. With a light sigh, Jiang Ning raised her arm, and then thrust it out fiercely. With a sound of sizzle, 2 units of photon synthesis were successfully obtained. Metal machinery is endless, and it is not human, so there is no need to rest. But Jiang Ning can't do that. 5 hours later, Jiang Ning already felt the blockage and difficulty. Today's copy is much more difficult than yesterday, and she couldn't help cursing the fog system in her heart. She could feel the vague and hidden malice of the fog system towards her. But why? Isn't it a good thing for the fog system that the survivors become stronger? Or does it just not want women to become stronger, such as Jiang Ning? So, it secretly adjusted the difficulty coefficient just to hinder Jiang Ning. These thoughts flashed through her mind for only 2 or 3 seconds. After Jiang Ning raised her foot and kicked the machine that pounced on her, her eyes became more determined. Jiang Ning has always thought that she is a stubborn person. The more others try to stop her, the better she will do. Until one day in the future, she can openly slap the faces of all those who look down on her. The fog system will also be one of them. The super strong willpower and determination instantly gave Jiang Ning strength, and Jiang Ning was re-energized. She glanced around sharply, and finally took out the shelter suddenly, and hit the surroundings indiscriminately. Accompanied by a sound of clattering, the metal machines instantly fell to the ground. Taking advantage of your illness to kill you, Jiang Ning was in high spirits. Teacher, go. After she finished speaking, she was the first to eject, harvesting the cores of the metal machines lightly and skillfully. Qidan always obeyed Jiang Ning's instructions. After Jiang Ning's instructions were issued, it did not hesitate and followed Jiang Ning to complete a kill in the blink of an eye. The materials fell from the intelligent machine and were automatically picked up by the system and put into Jiang Ning's backpack. Jiang Ning collected them as fast as a rocket. 5 hours had been endured, so a short 3 hours was not a big deal for Jiang Ning. After collecting Qidan according to the countdown time of the copy, Jiang Ning was ejected instantly. Today's harvest was slightly more than yesterday's, with a total of tungsten *326, molybdenum *304, high-strength alloy *458, rare earth material *344, plasma crystal *298, photon synthesis aggregate *222, and platinum treasure chest *3012. At this moment, the sky was dark, and the fog had descended. Rainbow Bridge had already returned to the shelter after collecting the automatic felling machine, and would pine oil for Jiang Ning, so Jiang Ning's courtyard was currently empty. After opening the arrow tower with his mind, Jiang Ning released the shelter. She first sat on the ground to rest for a while, and then took the opportunity to check the number of people who joined the group during the day. After the initial screening, the number of people who remained was greatly reduced, only less than 100,000. This was better than Jiang Ning expected. Tuichui, come and eat fried pine nuts. Rainbow Bridge suddenly initiated a transaction. It's just fried, it's fragrant. Jiang Ning's thoughts were temporarily interrupted, so he accepted the transaction, and then took out a small handful of fried pine nuts and ate them. The pine nuts are rich in fragrance, crispy and delicious, and taste very good. Delicious? She commented. Then I give you some more. Rainbow Bridge initiated the second transaction, and Jiang Ning accepted it as usual. I've had enough, you can handle the rest. Whether it was uploading to the trading market for sale or other things, Jiang Ning gave Rainbow Bridge absolute control. Rainbow Bridge liked the feeling of being trusted unconditionally by Jiang Ning. Every time after chatting with Jiang Ning, she was full of energy and spirit, and wished she could grow 10 or 8 pairs of hands to work for Jiang Ning. After charging, Rainbow Bridge rolled up his sleeves and continued to work. While eating roasted pine nuts, Jiang Ning sent a message in the preliminary group chat. Everyone, please pay attention. Second rule for the guard selection. In the dense fog, those who can kill 40 monsters that are no smaller than monster sheep in 1 hour, please enter the group chat below as soon as possible. Jiang Ning originally wanted to use killing metal machinery as a screening condition, but she soon realized that this was not objective enough. There are only a few survivors who can break mechanical metal weapons, so Jiang Ning cannot eliminate the other party just because of his insufficient conditions. The monsters are different. Monsters are old acquaintances of the survivors, and now almost all the survivors have a long knife. Under the same weapon conditions, it is more convenient for Jiang Ning to select. This time, the number of people in the group chat increased slowly. In order to kill at least 40 monsters in an hour, the survivors need to kill 1 monster in 1 minute, and no more than 2 minutes at most. But whether it is a monster sheep, a monster cow, a monster horse, or a monster camel, their attack power is not low. Unless they have martial arts skills, few people meet Jiang Ning's requirements. Jiang Ning was not in a hurry to finalize the candidate immediately. After sending the message, she exited the group chat and put the products on the shelves, auctioned the isolation suits, and replenished the stocks. After a busy period, almost half an hour passed. Jiang Ning had no other arrangements in the evening. The strange beasts outside the wall had arrow towers to attack on their own, so she simply started the dungeon and went directly to Yen Shueji for further study. You arrived early today. Yin Xueji looked up. Not busy? Not busy. Jiang Ning consciously changed into laboratory protective clothing and put on laboratory gloves. Originally I accepted the task at dawn, but the task was temporarily changed in the middle, and I don't know how to report it yet. Jiang Ning asked casually, if it were you, teacher, what would you choose? Under the premise that it would definitely threaten your own interests, would you still report all the information you have found out to your organization truthfully? Yin Xueji only thought for a moment, and then asked Jiang Ning, how can you be sure that reporting the news to the organization will definitely threaten your own interests? Jiang Ning was stunned, and then told the truth. I have reached a cooperation with the mission target, and we will jointly mine some important resources in the future. Although at this stage, the mission target promised me a share that is more like a... Jiang Ning paused, and then thought of a word, sponsorship? Yes, sponsorship. Ying Long is the princess. With her strength and power, it is easy for her to destroy Jiang Ning. But she didn't take any action against Jiang Ning. Not only that, she treated Jiang Ning very politely, almost putting him on an equal footing with herself. Jiang Ning realized something was wrong, and she raised her face. Now I suddenly don't quite understand the choice of the mission target. This is the foggy world. Yin Xueji saw through her concerns and worries, and smiled gently. The foggy world has its own rules, which cannot be broken or interfered with at will. No matter how strong a person is, he must obey the order of the foggy world when he arrives in it. Jiang Ning rarely heard a hint of coldness in Yin Xueji's voice, otherwise he will be killed on the spot by the system. So you should feel lucky. Yin Xueji looked at her calmly. The system rules protect you, and your mission target cannot kill you, so he can only choose to cooperate with you. Is that so? Jiang Ning was skeptical in his heart, but he showed a look of sudden realization on his face. I understand. But I don't want to pass on the news yet. I do the experiment first. Jiang Ning laughed and brushed off the topic. I have to go to Teacher Gu after it's over. She didn't want to bring up the topic again, and Yin Xueji didn't ask any more questions. Pointing to the experimental object beside her, Yin Xueji said, please. Jiang Ning followed her gaze, and then injected the drug into the experimental object very skillfully. After that, she easily lifted the experimental object and devoted herself to the operation. Yin Xueji watched all this calmly, not missing any of Jiang Ning's movements. Jiang Ning was so focused that she didn't notice the passage of time. She was intelligent and steady, and although it took twice as long as before, she succeeded easily. The moment she put the monkey brain into the instrument, Jiang Ning's tense muscles began to relax slowly. A thin layer of sweat had already appeared on her body, and Jiang Ning said with a relaxed tone, Teacher, it's done. Next, I will teach you how to connect the nerves of the experimental subject through these instruments, detect the mental activities of the experimental subject, and decode the consciousness of the experimental subject and communicate with it. Yin Xueji said, as she quickly turned on the various buttons and functions on the instrument. This is the neuron connection interface. She showed it to Jiang Ning. Each neuron connection interface has its own position, and you must match them one by one, and you can't connect any of them wrongly. Otherwise, all your previous efforts will be wasted. Yin Xueji's tone was serious. Jiang Ning nodded in agreement. She took off her gloves and threw them away, then put on a new pair, and took out her pen and paper again to quickly record. Yin Xueji was not surprised by this, and continued to teach Jiang Ning at her own pace. The subsequent operation is difficult, but not difficult either. If you are very familiar with the functions of the instrument, it will be as easy as an adult playing with a child's toy. Fortunately, Jiang Ning has memorized these instruments by rote these days, and has worked hard to get acquainted with them. After Yin Xueji finished explaining, Jiang Ning started to work. She was very cautious and would ask Yin Xueji before each operation, it's here, right? Jiang Ning would continue only after Yin Xueji's affirmative answer. After such nagging and asking, Jiang Ning finally succeeded. Yin Xueji and Jiang Ning breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. It was really hard for both of us. Jiang Ning worked hard in private, and Yin Xueji could see it. After all, except for herself, no one could complete the experiment almost perfectly in just 1 week, even though Jiang Ning had amazing talent in this area. Congratulations. Yin Xueji smiled and said, you should go find Teacher Gu now. Jiang Ning followed with a smile. Okay. She estimated that she would be able to start the assessment tomorrow, or the day after tomorrow, and then pass it smoothly, and get Yin Xueji's generous reward. Jiang Ning was looking forward to it. After taking off her lab protective suit, Jiang Ning first reported the task to Neela using her wrist brain, before going to Gu Yingjun's laboratory. The princess came here to find resources. Her teleportation array was tampered with, and she was teleported to an unfamiliar place, and by chance, she discovered the resource reserves there. I don't know exactly where the place is, so I can't provide the organization with the correct location. At the same time, she refused to continue to team up with me after completing the exploration. Now I have completely separated from her, and there will probably be no chance to meet again in the future. After the message was sent, Ni La did not reply immediately, so Jiangning moved to Gu Yingjun's laboratory first. She walked to the vicinity of the laboratory, and when she was about to step in, Nila's reply finally arrived. I understand, you did a good job. Congratulations. Successfully completed the second task of the Dawn Breaking Outstanding Member Assessment, and was rewarded with Tungsten * 500, Molybdenum * 500, High Strength Alloy * 1000, Rare Earth Material * 1000, Plasma Crystal * 1000, Photon Synthesis Polymer * 1000. After the double critical hit, the amount of materials obtained by Jiangning doubled. Congratulations. You have performed outstandingly, and have now officially become an elite member of the Dawn Breaking Organization, and are rewarded with a fully automatic artillery attack system *1. Chapter 104 Survival Calendar Day 26, Sunny, -4 to -15 degrees Celsius, Light Wind, 0.22. Fully automatic artillery attack system. After installation, the system can directly lock the target for positioning, and fire artillery at the target coordinates for attack. Note: artillery must be purchased or prepared by yourself. Although it is just an empty shell system, Jiangning is also very satisfied. When she accumulates artillery to fill up the fully automatic attack system, she can decide the outcome with one shot at the critical moment of the battle. Those who can turn the tide of the war and decide the future direction and fate of Jiangning are all priceless treasures. Without further ado, Jiangning installed 2 fully automatic artillery attack systems into the shelter on the spot. Jiangning's shelter was filled with a lot of things. There were shelter drive cores, aircraft, and the latest fully automatic artillery attack system, a total of 6 advanced devices. Now Jiangning's shelter is becoming more and more complete, and more like a movable military fortress. Jiangning's 2 foggy shops didn't sell cannons, so Jiangning could only hope for the grocery store at dawn. She first sent a message to Ni La. Leader, does our organization's grocery store sell cannons? What do you want it for? Ni La was puzzled. Just in case. Jiangning said, I make 2 preparations. Ni La thought for a while. Yes, there are, but a cannon is worth 5 million gold coins. Are you sure you want it? With your current elite member status, if you want to buy it, you need to apply to your superiors. I'm sure. Jiangning has about 4.6 million gold coins in her hand, and she is still a little short. She can auction a few hundred more isolation suits, or buy on credit first. There are always more solutions than problems. How to pay the gold coins is not important. The important thing is that Jiangning must get the artillery as soon as possible to seek peace of mind. Please help me apply for one. Ni La agreed very readily. Okay, wait for my notice. The artillery issue was resolved. Jiangning gathered her thoughts and entered the laboratory again. Gu Yingjun was very happy to see her. Ningning, you are finally here. Hearing this familiar yet unfamiliar name, Jiangning could not help but be in a trance for a moment. After a moment, she smiled and nodded gently. You have been waiting for a long time. Soon, it is worth waiting for you any longer. Time is running out. Let's start now. Gu Yingjun turned on the display screen in front of him, without much greeting, and directly taught Jiangning. Jiangning had missed too many points in knowledge, and Gu Yingjun had no other solution. If Jiangning's basic skills were not improved quickly, it would be like getting a box of gold bars, but not being able to find the key to open the box and take the gold bars for yourself. It was really terrible. Gu Yingjun was very concerned about Jiangning, and Jiangning was also very focused. Her mind was running at high speed and memorizing, while filling the notebook in her hand with page after page. Gu Yingjun watched calmly, feeling very relieved. 5 hours later, Gu Yingjun stopped teaching. Okay, let's stop here today. It's getting late. I won't keep you any longer. Go back and rest. Jiangning was dizzy from studying, and she subconsciously said, Okay, goodbye Teacher Gu. Goodbye. Gu Yingjun smiled and approached, then secretly handed Jiangning a bottle of unknown nutrient solution. Take it. It's good stuff. After drinking it you can instantly be full of energy and restore your energy. This is what your teacher Shueji gave me, but I didn't drink it. I'm in good health. The old lady forcefully put the nutrient solution into Jiangning's palm. You must not let her know. Jiangning was a little amused. Teacher Gu, you should keep it for yourself. I'm in good health. Before she finished her words, she was interrupted by Gu Ingjun. You are not. You stay up late every day, and your physical level is very low. Unlike me, who is fed by Shueji every day, and now I am strong enough to kill an elephant. As he spoke, Gu Ingjun acted without warning and grabbed Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning was held tightly by Gu Ingjun and could not break free. Gu Ingjun could not help but raise her eyebrows and said proudly, Now you believe it, right? Your teacher Shueji is very kind and kind-hearted, so you must stand by her side and support her unconditionally in the future. I will definitely do that. Jiang Ning made a promise. She likes Yan Shueji very much and feels sorry for Yan Shueji's experience. After these days of getting along, Jiang Ning has regarded Yan Shueji as her elder. She will always protect him like she used to protect her mother. Okay, drink this nutrient solution quickly, or she will find out later. Gu Ingjun let go of Jiang Ning, took off the bottle stopper of the nutrient solution, and fed it to Jiang Ning's mouth. This time Jiang Ning was not polite, and raised his head to swallow it in one gulp. In less than 3 seconds, Jiang Ning immediately felt that her ears and eyes were clear, her thoughts were clear, and her spirits were full of energy, and her fatigue was swept away. This nutrient solution made her feel as if she had slept for a full 10 hours, and she had endless energy all over her body. It's really a good thing, Jiang Ning said excitedly. Gu Ingjun laughed. Still want it? Give it to me. I asked Shueji for a few more for you. You don't need to say much, you just need to study hard. Jiang Ning was touched, and she said sincerely, Thank you. Okay, go back quickly. Before exiting the dungeon, Jiang Ning went to say hello to Yan Shueji and left a handful of roasted pine nuts. Yan Shueji pretended not to know that she drank the nutrient solution, and nodded to indicate that she heard it. At 5:30, Jiang Ning exited the dungeon. Jiang Ning was not sleepy, so he no longer needed to sleep. After walking up the city wall and collecting the materials and treasure chests that fell on the ground into his backpack, Jiang Ning took the opportunity to clean up the inventory in his backpack. All the treasure chests were thrown into the folding space. Jiang Ning did not open any of the treasure chests he had obtained in the past few days, even the higher-level platinum treasure chests obtained in the mechanical dungeon. All the exotic beast meat was uploaded to his personal homepage, and half of the daily necessities that were not needed were put into the Chamber of Commerce, and the other half were put into the trading market as usual. Regardless of the level of the materials, Jiang Ning did not move any of them, in case they were needed for the subsequent construction of expansion buildings. After this cleanup, Jiang Ning's backpack list looked much better. With nothing to do, Jiang Ning began to deal with the to-do items one by one. She opened the second group chat of the escort team to check the number of people who joined. There are currently about 980,000 survivors in the first area, and there are as many as 350,000 people who meet the conditions to join the second group chat. With the huge resources, the survivors in the first area are developing rapidly, and their strength should not be underestimated. It is not an easy task to select 1,000 people from 350,000 people. Jiang Ning pondered for a moment, and decided to put this matter off until after dawn. Jiang Ning first sent a message to Lu Yin. I will borrow your shelter at 10 o'clock this morning. Under the current conditions, Jiang Ning could only think of letting the residents in the second group fight each other, and then select the winner to continue to the next round of screening. The shelter is very large and can accommodate many people at one time, so it can also accommodate multiple people fighting at the same time. At that time, I will ask Jiang Jingxin and her guards to help keep an eye on it and make fair judgments. Jiang Ning estimates that it will take at least tomorrow, or even the day after tomorrow, to select the final 1,000 people. This is not an easy task. While thinking, Jiang Ning sent a private message to Jiang Jingxin. Sister, can I borrow your guards for a while? Okay, how do you want to borrow it? Jiang Jingxin didn't sleep, so she replied quickly. Jiang Ning briefly explained it, and Jiang Jingxin laughed. Okay, it's fun to watch. They will definitely scramble to sign up. Don't worry, I asked them to go and prepare the venue in advance at 9:30. Yes. After asking them for help, Jiang Ning was very considerate and transferred 10,000 gold to Jiang Jingxin subsidy. She said, Thank you for troubling them. Jiang Jingxin did not refuse. Then I will thank you on behalf of the sisters. In order to be a referee, the guard team may not be able to enter the dungeon or do other things, so it is important to give a certain subsidy. This money is not much, just a token of my appreciation. But no matter what, it is better to have money than to have no money, and gold coins always make people happy. Jiang Jingxin started to notify and busy herself, so Jiang Ning found Rainbow Bridge again, Rainbow, starting at 10 o'clock today, I will select the guard team in the shelter. You can help me keep an eye on it. After sending this message, Jiangning created 7 new group chats in one go. She did not move the second group with 350,000 people, and continued to maintain it. She planned to select half of the winners from each battle to enter the next new group chat, and so on. In this way, the number of people in the third group will be about 170,000, the number of people in the fourth group will be about 85,000, the number of people in the fifth group will be about 42,500, the number of people in the sixth group will be about 20,000, the number of people in the seventh group will be about 10,000, the number of people in the eighth group will be about 5,000, and the number of people in the ninth group will be about 1,000. After the initial level is selected at one time, Jiangning will not have to go through it again later. Jiangning sat in front of the fireplace, thinking that he would have to find Rainbow Bridge and Dong Qinli to come over for a meeting later to carefully discuss the strategy and plan for subsequent development. Jiangning has plenty of time today, so she plans to quickly resolve these issues so that she can distribute weapons, guns, and bullets, and arm herself as much as possible to improve her own strength and that of District 1. She wants to shock Lin Qinghuang and Tyrant, and even more so, everyone in the Mist World. Jiangning's position cannot be challenged, and those who challenge must die. At around 6 o'clock, Lu Yin replied, "Okay, the current shelter can accommodate 1 million people at a time, you can use it." "Thank you." After getting a definite answer, Jiangning immediately opened the second group to inform, "Everyone, please pay attention. The selection of the guard team will start at 10 o'clock this morning. Selection location, shelter, selection method, one-on-one battle. Please arrive on time." The second group was boiling, and a lot of sleepless residents replied that they had received it, and then started to discuss excitedly. Joining the guard team is beneficial to the residents of District 1. As everyone knows, Jiangning is very generous, and the welfare benefits he gives are also quite good. He never treats his own people unfairly. Not only that, after joining the guard team, you can also get corresponding weapons and other supplies, and receive training to better improve your strength. What is the most important thing in the foggy world? Isn't it strength? Only with strong enough strength can you survive longer and better, and continue to obtain more resources, and become stronger. No one is not tempted. It was still early to start the selection, so Jiangning started the Mechanical Kingdom copy, and continued to collect materials. As usual, Qi Dan was brought along, and one person and one machine fought side by side, and the efficiency was doubled directly. Today, the combat power of the metal machines was the same as yesterday, not weakened, but not improved either. Jiangning guessed that this was already the highest combat power that the metal machines could achieve under the rules of the foggy world. Without wasting any time, Jiangning and Qi Dan started immediately after arriving, and the system prompt sounded on the spot. Successfully killed the intelligent machine and obtained molybdenum *1. Successfully killed the intelligent machine and obtained plasma crystal *1. Successfully killed the intelligent machine and obtained platinum treasure chest *1. Successfully killed the intelligent machine and obtained rare earth materials *1. Successfully killed the intelligent machine and obtained photon synthesis aggregate *1. Jiangning and Qi Dan cooperated well. Killing the metal machines and harvesting materials was as easy as chopping cabbage. One man and one machine did not rest, and the battle lasted for nearly 4 hours. It was almost time for the residents of District 1 to gather at the shelter. Jiangning looked at today's harvest and said to Rainbow Bridge, "Rainbow, you take charge first, I come later." "Okay." Rainbow Bridge replied, and then said, Tui, you go ahead, in fact, you don't have to come today. With so many people, it will definitely take until tomorrow to get results. Rainbow Bridge looked at the dense crowd in the hall of the shelter, and couldn't help but take a deep breath. While replying to Jiangning, she said to Jiang Jingxin beside her, "There are so many people." Jiang Jingxin gave her a look, "I go to maintain order." "Yeah." Rainbow Bridge briefly reported the situation on the scene to Jiangning. "With Sister Jingxin, Sister Luyan, and other sisters here, there won't be any trouble here. If someone doesn't obey, we have plenty of ammunition." This way, Jiangning was relieved. There were still 4 hours of dungeon time left, and Jiangning was ready to use it up. Raising his arm again, Jiangning easily killed a machine that was about to attack. Successfully killed the intelligent machine and obtained high-strength alloy *1. Time passed quickly, and at about noon, Jiangning heard the system prompt. The duration of the survivor's copy has expired, and the survivor will be teleported out of the copy. Ready to teleport. 3, 2, 1. After quickly picking up all the materials and the ruler, Jiangning was kicked out of the copy. Transfer successful. The copy has been closed. Today, Jiangning obtained a total of tungsten *410, molybdenum *302, high-strength alloy *476, rare earth material *534, plasma crystal *310, photon synthesis aggregate *388, platinum treasure chest *3808. At this rate, Jiangning will be able to upgrade the shelter again in less than 10 days. Jiangning is looking forward to it. Jiangning has no other plans in the afternoon, so she is going to enter the shelter to see the current selection situation. But just as she was about to move, she suddenly felt a chill. There is a dangerous breath. Jiangning took out his weapon reflexively and turned around. The next moment, Yingshuo's face with a bad look came into view. Where is the princess? Hand over the princess. Chapter 105. Jiangning withdrew his attack and frowned. She has left. Left? Yingshuo pointed the gun at Jiangning and did not move. Where did she go? Tell me the truth. I don't know where she is now, but the princess has indeed left. At that time, she told me that she was going to meet with the other 6 guests. Jiangning was a little confused. Didn't she contact you? Yingshuo suppressed his temper. If the princess contacted me, would I come to you? That's the truth. Jiangning was not angry either. She looked at Yingshuo and said patiently, perhaps you should go find the 6 male guests now, and then wait at the original destination of the transmission. I have arranged for someone to go there. Yingshuo raised her eyebrows. If the princess shows up, I will receive the news as soon as possible, but, she emphasized, before the princess shows up, you must act with me and find her. If you don't agree, Yingshuo smiled, then I will tie you up. If you know what's good for you, just nod your head obediently. I don't have much patience. Yingshuo is a tough guy. She is very strong and can mobilize many people. Jiangning doesn't want his shelter and research institute to suffer, so he can only nod his head. Okay. I go with you to find the princess. That's better. Yingshuo sneered and then put away the gun. I warn you, you better not try to play tricks on me, otherwise I have 100 ways to torture you. Jiangning said affirmatively. No. Her attitude was correct and good, and Yingshuo's complexion improved a little. Although this intern assistant with unknown origins was suspicious, she had indeed not done anything suspicious or harmful to the princess before. I'm just worried about the princess, don't misunderstand me. Yingshuo said, if I misunderstood you in the end, I will solemnly apologize to you. Jiangning stared at her. It doesn't matter. Now I have a cooperative relationship with the princess, and I am also very worried about her whereabouts. Cooperation? Although Yingshuo was confused and doubted Jiangning's words, she did not make any sarcastic remarks. Why did the princess cooperate with you? Based on Yingshuo's understanding of her childhood friend, sister and boss, the other party was not a kind person who would easily spit out the meat in his mouth and give it to others. Jiangning did not explain her doubts. You will know when the time comes when you ask the princess. Yingshuo choked and stopped asking. The incident happened suddenly, and Jiangning had to send a message to Rainbow Bridge again to explain the current situation. Rainbow Bridge was very worried after hearing this. After Jiangning repeatedly assured her that she was not in danger, she relaxed a little. Legs, keep in touch. Okay. Jiangning smiled and replied. Jiangning was about to withdraw his consciousness when the system prompt sounded. Congratulations to the survivor Daisy for completing the level 5 shelter upgrade task for the 6th time, and rewarded with a shelter folding storage space. Daisy upgraded. Jiangning was not surprised. With the neurobiological transparent quality materials and mind-guided crystals that Baizhou exchanged for her with the bullet-making drawings, plus her own diligence in entering the dungeon several times, upgrading was a matter of time. Which direction are we going? Jiangning asked, withdrawing his attention. This was difficult for Yingshuo. When the princess left, did you see which direction she went? Jiangning shook his head. No. The four looked at each other, and Yingshuo's brows knitted slightly. But given the terrain conditions here, the princess doesn't have many choices. After analyzing, Jiangning raised his finger and said, that's the ice lake, this is the mountain. Based on your understanding of the princess, which side do you think she will choose to explore? Yingshuo thought for a moment, then go this way. Okay. Jiangning had no objection. Yingshuo and Jiangning both had flying suits, so they went up to the sky and flew in the air. Jiangning rarely flew around during the day. Because she had to collect wood, she only took root in places with dense trees. At this moment, Her toes brushed against the tops of towering ancient trees, and the light snow on the leaves swayed, and a small area of snow fell. Yingshu was anxious and flew in the front. Jiangning followed her, while observing the surrounding terrain. The terrain here is very simple, with mountains connected one after another like a swimming white dragon, surrendering to the highest peak on Jiangning's right-hand side. The mountain is magnificent and spectacular, and its huge size is very shocking. The white snow on the top of the mountain reflects the golden light, which is beautiful beyond words. The sun shines on the golden mountain, and the indescribable beauty attracts Jiangning's attention. Jiangning took a few videos and photos, and sent them to the group chat. Those near the shelter, come and enjoy it next time. This time, Dong Qianli appeared first. Do you want to explore? Not yet. Yingshu is concerned about the safety of the princess, and the direction we are heading is not the same as that side, so we are just passing by now. If it weren't for Yingshu, Jiangning would not have discovered this rare landscape. But yesterday, the princess and I came from a nearby teleportation array, which took about half an hour to fly. After we solve the princess's problem, we will go over and take a look together. Dong Qianli agreed. Okay, wait for us. The existence of the teleportation array is a threat. It is too close to Jiangning's shelter. Jiangning has to go to Gu Yingjun to borrow 2 sets of equipment to turn it off, so that her safety can be guaranteed. Jiangning was going to take action today or tomorrow. The sooner it was resolved, the better. Yingshu flew very fast, but after 2 hours of flying, the two of them didn't even see a ghost, let alone Yinglong. Do you want to take a break? Seeing that they were getting farther and farther away, Jiangning couldn't help asking, you said that the princess was obviously safe, but why didn't she contact you once? Yingshu stopped abruptly. What do you mean? The princess hasn't contacted you since yesterday, right? Jiangning did not answer but asked instead. Yingshu did not want to admit it, but she nodded honestly. Then think about it. What is the real reason why she did not contact you? She stayed with me during the day yesterday and was very safe. I can swear to God. In such a safe situation, she did not report her safety to anyone including you. Is there any hidden reason? Jiangning floated in the air and slowly analyzed for Yingshu. For example, what she was going to do could not be known to anyone. For example, the original destination of the teleportation array that Rongjiao changed was not here. Yingshu's eyes suddenly became sharp. Do you mean that the princess took advantage of the situation and came here on purpose? Yes. Jiangning looked at her directly. This world was created by the good friend of the princess mother, that is, her godmother. She came here deliberately to hide her tracks. Do you think she will let you find her easily? Yingshu was silent. With the other party's temperament, it is really possible that he would do such a ridiculous and unorthodox thing. But she was really worried about Yinglong. You go back first. Yingshu said to Jiangning, I'm sorry for disturbing you today. I come to your house to apologize to you another day. Jiangning looked at her and said nothing in the end. Okay. It would take 2 hours to fly back to the shelter from here. Jiangning thought about it and simply entered the dungeon on the spot. Anyway, every time Yinshueji kicked her back, he would send her directly back to the shelter. In this way, Jiangning can save 2 hours. Yingshu watched Jiangning disappear on the spot. Her eyes narrowed slightly. This assistant was more mysterious than she thought. When Jiangning arrived at Yinshueji's laboratory, she was not there. After casually asking an NPC and learning Yinshueji's specific location, Jiangning walked over. Yinshueji was sitting in the courtyard, drinking tea calmly. Jiangning's eyes swept across the 2 teacups on the table. Teacher, do you have guests today? Yes, just left. Yinshueji stood up. Why are you here so early? As an illiterate, you have to be more diligent. Should I go to Teacher Gu first or stay with you? Yinshueji thought for a moment. You should go to Teacher Gu first, and come back to me after you finish your study. I will teach you new content tonight, and then you can continue to familiarize yourself with it tomorrow. We will start the assessment the night after tomorrow. Jiangning nodded, and went directly to Gu Yingjun. Gu Yingjun welcomed Jiangning's arrival. She loved Jiangning very much, and she asked about Jiangning's well-being as soon as they met. But one thing is another. After a few pleasantries, Gu Yingjun changed the subject and started the class directly. It was 4 o'clock now, and Jiangning had been staying with her until 8 o'clock, studying for a full 4 hours. After the class, Jiangning did not leave immediately. She stood up and stood in front of Gu Yingjun, asking, Teacher Gu, can you lend me a few sets of equipment to modify the teleportation array? Gu Yingjun was surprised. What do you want that for? There are 2 teleportation arrays near my home, and their existence poses a threat to me. Jiangning simply explained. The teleportation array in the open state may teleport my enemies at any time, and I don't want to see that situation. So I want to modify the code inside the teleportation array to prevent the worst possibility from happening. Gu Ingjun understood, but modifying the teleportation array privately may cause a series of problems, such as being discovered by the person who actually controls the teleportation array. If you can't shut it down at once, the consequences will be more serious. Jiang Ning has considered this issue, so at this moment she stared at Gu Ingjun with bright eyes. Teacher Gu, do you have a wrist brain? How about we add each other as friends? If I encounter something I don't understand, I can ask you on the spot, or directly ask for your help via video. Gu Ingjun was speechless. Yes, there is. What's your wrist brain number? I add you. Jiang Ning took the opportunity to attack. Gu Ingjun wanted to refuse Jiang Ning, but after thinking about it, she didn't say no. She nodded, then reported her wrist brain number to Jiang Ning, and asked Jiang Ning to add it on the spot. Take all these instruments. After successfully adding as a friend, Gu Ingjun pointed to the row of instruments behind Jiang Ning, and said, maybe they can all be used. Now that the internal code of the Alliance's teleportation array has been modified, it will be more reassuring to prepare more instruments. Jiang Ning looked back and put the dozen instruments into his backpack without hesitation. Is there anything else I need to prepare, Teacher Gu? Not for now. Gu Ingjun stared at her seriously. When you modify the teleportation array, you must notify me. I will help you keep an eye on it, and teach you how to proceed to the next step on the spot. Don't act on your own, understand? Jiang Ning nodded. I know, I always keep your words in mind. Jiang Ning has always been well-behaved, and Gu Ingjun is very satisfied with this. Seeing Jiang Ning's current attitude, she didn't say any more nonsense. Okay, let's stop here today. I won't delay you from doing other things. Coincidentally, Yan Xueji had been waiting for a long time, so Jiang Ning quickly said goodbye to him and hurried back to Yan Xueji's laboratory. Yan Xueji didn't blame her and started teaching directly. Jiang Ning watched carefully and started to do it herself. With a good teacher like Yan Xueji explaining and correcting him all the time, Jiang Ning's work went smoothly. When the experiment was halfway done, Jiang Ning suddenly had an idea and asked Yan Xueji, Teacher, are we going to use living people for the experiment in the end? Yan Xueji looked up, and at this moment, there was an emotion and light in his eyes that Jiang Ning couldn't understand, of course. If the ultimate goal is not to operate on living people, then all the things I have taught you in recent days are meaningless. Jiang Ning tilted her neck slightly. She pondered for a moment, and then asked a question that made Yan Xueji laugh and cry. Then can someone like me who didn't learn through formal channels successfully enter the Alliance's highest research institute with this skill? A branch is fine. Yan Xueji was silent. Do you want to enter the Alliance's Supreme Research Institute? Yes. Recently, your friend, Vice President Xie Bingyan, was hunted down because he was carrying a treasure, so I want to sneak in to find out the truth. With all the information, I can make the best response plan for this. Yan Xueji shook his head. Don't think about it. Without some connections, you can't be selected into the Alliance's Supreme Research Institute or even a branch. She said with a wry smile. They don't just consider the strength of the applicants. Jiang Ning pursed her lips. Then there's nothing we can do. Yan Xueji was about to nod, but Jiang Ning said again, we can only think of a way to rush in cleanly. I talked to her about this when I meet the Phoenix next time. She loves to sabotage. And who knows, the Alliance's highest research institute may have already secretly colluded with the Yutian group and is entangled in it. I think she should be happy to take risks with me. Yan Xueji, She really has the same personality as Chinzhou. Yan Xueji slapped her in annoyance. Stop thinking nonsense and continue your experiment. It's useless to speculate whether it's connected or not. No one will admit it before seeing solid evidence. Your rash actions will only cause trouble and put yourself in jail. Jiang Ning. Oh! If there is no evidence, go find evidence. Anyway, he has plenty of time. After a few thoughts flashed through her mind, Jiang Ning quickly suppressed her thoughts and stopped thinking about them. After a while, Jiang Ning was in the most important final stage of the experiment. She stared at the scene in front of her intently, and when she was about to proceed to the next step, she was interrupted by the system's prompt sound without any warning. Ding dong. System announcement. Please pay attention. In order to bring more surprises to everyone, the votes for the supervisor election have been hidden. Survivors who have not voted yet, please hurry up. Note, the hidden votes will not affect your continued voting. Jiang Ning slowly raised her head and confirmed almost immediately. Fog system, there is a ghost. Chapter 106 Survival Calendar Day 27, Showers, -6 to -15 degrees Celsius, light wind, 044. What's wrong? Noticing Jiang Ning's stagnation, Yin Xueji couldn't help but ask with concern. Jiang Ning shook her head, then collected her thoughts, and continued to focus on the finishing work. The finishing work didn't take much time, so she planned to deal with the matter of the foggy world after returning to the shelter. About 20 minutes later, Jiang Ning finished all the operations. Today's workload was not small, and her tense nerves relaxed, and she breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you for your hard work. Yin Xueji raised his hand and patted Jiang Ning's shoulder. Go back and rest early. Jiang Ning's lips twitched when he heard it, and he said silently, It's not hard, but my life is hard. Yin Xueji raised his eyebrows. Jiang Ning smiled, and said goodbye to Yin Xueji quickly. Teacher, I have some urgent things to go back and deal with, so I leave first. She looked at Yin Xueji. Please take me back to my shelter directly. Okay. It's just a matter of convenience. After being slapped back to the misty world by Yin Xueji, Jiang Ning immediately released the shelter and walked into the living room. She sat on the carpet in front of the fireplace and summoned the system panel instantly with her mind. Opening the world channel, Jiang Ning saw that everyone was discussing. No, why hide the votes? It always feels weird. I don't know what the Misty system wants to do, but what I want to say is that hiding the votes now has no meaning. When I checked the list at about 11 o'clock last night, the number 1 vote had reached 3.2 billion, almost twice that of Lin Xinghuang and almost 5 times that of Tyrant. In this case, the number 1 win is a foregone conclusion. So the Mist system is hiding something. The Mist system just explained that it wanted to surprise people and go through the motions. The supervisor election is the first large-scale event in our Mist world, with the participation of all the people. We have to do something different to highlight its difference. Is that really the case? I have my doubts, but don't let the surprise turn into a shock. It's hard to say. Who cares? It doesn't matter who becomes the supervisor. How can it be the same? Whether Jian Shouqing or Lin Xinghuang becomes the supervisor will directly determine the future fate of our female group. Okay. People who don't menstruate don't speak for us. That's right. If the opposite sex takes over, our comfort pants will be designed as bikinis to please the opposite sex. The world channel started to quarrel again. Jiang Ning switched back to the group chat and said bluntly, We have to make preparations for both situations. If the final supervisor is not me. No, it will definitely be you, Tuichui. Rainbow Bridge said firmly, I have real-time vote statistics every day and every moment. They can't fake it. If someone takes away your position and your glory, then we will fight with you and take it back. Jiang Jingxin seconded, No matter how much it costs, we will stand by you and seek justice for you. I agree. Dong Qianli joked, We have worked so hard, we can't just end up with nothing and swallow our anger when being bullied, right? I am not a lamb to be dealt with by others. Rainbow Bridge, me neither. Okay. Jiang Ning smiled, a trace of warmth flowing through his heart. Thank you. You're welcome. Dong Qianli changed the subject. They are still fighting. Do you want to come and see now? Rainbow Bridge and I are currently in the shelter. Jiang Ning thought for a moment. Later, I have something to deal with first. After replying this sentence, Jiang Ning opened the arrow tower with his mind, and stood up, and walked towards the research institute. The 3 people in the agricultural research group are now resting in the room on the 2nd floor of the research institute. Xi Ying and Lu Aoshuang are still working overtime. Noticing Jiang Ning's arrival, the 2 looked up at the same time. District Chief. Jiang Ning nodded. I came to see how the weapons are made. This is a new pine oil bullet, please check it. Lu Aoshuang pointed to the box in the corner. As for the broadsword, she shook the strangely shaped and ugly material in her hand, and said, As you can see, these 2 balls of metal liquid are not easy to handle. The conditions are limited. It is not easy for Lu Aoshuang to make them look like this. Jiang Ning did not blame too much. Leave the rest to me. She took the prototype of the broadsword that Lu Aoshuang had made, found a place to sit on the spot, and then carved and modified it little by little with the Phoenix broadsword. The blade should be sharp enough, and the handle should be handy and round enough, so that there is no discomfort or foreign body feeling when holding it in the palm. Jiang Ning lowered his head in concentration. Seeing this, Lu Aoshuang pulled her mother and said, Mom, let's make the remaining materials together, and then give them to the district chief to carve at once. Xi Ying had no objection, so the 2 of them hurriedly made the last few pieces of materials, and handed them all to Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning nodded and continued to make the weapons that were about to be distributed. There were 20 swords in total. Jiang Ning carved one by one. It took almost 4 hours for all the swords to be formed, close to 5 o'clock in the morning. She stood up and shook off the debris on her body. Seeing this, Lu Aoshuang quickly collected them and said, "Keep them for now. They may be useful in the future. Go and rest quickly. Take care of your health." Jiang Ning said, "We just took a nap at noon and are not sleepy yet." Lu Aoshuang said, "Don't worry about us. We know to stop when we are tired." Hearing this, Jiang Ning said no more. She took out the silver-haired appearance simulator from her backpack and successfully attached it behind her ear. Then she used her mind to click the button in the upper right corner of the system panel and entered the shelter. Although it was midnight, the shelter was very lively. Jiang Ning scanned the area and accurately found Lu Yan, Jiang Jingxin, and Dong Qianli. She strode over. "Where's Rainbow?" Dong Qianli looked back and pointed to the left with her chin. "It's there." Rainbow Bridge was busy counting and asking the residents of District 1 to join the group chat that matched their ranking. She had too much work to do, so Jiang Ning didn't bother them anymore. "I have a little weapon here." She handed a broadsword to each of the 3 people, and then kept one for Rainbow Bridge, and finally handed the remaining 16 to Dong Qianli. "Distribute them after the selection is completed. These broadswords can easily break the defense of metal machinery in the Mechanical Kingdom copy, speeding up the speed of killing monsters and collecting materials." After Jiang Ning explained this, several people instantly understood the preciousness of this weapon. Lu Yan immediately thanked her. She knew very well that if she hadn't happened to be here at this time, she would not have had a share of the weapon. Jiang Ning shook her head. Lu Yan was her most important chess piece in the Special Affairs Bureau. She had already decided to give him a big knife. If Lu Yan was not there, she would directly choose to trade with him online. The arena not far away was very lively. In addition to the contestants, there were also many survivors watching. When they were surviving alone before, they were so lonely that they almost had mental illness. Therefore, when they suddenly heard that Jiang Ning was going to publicly select a guard team in the shelter, they all rushed over. For Chinese people who love to watch the excitement, such excitement is not to be missed. And for other smart people, isn't this a great opportunity to set up stalls and make money selling various commodities? So with Lu Yan's permission, everyone set up shops on the empty space without the ring, selling supplies, materials, and food. As the wind blew, the aroma of food spread instantly, and everyone couldn't help but go shopping, enjoying this rare and beautiful time as they did before. Jiang Ningyuan looked at the crowded stalls in front of him and the relaxed and happy smiles on the faces of the survivors, feeling relieved. After a new life, the current situation is much better than the previous life. If the development continues at this speed, it is only a matter of time to restore the previous order in peace. Jiang Jingxin and Dong Qianli were eager to try the big knife given by Jiang Ning. When the two said it, Jiang Ning smiled. "Go, I'm here." With Jiang Ning, there will be no trouble in the shelter, so the two disappeared on the spot. Lu Yan looked at the empty seat next to Jiang Ning and slowly moved towards Jiang Ning. "Ms. Jian Shouqing, no matter what, you will support me and stand on my side. Right?" Jiang Ning turned his head and looked into her eyes. "Of course. As long as it doesn't affect my interests, I will choose to help you no matter what you do." "Thank you." Lu Yan smiled sincerely. "You are cool." She was referring to Jiang Ning's silver hair. Jiang Ning's smile deepened. "You will see me in even cooler rainbow colors in the future." Lu Yan didn't understand, but she was very tactful and didn't ask any more questions. After the two of them stood and chatted briefly for a few words, Lu Yan was hurriedly called away by her subordinates. Jiang Ning was alone in the corner of the high platform, and his thoughts drifted away involuntarily. Is this the prosperity and peace that the power that made him reborn wants to see? Jiang Ning never believed that something would happen for no reason, just like she never thought that her rebirth was due to the protagonist's halo. Rebirth involves many theories of time and space, and it is definitely not a lighthearted accident. It can be explained. Her guess now is that Gu Yingjun and the 20 or so women who took the oath that day successfully developed the Queen's Sword and handed it over to a certain important person. In the end, the important person used the power of the Queen's Sword to successfully reverse time and cut off reincarnation. So, she was able to start over. Was it Yan Xueji, or King, or Xie Bingyan, or it was the Princess Yinglong? Jiang Ning speculated silently, feeling that everyone she thought of had a high possibility. After a while, Lu Yan came back. "I'm here, you go, and do your work first. Everyone is very honest at the moment. Even if they are not, your residents are not vegetarians." Jiang Ning had not slept for 2 days and 2 nights. Hearing this, She nodded and returned to the shelter to get into her sleeping bag. Just as she was about to move, Jiang Ning's danger radar suddenly sent a signal. She turned around without hesitation, holding the pulse gun. Come out. After a moment, Ing Shua's face entered Jiang Ning's sight. After thinking about it, I still think you are the most suspicious. She shrugged. So before the princess contacts me? She smiled. I will follow you closely. Jiang Ning, no need, really no need. She stared at Ing Shu for a long time, and finally said, whatever you want. There are still many things to do after dawn. Jiang Ning has to hurry up. Ing Shu stood at the door and saw her getting into the sleeping bag and couldn't help saying, give me one too. I squatted on you all night and didn't even have time to lie down. Hearing this, Jiang Ning silently threw one to the other party, then closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. Ing Shu was very puzzled as he grabbed the brand new sleeping bag. No, she just slept like this. Wasn't she afraid that he would do something to her while she was asleep? As soon as the thought crossed her mind, Ing Shu was caught off guard and saw Qi Dan hiding in the dim light at the stairs, staring at her. The other party didn't say a word and had no sense of existence, so Ing Shu didn't notice him at the first time. Alright. Ing Shu was honest. She might have a chance to win in a one-on-one fight, but it would be difficult to deal with a two-on-one fight. Jiang Ning only slept for 4 hours as usual. At 9 o'clock, she slowly opened her eyes and quickly got up to clean up and wash. Ing Shu was woken up by her and unzipped her sleeping bag and got up. Don't you want to sleep a little longer? You go to sleep. Jiang Ning walked into the bathroom and quickly washed her face and brushed her teeth. Ing Shu followed her. If you don't sleep, I won't sleep either. Seeing that Jiang Ning was about to go out, Ing Shu quickly wiped the water off her face and asked, what are you going to do? Jiang Ning said nothing, strode up the steps to the city wall, and put all the fallen supplies and treasure chests into the folding storage space of the shelter. Ing Shu watched her movements quietly, and suddenly said, are you doing well in this world? Jiang Ning turned her head. What do you want to say? I can blow up a city wall like yours with one shot. Ing Shu objectively evaluated. So with your current strength, you are not worth mentioning in the alliance. Jiang Ning has always been humble and eager to learn. Then how should I upgrade? And which general direction should I develop in? You are the lady-in-waiting of the princess. You should know all this very well. Jiang Ning smiled. I am willing to pay you for advice. You just need to tell me what materials I need and how to plan. Ing Shu shook his head. It's useless. Your world is different from the alliance. You can only rely on this world to grow and develop. The alliance, and I can't help you with anything. Jiang Ning pondered, without any discouragement on her face. I understand. This made her feel more at ease. If Ying Long and the alliance couldn't help her, then Yutian Group could do the same. It can't interfere too much with the foggy world, so Jiang Ning can do whatever he wants with Qinzhou. The corners of her lips involuntarily rose up, causing destruction, selling robots, earning gold coins, and transfusing blood into the foggy world. In the long run, Jiang Ning will become stronger and stronger. Next, Jiang Ning will enter the dungeon to kill monsters and collect materials. She turned her head and looked directly at Ing Shu, ready to inform the other party in advance, but the moment she saw the other party, her mind moved. I'm going to enter the dungeon of our world. Do you want to join? Of course. Ing Shu raised her chin. If I don't follow you, you will slip away from here again, and it will be difficult for me to find you. It's done. Jiang Ning suppressed the smile on his face. He had one more thug. It's not clear whether the survivor can successfully bring people into the dungeon, but Jiang Ning thinks he can give it a try. She reached out and grabbed Ing Shu's wrist, and then used her mind to activate the Mechanical Kingdom dungeon. Do you want to enter the dungeon, Mechanical Kingdom? Yes. The dungeon ticket *1 has been successfully used to start the dungeon Mechanical Kingdom. Jiang Ning turned his eyes, and was already in the dungeon space. She looked to her side, and saw Ing Shu had already taken out his weapon, and was staring at the surroundings defensively. Tens of thousands of metal machines swarmed over, and Ing Shu split one with his backhand. Seeing this, Jiang Ning immediately explained to the other party. You can only completely destroy them by splitting their abdomens, and then tearing out their cores, otherwise they will attack repeatedly like a perpetual motion machine. After speaking, Jiang Ning released Qi Dan again, and signaled to Qi Dan to Ing Shu. This is a friendly force. Don't hurt them by mistake later. Ing Shu recognized Qi Dan. She had an impression of him. At this moment, she stared at Qi Dan's expressionless face and looked at her. Then she was stunned when he entered the combat state skillfully and quickly. She subconsciously followed the action, and with her backhand, she ripped open the metal machine that was rushing to attack her and destroyed the core. Jiangning also started to move. In a short period of time, the two of them cooperated perfectly with each other, and the speed of spawning monsters increased. After being a free laborer for a while, Ingshua suddenly reacted. She stared at the cunning fake intern assistant beside her and laughed angrily. "You fooled me?" Jiangning didn't even turn his head when he heard it. "Then you leave?" Ingshua, Chapter 107. It was impossible to leave. She wanted to see what Jiangning was up to. Ingshua angrily chopped off 2 metal machines with a sword, venting all her anger on the metal machines. Jiangning actually persisted in such a simple and boring action for 8 hours. Ingshua was very confused after hearing it. However, after the initial adaptation, she suddenly felt that such a brainless activity was also quite stress-relieving. With Ingshua's strength, it was easy to deal with these metal machines. They could not pose any threat to her. Therefore, Ingshua began to enjoy such activities. While she was a free laborer, she quietly observed Jiangning's combat style and strength. After a while, the conclusion she came to surprised her. Compared with the elite soldiers under her command, Jiangning was not inferior at all. She suddenly believed Jiangning's words that the princess had reached a cooperative relationship with the other party. The princess admired the strong and attached great importance to talents. In recent years, the princess has been kidnapping people everywhere and has won over many good seedlings to join her. It is understandable that Jiangning was targeted by the princess. Cooperation. Maybe it was just something the princess made up to lure Jiangning into the alliance. Ingshua's observation was very obscure, but Jiangning was more perceptive and noticed it at the first time, but she was fearless. Strength proves everything. Only when you are strong enough can you gain the respect of others. Just like now, she clearly felt that Ingshua's gaze on her was different. "Are you going to stay in this world forever?" Ingshua pondered for a moment in his heart and asked casually. Jiangning turned his head slightly. "Of course not." Ingshua nodded. "Let's exchange contact information after this. You can contact me directly when you come to the Alliance in the future. I am happy to take you to experience the customs and people of the Alliance." Jiangning paused and agreed, "Okay." The atmosphere and relationship between the two relaxed, and they chatted casually. Dan was silent, just completing the tasks assigned by Jiangning. Time passed quickly, and the 8-hour dungeon time was over in the blink of an eye. The duration of the survivor's copy has expired. The survivor will be teleported out of the copy. Prepare for teleportation. 3, 2, 1. When the system prompt sounded, Jiangning quickly put the Qi-Dan and all the materials into her backpack. Then, she quickly grabbed Ingshua's hand and kicked away the metal machines that rushed over one after another. Teleportation successful. The copy has been closed. After returning to the shelter safely, Jiangning checked her gains today. With Ingshua, Jiangning's gains doubled. As a female official of the princess, Ingshua was very powerful, almost equal to the gains of Jiangning and Qi-Dan. This time, Jiangning obtained a total of tungsten *798, molybdenum *704, high-strength alloy *882, rare earth material *1006, plasma crystal *644, photon synthesis aggregate *700, platinum treasure chest *8292. It was equivalent to Jiangning and Qi-Dan fighting for 2 days. Jiangning sincerely thanked Ingshua, so she took out a bunch of food from her backpack and put it on the coffee table. "Try it, our local specialty, it tastes very good." Ingshua didn't bother to be polite with her, and picked up a hawthorn fruit and started eating it. After putting it into her mouth and chewing it for a few times, Ingshua frowned in surprise. "This little red fruit is really delicious. It's called hawthorn." Jiangning pointed to another string of candied haws. "This is also made of hawthorn, but it's sweeter. The surface of the pitted hawthorn is coated with a crispy sugar coating, which is sweet and sour and very appetizing." Ingshua tasted it out of respect, and then praised it generously. It was still early, so Jiangning did his daily tasks by the way. Winter clothes, isolation clothes, fireplace. It took her almost half an hour to deal with these trivial matters. "Tell me, where did the princess go?" Ingshua couldn't help asking after she had eaten. She felt uneasy every day she didn't see Yinglong. If Yinglong was not in danger, it would be fine. She would be punished twice, and that would be the end of it. She was afraid that Yinglong would suddenly encounter a disaster when she was alone, which would cause some trouble. "Not sure." Jiangning shook his head. "Be patient and wait." Ingshua had no other choice but to wait. She sighed softly, and her mood obviously dropped. Jiangning comforted her without words, and prepared to add Ingshua as a friend on his wrist. At this time, an Ilaw suddenly sent a message. Come quickly, King has something urgent to ask you. I leave for a while, and be back soon. Jiang Ning quickly stood up and said to Ying Shu, the situation is special, I can't take you this time. Ying Shu was still immersed in her own emotions. Hearing this, she waved her hand, and signaled Jiang Ning to do as he pleased. Seeing this, Jiang Ning immediately entered the Dawn Dungeon. In the dim basement, an eye-lock came up to Jiang Ning after seeing him. Qing Nu is here, follow me. Did she say what she wanted to see me about? No. An eye-law led the way in front, but you will see her soon. It's not too late to ask her in person after meeting her. Jiang Ning gave up and followed an eye-law quietly. After going around the winding path, Jiang Ning finally arrived at the destination. An eye-law did not go in. She led Jiang Ning to the door, and then retreated, leaving the space for Qing Nu and Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning raised his hand, and pushed open the half-closed door. King was sitting on the sofa, in the middle, sitting very straight. Hearing the movement beside her ear, King looked up. Long time no see, Immortal Mantis. Long time no see. Jiang Ning didn't react for a while, when he suddenly heard his own copy codename. Closing the door casually, Jiang Ning took big steps. Your injury should have healed completely this time, right? King nodded. It has healed completely. After answering Jiang Ning's question, King changed the subject and said, I brought the gene enhancement potion that I promised to steal for you before. Do you think this is enough? She tilted her head slightly, and pointed with her chin at the 3 large devices taller than a person that Jiang Ning had already noticed. Jiang Ning hesitated. What are these? Yes. King explained to Jiang Ning patiently. This bucket is the primary gene enhancement potion, this bucket is the intermediate gene enhancement potion, and this bucket is the advanced gene enhancement potion. I can only bring you this much at the moment. If it's not enough, wait until I go back next time. That's enough. Jiang Ning quickly interrupted her. Each barrel of gene-enhancing potion was almost as high as the room, and 5 people couldn't hold it together. It was so huge. Jiang Ning didn't know how to thank King for a moment. He thought that she was just saying it casually, but he didn't expect that she really remembered Jiang Ning's wish, and helped Jiang Ning realize it so quickly. Jiang Ning pursed his lips. Thank you, Jing. You're welcome. King's clearly shaped lips curved. We are friends, aren't we? Yes. Since we are friends, there is no need to be so polite to me. She whispered. I feel honored to be able to give for my friends. After a pause, she added, you are a very precious friend to me. Jiang Ning smiled. You are also a very precious friend to me. Without further delay, you should take the advanced gene enhancement potion now. It is very effective, and the body will be in an extremely weak state during the effect. I happen to be free today, so I can stay here to protect you. The advanced potion is the material that Jiang Ning has been thinking about for a long time. Hearing this, she took a small cup with a cup and raised her head to swallow it without hesitation. King stepped aside, and quietly placed her hands on the weapon at her waist. Pain, very painful, more painful than any time she took the gene enhancement potion before. This was Jiang Ning's first feeling. Her bones seemed to be crushed by someone's bare hands, her nerves seemed to be torn apart by someone's lightness, and even breathing was accompanied by indescribable pain. In just a moment, Jiang Ning was covered in cold sweat, soaking all her clothes. Jiang Ning half knelt down involuntarily dizzy, and the harsh, sharp sound of failure echoed repeatedly in his mind. She gasped for air, not even having the energy to speak. She could only rely on willpower to endure this wave of pain to make her body reach a higher intensity. Jiang Ning lowered her head slightly, her palms clenched tightly. After surviving this wave, she would become stronger, more fierce, and have a better chance of winning. Jiang Ning's consciousness was vague, and she didn't even notice when she fell to the ground. She clenched her teeth tightly, without saying a word, and didn't utter a single syllable. On King's indifferent face, a slightly worried look appeared in her eyes. The advanced gene enhancement potion is different from other drugs, and King specially selected the best batch, so the better the effect, the more painful the process. King has also seen other people's situation after taking the potion, and it is very rare for someone like Jiang Ning to just grit his teeth and endure it. But without exception, those test subjects who endured it eventually became excellent and top members of Dawn Breaking, with extraordinary strength. King stared at Jiang Ning without blinking, silently praying for his success in her heart. Jiang Ning was in so much pain that she was about to lose consciousness, and had no idea of the passage of time. She felt like a boat floating in the stormy sea, and the feeling of weightlessness came again and again. During this time, Jiang Ning could feel that someone had sent her a message, but she was too tired to muster up the energy to reply to the other party. Fortunately, The message returned to calm after a few vibrations, and did not continue to disturb Jiang Ning. It seemed like 3 centuries had passed, and gradually Jiang Ning felt that her physical strength began to return. The aching body began to heal, and she felt warm and comfortable. Her white face slowly turned rosy, until it was finally enough to support her to get up from the ground. King lent a hand. "How do you feel?" "Much better than before." Jiang Ning told the truth. "This stuff is not suitable for drinking casually. If my physique and will were a little worse, I would be directly killed by the pain." Seeing that she had the strength to speak, King chuckled. "That's natural. It's still early now. You sit where you are and continue to recover." By the way, King took out an unknown potion and handed it to Jiang Ning. "Drink this too." Jiang Ning didn't ask any more questions. After taking the potion from King, he bit off the bottle cap and poured it into his mouth. It tasted slightly sweet, and seemed to accelerate Jiang Ning's recovery. In just a few seconds, Jiang Ning felt that her physical strength had recovered to its previous peak state, and was still expanding. She couldn't help but stretch her muscles twice. This feeling of being full of strength, as if she had endless strength, was really great. She even felt that she could fight the tower guards alone. Jiang Ning exhaled lightly, her fists clenched. Crack. Making a sound. Qing Nu continued to observe her from the side, preventing Jiang Ning from making large movements. Seeing this, Jiang Ning used her mind to check the message she had just received. It was Rainbow Bridge. Tue, the guards' ring matches are all over. I have asked the 1,000 people who won the final to join the group chat, and you can give them instructions at any time. And everyone is your fan, absolutely loyal to you. Thank you for your hard work. After Jiang Ning finished replying, he looked at the time on the panel, and was slightly surprised. It's already 11:30 p.m.? There is only half an hour left before the announcement of the supervisor's voting results. Jiang Ning has to go back and make preparations in advance. After explaining her plan to King did not force her to stay. She exchanged private contact information with Jiang Ning. "If you have anything, just send me a message directly." "Okay." After putting away the 3 barrels of gene enhancement potions, Jiang Ning immediately arrived at his shelter. Ing Shuo was nowhere to be seen. She asked Qidan, but the answer she got was that he suddenly left in a hurry in the evening without saying anything. Maybe there is news about Ing Long, Jiang Ning thought. Jiang Ning's guard selection has ended. She traded the primary gene enhancement potion, weapons and bullets in her backpack to Rainbow Bridge and explained, "Find a time to distribute these." Rainbow Bridge. Okay. Jiang Ning handed over such a precious thing to her without blinking an eye, and Rainbow Bridge's determination to follow Jiang Ning to death became more and more determined. In addition to the primary gene enhancement potion given to the guards, Jiang Ning also distributed some intermediate gene enhancement potions to the 3 people from Rainbow Bridge. They had taken the primary one before, and now it was time to upgrade. After receiving the potion, the 3 of them simply arranged the work at hand, and then swallowed it without blinking. It was still the familiar pain, so the 3 of them had no energy to speak. The group chat became quiet again. Jiang Ning stood up and walked towards the research institute, and said to the 5 people in the room, "You go back first tonight." Lu Aoshuang turned back in surprise. "I want to ask the reason." "Just in case." Jiang Ning explained simply, "If there is any subsequent change, you should immediately enter the shelter to avoid it. The shelter is produced by the fog system. With a high safety factor, you will be very safe there." She looked serious, and Chuikin couldn't help but ask, "Did you encounter any danger?" "No." Jiang Ning smiled. "Go back quickly, the beast tide is about to start. This beast tide is unusual, you should prepare early." Although he had a lot of questions, Jiang Ning had no intention of explaining them in detail. Several people looked at each other, and nodded silently. "Please be safe. If you have any questions, call us, and we will be there at your call." "Yes." Most people had left. Jiang Ning looked at the empty room for a long time, and finally put away all the buildings and materials. Research institutes, processing plants, ponds, fertile fields, arrow towers, city walls. In the empty area of the mountains, only Jiang Ning's 2-story shelter building remained. After the city wall was removed, the roar of the beast became clearer, only separated by a wall. After successfully entrusting the pearl to Jiang Jingxin again, Jiang Ning took out the positioning card and teleportation card from his backpack and rubbed them calmly. Ding dong. At midnight, the fog system appeared on time. The voting time for the supervisor has ended, and the list of successful supervisors is now announced. The winning supervisor candidate this time is Lin Xinguang from District 13. Jiang Ning raised her eyes, and her murderous intent suddenly rose. She spoke without hesitation. Use the positioning card to accurately locate the coordinates of Lin Xinghuang, the head of District 13. Use the teleportation card to accurately move to the location coordinates of Lin Xinghuang, the head of District 13. The positioning card was used successfully, and has been used 2/3 times. The positioning card has been used to accurately locate the location coordinates of Lin Xinghuang, the head of District 13. The teleportation card has been used to accurately move to the location coordinates of Lin Xinghuang, the head of District 13. The scene in front of Jiang Ning changed. She raised her eyelids, and Lin Xinghuang's surprised face instantly came into her eyes. Jiang Ning took out the pulse cannon from her backpack and fired 3 shots at Lin Xinghuang before he could react. Soon, the system prompt sounded again. District Chief Lin Xinghuang has died. Now a new link for District Chief voting will be opened. Click to enter. Regulator Lin Xinghuang has died. The world channel was dead silent. Everyone was caught off guard by this sudden change and stared blankly at the constantly refreshing system announcement. Until a few seconds later, someone finally took the lead and spoke, and the world channel became lively again. At this time, the fog system broke through the defense, and the gnashing sound rang in everyone's ears. Nickname Yunnan Giant Shocking Non-Professional Leg Cutting Master, ID 001, District 1, real name Jiang Ning, assassinated the regulator, murdered the regulator's life, and was so bold. From now on, those who help capture Jiang Ning will be rewarded. Chapter 108 Survival Calendar Day 28, Light Rain, -8 to -15 degrees Celsius, breeze, 002. What the hell? No, why did you reveal the real name of the number 1 on the list? Can't you afford to play with the fog system? It's Jiang Ning who can't afford to play with it, right? If you lose the election, you kill people. It's true that women have the most vicious hearts. You are stupid. You are the most vicious and unscrupulous. You second sex always like to steal things, and then stigmatize the stolen things, use them to slander women, and maliciously spread rumors about women. That's right, the only things in the world that are hard to raise are the land and the villains. No, that's not the point. You've all missed the point. Can anyone tell me if the number 1 is really named Jiang Ning? What else? It's personally certified by the MIS system, so how can it be false? Could it be her? I know what you mean. I think it's her. She has a good relationship with Jiang Jingxin, and they both have the surname Jiang. That's her. What are you talking about? Have you heard of the Lanzheng Women's Charity Foundation? It was founded by Jiang Ning's mother Lanzheng. Before she passed away, Ms. Lanzheng was committed to providing various free assistance and free legal services to women all over the world, helping many people. I am one of those who received the funding. Me too. My family favors boys over girls, and my parents didn't let me continue my studies. It was my female teacher who personally applied for the Lanzheng Women's Charity Fund for me and helped me get tuition and living expenses for 4 years of college. When I was abused, the lawyer who represented me in the lawsuit was from the Lanzheng Women's Charity Foundation. Thanks to Lanzheng, I got back the custody of my child. It turned out to be her. I know her. I used to see her on the news, but unfortunately later. Alas, fate is unpredictable. How far does she have to go, and how outstanding she has to become to successfully tie her husband's heart and prevent him from cheating outside? It's useless. Men will not be honest even if they are hung on the wall, so don't beg for men's cheap and selfish love. Fortunately, the scumbag and the mistress also followed suit. What a retribution. I remember that Jiang Ning's relatives wanted to fight for the inheritance, right? It was a big deal. For a while, the newspaper headlines were all about her family. You are not mistaken. There were indeed relatives who came to fight for the inheritance. But the little girls sponsored by Ms. Lanzheng have grown up and can stand on their own, so they joined forces to help little Jiang Ning win those lawsuits. That's great. Seeing Shouqing considerate of women, it turns out that he was influenced by Ms. Lanzheng. I was wondering why she looks like an old friend. It turns out she is the son of an old friend. Go to your father's MIS system. The supervisor originally belonged to our little Jiang Ning. I have evidence. Yesterday morning, you deliberately hid the number of votes, just to make a trick to push Lin Xinghuang up to take our little Jiang Ning's position, right? I can't stand this broken system anymore. Why do you love men so much? Why should the supervisor we voted for with great effort be quietly replaced? If Jian Shouqing hadn't been so brave as to overturn the table and destroy the chessboard, how long would we have been deceived and deceived? Ha ha ha, did you see that? Just now, cosmetics, dresses, high heels, and stockings were refreshed in the MIS shop. Fuck him. You want women to serve as beauty soldiers even though you're trying to survive. Which boss came up with this selection? Did you see that? If Lin Xinguang succeeds in taking over, all of us women will be reduced to our original form and become means of production again. I will never admit defeat. We will never admit defeat. A single stone caused 1,000 waves. In the World Channel, the crusade against the Mist system became increasingly intense, until it finally spread like wildfire. The female survivors were filled with anger, hating the Mist system's partiality, and being angry at the unfair treatment they and their same-sex counterparts had received. They quickly gathered together, and became a force that could not be underestimated. Protect Jiang Ning. A bounty was offered for Jiang Ning, and I helped her escape. When Jiang Ning was imprisoned, I led people to break out of the prison. And we are behind her. Thousands of women will stand behind her. Senior Jiang Ning is really a good person. She has good grades, and is kind and enthusiastic. All the teachers and classmates in our school like her. Knock. Are we still friends? She actually did so many big things secretly without telling us, and she didn't take the initiative to contact any of us. Let's go find her. I have to see how she will quibble when the time comes. All the survivors responded with a call, and began to pay close attention to Jiang Ning's news. At this moment, Jiang Ning was fleeing frantically in the darkness and thick fog. Behind her were 10 intelligent metal machines as tall and powerful as the tower guards. They tracked Jiang Ning's position closely, and their raised arms and legs broke the towering ancient trees around them, making a crackling sound, mixed with the shrill howling of strange beasts, which made people's heart palpitate and scalp numb. Jiang Ning manipulated the shelter to move very quickly, and she hid as soon as she killed Lin Xinguang. She knew that her actions would cause a crazy attack from the fog world, so she had already changed into combat uniforms and isolation suits. But she didn't expect that the fog system would value her so much and be willing to send out such a large number of such powerful intelligent machines. These things can attack with energy waves, and Jiang Ning's shelter has blocked them for her several times. Jiang Ning did not intend to notify Dong Qianli and Jiang Jingxin to come over. The reason was simple. Their bodies were more fragile than hers, and they were easily injured. It's just sending ahead for death. The only person Jiang Ning can ask for help now is King. After quickly sending a message to King with his mind, the shelter was blown away by the energy wave again. Jiang Ning was thrown heavily into the air, and then slammed against the wall, with stars in his eyes. No, the shelter is too big. It's a living target. Jiang Ning pursed her lips tightly, and finally made up her mind, directly turned on the flight function of the combat suit, and put the shelter away. Her advantage is that the target is small, and the movement is flexible. She can fly around like a nasty fly, using the force to attack each other. Even if she accidentally hurt one of the big lumps, Jiang Ning's pressure would be much less. Jiang Ning did it as soon as she thought of it, and immediately rushed to the opposite place. She held the knife in her right hand, and in a few blinks, she came to the back of the intelligent machine, and took advantage of the other party's carelessness to slash it hard on the head. Ding! A crisp sound rang out, and Jiang Ning felt the big knife cut through the metal surface, and then cut a shallow crack. The light was too dim, Jiang Ning's vision was blocked, and he could only act by feeling. Fortunately, the intelligent machines were the same as Jiang Ning. Although they have detection radar, Jiang Ning moves too fast. Whenever they intend to attack, Jiang Ning can always change their position in real time to make them aim again. Relying on his flexible skills, Jiang Ning kept maneuvering among the 10 intelligent machines, and successfully made them take 2 friendly shots. Time passed quickly, and it was already 3 o'clock in the morning. Jiang Ning had just taken the advanced gene enhancement potion yesterday, so she didn't feel very sleepy or tired at the moment. Speaking of this, Jiang Ning had a flash of doubt in his heart. The advanced gene enhancement potion came too timely. If it was a little later, Jiang Ning might have died here today. Because of the significant improvement in physical fitness, Jiang Ning could easily hold the big knife and counterattack while dodging, which was completely different from the previous attack on the tower guard. This high-level gene enhancement potion is very good, and Jiang Ning's sin yesterday was not in vain. A few thoughts flashed through her mind quickly, and Jiang Ning jumped up again and stabbed the Omnic below. She aimed at an Omnic and kept pestering it, and now she had initially torn open the other party's head. But their cores all grew on the soles of their feet, and Jiang Ning couldn't successfully remove the cores with her strength. No matter what, tear one apart first. When the reinforcements arrive, they can get rid of the intelligent machines as quickly as possible, which will make Jiang Ning feel relieved. After making a decision, Jiang Ning ran around, cutting this one now and that one. She couldn't help but think of a certain software from the past. If only everyone could help her cut it. The energy attack wave suddenly arrived, and Jiang Ning was thrown upside down. The damage caused by the energy wave to her can now be basically ignored, because Jiang Ning did not spit blood like before, and felt indescribable pain in her internal organs. Jiang Ning attaches great importance to her own safety. After realizing this, her counterattack became more fierce. Since she can't die, she will bite like a mad dog, bite off a piece of the opponent's flesh and make the opponent retreat. Jiang Ning's eyes were burning with raging fire. After using the towering ancient trees to stabilize her body, she catapulted into the air, moved in an S-shaped snake shape, made a few fake moves, and suddenly attacked the real target. Ding! This big lump has been torn to the back by Jiang Ning. If he tries harder, Jiang Ning can completely break its defense. Jiang Ning quickly replaced the big knife in his hand with a pulse cannon, and then continued to approach while the chaos, aiming the muzzle at the gap on the back of the intelligent machine, and fired 3 shots in a row. Boom! A violent sound came, and Jiang Ning and the attacked intelligent machine were blown away by the energy of the explosion at the same time. Jiang Ning retreated in time and barely avoided it, so he was not injured, but the intelligent machine was different. As the main receiver of energy, it was blasted directly into the snow, and was hit hard by the cannon. The pulse cannon was powerful enough to destroy an aircraft carrier. Jiang Ning did not believe that the Omnic could withstand this blow. She hid behind the leaves that had been shaken off the snow, hiding her figure with the branches, and watched the situation of the Omnic in front of her without blinking. The snow was all over the sky, melted into water, and quickly evaporated by the high temperature, leaving only a white mist. Jiang Ning counted silently in her heart, until 2 minutes later, the scene returned to calm. The iron lump was lying on the ground motionless, and it looked like it had no life. Jiang Ning narrowed his eyes slightly. Dead? Or pretending? Before pulling out the opponent's core, Jiang Ning would not relax any vigilance. Unfortunately, the remaining 9 intelligent machines no longer gave Jiang Ning extra opportunities to think and wait. Perhaps they realized that Jiang Ning had the ability to kill them, and they all became crazy and radical. They no longer had any reservations, nor did they have any cat-and-mouse mentality, and they all used their killing moves against Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning had no choice but to flee again. The body of the dead Omnic. It wouldn't be too late to come back and pick it up after surviving this wave. In a flash, Jiang Ning rushed forward. But after running for a while, Jiang Ning keenly realized that these Omnics seemed to be deliberately driving her to a certain place. Could it be the prison in the misty world? Unfortunately, Jiang Ning has never been a person who obeys obediently. She quickly ran in the opposite direction with her movement, so fast that the Omnics could hardly catch up. But Jiang Ning stopped quickly. She stared at the familiar Thousand Buddha snow field in front of her, stunned for a moment, and then suddenly smiled. It turned out that the Thousand Buddha project team was in the misty world, and it turned out that the Thousand Buddha project team was around her shelter. No wonder when she entered the Thousand Buddha snow field and the Thousand Buddha ice and snow world before, Jiang Ning could not take the initiative to exit halfway, and could only leave through the teleportation array. Because it was not a copy at all, Jiang Ning was able to be teleported in by chance, probably because of the hand behind it. But she could only send Jiang Ning in. After the dungeon admission ticket was used, the teleportation array in the dungeon admission ticket became invalid, and Jiang Ning naturally had no way to leave through the destroyed small teleportation array. Jiang Ning stared at everything in front of her with burning eyes. Since the Thousand Buddha's snow field had arrived, the abandoned baby tower should not be far away. She raised her lips sarcastically. Next, should they lock themselves in the dark abandoned baby tower like they did to the creatures in the tower? Jiang Ning took a deep breath and then sent a message to King. I'm at the Qianfua snowfield next to the Qianfua ice and snow world where we first met. The omnipotent machines behind him caught up and attacked at the same time. Jiang Ning had to stop sending and concentrate on dealing with the simultaneous attack of 9 omnipotent machines. They fought more and more bravely, and Jiang Ning began to find it difficult to resist. Jiang Ning had been fighting for almost a whole night. Even if she was in good physical condition, she inevitably felt a little tired under such a high-intensity escape. But Jiang Ning couldn't admit defeat. If she lost, she would be imprisoned endlessly like the creatures in the tower until her life died. Jiang Ning began to fight back, and her pulse cannons fired at the Omnics like crazy. Due to the huge energy, the Omnics couldn't get close to Jiang Ning for a while. But at this moment, the sky was bright. The curtain was lifted in an instant, and the light around suddenly became brighter. Right now, 9 Omnics suddenly transformed into cannon barrels, and a full 9 black muzzles were aimed at Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning didn't think twice, and quickly hid in the shelter. The feeling of weightlessness came, and a burning temperature rushed to the whole body. Jiang Ning did not react. She had already crashed into the mountain behind her with the shelter. The sound of falling gravel came, and then the second wave of attacks arrived. The shelter was blown away again, but this time it was blasted out in a parabola, and finally fell heavily to the ground. Jiang Ning couldn't help spitting out blood, and was seriously injured. If it weren't for the high protection shelter acting as a shield, she might have turned into ashes, and scattered with the wind. Jiang Ning lay in the shelter, swallowing the blood with difficulty. The Omnics had already caught up with him. Without saying anything, they lifted the shelter together, and threw Jiang Ning into the abandoned baby tower. Looking out through the broken window, the door of the first floor exit was slowly closed, and the surroundings instantly fell into gray darkness. Suddenly, the survivors heard the system prompt sound triumphantly. Attention! Nickname Yunnan Giant Shaoking, Non-Professional Leg Cutting Master, ID 001, Area 1, real name Jiang Ning, has been successfully imprisoned. Chapter 109. What the hell? Imprisoned? Does this mean that from the moment Jiang Ning killed Lin Xinghuang, the mist system has been hunting Jiang Ning? I think so. Number 1 is number 1. It can hold out for a whole night under the pursuit of the mist system. It's strong. The mist system raised by a dog father. What did Jian Shouqing do wrong? The supervisor was originally hers. She just wanted to take back everything that belonged to her last night. Heartbreaking. The mist system can hunt down and imprison Jiang Ning today, so it may attack us tomorrow. We should unite to resist it. Yes. The question is, how should we resist? This question hits the key point. Now all the survivors have to rely on the fog system to survive in the fog world. Under the extreme natural disaster, all the survivors are temporarily unable to be independent and completely out of the fog system. If they were to draw a clear line with the fog system right away, perhaps they would all die before the extreme cold period ends. You are too stubborn. Isn't it the same when Lin Xinghuang is the supervisor? Jiang Ning is really something. She has no tolerance at all, and she killed someone. She is not afraid of being looked down upon by others for making such a big news. How do you know I am a man? JPG, you should be forced to stand in the rain for a whole day in this weather wearing stockings and bikini pants, and freeze to death. You should be fed some rat poison, and if you die, it will prove that you are a dead rat. I am tired of saying this. People who do not menstruate please do not represent our female community. The topic of the World Channel began to deviate, and turned into a fierce war of words. In the group chat, Rainbow Bridge said anxiously, Tuichui still hasn't sent us any message. I strongly doubt whether she can receive messages from the outside world. Since the fog system can hunt down survivors recklessly, it is just a matter of convenience to ban Jiang Ning. Dong Qianli replied, perhaps since she killed Lin Xinghuang last night, all her system functions have been shut down. Jiang Jingxi was very anxious. The research institute is not feasible. I just tried to go to her shelter through the research institute, but failed. She should have put it away. Dong Qianli thought, she is very thoughtful. She may have made all preparations before the action, intending to minimize the losses. Rainbow Bridge took a deep breath. What should we do now? We can't contact Tuichui, and we don't know if she was injured when she was imprisoned? How serious is it? Dong Qianli, gather at the shelter first and reorganize all forces. Didn't Jiang Ning give you a large bucket of primary gene enhancement liquid? First give it to the members of the escort team, and let them take it. At midnight, the third period of the Beast-Tide Novice will begin. At that time, we may get a good item from the treasure chest that can rescue her. Jiang Jing thought for a while. Location card. If there is a location card, we can successfully find my sister's location and lead people to rush over. Yes, yes, yes. Rainbow Bridge immediately perked up after hearing this. The treasure chest in the Beast-Tide will drop a lot of good things, so I have to quickly take the gene enhancement potion and then focus on the Beast-Tide. Rainbow Bridge quickly clicked on the shelter. I'm here. After notifying the 1,000 guards in the group chat to gather at the shelter, Rainbow Bridge asked everyone to prepare a bowl, and then began to distribute potions to everyone under the guard of Jiang Jingxin and the shelter guards. Rainbow Bridge ordered everyone to take it immediately. Although the guards were confused, they also obeyed. For a while, there were countless painful groans around. Jiang Jingxin couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. I forgot to let them eat something in advance to fill their stomachs. Dong Qianli carried the ion cannon. I forgot too. The two looked at Rainbow Bridge at the same time. Rainbow Bridge, She really forgot. She lowered her head silently and continued to focus on her work, while comforting the guards. Don't panic, you just took the gene enhancement potion, and you will be much stronger after you survive this wave of pain. The survivor who was still a little resentful heard it, and immediately squeezed out a sincere thank you from his teeth. While they were busy at the Rainbow Bridge, Jiang Ning had already sat down calmly. She never regretted her actions. If Lin Xinghuang didn't die, he would become a greater threat when he grew up with the support of the mist system. There could only be one of Jiang Ning and Lin Xinghuang. There was no medicine to treat injuries in the backpack, so Jiang Ning conveniently filled herself with 2 bottles of high-grade nutrient solution. After taking the nutrient solution, she felt much better. Jiang Ning's injury was not very serious. While her physical fitness was greatly improved, she was defeated directly after daybreak without fighting for too long, and then thrown into the abandoned baby tower. Looking up at the familiar, gray sky, Jiang Ning's eyes were full of coldness, and he felt only irony. How many more women will this abandoned baby tower harm? Before, it was nearly 20,000 creatures in the tower, and now it is herself. In the future, will other female survivors in the misty world also come here to live permanently? Jiang Ning took out the pulse cannon, pointed at the tower wall expressionlessly, and fired 2 shots fiercely. There was a violent noise, but the abandoned baby tower was not damaged at all. The power of the pulse cannon could not cause any damage to it. Perhaps the artillery could do it, but the artillery purchased from Dawn had not arrived yet. All Jiang Ning could do now was wait for a sudden turn, wait for another force in the foggy world to notice something was wrong and come to save him. After closing his eyes, Jiang Ning opened the system panel and operated for a while, only to find that he had been completely blocked. Not only could he not receive any messages, he also had no way to send messages, enter the dungeon, or escape by teleporting into the dungeon. It was quite thoughtful. Last night was intense. After a night of fighting, Jiang Ning was not sleepy yet. She was idle anyway, so she took out the treasure chest in the folding storage space, and then patiently opened it one by one with Qi Dan. Open the platinum treasure chest, get plasma crystal *1, copper coins *1000. Open the platinum treasure chest, get bullet *1, copper coins *1000. Open the silver box, get dagger *1, copper coins *10. The system prompt sound was chirping, and Jiang Ning was furious when she heard it, and finally set it to do not disturb. Jiang Ning opened the treasure chest for about 4 hours. As it was approaching noon, she began to feel sleepy. Fortunately, the backpack function could still be used, so Jiang Ning took out her exotic animal fur and prepared to sleep peacefully until she woke up naturally. Due to the lack of sleep for a long time, she almost forgot what it felt like to have a good sleep, like before the foggy world came. Shelter. All 1,000 guards in Area 1 have taken the gene enhancement potion, and are struggling to endure the effect of the potion. Rainbow Bridge became an instructor, earnestly and tirelessly educating. Follow Tue, and you will have meat to eat. Ask yourself, is there anyone in the foggy world who is more powerful, more generous, and more willing to train his subordinates than Tue? Except for Sister Jing Xian and Sister Qianli. She put her hands behind her back and paced back and forth. So we must follow Tue to the death, rescue Tue, and take power into our own hands. If Tue can successfully escape this time, then the foggy world will not be a big deal. From now on, no one and nothing can threaten us, hurt us, or bully us. And I firmly believe that we and Tue are running in both directions. She saved us in the past, and today is a good time for us to repay her. The majority of the guards in our district are women, so if you stand by and watch today, then when disaster strikes in the future, no one will cheer for you and lend a hand. Who will you want to rely on? Who would you want to save you and pull you out of the abyss without asking for anything in return like Tue? I can tell you for sure here that no one can do it except me, Tue. Strength, wisdom, status, influence, these factors are indispensable. Without Jiang Ning's fame, it would be impossible to achieve a single call and make people willingly listen to her dispatch and command. Rainbow Bridge kept mumbling until the members of the escort team successfully survived the effects of the drug, and they had reached a consensus. Their interests were consistent with those of the district chief. Now they are in the same camp. Jiang Ning is good, they are good. If Jiang Ning loses, as women, their fate will not be much better. After taking the primary gene enhancement potion, the strength of the guard team has been effectively improved. Next, Rainbow Bridge Jiang Jingxin and others should consider the beast tide. After calling Lu Yin over, several people began a detailed discussion on how to better survive the beast tide. Jiang Ning is not here, and the new products that should have been put on today have been interrupted. If the fog system had not been hunting him down, Jiang Ning might have sold weapons specifically for dealing with the third period of the beast tide novice to increase the survival rate of other survivors. The beast tide is getting stronger and stronger, And the strength of the beasts tonight will also increase accordingly. Ordinary people may not be able to withstand it. Either gather all the survivors together and then have an unprecedented united defense war. Or leave it to fate and let people perish by themselves. This is a very realistic problem. The shelter can only accommodate 100 million people, but there are 7 billion survivors in the fog world now. Lu Yin can only try to inform everyone. After 24 o'clock tonight, the shelter will only accept the elderly, the weak, women and children. Those who are strong and healthy can choose to stay near the shelter and fight with others. As long as there are enough people, the beast tide is not invincible. After discussing, several people dispersed on the spot and went to work on their own things. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Jiangning woke up after sleeping for 10 hours. After a nap, she felt much better, and the pain in her body was relieved. The treasure chests were not opened yet, so she moved and continued to work patiently. Time passed slowly, and at 23:57, all the treasure chests were finally opened. She exhaled, opened the band system panel, and tried to refresh the number 1 missed shop but failed. The beast tide was about to begin. Jiangning frowned. Could ordinary people with only a long sword survive this disaster? Do you know you are wrong? The system's emotional voice suddenly sounded in Jiangning's ears. You admit your mistakes and apologize to me now. It's not too late. Jiangning stopped, looked up and sneered, you think too much. It's impossible for me to kneel down and beg for life. Unrepentant. The system was furious. I ignored you before, so you secretly grew to this point. But do you think you are the chosen one, the lucky one, the heroine? I can tell you clearly now that your fantasy is shattered. Without your help, you can't escape from this abandoned baby tower. Just like those ordinary fools with nothing to offer are destined to die tonight after losing your help. In front of me, you are all vulnerable. Then you can wait and see. Jiangning smiled calmly. Will you, who is bound by the rules of the foggy world, win? Or will we, the survivors, win? I believe in them. I believe in my people of the same sex, otherwise all our efforts over the past month will be in vain, right? The system sneered. Then you wait. I will let you watch your hard work go to waste. And in the end, you will choose to surrender to me. Chapter 110 Survival Calendar Day 29, Showers, -10 to -15 degrees Celsius, breeze, midnight. Ding dong. The beast tide is about to begin. Survivors, please prepare for battle. Jiangning heard the warning sound of the beast tide starting. Outside the abandoned baby tower, the survivors have begun to face densely packed, powerful monsters. I castrate. This monster is bigger. What should I do? My weapons are not enough to break their defenses. Me too. I feel like they can crush me with 1 foot. Help me. My shelter has been attacked very fiercely, and it can't hold on any longer. Why does it say that the person in front doesn't exist after clicking on his nickname? He's dead. The third period of the Beast Tide Novice has just begun, and the number of people in each district has begun to drop sharply at a shocking speed. The survivors in the top few districts are relatively strong, so they are not affected much. But the situation in those areas where the population was not large to begin with has become even worse. People are dying every minute and every second. Only 10 minutes after the Beast Tide began, the number of survivors has been reduced by half. Lu Yin kept an eye on the number of survivors in each area. Seeing that the situation was not right, she immediately called Jiang Jingxin and her guards, and Dong Qianli Rainbow Bridge, and the guards of Area 1 to arrive. I'm going to call other people to come and stay around the shelter to act together, and resist the beasts together. She frowned. Only in this way can everyone spend the night safely. Jiang Jingxin had no objection. Okay, I let them guard the exit and maintain order. After the voice fell, Rainbow Bridge also quickly arranged for the guards of Area 1 to follow Jiang Jingxin's instructions. The strength of the alien beasts tonight was much higher than the few people expected, so the previous several alternative plans had to be scrapped, and only the group together for warmth was retained. When the guards started to act together, Lu Yin had already opened the world channel and started to speak. In order to ensure everyone's survival rate, please move to the shelter in time, and unite to attack the alien beasts outside the shelter. We need everyone to unite, and face the outside world in unison. Guarantee the priority of the elderly, the weak, women and children. Those who are strong and healthy, follow us and fight to their heart's content. Baijiu, the head of District 29, was the first to respond, followed by Daisy, Xiaoyinhe, Shinkei. Several people quickly arrived at the shelter, and asked Lu Yin if they could help. Lu Yin had a clear mind, and made orderly arrangements. After that, several people went to their positions neatly, and began to fight against the Beast Tide. With the strongman's statement, Other survivors also responded. They held weapons in their hands, their eyes were firm, and their faces were full of anger. Today, either the alien beast dies, or I live. The fog system is so bullying. That's right, we have survived so hard until now, but it still wants to kill us. If we don't unite, and resist today, then the yesterday of the first place will be our tomorrow. Isn't the first place strong enough? But she was still successfully imprisoned by the fog system. Dog system just bullies us when the number one is not here. Come on, sisters, we will win in the end. We are strong and tough now, no longer the weak little white flower who can't lift or carry anything. When we first entered the foggy world, we are as majestic as mountains. Kill the dog system. One day I will find out where it hides and scatter its ashes. In difficult situations, human emotions are easily ignited and motivated. Faced with the seemingly invincible beasts, the survivors chose to follow Lu Yan's arrangements without hesitation. The strength of Lu Yan, Jiang Jingqin, and Districts 1 and 4 is obvious to all. If even they cannot be trusted, then all of humanity is really doomed. Therefore, the expected situation of someone rebelling, someone taking the opportunity to cause trouble, and affecting others' mentality did not happen. In fact, it is impossible to happen. Not to mention the fierce and tall guards in the two districts, the huge shelters suspended in the air are enough to deter. Such a large building is clearly placed above the survivors' heads. If anyone disobeys, those shelters can fly over and crush the person into a meat pie. Under the threat of powerful forces, the survivors who arrived were very obedient. As time went by, more and more people arrived at the shelter. While Lu Yan and Xiao Yinhe were busy as a top, Dong Qinli was not much better. She used to be a female manager, and was very good at personnel management, so she and Lu Yan were responsible for the arrangement of personnel and the design of tactics. The more people, the better. If there were more people, but they were all fools without wisdom, they would still lose tonight. How to properly arrange so many, hundreds of millions of survivors, and give full play to their strength by 200%, this is the top priority. Dong Qinli frowned as she thought. Jiang Ning sat quietly in the abandoned baby tower, not anxious or impatient, not crying or making a fuss. She even took out the textbook that Gu Yingjun gave her, and read it attentively. Now it was useless for her to be anxious. No matter how anxious she was, she could not escape from this damn abandoned baby tower that would only crush women. The moment the mist system locked her in, it did not want her to leave successfully. So Jiang Ning quickly adjusted her mindset, and prepared to take advantage of this rare free time to improve her theoretical knowledge of the teleportation array. In this way, she could fight back fiercely after escaping, fight a beautiful turnaround, find out the fog system, and then crush it to ashes. Moreover, Jiang Ning believed in Lu Yan, Xiao Yinhe, the Special Affairs Bureau, Jiang Jingqin, and everyone in District 1. In the past month, she spent a lot of manpower and material resources to rescue them, support them, and enable them to grow better and faster. Now it's time for them to give themselves a satisfactory answer. If they can't even win a beast hide, then Jiang Ning can't count on them when he declares war on the fog system in the future. With a sigh of relief, Jiang Ning calmed down, stopped thinking about random things, and focused on his own affairs. After the survivors moved their positions, the beast hide also made corresponding adjustments. There are more and more strange beasts outside the shelter. Even if you just stay in the shelter, you can hear your heartbeat speed up and your body feel cold. Can we win and survive? A little girl asked worriedly. Of course. The gentle mother comforted. Did you see those sisters and aunts? They will protect us. Women can push down mountains and hold up half the sky, so you should work hard in the future to become as strong as them. Yes, I remember, Mom. The shelter was bustling with people. Some were worried, some were disheartened. But more people were excited and threw themselves into the fight against the alien beasts. Even if it means death, even if it means burning oneself to illuminate others, there is no turning back. Everyone has to die. Some are heavier than Mount Tai, some are lighter than a feather, so why not fight to their heart's content? They have had enough of the past days of frustration. The survivors used people outside the shelter. They built a line of defense with meat. After successfully killing the monster, the treasure chest dropped was picked up by a special person and immediately sent to the back to open. As we all know, good things will be opened in the treasure chest, so if weapons can be opened, then the human victory rate will be greatly improved. Ion cannon. I've got an ion cannon here. Quick, send it over. Energy liquid. I've got it for use with the ion cannon. Quick, take it to the front line for supplies. Double supplies amplification card. Send me the ion cannon and energy liquid back. If you have any good stuff, give them to me. I increase the amplification. In the logistics department, people would occasionally shout in surprise, and Dong Qianli would arrange the strategy while paying attention. They needed positioning cards. Only the positioning card can determine Jiang Ning's location, find Jiang Ning, and rescue him. Raising his hand and pressing his brow, Dong Qianli retracted his thoughts and prepared to continue optimizing the strategy. At this time, the system prompt sounded without warning. The number of survivors in District 89 has been reduced to 0, and District 89 has disappeared. The number of survivors in District 103 has been reduced to 0, and District 103 has disappeared. The number of survivors in District 58 has been reduced to 0, and District 58 has disappeared. Dog system? That's a full 3 million people. Someone cursed angrily. This is a dog system that takes human life lightly. Stop cursing. Save some energy to deal with the monsters. Since entering the foggy world, the number of us humans who have died is more than just 3 million. I'm afraid it's more than hundreds of millions. One day, I will tear the foggy system apart. The curses continued, and the survivors killed the monsters while cursing. Most of the night passed, and their backs ached and they were exhausted. Jiang Jingxin manipulated the shelter to smash the monsters one after another, and now the outside of her shelter was covered with the blood of the monsters. We have to get rid of the boss quickly, she said to Baijiu and Xinkei beside her. The beast tide will not end until the boss dies. Based on Ningning's previous experience, this human disaster can only be completely stopped if the boss is killed. Xinkei nodded. I go. Baijiu was not to be outdone. I go too. Who asked you to go? She frowned. You two stay here and guard well. I go find the boss. She squinted at the two of them. Who will deal with this side if you two leave? Baijiu and Xinkei paused. Then please be careful. Okay. Jiang Jingxin responded, summoned the shelter back, then jumped into the shelter lightly, and began to move above the beast army. That damn boss must be hiding in the dark and observing humans quietly. Jiang Jingxin carefully took out the pulse cannon that Jiang Ning gave her, and observed the surroundings with full concentration. Suddenly, there was a movement behind him, and Jiang Jingxin fired a backhand shot, and the strange beast died on the spot and fell from midair. It's not a boss, Jiang Jingxin concentrated. 2 waves of small bosses had come before, and the survivors united and killed the small bosses in a short time. In the last beast tide, the boss Jiang Jingxin encountered was more ferocious, exaggerated, and difficult to deal with than the one Jiang Ning encountered. So, Jiang Jingxin suddenly narrowed his eyes, and quickly notified Dong Qianli, Rainbow Bridge, Xinkei, and Daisy who had upgraded the shelter. Come quickly. Remember to hide quietly. Jiang Jingxin stressed. Don't reveal your whereabouts, so as not to alert the enemy. I'd be the bait. Jiang Jingxin was also targeted by the Miss World, but Jiang Ning was more arrogant, so the Miss World took priority over Jiang Ning. But for Jiang Jingxin, a woman who was also threatening, the Miss World was still vigilant and prepared, so this time, it would definitely not miss the opportunity to get rid of Jiang Jingxin. Jiang Jingxin raised the corner of his lips and sneered. If it dared to come, he would definitely ask for interest first. She pretended to be calm and killed a few small beasts. About an hour later, she pretended to be irritable and impatient, and then something strange happened. An extremely powerful flying beast quickly approached and surrounded Jiang Jingxin. With the light in the shelter, Jiang Jingxin saw the flying beast clearly. It was shining with a cold metallic light, as if it was invulnerable. It should be made of the same material as the metal machinery in the Mechanical Kingdom copy. Jiang Jingxin sneered. You still dare to come? Go! With a loud shout, Jiang Jingxin launched the attack first. Then, Dong Qianli and the others who were lurking around jumped up on the spot and rushed towards the flying beast. With the sharp knives carved by Jiang Ning himself, and the help of the shelter, they easily solved the flying beast. But at this time, more beasts came. Flying in the sky, running on the ground, they were endless. It's really endless. Rainbow Bridge yelled, Get out of the way, I killed them with one shot. Wait. Dong Qianli stopped her. Pour the oil first, then burn it. She frowned and said, I don't know what the mist system has to offer, but I save as much as I can now. Rainbow Bridge nodded obediently. I listen to you. As various edible oils and industrial oils were dumped, the ground became slippery. Many alien beasts fell on their butts on the spot, and their formation was instantly destroyed. Fire! Dong Qianli gave the order, and Rainbow Bridge fired the ion cannon. The flames rose up, and soon illuminated the sky. The beasts were burned by the fire in groups, and their screams were heartbreaking and terrifying. The survivors around the shelter followed suit and quickly marked out a safe area, then collected all the oil-related materials, processed them, and dumped them in a unified manner. As the torches fell to the ground, a wall of fire burned into the sky, and the attacks of the beasts were effectively slowed down. The rear was temporarily stable, but the system prompt sound kept ringing. The number of survivors in District 154 has been reduced to 0. District 154 has disappeared. The number of survivors in District 288 has been reduced to 0. District 288 has disappeared. The number of survivors in District 161 has been reduced to 0. District 161 has disappeared. So far, this beast tide has at least caused the extinction of hundreds of large districts, and the death of hundreds of millions of people. Everyone is in a heavy mood, and they feel heavy in their hearts. But when it rains, it pours. At 8 o'clock, the night was torn apart, and more metal and strange beasts emerged. The same robots in the mechanical kingdom were crowded together, bringing a strong sense of oppression. That's not all. In front of Jiang Jingxin and others, the intelligent machines that were at least 10 meters tall slowly appeared like a moving hill. Just one look made people almost lose the courage to resist. Can we defeat them? Chapter 111. Daisy couldn't help asking, "Why not?" Rainbow Bridge grabbed a handful of hair angrily. "If Tuda can do it, we can do it too. I don't believe that this piece of iron is indestructible." Jiang Jingxin also had a bad temper. Seeing this, he cursed on the spot. "Damn it, did we kill the entire family of the Mist system in our last life? So that it killed us survivors in this life?" Shinkei listened quietly for a moment, and suddenly asked, "Did Jiang Ning do any task that threatened the Mist system? That's why it wants to kill Jiang Ning at all costs now. Besides her, perhaps the existence of US survivors is also a threat. The fog system is completely unfriendly to survivors, especially female survivors, but Jiang Ning can repeatedly take out some materials and weapons that are very beneficial to survivors." Shinkei said calmly. "Did she connect other plugins besides the fog system?" As soon as these words came out, the three people in Area 1, Schwa, looked over. Shinkei remained calm. "I guess the fog system wants to destroy the survivors, while the plugin that Jiang Ning linked to wants to save the survivors. Their purposes and goals are different. I think you should share information with us, so that we can come up with the most perfect and effective solution." Jiang Jingxin narrowed his eyes, and Dong Qianli smiled. "We are not very clear about this." After that, she asked in a kind tone, "Don't you know the district chief? Didn't she share this information with you? What is your relationship with the district chief?" Dong Qianli's words were full of thorns. Shinkei pursed his lips. "She is my mother's most proud student." "Oh," Rainbow Bridge responded, "then apart from this relationship, you should not have any friendship, right? If Jiang Ning trusted Shinkei, he would have become a member of the team long ago. But Jiang Ning did nothing for Shinkei, which proved that the other party was not trustworthy, so Jiang Ning did not choose to support him." Shinkei thought about it, and decided to ignore the three people who were thorny and defensive, and continued to analyze. After the abnormality of the abandoned baby tower appeared, the lowest temperature in the foggy world stabilized at -15 degrees Celsius, and did not continue to drop. But, he raised his eyelids and looked at Jiang Jingxin quietly, "Is the increase and stability of the lowest temperature really related to the abandoned baby tower?" Jiang Jingxin's expression did not change. "I don't know about that." Seeing that several people kept talking in riddles and saying incomprehensible words, Daisy couldn't help but touch her belly. "Oh, stop thinking about it. It's important to solve the current dilemma first." "They are all coming," Daisy yelled anxiously. Jiang Jingxin glanced at Shinkei for the last time. "Let's deal with them first. After that, we can sit down and slowly deal with other things." "Okay." Shinkei shut up. The strange beasts were easy to deal with, but the metal lumps were not. Fortunately, Jiang Ning prepared a machete for them in advance, which could easily break through the defensive surface of these intelligent machines. Jiang Jingxin took action first. She drove the shelter directly over, then wore a flying suit and floated in the air, using the shelter to hit the enemy one after another like whack-a-mole. Rainbow Bridge and Dong Qianli adopted the same tactics. Although the actions were crude and the scenes were bloody, it must be said that the effect was very good. Shinkei and Daisy watched with their eyelids twitching. In the end, for the sake of efficiency and victory, they also silently followed and learned. The 5 people with level 5 shelters on the front line withstood the pressure and effectively alleviated the possibility of being attacked by metal intelligent machines in the rear. Once the intelligent machines arrived, the other survivors without weapons could only wait to die. The third phase of the Beast-Tide Novice has lasted for a full 8 hours. The survivors are miserable. "Why hasn't this Beast-Tide ended yet? I'm almost dying of exhaustion." Is it related to Jiang Ning? What did she do during the first two beast tides? Why did the beast tide end quickly when she was there, but not when she left? Did she go to kill the boss without telling us? The beast tide can only stop when the boss dies. But just now, the second, third, and fourth place players also left. They can't be going on vacation, right? Thinking about it, the first place player is still the strongest. She can fight 10 people alone. It's amazing, totally different from the 5 of us. Stop talking, kill them quickly. After killing them, send the treasure chest to the back, so that you can get better weapons as soon as possible. After being yelled at, everyone stopped talking and focused on killing the beasts. All the survivors in the foggy world are fighting for survival. At this time, in the abandoned baby tower, Jiang Ning was reading a book, and the text projected by the fog system appeared in the space in front of him again. How is it? I haven't heard the end of the third period of the Beast Tide Novice period. Are you anxious? Jiang Ning didn't even raise his head. Do you think I look anxious? I'm not saying that you underestimate me and my friends. At this moment, Jiang Ning finally took his eyes off the book. I don't know why you are so confident. Is it because you are a public system? The mist system was silent for a moment, and then said angrily, you don't know what's good for you. Just wait, I will destroy everything you have worked so hard to build. You want to destroy the mist world, did Princess Yinglong agree? Jiang Ning smiled, isn't she also in the mist world? Do you think you will be affected if she gets into trouble here? Whether Yinglong left or not, this is a good reason for Jiang Ning to threaten the mist system. Sure enough, after hearing this, the mist system immediately cursed, damn it, why is she here? Haven't the others already evacuated? The others referred to the 6 male guests. We agreed to survive, but they fled in disgrace less than a week after arriving in the mist world. The smile on Jiang Ning's mouth was cold. The princess has lost contact, and now her ladies-in-waiting are looking for her all over the mist world. You are lucky. Mist system. Then do you want this blessing? It no longer cared about Jiang Ning and disappeared in a hurry, probably to find Yinglong's trace. After the mist system disappeared, the mocking smile on Jiang Ning's face returned to calm. Although the mist system would increase the difficulty of the beast tide, Jiang Ning believed in Jiang Jingxin, Dong Qinli, and Rainbow Bridge. Since surviving so far, Jiang Ning has told the 3 people all the information except for his own privacy. With their intelligence, they will definitely be able to detect certain things and react quickly. Especially Dong Qinli, as a very successful businessman and female CEO, her wisdom is not inferior to anyone. With her around, Jiang Ning is very relieved. Jiang Ning's only worry is that the fog system will be despicable and shameless, and release the intelligent machines in the mechanical kingdom copy to deal with ordinary people. Since they are ordinary people, they naturally have no power to fight back in front of this group of metals. Jiang Ning frowned, just hoping that everyone can get more good things from the treasure chest. Since midnight yesterday, Jiang Ning's network and communication have been restricted. The call for help sent to King was intercepted, and Jiang Ning couldn't contact anyone to help him. But Yan Xueji wouldn't sit idly by. As the most powerful, active, and authoritative NPC, Jiang Ning didn't believe she would watch the destruction of the world she was in. I just don't know when she will receive the message. The number of survivors in District 398 has been reduced to 0, and District 398 has disappeared. The number of survivors in District 303 has been reduced to 0, and District 303 has disappeared. The number of survivors in District 277 has been reduced to 0, and District 277 has disappeared. The system voice was broadcasting faster and faster, and Dong Qinli kicked a beast away. We can't go on like this. Under the dual pressure of beasts and intelligent machines, we can't hold on for too long. What should we do? Daisy asked anxiously, holding her belly. She has a baby. She doesn't want to die. We need weapons with mass destruction. Jiang Jing thought for a moment, but the boss has not appeared yet. We have to be prepared and keep a backup. Shinkei heard. What will it take for the boss to appear? Previously, the district chief dealt with the boss. Dong Qinli suddenly stopped talking halfway, and then she raised her head suddenly. Let's go to the location of the district chief's previous shelter. Rainbow Bridge was at a loss. How do we get there? The research institute was taken away, and they could not reach it through the research institute. I have the location coordinates. Jiang Jingxin said. I wrote down the location coordinates of the research institute before. Put away your shelters, and then enter my shelter. I will take you there. Jiang Jingxin kept operating the system panel. I just don't know how long it will take to arrive. Dong Qinli pondered for a moment. Give me the coordinates. She and I are in the same district, and our ID numbers are also close, so our original shelter locations should not be far away. Yes, yes, we are in the same district as Tuichui. We should be next to each other. Rainbow Bridge quickly agreed. Jiang Jingxin thought it made sense, so she sent the coordinates to Dong Qianli privately. Dong Qianli entered and looked at it. It is about 300 kilometers away from my shelter. Now we need to exit the shelter first, return to the original location of my shelter, and then drive the shelter over there. It will take about 3.5 hours. It was about noon when we arrived. Can they hold on? Daisy followed the people rushing to the shelter and asked worriedly, without us, the death rate of ordinary people will rise sharply. Even if they can't hold on, they have to hold on, otherwise they will die. Jiang Jingxin said expressionlessly, and then quickly video chatted with Lu Yin and briefly explained the current situation. Lu Yin nodded after receiving the information. Okay, you can go with peace of mind. The Special Affairs Bureau will do everything possible to protect the lives of the survivors. Lu Yin performed outstandingly in this beast tide, and her reputation value has been rising rapidly. Now she has surpassed Dong Qianli, and is second only to Jiang Ning. She is smart, calm, and resourceful. After Lin Xinghuang's death, the people in the Special Affairs Bureau have stood up for her and expressed their goodwill and loyalty to her. Therefore, Lu Yin is currently very powerful in the Special Affairs Bureau. Xiao Yinhe is happy to see this. Lu Yin is from his faction. The stronger Lu Yin is, the happier he is. While his power is growing, he has also done good things and saved the lives of ordinary people. How can Xiao Yinhe not be happy? He bared his teeth and kept boasting to others about how good Lu Yin was, successfully winning over many people for Lu Yin. At this moment, whenever the Special Affairs Bureau was mentioned, people would only think of Lu Yin, not Lin Xinghuang, who died instantly because of trying to steal Jiang Ning's supervisor position. Dong Qianli was not sure if he could take Jiang Jingxin and the others with him when he left the shelter. In the end, the few of them held each other's hands and tried it, and it worked. Seeing the few people who successfully appeared beside him, Dong Qianli breathed a sigh of relief, immediately activated the shelter, and quickly rushed to the coordinates given by Jiang Jingxin. It was daytime, so the people in the shelter could clearly see the beasts surging below. Rainbow Bridge frowned. How can there be so many beasts? Where did they come from? Endless. Isn't this too exaggerated? This time Shinkei did not express his opinion, but Daisy tried to guess. Could they be released from the grassland dungeon? As soon as she said this, several people looked at her in unison. Daisy was instantly panicked. I'm just talking nonsense. Don't take it seriously. That makes sense. Dong Qianli pondered for a moment and replied, since the intelligent machines in the Mechanical Kingdom dungeon can successfully escape, it makes no sense that the strange beasts in the grassland dungeon cannot escape. The location of the grassland dungeon. Dong Qianli pondered. No, maybe the grassland dungeon is also a real world. Ah, what are you talking about? Daisy didn't understand, but Shinkei reacted. You mean all the dungeons are real? What about the Qianfua snowfield? Qianfua snowfield. Dong Qianli suddenly narrowed her eyes. Who has the tickets for Qianfua snowfield? I look for them. As Jiang Ning's purchaser, Rainbow Bridge bought a lot of tickets, and she quickly took out the duplicate tickets one by one. How about you guys take a look? Shinkei was familiar with the tickets for Qianfua snowfield, and he squatted down and searched for them. After a while, Shinkei successfully found 5 tickets. Is that enough? Enough. Dong Qianli nodded. Let's go to Qianfua snowfield first. Maybe there will be a surprise. As soon as they said it, the 5 people immediately used the dungeon ticket to start the dungeon, and then successfully arrived at the destination. Dong Qianli immediately looked at the change in distance. Only 100 kilometers. It will take 30 to 40 minutes to get there. She had many doubts in her heart and wanted to synchronize with Jiang Jingxin and the others, but now was not the time. Killing the boss and ending the beast tide was important. Hurry up, Rainbow Bridge said quickly. The shelter flew again, rushing towards the former location of the Research Institute. Around 9 o'clock, several people successfully arrived. Below, a total of 5 bosses were leisurely devouring their own kind. These 5 bosses were different from the 10-meter-high intelligent machines around the shelter. Compared with them, they were simply normal. Jiang Jingxin acted decisively, and directly used the ion cannon to blast one of the bosses. Ding! A crisp sound came, and Dong Qianli's heart sank slightly. Is this also made of high-grade alloy? Who cares if it's high-grade alloy or not? Rainbow Bridge took out the big knife given by Jiang Ning. We have exactly 5 people, each of us has a boss, and we will go home after killing them. As soon as the voice fell, she and Jiang Jingxin took off first and rushed forward. Dong Qianli and Shinkei followed closely behind. Daisy hesitated for a moment. and finally closed her eyes, and started to move, while touching her stomach. Daisy and Shinkei did not have a big knife that could break the alloy, but as the district chiefs of the front area, they had a lot of treasures in their bottom boxes. Shinkei sprinkled a lot of explosives on the boss, and soon, the boss's body was crackling. It rang like firecrackers. Daisy was even more amazing. She didn't know where she got the potion that could corrode high-grade alloys. She picked up the bucket and poured it on the boss. The boss melted into a pool of liquid on the spot, like ice cream, under the scorching sun. Jiang Jingxin looked at the two people cautiously. She didn't have much contact with Shinkei and Daisy in the past, so she didn't know them well. Today, it seems that those who can rank at the top of the list are not weak and incompetent. 8 immortals crossed the sea, each showing their magical powers. Shinkei and Daisy used external forces, while the 3 people in Area 1 relied purely on fighting. The 3 held weapons, and Jiang Jingxin was the fastest. He killed the boss in a few moves and successfully got the kill reward. Dong Qianli followed closely, and also successfully killed the boss without much time. Rainbow Bridge had less experience and was a little slower, but after Jiang Jingxin and Dong Qianli took the initiative to help, the last boss also died. Soon, the reminder sound of the fog system sounded, ding dong. The beast tide has ended. Congratulations to all survivors for safely passing the 3rd period of the beast tide novice. Please keep up the good work. It took less than half an hour to kill these 5 bosses, which was not as long as the time they traveled. Jiang Jingxin immediately sent a video to Lu Yan. The beast tide is over. Have the onyx on your side disappeared? Lu Yan looked a little tired. No, they are still there. Now those advanced onyx have approached the shelter and attacked it. Ordinary survivors can't deal with them, so I sent them all back. The shelter has high defense and cannot be breached in a short time, etc. They are coming in. Chapter 112. With Lu Yan's exclamation, Daisy shuddered on the spot. What should we do now? Hurry back. Jiang Jingxin ended the video after talking to Lu Yan, looked at Daisy seriously, and said, We are going to the shelter to deal with those intelligent machines. You are pregnant, so go back and rest first. After speaking, without giving Daisy time to react, the 3 people in Area 1 disappeared from her sight. Shinkei looked at Daisy, politely made a gesture of invitation, and then disappeared. Daisy stood alone in the suddenly empty environment. Finally, she gritted her teeth and said, Enter the shelter. It was just a pregnancy. Although she cherished the baby in her belly, she was not a delicate pregnant woman. She might not be able to go to the front line in person, but she could play the same role with the various good things in her backpack. The scene in front of her changed, and Daisy quickly returned to the shelter with the 4 people. Jiang Jingxin glanced at her calmly, didn't say too much, and directly arranged the task. The guards of District 4 are strong and are the first choice to fight against the giant intelligent machines. The first 16 guards of District 1 have weapons made of unknown metal liquid, and are also at the forefront. The survivors are as small as ants. In front of the huge intelligent machines as tall as a hill, they look humble and overconfident. After hearing the prompt sound of the end of the beast tide, Jiang Ning paused for a moment while reading. It is about 4 hours later than expected. Could it be that this beast tide is different from the past? What will happen? Could it be that the beast tide boss has changed from a strange beast to a metal intelligent machine of Yutian Group? This is not impossible. Through the various clues collected since entering the Misty World, Jiang Ning can be sure that the Mist System and Yutian Group are inseparable. The Misty World is a new world created by Yutian Group, so the Mist System should also be someone inside Yutian Group. He has absolute core authority. That's why he can change the rules of the Misty World unscrupulously, intending to let Lin Xinghuang replace himself, and trying to push the other party to the position of supervisor. What a pity. Jiang Ning is not the type to swallow his anger. He will never let the other party get what they want. He didn't know how Jiang Jingxin and the others were doing now. Jiang Ning lowered his eyelids. After a thought flashed through his mind, he continued to concentrate on reading a book while fiddling with various instruments in front of him. Intelligent machines are not easy to kill, especially when they are still so tall. After they entered the shelter, they rushed around. Jiang Jingxin shouted repeatedly, Back off, be careful to protect yourself. Every member of the guard team is a treasure they carefully selected. Even if only half of them are lost, it will be heartbreaking. Your safety is the most important, don't be reckless. Under Jiang Jingxin's repeated scolding, the guards dared not act rashly again. They watched the advanced intelligent machines destroy everything in the shelter, and hesitated. Lu Yan's face was solemn. They are coming for the shelter. If the shelter disappears, the safety of ordinary survivors will be even less guaranteed. They will also be more like fish on the chopping board. Let the mist system slaughter them. Rainbow Bridge frowned. What a vicious system. When I see him in the future, I will definitely skin him alive and tear his tendons apart. Dong Qianli clenched the weapon in her hand. Do you remember what the district chief said before? That the guard of the abandoned baby tower she dealt with was a similar intelligent machine? The guard's weakness and core at that time were in his feet. Jiang Jingxi remembered. Let's not talk too much. Let's knock one over and see. Push them down and attack their feet. With her order, more than 2,000 guards immediately took action at the same time. Shin Kai threw a handful of explosives over. Thick smoke filled the air, and the advanced intelligent machine was blown up. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Jiang Jingxin kicked it from behind, and the intelligent machine was kicked in the upper body, and its center of gravity was unstable, and it fell forward. I kill you while you're sick. Come here if you have new weapons. Besiege this one first. No matter if it will succeed or not, let's try it first. Hearing Jiang Jingxin's new order, 20 people rushed to the heel of the fallen intelligent machine, and chopped it down fiercely one after another. The effect was minimal. Everyone hacked at it 10 times, but they didn't even scratch its skin. Not only that, the energy wave of the onyx suddenly arrived, and everyone spat out blood. Back off, Jiang Jingxin said with a pale face. The onyx had already struggled to stand up. Lu Yan held the weapon, and couldn't help but exhaled otherwise. Forget it. She couldn't ignore the more than 2,000 lives in front of her for a shelter, right? Shelters are optional, because human life is the most precious. In a flash, Lu Yan has made a quick decision. As long as the Green Mountains remain, there will be no shortage of firewood. You all go back. The beast tide has lasted for so long, everyone is already very tired. Now go back and have a good sleep, accumulate energy, and then count your gains last night. Lu Yan smiled. Maybe you can find some treasures. Lu Yan's words were very objective, so others didn't know how to refute. Their strength is not enough to defeat the intelligent machines and kill them successfully, so it is meaningless to continue wasting time here. But the shelter is the last retreat for the survivors. Do they really have to watch it being destroyed? Jiang Jingxin couldn't make a decision. She slowly glanced at the injured members of the guard team, and finally closed her eyes. You all go back. What about you, District Chief? Hurry back. Jiang Jingxin opened his eyes, and took a deep breath. Go back, and count the number of injured people. After the end, the captain will report the data to me. Jiang Jingxin didn't believe it. She wanted to give it another try. She, Rainbow Bridge and Dong Qianli had already taken the intermediate gene enhancement potion, and their physical fitness was stronger than the guards. So Jiang Jingxin, Shua, raised her eyelids, with a blazing fighting spirit in her eyes. Let her see how indestructible these metal lumps are. The weapon in Jiang Jingxin's hand changed and turned into the pulse cannon that Jiang Ning gave her. The pulse cannon was enough to destroy an aircraft carrier, and she didn't believe that the intelligent machine could withstand such powerful energy. Hurry up. If you don't leave now, the fire will reach you. We won't leave. We will be wherever you are, District Chief. That's right, we can't leave you here alone. If we leave today, what will we become? Ungrateful villains who run away from the battlefield. Aren't they just a few intelligent machines? We will fight with you. Jiang Jingxin's guards refused to leave no matter what. Seeing this, the guards of District 1 also agreed. We won't leave either. We will stay. There is strength in numbers. Aren't they just a few onyx? I don't believe they can still turn the tables. Although Jiang Jingxi was very touched, she looked at the stubborn crowd expressionlessly. Do you want to stand up straight before telling me this? They were seriously injured, and in so much pain, that they couldn't stand up straight like usual. Jiang Jingxi was angry and helpless. Go back quickly. Don't stay here and get in the way. After she finished speaking, she fired a cannon, and the metal onyx instantly flew upside down and hit the wall of the shelter. Lu Yan, Dong Qianli and Rainbow Bridge acted instantly, using their broadswords to quickly attack the soles of its feet. Rainbow Bridge was forced into a corner, and took out an ion cannon on the spot to blast its soles. One shot after another, aiming at only one point, without stopping, as if to turn all the anger into an attack and kill the intelligent machine on the spot. Wait! Daisy stopped Rainbow Bridge. Let me do it, you guys step back a little. After saying that, she took out the unknown corrosive liquid that she had used to deal with the beast-tide boss before, and poured it directly on the soles of its feet. With a sizzling sound like a barbecue, the alloy defense surface of the intelligent machine was quickly melted, revealing the core inside. Rainbow Bridge's eyes lit up slightly, and he quickly took out a snow shovel and took out the core. Dong Qianli decisively chopped down with 2 knives, and the various wires connecting the core to the intelligent machine were instantly cut off. Without the core, the intelligent machine quickly lost its struggle and lay on the ground motionless. Just defeat them one by one in this way. Seeing hope, Jiang Jingxin didn't chase people away and immediately made arrangements. There are still 4 intelligent machines. 500 people in a group work together to lift this metal lump. Daisy heard this and quickly distributed the corrosive liquid in her hand. This was a good thing that Yan Shueji rewarded her when she completed the hidden task in Yan Shueji's copy. Daisy has been cherishing it in her backpack and has not used it, just in case. In the past, she didn't have much friendship with Lu Yin, Jiang Jingxin and others, but now it's not certain. As a key figure who can determine the outcome of this battle, Daisy feels that her contribution is extraordinary. Of course, it would be better if we could take the opportunity to establish a more friendly relationship with these women, so that when the baby comes to this world in the future, there will be more people to protect her. Under the joint attack of everyone, one after another, the intelligent machines were knocked down. In addition to the credit of the corrosive liquid, the 8 cores were finally cut off and successfully disconnected from the intelligent machines. The battle was won, and everyone sat on the ground exhausted. Dong Qinli was silent, just collecting the intelligent machines and cores. Under the others' puzzled gaze, she explained, the district chief said these can be sold for money. After we rescue her, let her sell these machines, and then distribute all the money to everyone. When Jiang Ning was mentioned, the joy that everyone had just felt because of the victory faded instantly. Where is the district chief? Any news? No, she was unilaterally cut off from all contact. Dong Qinli replied while speaking on the World Channel, purchase positioning cards, teleportation cards, and other treasures at a high price. The price is negotiable. Dong Qinli was rich, so she sent 10 repeated messages in a row until she was sure that she had caused enough discussion. I hope the fog system is not too bad, and will not give them any chance to find Jiang Ning. Ding dong. Congratulations on successfully defending the shelter. The mission reward has been sent directly to your backpack. Please check it in time. After hearing the system prompt, someone opened their backpack and checked. Congratulations on getting 1 healing potion, 1 advanced alloy machete, and 10,000 gold coins. Oh my, there are actually 10,000 gold coins. The system is really generous. After the voice fell, the person who spoke suddenly felt something was wrong, so he quickly changed his face. Damn system, don't think I will be grateful to you if you hit me with a stick and then give me a sweet date. You caused me to suffer such a serious injury in vain, and I almost died. I will never forgive you in my life. She swallowed the healing potion while speaking, leaving her teammates speechless. Have some ambition. Take the healing potion first. After Jiang Jingxin gave the order, she also swallowed the potion rewarded by the fog system. The pain in the internal organs began to ease, and everyone's complexion finally improved. Lu Yin put away the empty bottle. I have ordered people to open the treasure chests that dropped when killing the monsters before. If there is anything you want, I will give it to you as soon as possible. Okay. Jiang Jingxin pinched her eyebrows. Let's go back and rest first. It took a full 3 hours to kill the intelligent machine just now. From yesterday to now, they have been fighting without rest. Now they are too tired to move at all. After the group was dispersed, Lu Yin looked at the current time. It was almost 2 o'clock in the afternoon. She still had a lot of things to do, but Xiao Yinhe was worried about her, so he took the initiative to take over the things and let her take the time to rest. Lu Yin did not insist, and fell asleep soon after returning to the shelter. Everyone left one after another. Baijiu looked at Daisy quietly. Daishuyu, let's chat. Daisy's heart instantly rose to her throat. Jiang Ning felt bored after studying for a while, so he took the initiative to attack the fog system to inquire about the news. We won, fog system, she said with a hint of pride. This is the inevitable ending, isn't it? The mist system ignored her, and Jiang Ning didn't care, and continued, the 3rd period of the Beast Tide Novice is over. You can use all your tricks. As long as we survive one day, we will not let your trick succeed. What are you arrogant about? It's just a Beast Tide. I have many ways to make you live a life worse than death. Don't think that you are the protagonist with luck just because you win once. I don't have too many ways to kill you. Just wait, you will cry and regret in the future. I will let you know how powerful the natural disasters in the next season are. The extreme cold season will end in about a week, and a new natural disaster will arrive soon. But Jiang Ning was not worried at all, because Jin Lin would give advance notice of everything. With Jin Lin around, they would make all preparations in advance. After finishing the conversation with the fog system, Jiang Ning stood up and moved around for a while. After fighting with Qi Dan for half an hour, she sat down and continued to patiently read the basic theoretical knowledge of the teleportation array. The beast tide last night made everyone very tired. As soon as the beast tide ended, everyone went back to the shelter to sleep. This sleep lasted for a full 10 hours. Around 9 or 10 o'clock in the evening, the survivors woke up one after another. Oh my god. How come there are only 4.5 billion people left in the entire Mist world? Isn't that too many people dead? The number of survivors has dropped by almost half. Shocking. When will Bangi come back? If she were here, we wouldn't have had to work so hard last night, right? Those humans who unfortunately died might have had a chance and probability to survive successfully. Where is the prison in the Mist world? Let's go rob it together. That's right. I made a small fortune last night, and I'm still waiting to steal her isolation suit. In the World Channel, everyone has adjusted their mentality and quickly considered the future. Jiang Ning's importance to the survivors is self-evident. She is like a reassurance and a reassurance. As long as she is there, everyone will not panic. After all, there is still a high ground to support her when the sky falls. Now that she is locked up by the fog system, everyone feels uncomfortable. The new products that should have been released on the 28th day of the survival calendar have not had time to take a look. Dong Qianli is purchasing positioning cards and teleportation cards. Perhaps these two things can determine the location of Giant Shocking in time. Then why are you still standing there? Hurry up and open the treasure chest. Yes, maybe the treasure chest will drop this thing. This word awakened the dreamer, and everyone quickly took out the treasure chest they got, and then quickly opened it. Time passed very slowly, but everyone's hands almost became afterimages. I opened a positioning card. On the World Channel, someone suddenly shouted happily, Dong Qianli, add me as a friend, I will give it to you for free. Teleport card also appeared. 2 hours later, someone continued to shout. We can go to save the number 1 on the list. Chapter 113 Survival Calendar Day 30, cloudy, -5 to -15 degrees Celsius, breeze, 0-10 after a good sleep, the survivors had enough energy to count their gains. With the efforts of all the survivors, the positioning card and teleportation card that could save Jiang Ning fell out of the treasure chest obtained last night. Dong Qianli received the news immediately. She immediately contacted the 2 people who spoke on the World Channel and transferred 10,000 gold coins to each of them. Thank you. You're welcome. When are you going to take action? Can I join? I also want to contribute my own strength to saving Giant Shocking. She helped us a lot before. My family and friends like her very much. It's not certain yet, but you should have a good rest first. If necessary, we will hire you for a fee on the World Channel. Dong Qianli replied. Okay, then I will keep an eye on the World Channel. The positioning card and teleportation card were already in hand. After notifying Jiang Jingxin and Rainbow Bridge to gather at the shelter, Dong Qianli immediately used the positioning card to locate Jiang Ning. After the coordinates appeared, Dong Qianli pondered. It looks familiar, like. It's near the Qianfo snow field. Jiang Jingxin suddenly said, Look, this set of numbers is very close to the last 2 numbers of the Qianfo snow field coordinates. So the prison in the Misty World must be near the Qianfo snow field. Rainbow Bridge's eyes widened immediately. What are we waiting for? Let's go over there quickly. No, there must be a lot of guards in the prison. We have to think carefully, and not act rashly. Rainbow Bridge said to herself, I will first notify the guards to prepare in advance, and then call on the residents of District 1 to follow us. As she spoke, she operated. Dong Qianli remained calm and rational. First, we have to determine how many, and how strong the prison's defense force is, so the 2 of us will go over and take a peek. Jiang Jingxin had no objection. Okay. What about me? Rainbow Bridge suddenly looked up. Sisters, aren't you taking me with you? You stay here to handle the affairs of District 1. Dong Qianli patiently explained. The beast tide has just ended, and everyone has become rich overnight, so there must be a lot of good things in the Chamber of Commerce warehouse. Your most important task now is to buy those good things in case we can use them when we rescue the district chief. Dong Qianli's words made sense, and Rainbow Bridge thought about it. That's right. No one is more professional than me when it comes to purchasing and buying things. If there are any new situations or changes, please inform us in time. Dong Qianli took out 2 tickets for the copy of Qianfo Snowfield and stood up. We will go first. Rainbow Bridge nodded heavily. Be careful. It was dark at night. After successfully entering the copy of Qianfo Snowfield using the copy ticket, Dong Qianli and Jiang Jingxin first saw the dazzling white ski resort. After nimbly hiding in a building nearby and hiding his body, Jiang Jingxin whispered, "Is this place abandoned?" They didn't see anyone when they came during the day, and now the surroundings are even more empty, exuding a desolate and silent eerie atmosphere. It should be. Dong Qianli recalled the information Jiang Ning had revealed before. The Yutian group may have encountered a very serious crisis at present, so it has no energy to take care of this side. The Qianfua Snow Resort has been repeatedly damaged and encountered various attacks as soon as it opened, and has long lost the trust of consumers. If the business fails, the project will naturally be abandoned. After all, no one will insist on doing a business that doesn't make money. Jiang Jingxin understood. How far are we from Ningning now? Dong Qianli compared and inferred for a moment, and finally pointed to the highest mountain in front. If nothing unexpected happens, the prison of the Misty World should be there. Do you remember that Ningning shared a video of the sun shining on the Golden Mountain with us a few days ago? Jiang Jingxin suddenly said, "That mountain is the one in front of us, right?" Jiang Ning said that the magnificent view of the sun shining on the Golden Mountain is near her shelter. Similarly, the Qianfua snowfield is also near her shelter. So the combination of the two pieces of information makes it difficult for people to doubt this mountain. Do you think it is possible that Ningning wants to convey other messages to us? I always feel that things are not that simple. Jiang Ning rarely actively shares scenery. Recently, the most special ones are the Sunshine Golden Mountain and the Moon on the Sea. And the Moon on the Sea was during the escort mission of a large device. Dong Qianli suddenly reacted. The temperature rise in the foggy world, and its stable maintenance at -15 degrees Celsius may not be due to abnormal data in the abandoned baby tower. It's because of the large device being escorted. It slightly overlaps with the time when the abnormal data appeared in the abandoned baby tower, so we misunderstood. Jiang Jingxin looked at her. Are you referring to the pyramid? Yes, the pyramid device is the most important reason for changing the temperature of the foggy world. Dong Qianli's tone was very firm. If not, why would Dawn go to so much trouble to transport it here? Jiang Jingxin followed her thoughts and scattered for a moment. Then, could Yin Xueji be the leader who has never shown up at dawn? Not sure. Dong Qianli pressed his temple. We need more information. After these current things are resolved, I will go back and sort them out carefully. Jiang Jingxin nodded. Then let's not talk about this. Let's go first. She was very worried. I don't know if Ningning has eaten and slept well in the past 2 days, and whether she has been abused and tortured. Hearing this, Dong Qianli laughed. The foggy world has its own rules, and the district chief is not stupid, and his combat power is still strong. It's good that she doesn't hit others. Why would she let others hit her? That makes sense. Jiang Jingxin laughed. I am worried and confused. Her personality is just like mine. Since her mother passed away, she has become quiet and introverted. She never communicates with others. It was when I took her with me during the holidays and asked her to chat, drink tea and practice martial arts with my generous sisters that she changed a little. Dong Qianli already knew about Jiang Ning's past experience. Hearing this, she said sincerely, You are a good sister. Your training has given her the capital to gain a foothold in the Misty World. No, she is smart. She has the same brain as her mother. She will be one of the top people in any field. I just provided her with a period of time to help her strengthen her body. Dong Qianli, that was also a very good time. You are all very good. You are, the district chief is also, and the district chief's mother is even better. Jiang Jingxin did not refute this sentence. She sighed with some mixed feelings. The world is unpredictable, so cherish the present. The two walked and controlled the shelter to fly. After successfully reaching the top of the mountain, they each wore flight suits and isolation suits and walked out of the shelter. It's pitch black, we can't see anything. As they were talking, the energy supply waves suddenly arrived. Jiang Jingxin suddenly retreated back to the shelter, her face slightly ugly. It's the same type of intelligent machine that attacked the shelter. She swallowed the fishy sweetness in her throat. We are about to face a new fierce battle. Having said that, Jiang Jingxin had no intention of retreating. If one person can't kill the Onyx, then bring 1,000, 10,000, and if they unite, they can always kill the Onyx. Did you see how many Onyx there are down there? Dong Qianli asked. Jiang Jingxin shook her head. Compared to the number of Onyx that attacked the shelter, there are more. Then we have to get all the guards to act together. Dong Qianli thought quickly. The light conditions are not good now. Let's go back first and arrange and plan the tactics. When the sun rises tomorrow, we will immediately hijack the prison and rescue the district chief. Jiang Jingxin agreed with this arrangement, so the two of them went directly into the shelter and called all the guards to a meeting. After an afternoon of rest, Everyone was in a very good spirit. After a serious meeting, they passed on the instructions and plans, and continued to force the guards to recuperate and rest in the shelter. They planned to arrive at Qianfua's snow field in advance, and then attack immediately when the sun rose. Ding dong. The fog system suddenly made a sound. System announcement. From now on, the new copy Qianfua's snow field has officially opened. Go and take the risk. Jiang Jingxin and Dong Qianli looked at each other immediately. The former raised his eyebrows in an ambiguous way. That's good. No need to worry about how to bring so many members of the escort team with them. This is too coincidental. Although the few people have not yet started to discuss this issue, it is real. 2,000 people. If they want to bring all of them, then they have to prepare at least 2,000 tickets for the 1,000 Buddha Snowfield dungeon. Not to mention that the previous 1,000 Buddha Snowfield was originally a hidden dungeon. The number of tickets for the 1,000 Buddha Snowfield alone is pitifully scarce. If Rainbow Bridge had not bought a lot of dungeon tickets before, they might not have been able to quickly reach Jiangning's shelter through the 1,000 Buddha Snowfield yesterday, and then solve the boss of the third period of the Beast Tide Novice and end the Beast Tide. What do you think? Dong Qianli asked. Jiang Jingxin shook his head. No matter how you look at it, at least this proves that there are still people in the fog world who stand on our side and want us to successfully rescue Ningning. But how can you be sure that the person who issued this system announcement is an enemy or a friend? What if it's using the same old tricks again, trying to lure all of us over and then annihilate us all at once? Jiang Jingxin's expression immediately became serious. It's not impossible. Jiang Ning's importance to all the survivors is self-evident, so when they learned that she was in a prison near Qianfua's snow field, many people would act anxiously. But can this really help Jiang Ning and successfully rescue her? Jiang Jingxin had a headache thinking about it. The truth is complicated, and she has to treat it carefully, because she has countless sisters behind her, and she is responsible for the lives of countless innocent people. Should we go? After thinking for a long time, Jiang Jingxin couldn't help asking Dong Qianli. Go. Dong Qianli nodded. Not only go, but also spread the news and invite other survivors to join us. Jiang Jingxin was puzzled. Why? The fog world has its own rules. Do you think the fog system can cause large-scale abnormal deaths of survivors? What we are betting on now is the restrictions of the rules on the system. Besides, letting everyone participate in the rescue operation can better cultivate their loyalty and faith in the district chief. Dong Qianli is smart, so Jiang Jingxin chose to follow her idea. The two discussed for a while, and finally Jiang Jingxin was responsible for speaking on the World Channel. Everyone, please pay attention. At 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, we will gather at the Qianfua Snowfield dungeon on time and implement the rescue plan for Jiang Ning. Those who are interested can go directly to the Qianfua Snowfield dungeon and join us. Finally, wait for me, District Chief. I will come to rescue you with my family. Add me too. It's still good to have a good time, so you don't have to worry about food or clothes. I was injured yesterday, so I won't come. I wish you all a great success tomorrow. Good luck to you. Add me, you are my son. I will cut the fog system into shreds tomorrow. There were many survivors who responded in the World Channel. Jiang Jingxin breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, Rainbow Bridge came back after finishing her work. I want to go too. Okay. Jiang Jingxin smiled and agreed. I will take you with me. Rainbow Bridge was satisfied. She had been busy all day and was exhausted, so Dong Qianli took over her task and continued to deal with these chores in Area 1. At 7:50 in the morning, the guards of Districts 1 and 4 started the 1,000 Buddha Snowfield dungeon in advance and arrived at the destination to gather. At 8 o'clock in the morning, the survivors who responded started the 1,000 Buddha Snowfield dungeon on time and went to the location specified by Jiang Jingxin to gather. The moment the dark night was torn apart, streams of light flashed on the ground, and survivors appeared one after another. 1, 2, 3. After a moment, there was a bustling crowd, densely packed, hundreds of millions. Please note, the 1,000 Buddha Snowfield dungeon is overloaded. Please note, the current number of online users of the 1,000 Buddha Snowfield dungeon is 512739362. Oh my god, 500 million? Why are you all there? Just to join in the fun. Since you're all going to join in the fun, I go too. The number of people online in the dungeon continued to grow, and the fog system prompt sound went from being noisy at the beginning to being silent later. Jiang Jingxin looked at the survivors, who spread to the horizon and disappeared, feeling relieved. Take a deep breath. She turned around with a pulse gun in her hand and shouted the attack command, "Start the action." Everyone, please pay attention. please follow me to attack the high mountain ahead. If the mountain imprisoned Jiangning, then they would blow up this evil mountain. If the fog system imprisoned Jiangning, then they would resist the evil fog system. They, the survivors, were never cowards. For a moment, firepower flew. Hundreds of millions of attacks were aimed at the mountain that enveloped the abandoned baby tower. Boom! Some rubble began to roll down, one piece after another, separated from the slowly collapsing mountain, carrying a terrifying momentum in snow. Everyone, be careful, follow the instructions, and don't act on your own. I know, don't talk nonsense, save your energy and blast the mountain. No, if we keep fighting like this, will there be an avalanche? What are you afraid of? With so many of us, why are you afraid of just an avalanche? Dong Qianli was very sharp-eyed and realized that the avalanche that Jiangning encountered before was also caused by this mountain in Qianhua snow field. That time, Jiangning escaped death and turned a disaster into a blessing. He contributed a lot of exotic animal meat to the market, ensuring the basic food source for the survivors. She felt a little complicated. The truth was revealed layer by layer, and it turned out that everything had a traceable path. But the more this happened, the more Dong Qianli suspected that there was an invisible force in the foggy world that was quietly arranging everything, and that invisible big hand pushed everyone to the position where she should have belonged. Each of their lives was like a carefully written script. And all this was just for that person to achieve her own goal accurately. Who was pushing all this? Dong Qianli suppressed her thoughts and looked at the mountain that had collapsed for the most part, with a calm expression. Perhaps she would know the answer after Jiangning came out. Jiangning recited the textbook day and night until suddenly she heard a deafening sound. The foggy world was going to be destroyed. This was her first thought. She quickly put away the shelter, the qidan, and the textbooks, and she climbed to the top of the 18th floor in the shortest time, looking out through the small window. There was a rare glimpse of light. No longer the dark pit wall and the red-eyed Buddha statue, but a huge gap emitting gunpowder smoke. At this moment, in the gap, a tiny, frail woman like an ant rushed in like a dark and turbulent tide, facing the 9 huge intelligent machines head-on. Jiangning was shocked. It was the survivors of the foggy world? No, Jiangning reacted on the spot. With the physique of ordinary people, they would definitely not be able to withstand even one attack of the energy wave. They are here to die. Jiangning immediately stood on tiptoe, pounded the glass frantically and shouted, "Go back! Everyone go back! It's the district chief!" Someone suddenly exclaimed, "I saw the district chief. She is at the top of the tower." Huh? It seems that there is really the district chief. Sisters, hurry up. The district chief will be rescued in no time. Hey, Giant Shouking, don't panic. We will come to rescue you soon. Don't be so excited, calm down. Through the glass, Jiangning shouted at the top of his lungs, trying to stop this meaningless war of attrition. Leave now. If you don't leave, all of you will die. Even if we die today, we must save the number 1 on the list. 100 years later, the person standing in the prosperity and smiling doesn't have to be me, but it must be the victorious me, one of the millions. Chapter 114. Jiangning's warning was useless. She saw that the female survivors not only did not retreat, but even rushed in from the gap like a mighty mudslide. In the open space under the Tianqing, the 10-meter-tall intelligent machines had already launched an energy wave attack. Jiangning saw people falling one after another, like vegetables destroyed by a storm, or like wild flowers growing luxuriantly on the roadside being trampled wantonly, and the formation became chaotic in the blink of an eye. Small patches of space suddenly appeared in the black crowd. Jiangning knew clearly that it meant that the survivors who were unlucky and overconfident had been killed by the energy wave. Jiangning's eyes were slightly red, and her palms were tightly clenched. She raised her fist and pounded the window in front of her again and again until bright red blood appeared on the transparent glass, which was extremely dazzling. There was pain on the back of her hand, but Jiangning just wanted to break the glass as soon as possible and then warn everyone to leave as soon as possible. Ordinary people would die if they faced the intelligent machines. Jiang Jingxin, Rainbow Bridge, and Dong Qianli, who had taken the intermediate gene enhancement potion, might still be able to fight against the intelligent machines. As for the others, leave as quickly as possible and don't stay for a second longer. The glass was very strong. Jiangning's fist was already torn. She didn't cause any damage to this solid window, but made others worried. What is the first place doing? Why did she suddenly attack the window? She's bleeding. Damn it! The district chief must have been interrogated by the mist system. The dog system is too bad. Not only did they torture Jian Shouqing, They also persecuted her. Try harder, sisters. Jian Shouqing is eagerly waiting for us to rescue her. I kill these robots. Jiang Jingxin had already rushed to one of the intelligent machines. Although her strength was not bad, she lost because her weapon was not sharp enough. Soon, she flew backwards and hit the Buddha statue on the wall of the pit. Jiang Jingxin was furious, and kicked the head of a red-eyed Buddha statue away with her backhand. Look, look, all you want to do is look. Don't even lend a hand to help. What do you all do for a living? Rainbow Bridge ran over to support her. Sister, don't be angry. Think about what we should do next. Jiang Jingxin took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. People who haven't taken the gene enhancement potion should not get too close to the intelligent machine. Please retreat to a safe distance immediately. Your lives are precious. Please protect yourself first, and don't let yourself get hurt. I go connect with them. Dong Qianli came to Jiang Jingxin and said, I command them to cooperate with you remotely, and close attacks will be left to you. Jiang Jingxin had no objection. Okay. After the two of them took on their respective tasks, Jiang Jingxin cheered up, and began to defeat them one by one according to the previous plan. Their weapons were barely usable, but there were many intelligent machines, and they would attack with energy waves from time to time, which was very painful and tormenting. Failure to break the defense of the Onyx meant that they would continue to make meaningless consumption, and would not be able to advance the battle. It was almost 9 o'clock now, and they hadn't even touched the opponent's hair, let alone killing an Onyx. Seeing that the survivors had fallen into a disadvantage, Jiang Ning had to wipe the blood off the glass with water, and then quickly took out a bucket, flour, and purified water, and finally mixed the flour into a paste, and quickly wrote on the glass with his fingers. Weakness, Saul's a feat, core. She knew they would definitely see it. The survivors had binoculars in their hands, so they could understand what Jiang Ning meant. Sure enough, someone noticed Jiang Ning's action on the spot, and conveyed the message to Jiang Jingxin. Jiang Jingxin looked up, and made an okay gesture to Jiang Ning from a distance. Jiang Ning breathed a sigh of relief, then wiped off the words on the glass, and continued to write. There is a welding point on the back. Cut it open, resist and bombard it. Pulse cannon, explosives. The metal skin of the intelligent machine has high defense, but the inside is very fragile. It can be killed directly by bombardment, or it can be killed by explosives. As long as they can make a gap, the survivors will have a chance to win. Jiang Jingxin received what Jiang Ning wanted to convey again. After thinking for a moment, she adjusted the battle plan on the spot. The guards cooperated with each other, and each of them, about 300 people, entangled 9 intelligent machines, not giving them the opportunity to support their companions. From Jiang Ning's point of view, everyone seemed like ferocious carnivorous ants, tightly entangled with a big guy, vowing to bite off a piece of meat from the other party. Her heart was slightly hanging, and her emotions were very complicated. Relieved, touched, and worried. She couldn't watch others die because of her, nor could she bear so many innocent lives at the same time. She just hoped that everyone was fine. Others loved her, and were even willing to risk their lives for her. This made Jiang Ning start to believe in human nature again. Perhaps human nature is complicated. They can be selfish and indifferent, but also just, straightforward, and passionate. She quietly leaned against the window, looking at the women below with a soft look in her eyes. Jiang Jingxin and the guards had already torn a hole in one of the onyx. Shinkei immediately said, I go put the explosives in. Be careful. Jiang Jingxin did not refuse him. After giving him a warning, he immediately set off for the next onyx. Shinkei nodded, then used the shelter to smash the onyx to the ground with a bang, and quickly stuffed one pack of explosives after another into the hole. I'm going to ignite it. Hearing his voice, the guards quickly avoided and fled far away. As the fire line burned, a very heavy sound was heard. The onyx was blown high up, and then fell back to the ground in free fall. Is it dead? Everyone held their breath and stared at the onyx nervously. 1 second passed, 2 seconds passed, 3 seconds passed. Until 2 minutes, the onyx on the ground still had no reaction. Suddenly, a cheer rang out. It's dead. We killed the dog system's lackey. This thing is not invincible. Come on, friends, the dawn of victory is just ahead. The death of the first onyx inspired the survivors very well, and everyone regained motivation and confidence, full of energy. At this time, it was already 12 o'clock in the morning. It took them almost 4 hours to kill an onyx. It doesn't matter, practice makes perfect, and our killing speed will get faster and faster later. Someone comforted, before tomorrow, we must successfully rescue the district chief. Listen to your elder sister, no more words, just do it. Some died, some were injured, some were forced to quit the dungeon, and some were in high spirits and re-entered the dungeon. The number of online people in the dungeon remained high and continued to grow. The densely packed female survivors almost filled the entire dungeon. At this moment, even if one person stepped forward to cut the intelligent machine, it could be cut beyond recognition and scarred. It's a pity that the survivors are too weak. If they were a little stronger, they wouldn't have to rely on numbers to win today. But so what? A trickle of water merges into a river, and a tiny force can also shake the world. In the past, it was countless tiny women who fought until they won enough rights for later women, the right to eat at the table, the right to no longer bind their feet, and the right to wear pants freely. So today, the later women who the women of the past fought for are also fighting hard for their same-sex descendants. The torch is passed on, endlessly, across time and space, and countless generations work together to create a future that seemed illusory to them at the time, with a firm will and unwavering determination. Jiang Ning leaned against the window, his throat tightened, and at this moment he suddenly understood his mother. In the past, his mother helped other women without asking for anything in return, so when she passed away and her daughter was in trouble, those women who had been helped by her stood up and protected her daughter. They did not let their mother down, nor did they let her kindness go to waste. In that barren land, kindness made them friends, helped each other, and became equally beautiful people. There were 8, 7, 6, 5 onyx left. After nightfall, Jiang Ning clearly felt the decline of everyone's physical strength. Most of the survivors were ordinary people, and it was not easy to hold on for 10 hours. Jiang Ning continued to write on the window with paste, "Go back and rest, come back tomorrow." She held up the burning wood and stood quietly in front of the window to send a message to the people below. The 6th onyx had died, and now there were only 3 left. After getting rid of the remaining 3, Jiang Ning could leave this damn abandoned baby tower and return to the foggy world. Jiang Jingxing glanced at the tower, then turned around without hesitation. "Everyone, rest here for an hour. After an hour, we will launch a full-scale attack." As soon as she finished speaking, everyone retreated to a safe distance and sat down. But after sitting for a while, the intelligent machines caught up with them. They had no choice but to exit the dungeon immediately and come back to gather again after an hour. Did you find out? The Thousand Buddhas Snowfield dungeon seems to have no time limit. Wait, this can't be a hidden mission, right? That makes sense. Anyway, I've joined the battle today. If it's really a hidden mission, then I should be part of it. Ah, is it too late for me to join now? The mention of the hidden mission immediately made the indifferent people in the World Channel feel urgent. If Jiang Ning is the real supervisor, then will the hidden mission this time be to rescue the real supervisor? If the rescue mission is successful, will the fog system give rewards to the survivors who participated in the rescue? Damn it! Why didn't they react earlier? Some survivors who were watching coldly or even gloating became more and more anxious the more they thought about it. And they just wanted to enter the dungeon and join the rescue operation right now. It's a pity that everyone has withdrawn now. Even if they are anxious and like ants on a hot pot, they can only wait patiently for an hour to pass. Everyone has left, and Jiang Ning breathed a sigh of relief. She looked at the 3 helpless and furious intelligent machines below, and raised her mouth sarcastically. "Come in if you have the guts." There was no need for Jiang Jingxing and the others to continue fighting desperately. Jiang Ning could easily solve them all by herself. Jiang Ning touched the knife in her hand. She had tried it. Even the big knife, that was said to be able to cut everything, could not destroy the window glass of the abandoned baby tower. Jiang Ning looked at the 3 intelligent machines quietly, with a provocative look on her face. "Miss System, are you there?" She did not move, just smiled and called the other party. "Did you see it? There are only 3 of your lackeys left. We are going to win." The fog system may have a follow-up plan, so what Jiang Ning has to do now is to stimulate the fog system, anger the fog system, and let it release its tricks as soon as possible. The fog system did not respond to it. Perhaps it was so angry that it became autistic, or perhaps it was tripped up by other things. Jiang Ning did not believe it, and continued to stimulate it for a few more sentences. After still not getting a response, he was sure that the fog system was indeed offline at this time. Offline? Jiang Ning suddenly grasped this sensitive word. The fog system was born with the fog world. How could it be offline? Unless it is not the original, real fog system. Jiang Ning felt his heart beating heavily. If the fog system that wanted him was not the real fog system, then who could it be? An hour passed in a flash, and the figures of the survivors entered Jiang Ning's sight again. After resting, they looked much better. With a previous experience, everyone was more skilled and fierce. Jiang Ning watched their neat skills and powerful fighting power, and his heart slowly fell back. Almost there. 3 Omnics died one after another, until 5.5 hours later, all of them were successfully killed. Victory, we won! Charge. Break through the abandoned baby tower, destroy its gate, and successfully bring the district chief out. Go, go, go! Victory is just around the corner. With a call, hundreds of survivors rushed to the abandoned baby tower like a tide, intending to blow up the gate of the abandoned baby tower. But at this moment, something strange happened. More Omnics appeared. Tall, short, fat, thin, holding weapons, numerous. A new battle is about to start. Bang! It is unknown who fired the first shot. Anyway, the war was ignited in an instant. The two sides exchanged fire fiercely, and the number of casualties increased in an instant. Jiang Ning's heart was hanging again. She stood high, so through the bright gunfire, she could clearly see the advanced intelligent machines that stood out among the ordinary intelligent machines. They were more powerful and more indestructible, and just one look at them made people feel deeply powerless. Is this the backup plan of the Mist system? Jiang Ning clenched his fists and watched the survivors die one after another. A clearing was quickly cleared below, and his heart was filled with strong anger. Why should they be treated like this? Just because they refused to bow their heads and obey the eyes? Unwilling to be humble and unwilling to let Lin Xinghuang and the Mist system stand on their backs? Jiang Ning's eyes were red, and he wanted to ask everyone to evacuate, but it was too late. System announcement. Abnormal data has been detected in the 1000 Buddha snowfield copy. Therefore, the 1000 Buddha snowfield copy will be temporarily closed, and only survivors are allowed to enter, but not to exit until the abnormal data is completely corrected. The Mist system is going to destroy everyone. Jiang Ning slashed at the window with a machete, then ran down quickly, and came to the door on the first floor. From here, she could see more clearly how the fog system killed innocent survivors one by one. Jiang Ning was furious, and kept attacking the door of the abandoned baby tower. If the pulse cannon didn't work, she would use high-energy explosives. If high-energy explosives didn't work, she would take out all the weapons in her backpack and use them at the same time. She didn't believe that the abandoned baby tower was indestructible, and didn't leave people with a little hope. Progress of correction of abnormal data in the abandoned baby tower, 0.01%. Progress of correction of abnormal data in the abandoned baby tower, 0.02%. Progress of correction of abnormal data in the abandoned baby tower, 0.03%. The system broadcast sounded non-stop, and Jiang Ning saw that the survivors were harvested like leeks. In the thick smoke and fire, she clung to the door of the abandoned baby tower with red eyes. If there were demons in the world, she would be willing to make a deal with them. She is willing to give up everything she has just to cut the fog system into pieces. In the World Channel, the survivors were talking. Oh my god! Fortunately, I didn't run to the Chinfua snowfield dungeon on impulse, otherwise I would be the one who died today. Brother, you are so lucky. Unlike me, I got emotional and came in immediately after being fooled. I can't leave now, so I just found a place to hide. I'm not saying that Jiang Ning is really a bit of a jinx. She killed her mother and her father, and now she is going to kill her sister and the residents and other survivors who support her. It seems so. It feels like anyone who gets close to her will become unlucky. Unlucky is your shit. Fuck your father. When the district chief was selling exotic beast meat and supplies, why did you fight with us like a mad dog? Didn't you think it was unlucky at that time? I am willing to do it. It's none of your business. Even if I die today, I will die for what I deserve. My sisters can just run forward on my corpse, because we will definitely win. For the common dream, I am willing to shed blood and sweat. The World Channel started quarreling again. The survivors in the Chinfua snowfield dungeon were fighting and cursing on the internet, and it was a mess. Jiang Ning was sad. She couldn't watch her people die for her, so she had no faith, and her legs softened, and she knelt on the ground. Her spine, which had always been straight, slowly bent down until her head hit the ground heavily. I am willing to pay any price. I just hope that all those who fought for me tonight can be safe and sound. Jiang Ning choked up. Go home. Pray to the heavens, the earth, and the gods and Buddhas outside the abandoned baby tower. Have the countless creatures in the abandoned baby tower ever experienced such a desperate and sad day? Jiang Ning bowed her head and did not get up for a long time. Until a certain moment, a familiar voice suddenly exploded in her ears. Asshole, get out of my dawn world. Boom. Bang. With the sound of explosions one after another, Jiang Ning slowly looked back. She suddenly saw that the intelligent machines that ordinary survivors had no power to fight back against, no matter how big or small, no matter how strong their attacks were, all exploded one after another on the spot, forming beautiful, gorgeous, and dazzling fireworks. And among those fireworks, it was the figure that Jiang Ning was so familiar with, wearing a white lab robe and with a cold expression. Her teacher, the real designer of the Mist system. Oh no, the Dawn system. Yan Xueji. Chapter 115. Jiang Ning blinked her sore eyes and forced a smile. Her teacher came to save her, to save these thousands of passionate, kind, righteous, brave, and strong women. The smile on Jiang Ning's face widened and deepened until Yan Xueji's figure easily passed through the abandoned baby tower and came directly in front of her. Why are you still kneeling on the ground? Your smile is uglier than crying, like an ugly monkey. Yan Xueji was very disgusted. It's only been 3 days since we last met, and you have made yourself so miserable. Don't say you are my student when you go out. Despite the scolding, Yan Xueji still lowered her head and bit over, then helped Jiang Ning up from the ground. You've lost weight. She pinched Jiang Ning's arm. You don't eat more? Jiang Ning sniffed and suddenly threw herself into Yan Xueji's arms. Teacher, you're finally here. How come you suddenly remembered to look for me? I thought you had forgotten me a long time ago. For a little brat like you who has to report to me every time you fart, there must be something fishy about the lack of news. Yan Xueji gently hugged Jiang Ning. Before, I thought you were delayed by other tasks, and I was also entangled in other troubles at the time, so I never made time to come. Until later, I suddenly realized that something was wrong. With your personality, you would never disappear for so many days without any reason, and it was after we had agreed on the time for the assessment. It's my fault. I neglected it. Yan Xueji gently stroked Jiang Ning's head like a mother. I apologize to you. Jiang Ning shook her head. I am very grateful that you showed up in time today. She raised her head and smiled. You saved all the survivors who fought for me. Yan Xueji looked at her, and finally all his words turned into a sigh. We talk about other things later. You go out and talk to them first. After being locked up for so many days, you should have a lot to say to each other, right? Jiang Ning did not refuse Yan Xueji. As the door of the abandoned baby tower was reopened, Jiang Ning quickly let go of Yan Xueji and ran towards the survivors outside. She wanted to comfort everyone and express her gratitude in person. She wanted to make everyone's decisions and actions worthwhile. Jiang Ning's steps were firm, and Yan Xueji's face was smiling, as if an elder was looking at his own child, with gentleness, pampering and tolerance in his eyes. System announcement. The battle power ranking list has been opened. System announcement. Rescue the real supervisor Jiang Ning. The hidden mission has ended, and the rewards have been distributed to the backpack of each rescuer according to the personal output battle power value. System announcement. Congratulations, you have successfully helped the supervisor Jiang Ning to be elected, and the survivors who participated in the voting have been distributed to the backpack of each voter. System announcement. Congratulations. Nickname. Yunnan Giant Shaoqing, Non-Professional Leg Cutting Master, ID 001, Zone 1, Real Name. Jiang Ning has been successfully elected as the supervisor and obtained the power to supervise some affairs of the Dawn system. For consecutive system announcements directly blew up all the survivors and made them dazed and unable to recover. Wait, combat power rankings? Oh my god, it's really opened. Jiang Ning is still the first, and his combat power has reached 1 million. What does this mean? Stun.jpg. In addition to Jiang Ning, Jiang Jingxin and Dong Qianli are also on the list. They are worthy of us women. Women are strong. I open the reward for rescuing the supervisor. Ha 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 ha, the Dawn system is awesome. Reputation value asterisk 100, 000, 1 gift pack of all upgrade materials for the next level shelter, 100,000 gold coins, and 1 other weapon. I'm rich. Ah, is everyone like this? Yes, that's right, everyone is like this. Do those who didn't come before regret it? Let you keep saying that the district chief is a jinx and a bad luck guy. Although I didn't participate in the rescue, I voted for Giant Shaoqing. The reward for helping Giant Shaoqing to be elected as the supervisor is also very generous. Reputation value asterisk 10, 000, half of the next level shelter upgrade material package asterisk 1, gold coins asterisk 10, 000, ha ha ha, I'm rich too, mom. Follow the district chief to make a fortune. I really envy those who got both rewards. What are you envious of? That's a reward they risked their lives for. Would you be willing to die? Do you dare? Those who didn't vote for Jiang Ning and didn't rescue Jiang Ning are miserable. Indeed, the gap between the rich and the poor has widened completely, and the strong have become stronger. Unless there are special circumstances in the future, we can only stand here and look up at them. Didn't you notice that the last announcement was not about the fog system, but the dawn system? What's wrong with that? Didn't Yin Shueji clearly say that she was the designer of the dawn system in the first level of Yin Shueji's copy? Didn't you guys notice? So, that scumbag not only betrayed the sincerity of Yin Shueji, the real boss, but also stole the dawn system, renamed it the Mist system, and then used it to do whatever it wanted? You can say that. I'm furious, the scumbag die. The dawn system. Is it possible that this system was originally used to save those whose planets were actually destroyed, instead of people like us who were originally living well on our own planets? The scumbag is guilty of a greater crime. The scumbag is guilty of death. Have that scumbag cut into pieces? Yin Shueji is good, the scumbag is bad. As long as you give the order, we will support you as the real judge and executioner. In the World Channel, the survivors were chatting enthusiastically. At this time, Jiang Ning had successfully met up with Jiang Jingxin and the others. A group of people asked each other a few questions, and confirmed that the other party was fine, then happily opened their reward gift bags. After all, nothing is more joyful than getting rich overnight. Jiang Ning also received a big gift package, which was the reward for her successful election as a supervisor. It was reputation value *10000000, a gift package of all upgrade materials for the next level shelter *1, a gift package of construction materials for the shelter birthing port *1, and gold coins *10000000. After the double crit, Jiang Ning can now directly build 2 shelter birthing ports. But before that, Jiang Ning had to upgrade the shelter first. It's just that now is not a good time to upgrade, so Jiang Ning didn't act immediately. She didn't move, and the others didn't move either. Whether it was Jiang Jingxin, Dong Qinli, Rainbow Bridge, or Daisy, Shinkei, they all waited quietly for Jiang Ning to upgrade first. Jiang Ning couldn't thank those who worked hard for him for the past 3 days. System announcement. Too many deaths of survivors have been detected, and the merger of regions with less than 500,000 people will be started. The current maximum number of people in a region will be increased to 100 million. System announcement. Starting immediately, the position of Deputy District Chief will be opened in the region, and the number of Deputy District Chiefs that can be set in each region is 10. System announcement. District Chief and Deputy District Chiefs are requested to build a region well to cope with a greater threat that will arrive next. Another 3 announcements in a row, revealing a lot of information. This time the fog system failed miserably. It will definitely come back and give the survivors a more fatal blow. Yin Shueji and the Dawn system will help the survivors better face the revenge and counterattack of the Mist system, so that the survivors can win the final victory. Jiang Ning thought about it, and suddenly realized that he had 2 stores, perhaps because one was the Mist store, and the other was the Dawn store. The Dawn store was here to help the survivors, so every time it refreshed the goods, it could really help the survivors. On the 28th day of the survival calendar, Jiang Ning had been cut off from the signal and network, so she could not check what new goods were added to the number 1 store that day. It was different now. Jiang Ning had successfully escaped from the abandoned baby tower. So she quickly opened the number 1 store and looked at it. Healing potion, 10,000 gold, 9,500 gold after discount, /stick. In addition to resurrection, it can treat major and minor injuries. Note, this potion can only heal injuries, not regenerate broken limbs. Jiang Ning just thought of buying one for Jean Lin, but she saw the last sentence. Okay. After all, regenerating broken limbs is a very difficult thing. Jiang Ning can only wait a little longer. Maybe she will be able to update the limb growth potion in a few days. It was still early, so Jiang Ning immediately bought the healing potion and uploaded it to her personal homepage. Please note that the healing potion has been updated. Click on the homepage to buy it. Number 1. Finally you are here. You came just in time. If I don't take the medicine, I will be reincarnated immediately. I have bought it. The effect is really good. I was dying 1 second and full of energy the next. If I prepare more healing potions, I can have a few more lives. Take it easy, don't act rashly, cherish your life. The healing potion sold out very quickly, and Jiang Ning kept restocking it. Because most of the survivors who came to rescue Jiang Ning were injured, the quantity needed was very large. Although the healing potion was expensive, with a reward from the Dawn system, they could afford to buy 10 potions, not to mention just 1. About an hour later, Jiang Ning's daily task was finally completed. The Qianfo Snowfield dungeon had completed the abnormal data correction, and successfully opened the exit button, so Jiang Ning asked everyone to go back and rest, and she stayed to have a good chat with Yin Shueji. Jiang Ning laid out his tattered shelter, and found a carpet to spread on it, but Yin Xueji looked at him with disdain, put it away, and go to my lab. Jiang Ning was speechless, and finally quietly put his tatters into his backpack, and put his shelter into the folding space of the shelter. Yin Xueji came forward and grabbed Jiang Ning's hand, and the next second, the two were already in the courtyard outside the laboratory. Yin Xueji poured Jiang Ning a cup of hot tea, ask if you have any questions. After asking, go back and have a sleep. Continue to study with me. You will take the test the day after tomorrow. Jiang Ning nodded. The Mist system, also known as the Dawn system, was originally designed by you, teacher, and then it was snatched away by your husband Chen Yi and fell into the hands of Yutian Group, right? Yin Xueji pondered for a moment and said, the Dawn system was originally a high-tech civilization product that I wanted to use to save suffering planets, such as planets hit by meteorites, and planets with poor living environments where countless people were displaced due to nuclear wars. My original intention was to allow them to reunite with their families in the Dawn world, continue their lives, and start over. But after Chen Yi found out, he wanted to use it to make money. Yin Xueji's tone was very calm. After marrying me, he got involved with my illegitimate brother. They banded together to exclude me and marginalize me from the center of power in the family. Then he used means to make me pregnant, so that I could no longer compete with them for family power because of my pregnancy, until I completely stepped down and left the center of power. It was originally a design to save people, but in the end, the two men used it as a way to show off their power and entertain countless people. After the illegitimate son and Chen Yi took away the core operating code of the Dawn system, they copied countless Dawn systems, and then pulled the planetary humans who were originally living well into it, watching them survive various natural disasters with a smile, and live broadcasting to please the audience in the Alliance. Not only that, the two were so crazy that they specially launched private customized X-Day tour in the natural disaster world just to satisfy the arrogance of some powerful people, who can easily control the power of life and death of others. Countless people are trapped in the quagmire, struggling for survival every day. Yin Xueji has tried to save them from the water and fire, but all failed. In the past, when Yin Xueji had no way out and was forced to hand over the entire Shuguang system, although she secretly retained the developer privileges for herself, she could not operate too obviously, otherwise it would be discovered by Chen Yi and the illegitimate son. Yin Xueji was imprisoned by Chen Yi for many years. If Chen Yi found out that she still had the operating privileges, her fate would be even worse. So Yin Xueji could do nothing but watch Chen Yi and his illegitimate son stir up trouble and harm innocent people on the planet. Such days lasted for more than 10 years, nearly 20 years, until Yin Xueji's daughter grew up, created chaos to rescue her from Chen Yi's captivity, and successfully gained freedom. So Yin Xueji began to fight back, and she began to select lucky people in the newly opened natural disaster world. She gave the other party the authority of the Dawn Store, and gave the other party the gene enhancement potion researched by her friend Xia Bingyan for free. She made the other party as strong as possible, and then observed the other party's growth potential and growth rate. Jiang Ning understood that the lucky person chosen by Yin Xueji was herself. Jiang Ning breathed a sigh of relief and couldn't help laughing. Fortunately, it's me. Why do you say that? Yin Xueji raised his eyebrows. Those who are better than me are not as kind as me, and not as compassionate as me. Those who are kinder and more compassionate than me are not as good as me. The most important thing is that Jiang Ning is a reborn person, with a full month of survival experience in her previous life. So she can seize the opportunity, and then do everything possible to develop herself, and control the situation in the foggy world, so that the survivors will not kill each other. The reduction in the number of survivors is not a good thing. When the enemy comes, and the soldiers need to be assembled to fight, they will know how powerful it is. Speaking of this, Jiang Ning was furious. There were 7 billion survivors in the foggy world, but in the short 3 days when she was locked up in the abandoned baby tower, Chen Yi, the bastard, directly killed nearly half of them. Jiang Ning closed her eyes, and wished she could kill Chen Yi with a knife right now. Yutian Group belongs to Chen Yi, which is easy to understand. U, Tian plus A, Gong. The name is Chen Yi. This so-called Yutian Group, isn't it the property that the Phoenix Man stole that originally belonged to you, teacher? Yin Xueji showed a rare expression of disgust when he heard this. What else? He is a penniless person who has nothing. How can he have any assets after leaving me? At the beginning, he even applied for a student loan from the Alliance to study. Yin Xueji was reflecting. It's my fault for being careless. I never thought that a person's nature could be so bad. I thought I could control him, but I never thought that men would never consider whether the behavior and morality of their same sex is upright or bad. Just because they are all men, they happily call each other brothers and sisters, huddle together for warmth, and then unanimously point their spearheads at me. They attacked and besieged me, just because I am a woman, including my father. Just because I am a woman, I cannot inherit the family business, cannot take on the responsibility, and cannot carry forward the family. So he secretly gave birth to countless sons outside, trying to ensure his sense of security as a man who cannot have children by constantly reproducing. Yin Xueji sneered when talking about this. My mother also contributed to the development of the family. She was halfway through her words, and Jiang Ning immediately took over. We will help you punch your scumbag father, kick your scumbag man, and slap your scumbag brother, and successfully take back everything that originally belonged to you. Yin Xueji, thank you. She looked at Jiang Ning with mixed feelings. You are a good child. Good guy card? Jiang Ning smiled. You're welcome. Then, she showed a shy expression. But if you can continue to open a back door for me in the misty world in the future, it would be even better. Yin Xueji was speechless. Go back. She slapped Jiang Ning back to her shelter. Jiang Ning had already exited the dungeon, but Yin Xueji's voice still rang in his ears. Qin Yi and the others will not give up, so you must hurry up and develop in the next period of time. Build the necessary buildings, bases, and shelter birthing ports. Although I can't help you successfully stop the invasion, you won't lose too badly. Chapter 116 Survival Calendar Day 31, Sunny, -2 to -15 degrees Celsius, light breeze. 103 Jiang Ning had a good rest in the abandoned baby tower for the past 3 days, so she is not sleepy at all now. Under the double critical strike, she obtained 2 upgrade materials for the 6th level shelter, so Jiang Ning directly used one of them to upgrade the shelter. Congratulations to the survivor Yunnan Giant Shocking, the non-professional leg-cutting master, for being the first to complete the 6th level shelter upgrade task, and rewarding a diving waterproof device *1, and a reputation value of 1 million. Congratulations to the survivor Yunnan Giant Shocking, the non-professional leg-cutting master, for being the first to complete the 6th level shelter upgrade task, and rewarding a diving waterproof device *1, and a reputation value of 1 million. Congratulations to the survivor Yunnan Giant Shocking, the non-professional leg-cutting master, for being the first to complete the 6th level shelter upgrade task, and rewarding a diving waterproof device *1, and a reputation value of 1 million. Now the system has begun to reward reputation points in a big way. Jiang Ning's mind moved. Could it be that the reputation store is going to launch good things? She immediately opened the reputation store and took a look. Unfortunately, there was no change in the reputation store. But there was no rush now. Perhaps the reputation store had not been refreshed yet. After all, Yin Xueji had just finished dealing with her own personal affairs and had time to take care of the Dawn world. After the various rewards and changes in the situation over the past 2 days, Jiang Ning's reputation value has reached 11 million. Among them, 4 million were rewards given by the Dawn system, and the remaining 7 million were contributed by other survivors. When Jiang Ning was around, everything was fine. Everyone had enough food and clothing, and as long as they didn't commit suicide, they didn't have to worry about their lives being in danger. But when Jiang Ning was in danger, the survivors died or got injured. No one provided them with various survival weapons and treatment drugs, which forced them to admit the importance of Jiang Ning. Therefore, after being beaten by the fog system, Jiang Ning's reputation value ushered in a blowout growth, and at the same time won over 99% of the people's hearts. In addition to Jiang Ning, Lu Yan's reputation value also grew rapidly, ranking second, reaching 5 million. Lu Yan's extraordinary leadership in the 3rd period of the Beast Tide Novice convinced everyone, and made them willing to follow her arrangements. Therefore, she successfully made a name for herself with this. Next, it was Dong Qinli, Jiang Jingxin, Xiaoyinhe, Rainbow Bridge, Shinkei, Daisy, Baijiu and other people Jiang Ning was very familiar with. The reputation values of those listed on the first page all reached more than 1 million, and it was not an exaggeration to say that they became rich overnight. Reputation will be very useful in the future, but I don't know what good products Yin Xueji will launch for the survivors to buy. Will there be a limb growth potion? Jiang Ning thought for a while, and finally opened the battle power list and took a look. Jiang Ning is still the first, with a battle power of 1.58 million. The second is Jiang Jingxin, with 1.01 million. The battle power between Dong Qinli, Rainbow Bridge and Shinkei is not much different, all around 900,000. Daisy and Baijiu are slightly worse, only 500,000. Leaving aside a few people, the remaining combat power is not very impressive, only less than 100,000. This is not okay. Chen-Yi and Yutian group may come back at any time. Jiang Ning must improve their combat power. Putting down the work at hand, Jiang Ning immediately contacted Rainbow Bridge. Distribute the remaining primary gene potions to the guards according to their rankings, and here is the intermediate gene enhancement potion, which can be used by the first batch of guards, who have already taken the primary gene enhancement potion. The people around Jiang Ning should also take the gene enhancement potion, so she traded the advanced gene enhancement potion to Jiang Jingxin and the others, and told them to drink it as soon as possible. The gene enhancement potion was developed by Xie Bingyan based on the female physique. Jiang Ning thought for a moment, and finally gave Lu Yin, Daisy, Baijiu and other female strong men on the list a free copy of the primary, intermediate, and advanced gene enhancement potion. The future is an era where all survivors unite to fight the enemy, so it is very necessary to strengthen their own strength. Now is not the time to calculate all kinds of interests and gains and losses. Jiang Ning just wants to do everything he can to make his winning rate higher and the highest. After receiving Jiang Ning's sponsorship, several people refused twice, but after listening to Jiang Ning's plan, they did not refuse again. Now is not the time to be polite. Increasing strength is the key. After arranging the gene strengthening potion, Jiang Ning had time to check the changes in his shelter. As Jean Lin said, the 6th level shelter does have 6 acres of urban planning land available. Not only that, it has also changed from a 2-story building to a 4-story building, and the number of rooms on each floor has increased from 8 to 16, covering an area of 400 square meters per floor. The area of the courtyard has also doubled, becoming more spacious, enough to accommodate Jiang Ning's various expansion buildings. Next, Jiang Ning will build 2 shelter berthing ports, so Jiang Ning has to carefully look for the location of her own shelter. It can't be too close to the ice lake, nor too far from the ice lake. She thought for a moment, and finally sent a message to Jean Lin. Jean Lin was very straightforward and sent a map to Jiang Ning directly. Choose here. Jiang Ning took a closer look. It seemed to be Qianhua Snow Resort. As if knowing her doubts, Jean Lin explained, the place chosen by Yutian Group must not be too bad, so Qianhua Snow Resort is very suitable for you to settle down and start large-scale infrastructure. It is a copy itself, and the survivors can arrive at will and freely. Therefore, after the shelter berth is built, you can directly use the copy teleportation array to summon the survivors and gain traffic. At the same time, after you find a way to modify and close the teleportation array of the Qianhua project team, the place can be completely yours. The Qianhua project team's location is high and has a unique terrain. It is easy to defend and difficult to attack. You will benefit from settling here. Jiang Ning was convinced. Okay, thank you. She transferred a consulting fee to Jean Lin as usual, but Jean Lin confiscated it this time. In less than 2 days, the reputation store will sell the broken limb growth potion I want. You just need to buy one for me, and trade it to me. Jiang Ning did not refuse. Okay. The broken limb growth potion will not be cheap, but Jean Lin is more valuable to all survivors, so if Jiang Ning can afford it, she is willing to give him one. Reputation points can be earned again, but if Jean Lin is gone, it is really gone. Will we have a chance to meet? Jiang Ning was really curious about Jean Lin, and finally couldn't help asking. The other party paused for a moment, and then the message came back. There will be a chance. The moment you are in danger is the moment we meet. In danger? Wasn't it considered danger when I was locked up in the abandoned baby tower? Jiang Ning's mood suddenly became depressed. Does Jean Lin mean that he will encounter a greater danger than the abandoned baby tower? From Chen-Yi and Yutian Group? Jiang Ning frowned, and finally raised her hand to rub her eyebrows. She didn't want to think too much, and arranged everything for the moment. When the enemy comes, the general will fight. When the water comes, the earth will cover it. Everything will turn around. After choosing the address of the shelter, Jiang Ning walked into the workshop and entered the 2 shelter berthing port construction drawings into the system. Build the shelter berthing port. To make expansion buildings, shelter berthing port *2 requires special steel *20,000, carbon fiber *20,000, high strength alloy *20,000, superconducting magnet *40,000, rare earth material *40,000. Do you want to make it? Yes. Expansion building. Shelter berthing port *2 is successfully made. The 2 shelter berthing ports have been put into Jiang Ning's backpack. When he was imprisoned in the abandoned baby tower before, Jiang Ning opened a lot of expansion building drawings from the treasure chest. So she entered several city wall drawings, square drawings, processing plant drawings, artillery fort drawings, etc. into the system of the workshop, and then took the opportunity to make them all at once. Expanded building. City wall *58 successfully made. Expanded building. Square *16 successfully made. Expanded building. Processing plant *18 successfully made. Expanded building. Artillery fort *12 successfully made. Next is the era of large-scale infrastructure, and Jiangning must improve his shelter and military town as quickly as possible. Jiangning mobilized all the available materials in the backpack. Not only that, she also looted a lot of good things from the other 3 people in the group chat. Make them all. Leave none behind. Jiangning's workshop did not rest all night. The 18 processing plants were spinning like a top, leaving the other survivors no chance to use them. At 8 o'clock, the sky was bright. Most people had already rested, and at this time Jiangning had entered the Qianhua snowfield dungeon and started a video call with Gu Yingjun directly through the wrist brain. Today she was going to modify all the teleportation arrays in the Qianhua snowfield dungeon and then close them. Let's prepare for both situations, double insurance. Gu Yingjun was happy to help Jiangning learn and improve. She signaled Jiangning to take out the corresponding equipment and start operating. In the past 3 days, Jiangning memorized and absorbed the basic theoretical knowledge of various teleportation arrays, like a sponge, and the effect was quite good. Therefore, the mistakes that Gu Yingjun expected did not occur, and Jiangning surprised her again and again. Jiangning had a good brain, and she figured it out after a little bit of practice. With such talent, she set up the ghost wall teleportation array very quickly, and closed the teleportation array very quickly. As the saying goes, practice makes perfect. Gu Yingjun watched her getting bolder and bolder, and finally she directly connected more than 100 teleportation arrays in the Qianhua project team, allowing more than 100 ghost wall teleportation arrays to communicate with each other. She couldn't help but feel a little speechless. This must make the alliance members who mistakenly entered the teleportation array doubt their lives, right? This is simply enough to make people want to die. Gu Yingjun covered his face. Fortunately, this is his student. Fortunately, no one knows that this is his student. Jiangning was busy for almost a day, and only finished all the teleportation arrays when the sun went down. Sitting on the ground and clapping his hands, Jiangning breathed a sigh of relief. This should effectively slow down the speed of Chen Yi and Yutian Group's arrival. After Jiangning finished his work, Gu Yingjun ended the call, and did not continue to disturb Jiangning. Jiangning still had a lot of things to deal with, so she politely said goodbye to Gu Yingjun. She immediately notified Jiang Jingxin and the other 2 in the group chat. Everyone come over for a meeting. The shelter had been set up on the spot in the Qianhua snowfield. After the 3 of them arrived by entering the dungeon, Jiangning invited them into her first-floor living room and said bluntly, "This will be my place of residence in the future. Next, I will also set up 2 shelter birthing ports here. If you have no other plans, we will all live together in the future?" Rainbow Bridge certainly had no objection. Okay. In the future, we will go out to work and collect resources during the day, and come back to the shelter port at night to have dinner and chat. This life is so beautiful, she said excitedly. Dong Qianli and Jiang Jingxin naturally had no objection. Being able to live together, everyone can react in time when encountering other emergencies in the future, and avoid the recurrence of the incidents of the past 2 days. After reaching a consensus, Jiangning set up 2 shelter ports on a flat area in the resort area of the ski resort. System announcement. The shelter port function has been enabled. What is that? In addition to the shelter, we have a new way to gather. Can we be neighbors in the shelter port like fruits on a tree? Who enabled the shelter port function? Who else could it be besides the number 1? Everyone was very curious about this new function, and was eager to be the first to enter. But at this moment, Jiangning is setting up deputy district chiefs. After the merger of the regions, the maximum number of people in each management area has reached 100 million, and the number of deputy district chiefs that can be set up has also reached 10. Jiangning immediately set Dong Qianli and Rainbow Bridge as deputy district chiefs. As for the rest, she plans to discuss it with the 2 later. Now Jiangning wants to take Jiang Jingxin to find Lu Yan and meet the people from the Special Affairs Bureau. After receiving the news, Lu Yan immediately notified and ordered the senior management of the Special Affairs Bureau to go to the shelter for a meeting immediately. After passing the 3rd stage of the Beast-Tide Novice, Lu Yan has already taken control of the power and has an extraordinary status within the Special Affairs Bureau. With Xiao Yina's help and support, her influence and appeal are no less than that of Deputy Director Li Runlin. Therefore, after Lu Yan's instructions were conveyed, no matter what they were busy with at the moment, the senior executives put aside their current work and hurried to the shelter to gather. The conference room is a special room. In less than 3 minutes, all the senior executives of the Special Affairs Bureau were present. Sitting in the spacious conference room, everyone was looking forward to it, staring at the door unconsciously. Soon, the 4 figures they had been thinking about and curious about finally appeared. Led by Jiang Ning in a dark combat uniform, and the tall and strong Jiang Jingxin, the intellectual and gentle Dong Qianli, and the young and pretentious Rainbow Bridge were scattered on the left and right of the two. The 4 people walked in unison until they finally arrived at the door, and the other 3 slowed down their pace and let Jiang Ning enter first. Jiang Ning walked in front, scanning the people in the Special Affairs Bureau in the room. The moment they met her gaze, everyone stood up and expressed their welcome with actions. Jiang Ning and Lu Yan nodded and greeted each other, then retracted their gazes and walked straight to the main seat, the seat that no one else could take except themselves, and sat down. Hello, everyone. Jiang Jingxin glanced at Li Runlin, who was sitting on Jiang Ning's left-hand side, and didn't like him. But now was not the time to care about these things, so she sat down next to Lu Yan silently. Lu Yan glanced at Jiang Jingxin, with a slight thoughtful look in her eyes. Xiao Yan gave Jiang Ning face, and immediately responded warmly, Hello, hello, I have heard of the name of the district chief for a long time. Today, I see that it is true that the Yangtze River's waves behind push the waves in front, and the country has talents from generation to generation. The director said so, and the others quickly agreed. Jiang Ning's purpose today is very clear, which is to unite the power of the Special Affairs Bureau and use it for her, so she said directly, I came here today to tell you something. What the fog system did a few days ago is definitely not the last time. The growth of us survivors threatens its status and plans, so next, it will use the same means to deal with us. My request is that everyone in the Special Affairs Bureau will work together with me to resist the fog system and alien enemies, and protect the safety of the Dawn world and ordinary survivors. What do you think? Now I will give you time to discuss, and you can choose to join or quit. Jiang Ning doesn't like to force people, lest there be a traitor who will stab her and her teammates. She will eliminate all possible hidden dangers. As she thought about this, Lu Yan suddenly stood up. She walked past Jiang Ning and walked straight towards Li Runlin. In front of everyone, she bowed her head slightly and asked, Deputy Director Li, you are old and it is time for you to step down. What do you think? Lu Yan's voice was not small. Li Runlin was angry. What do you mean? He subconsciously looked at Jiang Ning, who was also looking at him. The moment their eyes met, Li Runlin's heart clicked. On the spot. Could this be what Jiang Ning meant? He was still thinking, and suddenly felt that Lu Yan beside him had made other movements. Then, he felt something cold pressed against his temple, and then, with a violent gunshot, he lost all consciousness. District 17 Mayor Li Runlin has died. Now a new link for voting for District 17 Mayor will be opened. Click to enter. Li Runlin is dead. Lu Yan killed him in front of all the senior officials of the Special Affairs Bureau and Jiang Ning. Everyone in the Special Affairs Bureau looked at Jiang Ning unconsciously, but Jiang Ning only glanced at him lightly, and then retracted his gaze and asked with a smile, Everyone is looking at me like this. You have considered everything and decided to join me, right? Chapter 117. Jiang Ning did not give everyone much room for choice. Either join her or die, in the end there is only one choice. Xiao Yinhe also reacted at this time. If he disagreed, he might have to replace the director. So he immediately said, I choose to join you on behalf of everyone in the Special Affairs Bureau. If you have any arrangements, just tell me or Deputy Director Lu directly, and we will complete your instructions well. As soon as Li Runlin died, Lu Yan immediately took over and replaced him as the new Deputy Director. Jiang Jingxin played with the big knife in his hand. After hearing what Xiao Yan has said, he raised his eyes, and nodded to Lu Yan, Deputy Director Lu, congratulations on your promotion. Lu Yan sat down in the seat that originally belonged to Li Runlin, thank you. Dong Qianli and Rainbow Bridge looked at Jiang Ning, and finally expressed congratulations and celebrations to Lu Yan. After thanking everyone one by one, Lu Yan opened her mouth to bring the topic back. The Special Affairs Bureau is united, headed by Director Xiao, and will strengthen the connection and cooperation with various districts in the future, and ensure the peace and tranquility of ordinary survivors and the Dawn world. This is the original intention of our Special Affairs Bureau that will never change. Okay. Jiang Ning nodded and said, this is what I want to talk to you about today. If there are any new changes in the future, I will convey it to Director Xiao or Deputy Director Lu. After that, she stood up, and Jiang Jingxin and the other two followed closely. Lu Yin, I see you off. Xiao Yinhe, who was about to take action, heard this and sat back silently, without competing with Lu Yin. After leaving the meeting room, Lu Yin heard Jiang Ning asking her as expected, "Why did you suddenly attack Li Runlin?" "Jin Lin asked me to do it." Lu Yin looked directly into Jiang Ning's eyes. She didn't explain any reason, just asked me to get rid of Li Runlin as soon as possible, otherwise there will be endless troubles. Jin Lin's identity has always been a mystery. Jiang Ning pondered for a moment. Has she not shown up in the past few days? No. After Lu Yin answered, Dong Qianli added, absolutely not. I asked all my informants, and no one has seen her true face during this period. Jiang Ning himself couldn't convince himself, and quibbled for Jin Lin. She has disabled legs and is inconvenient to move. It is reasonable that she just stays in the shelter all day and doesn't go anywhere. But, has no one ever video chatted with her? Dong Qianli shook her head as usual. No, she is very cautious and never reveals any information about herself, including her location. Lu Yin heard something. Jin Lin is untrustworthy? Then isn't she impulsive? No. Jiang Ning shook his head and saw through Lu Yin's concerns at a glance. So far, she is very trustworthy. Since she asked you to kill Li Runlin as soon as possible, then you just need to do what she wants. If she tells you something else in the future, you can listen to her. Lu Yin breathed a sigh of relief. I understand. If she hadn't inquired about Jiang Ning's attitude in advance, Lu Yin really wouldn't dare to listen to Jin Lin so easily. It was just a false alarm. Jiang Ning didn't object to her approach. Go back and integrate the Special Affairs Bureau. Within a week, I want the Special Affairs Bureau to be united and become one of the most trusted forces for ordinary survivors. Lu Yin agreed. I won't let you down. Jiang Ning nodded. We're leaving, you don't have to see us off. As he was talking, there was a sudden noise outside. The footsteps of several people paused, and then stopped leaving, unconsciously rushing towards the noisy place. I let you hit me before. 1, 2, 3. Deng Xiangling's familiar voice came. Jiang Ning and others stood behind the crowd, watching Deng Xiangling grab a tall man without any image, and raised her fists to hit the other's face one after another. Fourth, ha ha ha, you're lying down now? Didn't you hit me so hard before? I thought you could resist beating? That's all. Deng Xiangling slapped the man on the ground with a backhand, and couldn't get up for a long time, and his nose and tears were covered with blood. Li Zhao. She walked up and grabbed her ex-boyfriend's hair, smiling. How did you treat me before? In the hundreds of days of my relationship with you, you slapped me 381 palms in total. Do you still remember? You know, every time a palm landed on me, I felt so painful. But I had no way to resist you. Just like you said, you could easily kill me, and you could also successfully escape abroad without taking any responsibility. Deng Xiangling slowly squatted down. At that time, did you ever think that you would end up like this? Without giving Li Zhao time to answer, Deng Xiangling's fist landed on his face again, knocking out his front teeth mixed with blood. Someone nearby couldn't stand it anymore and tried to persuade him. Oh, it's all in the past. You are pretty and gentle, just let him go. He already knows he is wrong, so you should live with him well in the future. Ah. Deng Xiangling's fist fell again, but this time it was not aimed at Li Zhao, but at the passerby who spoke for him. It's easy to talk without feeling any pain, right? In that case, you should bear the remaining 376 palms he owes me. When I was abused, no one spoke up for me because you think that women being abused is a matter of course and a common thing, right? In your eyes, women are not independent souls, but objects that you can vent your emotions on at will, right? I don't know who has sinister intentions and is crazy about instilling in women the self-destructive concept that they must be gentle, well-behaved, delicate, considerate, and know how to give and sacrifice. I only know that human nature is to retaliate and take revenge. Deng Xiangling said, kicking Li Zhao hard again. I only know that I was bullied and beaten, and I must seek justice for myself. You can shout about revenge every day, why can't I? I, Deng Xiangling, swear here today, I will never ignore the suffering of any homosexual, no matter whether I know her or not, no matter whether I have grievances with her, as long as she asks me for help, I will support her without hesitation, protect her, support her, help her get revenge, until she succeeds. This is the purest, strongest and most beautiful friendship between us women. Jiang Jingxin couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. This Deng Xiangling has suddenly become pleasing to the eye. Jiang Ning heard this, and said unhappily, don't trust her easily, she is stuck in time and acting here again. Last time, Deng Xiangling managed to use Li Zhao to successfully enter District 1. Now that the position of deputy district chief is vacant, she has started to think about it again. Jiang Jingxi was shocked. Ah! Dong Qianli laughed, especially after hearing the familiar prompt tone of successfully setting up the deputy district chief. The smile on her face deepened. District 1 needs such a smart woman. One thing is one thing, Ding Xiangling is smart, and some things that Jiang Ning is not convenient to do will be handed over to Ding Xiangling. At the same time, her experience can also encourage other women who have the same painful experience as her, teaching them how to grow up, and how to resist the unfair treatment they have encountered. Ding Xiangling is a living signboard, a walking monument of merit. You have been set as Deputy District Chief of District 1 by Yunnan Giant Shaoqing, the non-professional leg-cutting master. Hearing the system prompt, the corners of Ding Xiangling's angry face rose quietly. Yes, success. After getting Jiang Ning's affirmation, Ding Xiangling acted even harder. After taking the primary gene-enhancing potion, Ding Xiangling's strength was greater than that of an adult man, so she punched him more than a dozen times, and Li Xiao lost half his life in an instant. After seeing what Ding Xiangling wanted her to see, Jiang Ning did not stay any longer. After inviting the three to follow her into the Qianfo Snow Resort, Jiang Ning walked towards the shelter berthing port. The shelter berthing port covers a very large area, and is also towering into the clouds. Rainbow Bridge excitedly took out the shelter leg. Can I go up and take a look now? Yes. As soon as the voice fell, Rainbow Bridge controlled the shelter to go up and check around. Half a minute later, she successfully landed and said excitedly, I have already thought about how to plan them in the future. First plant some flowers and plants to make the harbor more humane, and then plant some fruit trees, vegetables, and other green plants. This way it will be both beautiful and practical, and you can harvest food without leaving your home. Dong Qianli teased her, will that make you exhausted? No, when it comes to planting flowers and vegetables, I am full of energy and enthusiasm. The shelter harbor is in the shape of a pyramid, and the number of shelters that can be more decreases in order of descending floors. Jiang Ning naturally arranged his people on the top floor, and then settled the shelter. That's right. Dong Qianli suddenly handed a pile of junk to Jiang Ning. This is the remains of the intelligent machine we killed before. Please sell it for a good price. I promise to share it with everyone. And this one was picked up next to your shelter. It should be that you didn't have time to pick it up after killing it, right? Yes, no problem. After Jiang Ning threw the junk into the folding space of the shelter, he also poured out the various supplies he opened from the treasure chest. See if you can use it. Since you are already deputy district heads, the upgrade of the management area or the construction of new buildings will be handed over to you in the future. Dong Qianli and Rainbow Bridge agreed immediately. Now is the calm before the storm. After the election of supervisors and the abandoned baby tower, everyone understands the importance of vigorously developing infrastructure. Needless to Jiang Ning, the two will stay up late and work overtime to build the Qianfo snowfield base as soon as possible. It is not clear when the princess can start mining energy liquid, but if she sends the energy liquid over, you will keep it for her first. Jiang Ning said calmly, I am the main target of Yutian Group. It is not safe to keep these supplies with me. As a thorn in the eyes of Yutian Group, Jiang Ning simply handed over most of the supplies in his backpack to Dong Qianli and Rainbow Bridge, and only chose to keep the weapons. As long as there are weapons, Jiang Ning will have the power to fight back and give Yutian Group a hard blow. Dong Qianli understood this, so she neatly put the supplies into a huge container. Okay, we will distribute and use these supplies well. Jiang Ning trusted Dong Qianli, who had always been a very reliable teammate. By the way, Tuichui, you are now a supervisor. What powers do supervisors have? Rainbow Bridge asked curiously. Jiang Ning opened the system panel and took a look. You can locate the personal coordinates of any survivor in the Dawn world at will and warn them remotely. In addition, you can also see some original functional buildings belonging to the Dawn system, such as the shelter that has now been opened by Lu Yin. Jiang Ning used his mind to swipe the panel. The rest of the original functional buildings have not been opened yet, so they cannot be operated. It's called a supervisor, but it's actually an executioner. Jiang Jingxing frowned. Whoever dares to disobey the discipline of the fog system, the supervisor can locate and rush to the other party's coordinates on the spot, and then wipe them out to maintain its rule. Dong Qianli agreed. Fortunately, you killed Lin Xinghuang in time, otherwise when he colluded with the fog system, few of us would survive. Jiang Ning was decisive in killing. If someone stole her things, she would kill them without hesitation. It was because of this that they now had a relatively good living environment. Jiang Ning smiled. I always stick to my word. Anyone who stands in front of me and hinders me must die. Lin Xinghuang was like this, and so was the mist system. Even if the mist system did not take the initiative to come to her in the future, Jiang Ning would follow the phoenix to the Yutian group's building and crush and eat ashes. Wait, Xie Bingyan is calling me. Jiang Jingxin suddenly stood up and said hurriedly, she may be in danger, I have to go into the dungeon to find her. Before she finished speaking, Jiang Jingxin's figure had completely disappeared. Jiang Ning looked at the time, I have to go into the dungeon too. She still needs to continue practicing, because Yin Xueji will start to test her tomorrow night. After passing the test, she will get a new wave of task rewards. Dong Qianli and Rainbow Bridge waved their hands, indicating that Jiang Ning should go first. The two of them now have to stay and work overtime to figure out how to carry out an unprecedented large-scale infrastructure construction in Area 1. However, before thinking about it, the two first upgraded the shelter. Congratulations to the survivor Dong Qianli for completing the 6th level shelter upgrade task for the second time, and reward him with a diving waterproof device *1 and a reputation value of 1 million. Congratulations to the survivor Rainbow Bridge for completing the 6th level shelter upgrade task for the third time, and reward him with a diving waterproof device *1 and a reputation value of 1 million. The system prompt sounded for less than 3 seconds, and the news about Shinkei's upgrade was also uploaded from the world channel through the system announcement. Congratulations to the survivor Shinkei for completing the 6th level shelter upgrade task for the 4th time, and rewarded him with a diving waterproof device *1 and a reputation value of 1 million. After hearing the upgrade news of the 3 people in the copy, Jiang Ning didn't have much energy to pay attention. At this moment, she was concentrating on holding the sharp blade and reviewing the previous operation with full concentration. Jiang Ning felt a little rusty after not practicing for a few days. Fortunately, she succeeded in one go. After a long sigh of relief, Yin Xueji didn't say much and sent Jiang Ning back to the shelter directly. Now, it was 5 o'clock in the morning. The sky was about to light up again, and Jiang Ning was ready to take a short rest. At this time, Jiang Jingxin's message arrived. I found out about the treasure in Xie Bingyan's hands. Jiang Ning immediately sat up and asked, what is it? Have you heard of parthenogenesis? Chapter 118 Survival Calendar Day 32, Sunny, 0 to -15 degrees Celsius, Light Breeze, 501 Parthenogenesis, also known as unisexual reproduction, refers to the reproductive method in which the egg cell can directly develop into a new individual without being stimulated by sperm. This phenomenon is common in some relatively primitive or very powerful organisms. They achieve the purpose of reproduction by replicating their own DNA. Parthenogenesis is very common in nature, as for humans. Jiang Ning has not heard of it yet. You mean Xie Bingyan invented a drug that can enable humans to reproduce parthenogenetically? Jiang Ning asked subconsciously. It's no wonder she had such a guess. As a big shot in genetic research, Xie Bingyan's ability and achievements are indelible. Since she was able to successfully research a gene-enhancing potion that improves female physique based on female genes, it is not impossible for her to research a drug that can successfully enable women to reproduce parthenogenetically. Xie Bingyan's powerful image has long been deeply engraved in Jiang Ning's cognition. That's right. Jiang Jingxin took a deep breath. Not only that, the parthenogenetic drug is already very perfect. She has used this drug to successfully achieve parthenogenetic reproduction in many test subjects. If so, then it is understandable that Xie Bingyan was hunted down. If women can give birth directly with the help of drugs, the existence of the second sex will become meaningless. Their status and foundation will be shaken unprecedentedly. Women can give birth, earn money, and successfully raise children. So what can the second sex contribute to women during this period? Jiang Ning really couldn't think of it. If there were no malicious oppression and persecution by the second sex, women could live a very, very happy life with their children. Jiang Ning frowned slightly. Xie Bingyan's life is in danger. Are you still hiding in the chaotic place? Yes. Jiang Jingxin nodded. The people chasing her have come here, but the terrain here is complicated, and various instruments will be interfered by the magnetic field and fail, so they won't be able to find us for a while. It's just that I may stay in the dungeon for the next 2 days, and I can't quit. Jiang Jingxin said, I have to protect her life at all times. It's okay, you finish the task first. Don't worry about the things in the Dawn world. Jiang Ning thought that Yutian Group and Shen Yi should not come so soon, so Jiang Jingxin still has enough time to complete the task. Okay, I just tell you in advance just in case. After saying this, Jiang Jingxin logged off. Jiang Ning lay back in her sleeping bag, closed her eyes, and woke up after only 3 hours of sleep. It was already daybreak, and she looked at the temperature, which seemed to be much warmer than the previous 2 days. Jiang Ning was wearing combat uniform, so she didn't feel it very obviously, but others felt it. Hey, it's getting warmer. The highest temperature is 0 degrees Celsius. Really? The extreme cold season is finally over. I really don't know how I survived these days. Speaking of which, I have to thank Jin Shoqing. If it weren't for her inexpensive warm clothing, weapons, and food, I really wouldn't have been able to make it. Yes, I still say that Jin Shoqing must be bound to some system to save all mankind. Don't talk about these nonsense. You should restock the first place. I have money now. I can afford the isolation suit. Jiang Ning had restocked other products when he launched the new treatment potion, but it was not much. Now that there is enough time, Jiang Ning replenished the inventory again. Now that the survivors who have successfully survived the third period of the Beast Tide are all strong, Jiang Ning no longer needs to hide the isolation suits to prevent them from entering the thick fog at night to seek death. It was easy for them to deal with the strange beasts in the thick fog. So at this moment, Jiang Ning directly used all the gold coins in his backpack to buy isolation suits, and then put them up for auction on his personal homepage as usual. However, there were abnormalities in the Dawn store and the Reputation store today, and new products were not put on time. Jiang Ning felt strange, but he had no choice but to continue waiting. After dealing with these trivial matters, Jiang Ning remembered the 15 intelligent machine corpses that Dong Qinli gave him, and he directly entered the Dawn Hour copy. The grocery store owner greeted her. Long time no see, Mountain Ghost. It's been a few days. Jiang Ning smiled. This is a new recycling. One of these tall intelligent machines is worth 1.2 million gold coins, and 14 of them is 16.8 million. One of them was not picked up by Jiang Ning after he killed it, but was picked up by Dong Qinli, who arrived later, so it was not included in the other income. After putting the 1.2 million he deserved into his backpack, Jiang Ning directly transferred it to Dong Qinli after receiving the second income. Dong Qinli had woken up at this moment, and she quickly replied, received. The guards and other survivors risked their lives to help save Jiang Ning, and no one could embezzle the gold coins to make them feel bad. Not only that, Jiang Ning had to pay out of his own pocket to thank others, and comfort and compensate the relatives of the survivors who died in the rescue operation. This was not a trivial matter, and Jiang Ning took the opportunity to ask the store owner, "Do you have any smaller thermal weapons in the store?" "Gun?" The shopkeeper raised his eyebrows. "Or a slingshot?" Although the slingshot is not as powerful as a gun, it is generally effective when combined with explosive projectiles. Jiang Ning fell into deep thought. Projectiles can only deal with monsters, but not with the intelligent machines of the Yutian group. Even so, this is enough for ordinary survivors. Buy one. She looked at her return. 2 million gold coins. Okay, please wait. The shopkeeper smiled happily, and quickly went to prepare the goods for Jiang Ning. Guns are dangerous after all. Now in the Dawn world, you can also get them by opening a treasure chest. But so far, Jiang Ning only wants to keep this weapon of mass destruction in the hands of her own people to avoid unnecessary trouble. Thinking of this, Jiang Ning narrowed her eyes, and had to find a time to get rid of the tyrant. She didn't have a teleportation card in her hand for the time being, so even though she wanted to act immediately, she had to hold back her temper and wait patiently. Soon, the shopkeeper brought the goods that Jiang Ning needed. After the two parties exchanged money and received the things they wanted, Jiang Ning exchanged a few polite words with the other party, and then exited the copy. Please note that the authority of the Yusheng Chamber of Commerce will be changed. From now on, all survivors who voted for me or participated in the rescue of me can use their points to purchase various resources and items in the Yusheng Chamber of Commerce. At the same time, those who meet any of the above conditions will be subsidized by me personally, and the whole store will be discounted by 95%. Jiang Ning's biggest advantage is the resource library of Yusheng Chamber of Commerce. After these days of development, the resources in Yusheng Chamber of Commerce have become very rich. Relaxing the conditions now will not only allow the survivors to improve their strength as soon as possible, but also allow Jiang Ning to gain a wave of goodwill. Is it limited time? Someone asked. Jiang Ning, yes, this time the time limit is 1 month. Yeah, I knew that following Giant Shouting would be right. Ha ha ha, now those cowards who keep nagging should regret it. What a good trick, support your own people, and let the other party fend for themselves. It won't be long before the survivors in the entire foggy world will be seriously polarized. But no one forced you to vote for others in the first place. You can't have it all, right? Not supporting the district chief, but wanting to enjoy the benefits and conveniences provided by the district chief. How can there be such a beautiful thing in life? being a coquettish man, and still wanting to build a memorial archway. Jiang Ning's move made the survivors, who used to fight for her, very happy. After all, nothing is more important than actual benefits. Now they have received valuable rewards, and they like Jiang Ning very much. Jiang Ning never treats his own people unfairly, which is a rule recognized by the survivors. Following Jiang Ning, maybe they can survive successfully and return to their original world. Jiang Ning uploaded the slingshot and projectiles to the Chamber of Commerce warehouse, and set a slight purchase threshold. After contributing again and again, Jiang Ning's Chamber of Commerce points have reached millions, enough to support her to subsidize the survivors for a month. The slingshot and projectiles worth 2 million were uploaded, and Jiang Ning's points successfully exceeded 10 million. If the resources she gave to Dong Qinli were added, it would be hundreds of millions. However, those resources were to be used to build the base, and there was no need to go through the Chamber of Commerce, so handing them over directly to Dong Qinli was the most convenient and quickest way. After the resources were almost integrated, it was time to deal with the management area. After the system's automatic merger, Jiang Ning's management area now had a full 100 million people. As of now, only about 4.3 billion people have survived in the Dawn world, so there are currently 43 management districts left. Looking at the dense names of survivors on the district chiefs panel, Jiang Ning thought about the candidates who could serve as deputy district chiefs. It must be someone from his own family, and must be trustworthy enough. Perhaps Wen Su can be considered one. However, this matter is not urgent. There are already 3 deputy district chiefs. Jiang Ning plans to wait until everyone has time to sit down and have a meeting before discussing it. The most urgent task is to expand the guard team, strengthen training, and distribute weapons and bullets. It takes a lot of energy to deal with these things. Jiang Ning simply notified twice in the regional channel as usual, and then directly handed the matter over to the 1,000 people who were initially selected. They each went to the lower-level group chat to screen people and then select personnel. Jiang Ning only needs to look at the final results. In this way, Jiang Ning must select the strongest one from the 1,000 people as the deputy district chief to help him better manage the guard team. After thinking for a while, Jiang Ning announced again in the group chat, the first place in the next competition will become one of the deputy district chiefs of District 1. Please train hard and take the competition seriously. No one does not desire power. Great opportunities and prospects are right in front of them, and everyone is boiling. The pinnacle of power, the position below 1 person and above 10,000 people, is within reach today. After successfully arousing the competitive spirit of the guards, Jiang Ning closed the chat box with satisfaction. Today, she is not going to enter the Mechanical Kingdom copy. She is going to plan her 6 acres of town land, and then set up the expansion buildings. First, upgrade all the city walls, and then surround the entire Chinhua snow field. Then upgrade all the arrow towers, and place one every 200 meters. The Research Institute also found a suitable place to put them, and notified Si Ying, Lu Ao Shuang, and Chui Qian to come and continue working. Jiang Ning also notified the 5 leaders of the research team, and prepared to go over to check their learning progress later. The base gradually took shape, with a preliminary town appearance. The 2 idle shelter berths should also recruit people, but one of them should be reserved for Jiang Ning's own guards and other trusted people. Jiang Ning thought quickly until his wrist brain suddenly vibrated. The artillery you ordered has arrived. I'd be right there. Jiang Ning's eyes lit up. She looked at the amount of her gold coins. Fortunately, the balance was enough, so she didn't have to continue to pay on credit to Dawn. After arriving at the basement, Neela took Jiang Ning to the warehouse. The cannon was about 10 meters long. Jiang Ning put it in her backpack and paid another 5 million gold coins. Afterwards, she was about to leave, but Neela called her. Let's go. Today I take you to visit the base camp of Dawn. You are now an elite member of the organization. You can go to the organization's headquarters to learn more about the organization. Jiang Ning stopped her raised foot. Okay. Dawn has always been mysterious, and Jiang Ning has always been curious about the hidden leader behind it. She guessed that the so-called leader was the designer of the Dawn system and her teacher Yin Xueji, but there was no evidence. At the same time, Yin Xueji had not taken the initiative to reveal her identity to Jiang Ning before. Therefore, Jiang Ning was only skeptical and had no evidence. Can I see the leader today? She asked Enai-La. Enai-La looked calm. It depends on your luck. Jiang Ning scratched his head and asked, how long will it take? Not long, about 2 or 3 hours. Jiang Ning was honest. She roughly estimated the time, and should be able to catch up with the evening assessment. As usual, she took the teleportation array, But this time the teleportation array was hidden in the dark, and Jiang Ning could not form any impression or memory of the route through the surrounding environment. On the way, Neela explained the current situation of the Alliance to her and advised, the Alliance is in chaos recently. Yutian Group and the 6 major families except Yin and Xia have all been attacked by unknown elements. They suffered heavy losses. I know you like to join in the fun and make trouble. Neela looked at her and said, but the situation is different now, so you better be honest. After a while, when King is done, you can come and train with her to develop tacit understanding. If the effect is good, you can be promoted to a core member directly. And I painted a big pie for Jiang Ning, and Jiang Ning bit it. Okay, I wait for the organization's reward. And was speechless and finally ignored Jiang Ning's words. The magnetic field near the base camp is chaotic, and all instruments will malfunction, so if you have anything important, you'd better arrange it in advance. Okay. No, magnetic field chaos? Instrument malfunction? Why does this sound so much like a chaotic place? Jiang Ning looked at Enai suddenly, and a guess in her mind could not be suppressed. She tried to contact Jiang Jingxin but failed. Finally, she had no choice but to turn around and ask King, excuse me, what is your last name? King replied quickly, my last name is Xie. My name is Xie Jing. Sure enough, Jiang Ning closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Yin Xueji was not the leader of Dawn, but her best friend Xie Bingyin was. Chapter 119. Perhaps during the school copy, Yin Xueji was not aware of Xie Bingyin's hidden identity, but later, Jiang Ning was sure that she must have known it. Jiang Ning's mind was turning quickly. If Xie Bingyin was the real leader of Dawn, then everything made sense. Xie Bingyin was good at genetic research, and King was the little monster that had been genetically edited. Not only that, King also easily stole 3 barrels of genetic enhancement potions for Jiang Ning. If King wasn't the daughter of the leader of Dawn, she wouldn't dare to be so bold no matter how powerful she was. Jiang Ning's heart began to beat violently. She secretly observed Enai for a few times, not sure if Enai knew that her leader was the vice president of the headquarters of the Alliance's Supreme Research Institute, Xie Bingyin. However, to be on the safe side, Jiang Ning didn't discuss anything with Enai, and didn't even make any moves to inquire. Except for those close to her, she would keep this news secret to ensure Xie Bingyin's safety. The journey was long this time, and Jiang Ning completely lost the idea of remembering the route due to the constant transfer of teleportation arrays. It was pitch black, and she could only remember how many times she changed and how long she walked roughly. After about 3 hours, she finally arrived at her destination. After walking out of this space, the view became suddenly clear. The lush primeval forest and the strange-shaped stones here made Jiang Ning look at the strange scenery twice. Go this way, Neela said to Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning followed her through many twists and turns, and finally arrived at the real base camp of Dawn. A majestic, spectacular, underground kingdom perfectly hidden between the rocks and trees. Through the stairs extending downward, Jiang Ning saw the true strength of Dawn. The huge base that stretched as far as the eye could see, various emerging high-tech infrastructure and weapons, and the busy crowd. Jiang Ning's eyes widened slightly. The organization is much more powerful than I thought. Neela laughed. In order to better hide in the Alliance, Dawnbreak is often relatively low-key. Relatively? Obviously too low-key. No matter how Jiang Ning imagined it, he could not have imagined that the real strength of Dawnbreak, which only had a few shabby basements in the Alliance, would be so strong. But thinking of the Dawn designed by Xie Bingyin and Yin Xueji, Jiang Ning felt it was very reasonable. Not to mention the strength of the two or Yin Xueji, Xie Bingyin, who came from a famous family, must have strong financial resources. Among the 8 major families in the Alliance, she is indeed capable of quietly building a force that can overturn the Alliance. How long is Xie Bingyin prepared for today? Jiang Ning silently calculated Yin Xueji's age, at least 10 or 20 years, right? 20 years of sharpening a sword, just to make a splash one day in the future. Jiang Ning admires Xie Bingyin so much for his patience and strength. Neela led Jiang Ning directly to one of the buildings, where Jiang Ning met King and the Phoenix. The 6 eyes met. Jiang Ning couldn't help asking Qinzhou, why are you here? She invited me to come and play. Qinzhou smiled and said, long time no see, sister, you have grown taller again. Jiang Ning was stunned for a moment. Really? She didn't pay much attention to the changes in her appearance. However, King nodded affirmatively after hearing her question, about 5 centimeters. Is it because of the gene enhancement potion? Jiang Ning raised his hand and touched the top of his head. It's not important if it's tall. Are all the recent chaos in the Alliance caused by you two? We haven't had time to take action yet. Chun-Jo shrugged innocently. They are in a mess. Why do we need to do it ourselves? A little provocation will cause them to fight among themselves. Chun-Jo's tone suddenly became very excited. But we are about to take action. Undead Mantis, do you want to join us? Not for now. Jiang Ning declined. I want to develop and build my own base recently. Give me a few days, and I will come to meet you after I finish the base. Okay. Chun-Jo had no regrets. After all, King's fighting power was equally high. Jiang Ning had many questions to ask, and Neela, seeing this, tactfully left the room and closed the door. After Jiang Ning saw her off, his eyes moved back and forth between Chun-Jo and King. Chun-Jo felt inexplicably guilty when she looked at him, and quickly changed the subject. Is your base okay now? Do you need me to go over and help? Jiang Ning shook his head. Materials and time are limited, so you don't have to make a special trip. But, she stared at Chun-Jo quietly, you seem to know my world very well. Before my world program was started, you already knew some relevant internal information, didn't you? Chun-Jo was not panicked at all, and even breathed a sigh of relief, explaining, there are many worlds like yours. We have seen countless of them in the Alliance. Your world is not the first disaster world. There have been countless disaster worlds before your world. Now they have either perished or become the live broadcast content of major anchors, and the Alliance members are no longer surprised by this. Your world is very lucky that it was not polluted at the first time, and the survival rate of survivors is among the best in major natural disaster worlds. Jiang Ning said calmly, is it all done by Yutian Group? Chun-Jo uttered a syllable from his nose. In addition to him, there are 7 other families. The Xia family is upright, and disdains to do such things that damage one's virtue, but the other 7 families may not be so. Chun-Jo smiled coldly. For the sake of profit, they can do anything. Very good. The names of the 7 major families were instantly added to Jiang Ning's death list. I have another question. Jiang Ning thought and said, where did the beast tied in the Dawn world come from? Why are they endless and can't be killed? This time it was King who spoke. This has to mention some of the actions of the Alliance Research Institute. In order to better maintain his rule, the chief of the Alliance ordered the Alliance Research Institute to research more advanced and smarter killing weapons for him. In order to successfully fulfill the requirements of the Alliance chief, they set their sights on ordinary people. They began to use ordinary people for experiments, intending to extract their consciousness and then transfer it to animals. The strange beasts that are rampant in your world are the failed products of the various institutes of the Alliance Research Institute. They have lost both human consciousness and animal consciousness, leaving only some brutal nature. Jiang Ning frowned. We can also enter a grassland at will. That's the experimental base of the Alliance Research Institute. The animals that have been tested are released there, and their reactions, and the state of integration with the animal's body are observed, and then a new round of screening is carried out. If they succeed, they can enter the new round of testing grounds, and if they fail, they will be slaughtered directly and become edible meat on the market. That Pearl is actually a person? Pearl is smart enough to understand Jiang Ning's instructions, and can rescue Jiang Ning on its own. Jiang Ning has long felt that its brain is too good. So the truth is like this. Jiang Ning took a deep breath, and couldn't wait to go back and ask Shinju for more information. Is there anything else you need to tell me? Neela didn't give Jiang Ning a new task. She brought Jiang Ning here today. I'm afraid it was because Xie Bingyan wanted to know the other party's true identity, and was mentally prepared for it. Xie Bingyan and Yin Xueji should have a very direct and close connection, and now Jiang Ning was regarded as one of their own, so he was able to access these core information. Not yet. If you have something urgent, you can go back first, King said. Jiang Ning nodded. See you next time. After exiting the dungeon, Jiang Ning immediately asked Rainbow Bridge for the location of the pearl. After Jiang Ning successfully escaped from the abandoned baby tower, Jiang Jingxin wanted to return the pearl to Jiang Ning immediately, but Jiang Ning was very busy at that time, so she thought about it for a moment, and finally decided to temporarily hand the pearl to Rainbow Bridge for feeding. In this way, when Jiang Ning needs the pearl, Rainbow Bridge can give it to Jiang Ning in time. Pearl was in the Qianhua snow field. When Jiang Ning arrived, Pearl's 4 hooves ran quickly, and at the same time howled loudly, as if accusing Jiang Ning of cruelty and ruthlessness. Something happened a few days ago, and I had no choice but to hand you over to my sister. It ran so hard that it almost knocked Jiang Ning away. Hearing this, it immediately lowered its head to sniff Jiang Ning, and then nudged Jiang Ning with its head, as if it was worried about Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning laughed. I have something to ask you. Can you still type now? Pearl nodded. So Jiangning enlarged the system panel until it was large enough for Pearl to spell out letter by letter with her hoof to answer Jiangning's question. Your consciousness is human, right? Pearl typed yes. Then how old were you when you were experimented on? Pearl pointed at two numbers 13. Jiangning's face darkened as he was still underage. Do you have any family or friends now? No, they were all experimented on and studied like me, and I'm the only one left alive now. Except for me, all of them are dead. Jiangning raised his hand and touched Pearl. Now you have us, we are your new family. Pearl shouted twice, as if to express her happiness. Then do you still remember the location of the laboratory? Jiangning asked again. The Alliance Research Institute must be destroyed, otherwise more and more innocent people will be tortured inhumanely. Perhaps, most of the humans captured were survivors in the former natural disaster world. Thinking of this possibility, Jiangning's heart tightened. Are you from the Alliance? No. Jinju answered very straightforwardly. I come from another world, a world completely different from the Alliance. I am backward and weaker than the Alliance. Sure enough, no wonder 3 billion people died directly in the third period of the Beast-Tide Novices. Those 3 billion people were clearly captured by the Yutian group for experiments. Now it is the 3 billion people who died unfortunately. When the 3 billion fuels are used up in the future, will it be the turn of the survivors, like them, who are still alive and well? Jiangning immediately synchronized the information he got today to the group chat. Xie Bingyan is the leader of Dawn. In the Dawn world, the dead survivors were captured by Yutian Group and Shen Yi and taken to the Alliance Research Institute for experiments. At the same time, the grassland copy is the experimental base of the Alliance Research Institute, and the strange beasts inside are injected with human consciousness. Jinju is also one of the test subjects. She has the soul of a 13-year-old girl. A series of messages came over, and Dong Qianli and Rainbow Bridge were directly shocked. Finally, Dong Qianli asked, are only the souls of those who died left, or? Jiangning looked at Jinju, who immediately typed, only the souls. It's damaged and can't be repaired. But they have a special soul catcher that can easily collect souls. But this is only limited to relatively complete souls. If the damage is too serious, the soul will be directly annihilated, and they can't continue to capture it. Dong Qianli, I understand. The truth was too horrifying. They needed time to digest it, and connect all the information. Dong Qianli took care of this job. After the chat, Jiangning hugged Jinju, and took out a bunch of delicious food for her. She tasted it with satisfaction, and never bothered Jiangning again. Jiangning suddenly figured it out. No wonder she could successfully use food to attract the attention of the beasts. Perhaps, they were just young children. Perhaps, they didn't eat enough in the Alliance Research Institute, and never tasted human food again. That's why they are so eager for food and so impatient. The strange beasts are, and so are the creatures in the abandoned baby tower. Are the creatures in the abandoned baby tower also the poor survivors, who have died, and were captured by the Yutian group in the natural disaster world? Or they are living humans who have not died yet. The Yutian group and Shen Yi are the source of all evil. Jiangning clenched his palms. They must die. Jiangning sorted out his thoughts, and was operating on the system panel when he suddenly found that the Dawn store had refreshed. Combat uniform. 10,000 gold, 9,500 gold after discount, / peace, which can effectively resist various attacks and ensure the personal safety of survivors. Today's new products are not as punctual as before, but now combat uniforms suitable for ordinary survivors are on the shelves. Does this mean that the storm is coming? Jiangning quickly used her savings to buy all the combat uniforms, then uploaded them to her personal homepage and advertised them on the World Channel. Combat uniforms for sale. First come first served. Needless to say, Jiangning's products must be high quality, and survivors with extra money rushed to Jiangning's personal homepage to buy one. Oh, it's expensive. I originally wanted to buy one more. The more expensive it is, the better it is. I have money, so I buy two first. No, how come you are all so rich? I can't even afford an isolation suit. I voted for the district chief and participated in the district chief's rescue operation. If I don't get rich, who will? I paid for it with my life, hee. I will follow Jian Shouqing till death in the future. It feels so good to get rich overnight. It's okay, we can also get combat uniforms by opening treasure chests. I just opened a box of bullets yesterday. Maybe I can open combat uniforms in 2 days. That's right, we won't spend a penny by then. It's up to you. I wish you can live well until then. How dare you curse me? There are many people who have made a fortune in the past 2 days. Jiang Ning has been replenishing combat uniforms. The Dawn system issued gold coins to the survivors, and then these gold coins returned to Jiang Ning through the sale of supplies. Finally, Jiang Ning invested the money earned in the construction of the base, a perfect closed loop. Now Jiang Ning's wealth balance has exceeded 10 million, and she directly transferred 5 million to Rainbow Bridge base construction funds. Okay. Rainbow Bridge accepted the deal and continued to work. It was getting late, and Jiang Ning planned to go there early for the assessment today. When she arrived, Yin Xueji had already prepared the equipment and was waiting for her. Without saying much, Jiang Ning changed her clothes neatly and started to operate. Yin Xueji stared at her silently without blinking. Until all the operations were completed, Yin Xueji nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, now you have basically mastered this skill. Congratulations. You have successfully completed the assessment of teacher Yin Xueji, and obtained a complete set of neuroscience and consciousness uploading network body operation equipment *1, 100,000 gold coins. Chapter 120 Survival Calendar Day 33, Sunny, 0 to -10 degrees Celsius, no wind, midnight. The reward is not very generous, but Yin Xueji must have her own intentions. Jiang Ning carefully put away the neuroscience and consciousness uploading network body operation equipment that was split into 2 sets. Teacher, do you have any plans for the future? No for now. Yin Xueji said, I'm also very busy recently, so if you don't have anything to do in the future, you don't have to come to me again. I may not be here even if you come. Jiang Ning nodded to show that she understood. She guessed that Yin Xueji had already planned to join forces with Xie Bingyan to fight back against the Yin family, Yutian group and Shen Yi for revenge. Is there anything else I can help with? This time Yin Xueji looked at her deeply. Live well, don't die. Jiang Ning, Okay. Finally, she nodded seriously. I will live well like a cockroach, tenaciously and vigorously. This time it was Yin Xueji's turn to be speechless. It didn't have to be that way. It was already midnight, and Jiang Ning was sent back to the shelter by Yin Xueji again. Jinju ran over from the courtyard to greet Jiang Ning, and Jiang Ning fed her some food, and then went to the research institute. During the peace period, all work was progressing smoothly. The 3 major research groups that Jiang Ning had painstakingly selected, the military research group and the agricultural research group, have worked together to put the research work on the right track, and the results are gratifying. After thinking about it, Jiang Ning appointed Liu Aoshuang as one of the deputy district chiefs to help Jiang Ning manage the researchers of the entire research institute. Liu Aoshuang solemnly expressed his loyalty and responsibility to Jiang Ning. Originally, Jiang Ning only planned to select one deputy district chief from the guard team, but after discussing with Dong Qianli, she finally selected the first and second candidates at the same time to achieve a relationship of mutual competition and checks and balances. The 2 deputy district chiefs from the guard team are both women with strong martial arts. When setting them as deputy district chiefs, Jiang Ning synchronized his information. By the way, there is a plain area where a large amount of fertile land can be exploded. You go and discuss with a survivor named Xin Yinsha, and reach a cooperation with him as soon as possible to provide enough land for growing food for the research institute and the base. The 2 agreed. Okay. With land, and by taming and raising the exotic beasts, it won't be long before the base and the survivors can achieve complete self-sufficiency. By then, it won't be long before the social conditions of the past are restored. Jiang Ning has a lot of materials in her backpack. She looked at the research institute on the interface, then turned and entered the workshop, ready to upgrade it directly to the highest level. Upgrade the research institute. Upgrade and expand the building. The research institute requires wires *10,000, nuts *20,000, tungsten *20,000, molybdenum *20,000, high-strength alloy *20,000, gold coins *1000000. Do you want to upgrade? Yes. Upgraded. After the upgrade, Jiang Ning quickly walked out of the shelter to check the upgraded research institute. Its floor area is larger, about 5 times larger. Not only has it expanded from 1 room per floor to 5 rooms per floor, but it has also expanded from 2 floors to 10 floors. Now, even if more people are hired, there is no need to worry about not being able to fit them. Jiang Ning breathed a sigh of relief. Research institutes are the foundation of development. She has to continue to acquire research institute blueprints and strive to make the institute bigger and stronger. Now that more survivors have purchased isolation suits and combat suits, the good stuff in the trading market has become more popular. At this moment, Rainbow Bridge has already stuffed a lot of things into Jiangning's pockets. That's the amount after she deducted the various materials that can be used for base construction. Jiangning looked at it and found a teleportation card. After squinting his eyes and taking a look, Jiangning immediately used the supervisor's authority to locate the specific coordinates of the tyrant, and then said, "Use the teleportation card to accurately move to the coordinates of the location of the tyrant, the head of District 10. Using the teleportation card to accurately move to the location coordinates of the tyrant, the head of District 10. The next second, Jiangning appeared in front of the tyrant carrying an ion cannon. The tyrant was a fat and strong man. He looked at Jiangning for a moment, and suddenly realized the danger. He was about to stand up and fight back and escape, but Jiangning was faster. He pressed the switch of the ion cannon with lightning speed. Only 3 violent noises were heard. The tyrant in front of him was gone, leaving only a huge pit emitting gunpowder smoke. The tyrant, District Chief of District 10, has died. A new link for voting for District Chief of District 10 will be opened. Click to enter. Which bitch has killed the tyrant again? I guess he's dead. He's finally dead. I'm so happy. When I first entered the Mist World, he cheated me of a lot of supplies. You're lucky. He and his minions were arrogant and did a lot of evil. I don't know how many people they killed. Now he has brought it upon himself. He deserves it. He's dead, so what happens to his supplies? Of course, they belong to Jiangning. Tyrant is different from Lin Xingwang. When a survivor dies, her shelter and all supplies will be reduced to 0 with the death of the owner. But Tyrant is cautious, and he has a lot of supplies, so he deliberately hollowed out a mountain and hid most of the supplies in it, and only put a small part in his backpack. So when Jiangning walked into the cave full of supplies at the back, she couldn't help but raise her eyebrows, and then took a picture and sent it to the group chat. I'm rich. He is really rich. Rainbow Bridge said jealously, it is almost equal to the assets of all of us combined. Dong Qianli was silent for a moment. That's not the case, he is far behind. Rainbow Bridge was stunned for a moment, and suddenly shouted, Sister, I am your long-lost sister. Dong Qianli was very upset. After Jiangning put all the inheritance of the tyrant into her backpack, she returned to the shelter and called the 2 of them to pick out some of it. She uploaded the rest that she didn't need directly to the Yusheng Chamber of Commerce. A large amount of Chamber of Commerce points were deposited, and Jiangning's points balance increased again. Jiangning was no longer worried about other aspects. She was more concerned about weapons. In addition to the various high-energy cannons she had obtained from previous missions and from the robots of the Yutian group, she only had the pine oil bullets made by Lu Ashuang. If the Yutian group attacked, this would definitely not be enough. The slingshots and projectiles bought from the owner of the grocery store at dawn were not enough to deal with the Yutian group, and even ordinary guns and ammunition were not enough. To fight against the Yutian group, at least large weapons such as artillery must be used. Therefore, Jiangning had to buy 2 artillery pieces from Nai Law again. Her current gold coins were enough to support her to pay for the 2 artillery pieces in full, so Jiangning did not hesitate for too long. Fortunately, there was stock this time, and after Jiangning sent the message, Nai Law directly asked her to go to the grocery store to pick it up. It was a bit late at this time, so Jiangning forced herself to sleep for a few hours, and then entered the dawn dungeon directly at around 6:30 in the morning. The grocery store owner was dozing off. Noticing Jiangning's arrival, he stood up and led Jiangning into the warehouse. Here are the things you want. After paying the gold coins, Jiangning put away the 2 cannons, thank you. After a brief greeting, Jiangning returned to the shelter, and after careful consideration, traded one of the fully automatic cannon attack systems and a cannon to Jiang Jingxin. Sister, please take these 2 things, just in case. Jiang Jingxin didn't reply immediately, and Jiangning didn't care, and continued to busy herself with other things. At 8 o'clock, when the sky was bright, Jean Lin once again began her prediction. The 37th day of the survival calendar, that is, for days later, the natural disaster acid rain season is about to come. During the acid rain season, the rain is highly corrosive, and will cause abnormal growth and mutation of plants, making them more aggressive. Please pay attention. Oh my god, it won't be what I imagined? Will the plants around our shelter eat people? It's really getting more hellish with each season. The tonic is killing us like sweat. Damn it, when will this survival mode end? If you try harder, Shoching, we will crowdfund to help you destroy the fog system. It's a wonderful imagination. The survivors complained bitterly. The extreme cold season was already very difficult. If the temperature had not suddenly stabilized at -15 degrees Celsius in the later period, many of them would have been frozen to death. The threat of natural disasters and the trouble caused by the fog system made ordinary people have no ability to survive. At the same time, if Jiangning had not helped ordinary survivors from time to time, maybe everyone would have died on the same day of the same month of the same year, and then reincarnated together. The acid rain season that Jinlin had just predicted was not a good natural disaster. The survivors could not help sighing, and they just wanted to end their survival as soon as possible and return to their previous peaceful and tranquil life. They were eager to return to normal. Jiangning certainly had this wish, but before she had time to think more, she noticed the warning from the Dawn system. Please pay attention, Supervisor. A large number of unknown troops are approaching the Dawn world. Please pay attention, Supervisor. A large number of unknown troops are approaching the Dawn world. Please pay attention, Supervisor. A large number of unknown troops are approaching the Dawn world. The Dawn system issued 3 warnings in a row, and Jiangning's heart was immediately lifted. Is it Yutian Group and Chen Yi? Is their target the base and herself? No matter whether it is or not, Jiangning must make preparations quickly. She quickly gathered people on the world channel. Unknown troops invaded the Dawn world. Please arrive at the Thousand Buddhas snow field as soon as possible. Unknown troops invaded the Dawn world. Please arrive at the Thousand Buddhas snow field as soon as possible. An unknown army has invaded the Dawn world. Please arrive at the Thousand Buddhas snow field as soon as possible. Dong Jinli and Rainbow Bridge came out at the first time, worried. Is the war going to start again? Jiangning nodded in affirmation. They should arrive from the outside by water. All the teleportation arrays of the Thousand Buddha snow field and the Thousand Buddha ice and snow world were modified by Jiangning and completely closed. That was the only way they could pass. This side is at the edge of the world, and they will arrive very quickly. Jiangning had seen some of Chen Yi's methods. Aircraft carriers plus bombs were the most effective means of attacking the enemy. She couldn't help but look back at her base, which was just beginning to take shape, and wondered whether to put away some of the expansion buildings. At the same time, if Chen Yi sent out intelligent machines as usual, the survivors on Jiangning's side would likely face a devastating death again. After making the bullet drawings in the processing plant system public, Jiangning quickly put the 18 processing plants into operation. By then, the ammunition will be consumed very quickly, so Jiangning must stock up in advance. In a short time after the message was sent, Lu Yin, Xiao Yinhe, and some people from the Special Affairs Bureau arrived. At the same time, Shen Kai, Daisy, Baijiu and other survivors, who had a good relationship with Jiangning also arrived. In addition to the above, there were some faces that Jiangning had never met, but without exception, they all showed their goodwill to cooperate with Jiangning. Jiangning, wearing combat uniforms, gathered everyone together and explained. In short, the fog world we are in now, that is, the Dawn world, is actually the hard work of designer Yen Xueji. The power behind the Mechanical Kingdom copy is the Yutian Group, and its leader Chen Yi is a Phoenix man who achieved class advancement by marrying Yen Xueji. He stole Yen Xueji's hard work and used it as a tool to fight for power and profit, committing many evil deeds. There are many innocent survivors in disaster worlds like us, so if we don't rise up to resist, then the fate of other disaster worlds today will be our fate in the future. While she was narrating this, she uploaded it to the world channel with her mind. The survivors got excited and wanted to tear Yutian Group and Chen Yi into pieces. It is Yutian Group and Chen Yi who are attacking today. They have a lot of weapons and soldiers. Jiangning glanced at the survivors, who were looking at him. So, we will face a tough battle next. If we win, we will usher in a period of peaceful development. If we lose, we will never admit defeat. Even if we fight to the end, we will never admit defeat. As the number 1 on the list, Jiangning's emotions can easily affect others. As long as Jiangning is firm and boosts morale, others will be infected and do their best to contribute to the future of the Dawn world. Combined with the declarations of other strong men, the world channel is full of indignation and positive energy. After explaining the background, Jiangning began to make arrangements. First, the distribution of weapons, followed by the use of tactics, and then the corresponding preparation of logistical materials. This part can be safely handed over to the Special Affairs Bureau. With Lu Yin and Xiao Yinhe here, there won't be any major problems. The survivors don't have many hot weapons, and Jiangning's stock is mostly distributed to the first team of the guard. The strength of the first team of the guard is pretty good now, but it's far from enough. Their opponent is the Yutian Group, so Jiangning said directly after thinking, when the battle starts, don't face the enemy head-on. Take away their weapons first, arm all our people. Then fight with the other side, Do you understand? I understand. If there are no weapons, we will rob them ourselves. If we don't have enough people, we will play dirty tricks. In short, for the sake of victory, we can use any vicious tactics and moves. After Jiang Ning's strong approval and affirmation, the survivors used dirty tricks frequently, and even Dong Qinli, who was listening nearby, felt a little bit sorry and began to sympathize with Yutian Group and Shen Yi. Time passed quickly, and Jiang Ning kept hearing the Dawn system report the distance between the army and the Dawn world. Please note, a large number of unknown troops are still 19,375 kilometers away from the edge of the Dawn world. Please note, a large number of unknown troops are still 8,103 kilometers away from the edge of the Dawn world. Please note, a large number of unknown troops are still 3,772 kilometers away from the edge of the Dawn world. Please note, a large number of unknown troops are still 890 kilometers away from the edge of the Dawn world. Please note, a large number of unknown troops are still 135 kilometers away from the edge of the Dawn world. Please note, a large number of unknown troops are still 0 kilometers away from the edge of the Dawn world. System announcement. Please note, a large number of unknown troops have successfully arrived in the Dawn world. Please prepare for battle as soon as possible. Resist foreign enemies. System announcement. Please note, a large number of unknown troops have successfully arrived in the Dawn world. Please prepare for battle as soon as possible. Resist foreign enemies. As the system prompt sounded, the war was about to break out. Chapter 121. During this period, Lu Aoshuang and Xiying have made a lot of pine oil bombs, but judging from the current situation, it is still far from enough. Jiang Ning has already had people distribute the pine oil bombs, and at the same time ordered Rainbow Bridge to pour all kinds of stockpiled oil on the ground near the base, waiting for Qin Yi's army to arrive, and then set it on fire. The weapons of the Yutian group are more advanced than those of the survivors, and they also have more ammunition than the survivors. Jiang Ning's only chance of winning is the 2 artillery pieces in his backpack. Qin Yi didn't know Jiang Ning's true background. In addition, the survivors were always weak and their current development was not very good, so he was likely to underestimate the enemy. Jiang Ning's plan was to take advantage of Chen Yi's relaxation of vigilance and unexpectedly launch a fatal attack on the opponent's forces. Even if she only destroyed 1/3 of Chen Yi's forces in the end, the pressure on the survivors would be much less. At this moment, Jiang Ning had led several strong men on the list and the escort team to approach the ice lake. They hid behind the huge ancient trees and quietly watched the warships breaking through the ice. In the sky, there are large warships flying at low altitude. There are 10 warships in total. The warships have sufficient ammunition. If they are allowed to approach the base, it will take less than an hour for the base and shelter port carefully built by Jiang Ning, Dong Qinli and Rainbow Bridge to be destroyed. So, they must not be allowed to arrive smoothly. Jiang Ning took the telescope handed over by Rainbow Bridge. She carefully and quickly observed the icebreakers on the ice lake, and finally found the largest one among them, which seemed to have the strongest firepower. Listen to my orders. When they get close, everyone should attack the warships in the sky first. Make sure to shoot down 1 or 2 to relieve the pressure in the rear. Okay. Everyone whispered back. After giving instructions, Jiang Ning found a more hidden location to take out the shelter, and at the same time installed 2 cannons into the fully automatic cannon attack system, and set the attack targets. First attack the warship on the ice lake that seems to have the strongest firepower, give the other party a small gift, destroy the prestige of others, and boost your own ambition. The survivors may not show their concerns and lack of confidence about the battle situation, but after seeing the strength of the Yutian group, frustration will naturally rise from the bottom of their hearts. What Jiang Ning has to do now is to show off his skills, so that the survivors can't figure out Jiang Ning's true strength, and make them mistakenly think that Jiang Ning has more tricks up his sleeve. Sometimes telling a little lie with good intentions is not a bad thing. The warships are getting closer and closer until they are close to the cliff. Jiang Ning does not intend to observe how they climbed up the cliff and came to him smoothly. After the distance between the 2 sides is close enough, Jiang Ning quickly activates the fully automatic artillery attack system with his mind. Attack! As a cannon was fired, the ice lake instantly caught fire. The violent explosion blurred the scene in front. The thick ice layer could not withstand the power of the cannon, and instantly flew high, and then rushed back to the lake heavily. The warships suffered, and the soldiers on the deck were directly hit by the flying disaster, being hit by the ice blocks like boulders, and falling all over the place, and their lives were gone. The scene was in chaos, and Jiang Ning's attack was the signal. After being shocked by the power of the cannon for a few seconds, everyone came back to their senses and fired at the warships in the sky with their magical powers. Ion cannons, pulse cannons, electromagnetic cannons. The weapons distributed by Jiangning played their role at this moment. A warship was attacked by concentrated fire, and it exploded in the air in a moment. The wreckage was engulfed in flames, falling quickly and violently, and ruthlessly hitting several ships on the ice lake. The explosion sounded again, and at such a long distance, Jiangning could feel the raging heat wave. "Keep going!" she yelled, and did not use the second cannon. Yutian Group was caught off guard by Jiangning, and now it was in chaos. Jiangning took the opportunity to operate the shelter, then jumped up and accelerated towards the enemy. Shinkei immediately followed, and Rainbow Bridge also wanted to move, but was stopped by Dong Qianli. "We just need to guard this place." Hearing this, Rainbow Bridge had to stop and gave up the plan to follow Jiangning. Baijiu had already upgraded the shelter, so when Jiangning took action, she followed Shinkei without hesitation. Daisy opened her mouth to call her friend, but hesitated for a moment, then gently placed her hand on her belly and sighed helplessly. She had a child, so she couldn't take any more risks. It was enough for her to defend this place with Dong Qianli and the others. Jiangning wanted to consume the power of the Yutian Group as quickly as possible. She stood on the roof of the shelter, holding a pulse cannon and firing at the warships one after another. Wherever she passed, warships caught fire and exploded one after another, and in a short time, the power of the Yutian Group was reduced by 1/10. Shinkei was good at making explosives, and he worked hard to cooperate with Jiangning. Every time Jiangning attacked a warship, Shinkei followed behind her to finish off the enemy, throwing explosive packs at the target warships as if they were free, and continued to harvest. The two of them were like living devils, and in just half a minute, they had easily sunk nearly 10 enemy warships. Baijiu was also not to be underestimated. Like Jiangning, she held a pulse gun in her hand, and went forward in two directions with Jiangning. A fire dragon rose from the bottom and burned all the way to the back, until it was about to ignite most of the warships. Qin Yi's face turned pale. Well, he had once again defeated Yan Shueji's minions. Qin Yi snorted coldly and ordered the warships in the sky to start attacking. The shells fell down, like they were free. "Attack the shells!" Dong Qianli shouted and took the lead. Once the shells fell to the ground, everyone might be injured. All they could do was to let the shells explode in the air, so that the only one affected would be the Yutian Group. With Dong Qianli's order, everyone instantly changed the direction of attack and desperately attacked the shells that were about to fall to the ground. Boom! Because he was one step late, there was a violent shock wave on the ground. Jiangning looked back and squinted his eyes, then turned around without hesitation and fired at the shells that fell again. "Teacher, the people on the ice lake are in your hands." After quickly taking Qi Dan out of his backpack, Jiangning stuffed a pulse cannon into his hand. "Come on." Qi Dan saw the current situation and conditions clearly. Sure enough, no matter what time or place, if students come to the door enthusiastically, there will be no good things. Qi Dan aimed the pulse gun downwards, attacking accurately and neatly. It cooperated with Shinkei and Baijiu at the same time, always paying attention to the safety of the two, so as to prevent them from being successfully attacked and losing their lives. Jiangning began to cooperate with Dong Qianli and the escort team. The warships that took off were more threatening, and could easily take away many lives. At first, the survivors had the upper hand because of the successful sneak attack, but as Qin Yi and Yutian Group reacted, the difference in ammunition quickly reversed the situation. The survivors began to lose the upper hand. Powerful shells were launched non-stop towards the Dawn world, and at the same time, the warship was trying its best to approach the survivors below. Jiangning frowned slightly. If this continued, she and Jiang Jingxin's guards would be killed by Qin Yi. Jiangning clenched the pulse cannon in her hand, and finally quickly sent a distress message to King Chenzhou. After thinking about it, she also sent a message to Ying Long and Ying Shuo. Among the people who asked for help, Chenzhou responded the fastest. "You hold on first. We are taking the opportunity to sneak attack his lair." Qin Yi personally led the team to the Dawn world to deal with Jiangning. At present, his rear was empty, which was a good opportunity for a sneak attack. Jiangning understood. "Okay, I help you hold him." Only after the Yutian Group was solved, Qin Yi would not be a threat. Jiangning knew this very well, so she changed her mind and asked in Ai, "I want to borrow money to buy 10 artillery pieces." 10 pieces are not enough, at most 5 pieces. And Ai replied. 5 pieces are 5 pieces, not a small amount, Jiangning said. "Can I come over to get them now?" "Yes." After receiving an accurate answer, Jiangning quickly used her mind to control the fully automatic artillery attack system. Attack! She aimed at Chen Yi's warship, then flew to a tricky angle and hit 2 flying warships at the same time with one shot. The warship exploded, and the ammunition in the belly of the ship was ignited, followed by a second and third explosion. The bright flames dyed the sky red, and the scorching temperature directly melted the snow around. The wreckage began to fall, and the nearby warships were affected. So far, 3 of the 10 flying warships have been destroyed, leaving only 7. Chen Yi escaped quickly, so he was not killed. He was floating in the air in his flying suit with a sullen face, wishing to skin Jiangning and drink her blood and eat her flesh. Jiangning looked at him from a distance, and finally entered the Dawn dungeon without hesitation, disappearing from Chen Yi's sight. Neela had already prepared the goods, and the battle situation was urgent. Jiangning said, "Thank you." After picking up the goods, he hurriedly left. Yin Xueji and Xie Bingyan have already contacted each other. On the premise of information exchange, Xie Bingyan will try to help Jiangning because Jiangning is Yin Xueji's student. Because if Jiangning can take the opportunity to help them deal with Chen Yi, they will also save effort. Jiangning returned to the shelter as quickly as possible and installed the 5 artillery pieces into the fully automatic artillery attack system again. Under the sneak attack of the 2 artillery pieces in front and behind, Chen Yi became wary. He began to keep the warship away from Jiangning, and at the same time arranged a large number of intelligent machines to land and attack the survivors, preparing to use the intelligent machines to consume the number and attack power of the survivors. Jiangning saw through his intentions, but could not stop it. The artillery was too powerful. If it was aimed at the intelligent machines, her own people would also be attacked. Besides, the artillery was her trump card, and it should not be used easily unless it was an emergency or the perfect opportunity. With the artillery in hand, Jiangning had more confidence and choices. In the ice lake, the metal intelligent machines began to land on the cliff, like locusts and ants. Their sharp claws easily pierced into the mountain, and the climbing speed was extremely terrifying. In less than a moment, the intelligent machine successfully reached the land and began to attack the escort team. Someone in the escort team was broadcasting the current battle situation in real time on the World Channel, so everyone knew the battle situation clearly. After hearing that the Yutian group had stopped using warships and switched to using intelligent machines to fight humans, the survivors immediately rubbed their hands and entered the Qianfu snowfield dungeon. Last time, everyone who participated in rescuing Jiangning was rewarded with weapons, and those weapons were just suitable for dealing with intelligent machines, so those who had weapons in their hands rushed over without hesitation. Last time I lost because of the weapons. This time, I have weapons, and I won't lose again. Damn it, kill all the Onyx first, then kill Chen Yi. As long as we kill Chen Yi, we can survive. So, please stop watching from the sidelines, okay? Whether it was out of desire for the rewards of the Dawn system or out of shame and anger at being criticized, in short, the survivors who once made sarcastic remarks began to act. The number of people in the Qianfu snowfield dungeon began to soar like a rocket. The battle entered a white-hot stage, and the survivors and the Onyx began to fight on land, while Jiangning tracked Chen Yi in real time, trying to take the opportunity to kill him. Chen Yi had been prepared. He cunningly hid at the back, and no matter how Jiangning attacked, he could not break through the defense line. Finally, Jiangning looked at him deeply, then turned around and left, aiming at the overwhelming omnipotent machines rushing to the land. Baijiu and Shinkei moved with her. The fierce firepower of the 3 effectively stopped the omnipotent machines, but it was not enough. The omnipotent machines were endless, and they needed more reinforcements. Just as they thought about this, the ordinary survivors who came to help arrived. Holding high-level alloy weapons, they stood firmly behind Jiangning, trying their best to prevent the omnipotent machines from reaching the rear base with their meager strength. Daisy stroked her belly, hesitated for a moment, and rushed to the front line together. Baijiu frowned, wanting to call her back, but in the end, he said nothing. The last time they chatted, it was not pleasant, and they even had a falling out. She hated that he still lingered on Jiandong until today, and he didn't understand why she always had such great malice towards Jiandong. The two parted unhappily, and were in a Cold War period where no one wanted to care about each other. There were too many intelligent machines. Jiangning killed batch after batch, but they were still endless, and the number did not decrease at all. The only consolation at the moment is that the Onyx army that killed Chen Yi still has a system reward. This can improve the strength of the survivors in disguise, so that the materials they consume can be replenished in time. The number of Onyx is huge, and the number of survivors should not be underestimated. The two sides are evenly matched, and neither can do anything to the other for the time being. However, human patience is limited after all. Ginny once again mobilized the weapons on the warship and aimed at the survivors from a distance. He did not care about the consumption of the onyx, nor did he care about the life and death of the survivors. For him, victory was enough. It was not the first time that he had done such a ruthless thing, stepping on the corpses of others to succeed, so he did not hesitate when he issued the attack order. Jiang Ning also reacted quickly. She shouted, "Everyone, exit the dungeon." As her voice fell, many survivors did it neatly. This was a subconscious, because they trusted Jiang Ning enough, so they would follow Jiang Ning's orders without hesitation. Most of the ordinary survivors had left, leaving only the guards, but Daisy keenly spotted Jiandong in the crowd. In fact, the two hadn't seen each other for a long time. Since the last quarrel, Jiandong disappeared completely. He never took the initiative to show weakness and surrender like before, nor did he coax Daisy with kind words like before. He seemed to have become a different person, cold and ruthless, leaving Daisy alone to think about her pregnancy and suffer. Daisy's eyes were slightly red, and she subconsciously walked towards Jiandong. Especially after seeing Jiandong was in the range of the fire, she suddenly showed anxiety on her face, and couldn't help but remind him, "Husband, get out of the way." She subconsciously ran towards the man, intending to use her body to block the attack for him, but was stopped by Baijiu, who had already noticed all this and was furious. "Daishuyu!" Baijiu yelled at Daisy, "If you dare to sacrifice yourself for him, we will be estranged and never have any contact with each other again." She hated the glib-tongued Jiandong, and she hated Daishuyu, who lost herself as soon as she saw a man and became a little woman without independent thinking. "Daishuyu shouldn't be like this." Daisy was successfully stopped by Baijiu. She turned back reflexively, her pupils suddenly shrank, and she ran towards Baijiu at the fastest speed in her life. At the same time, she threw out the shelter desperately and blocked Qin Yi's insidious and fatal attack for Baijiu. The highly defensive level 6 shelter shattered, and the solid material disintegrated in midair, exploding like fireworks and then, "Hua-la-la," falling down. The aftermath hit Daisy hard, and the sharp arrow that had been aimed at Baijiu pierced her heart, shooting her down from midair, spewing blood and crawling on the ground mixed with dirty mud and snow. Baijiu was stunned. She looked at her best friend, who finally chose her, her lips slightly parted. "I'm sorry. I always make you worry about me." Daisy forced a smile at Baijiu. "You are my best friend. No one can compare to you. Thank you for staying with me for so long." Daisy closed her eyes, endured the pain of the arrow piercing her heart, and operated with her mind. "Give the Women's Federation all my materials and all my assets to my friends. The head of District 29 drinks homemade liquor and beats relatives and friends. The operation has been successful. System prompt. The survivor Daisy has donated all her assets to you free of charge. Please check." Hearing this prompt, Baijiu woke up from a dream, her eyes red, and ran towards Daisy like crazy. She ran and cursed, "You fool! Idiot! Who wants you?" Daisy couldn't help laughing, and vomited blood while laughing. The moment before she lost consciousness, her life began to flash before her eyes, like a passing scene. She recalled her happy family. At that time, her parents indulged and doted on her, never forcing her to do anything, so she was raised to be spoiled and unreasonable, always targeting other female classmates because of Jiandong. However, it was not until the last moment of her life that she suddenly realized how stupid she was, and how much she deceived herself. In fact, girls are the most beautiful creatures in the world, no matter how tall or short, fat or thin. If you look at them for a while, you will find that they have light and soft skin, clean and clear eyes as bright as stars, and long black and smooth hair, which is unreasonable. Or they have good morals. Even though they are insignificant, they will still choose to stand up and help others without hesitation. So are those so-called vixens that I once confronted so fiercely really so hateful and annoying? Daisy's pupils gradually became dilated. It seems not. For example, Jiandong's first love was tall and beautiful, and had good grades. Jiandong's second love was plain-looking, but good at sports, always shining in various competitions and winning medals. Jiandong's third love was passionate and bold, with a straightforward personality, and loved to help the weak and injustice. She was as warm as the sun, but people dared not look directly at her. Jiandong's fourth, fifth, 31st love, they all had advantages that Daisy could easily list. Then the question is, who is making women compete with each other and stirring up trouble between them? Daisy saw Baijiu running in front of her, as if they always misunderstood the love between the same sex as jealousy. They always deceived themselves to deny all this, because they subconsciously regarded the same sex as competitors. Grandma, mother, daughter, the three closest generations in the world are always married to three different families, forced to be separated from their own family and friends, and unable to effectively unite. Not only that, in the new family, the daughter-in-law always fights with the husband's mother-in-law, elder sister, younger sister, and all other female relatives. Why? Why are the ones who pull each other's hair always women in the family? The ones who target each other are always women in the family. What about others? What are they doing? Are they watching coldly, enjoying the benefits that countless women have fought for them with peace of mind? Baijiu has hugged Daisy with trembling hands. Daisy wants to smile at him, but she has no strength. While misunderstanding the love for the same sex, do they also have a wrong understanding of the opposite sex? For example, they unconsciously interpret their jealousy of the opposite sex as love. When they see an outstanding person of the opposite sex, their heartbeats always speed up. They pay too much attention to the other person, and are full of fantasies. Have they never distinguished what kind of emotion this is? It seems that women are always very easy to be jealous of outstanding people of the same sex, and then fall in love with outstanding people of the opposite sex. Is this really true? Her father never taught her any useful skills, nor encouraged her to climb higher. Was it because he needed to have absolute say in the family, and didn't want her to grow up and divide his power, or even the power of other opposite sexes in society? Daisy couldn't help but smile bitterly in her heart. She had been competing with other women for half her life, but now she realized how wrong she was. If she could live another life, she would definitely do better. She will definitely appreciate and affirm the excellence of her same-sex friends more, and she will definitely stand up and lend a helping hand to her same-sex friends when they are bullied. She will save herself and other millions of women from suffering without hesitation. They are born with the ability to love, aren't they? Dai Shuyu. The choking voice of Baijiu floated vaguely from afar, and Daisy blinked hard. Goodbye, Bai Qingyun. It is my honor to meet you. District 3 Mayor Daisy has died, and a new link for voting for District 3 Mayor will be open now. Click to enter. Chapter 122. The sudden system prompt attracted Jiang Ning's attention. She subconsciously looked at the place where Daisy was before, but only saw Baijiu crying with her face covered. A shot killed the intelligent machine that attacked Baijiu, and Jiang Ning rushed over quickly. Are you okay? Do you want to go to the back to rest first? I'm fine. Baijiu put down his hands, shook his head, and gave Jiang Ning a very far-fetched smile. She's gone. Jiang Ning pursed his lips. I heard it. She loved Wang Jiandong so much and couldn't live without him. But she died because of me. Baijiu couldn't control her emotions, and wanted to tell me something urgently. When she died, she even gave me all her supplies. Baijiu said, as she raised her leg, and kicked the robot around her away mercilessly. I want to avenge her. Her tone was firm and full of hatred. I must avenge her. Now was not the time to be sad. She ran forward with all her strength, and the fierce wind would dry the tears on her face. She will keep moving forward, until revenge is successful. Okay. Jiang Ning patted her on the back. I will help you. Baijiu turned to look at Jiang Ning. She stared at Jiang Ning seriously for a few seconds, and finally said, Thank you, I will help you too. She will help Jiang Ning overthrow the fog system, and will help Jiang Ning kill the culprit Chen Yi. Baijiu looked up at the sky. Chen Yi was hiding at the back, watching all this with a gloomy face. Baijiu took out the big knife from the backpack, and then opened the 29th district channel without hesitation. Everyone, go to Qinhua Snowfield immediately. She has already made her management area well organized. Although new survivors were merged in a few days ago, if anyone dares to disobey, Baijiu will kill them without hesitation. From this moment on, no one can stop her revenge. Baijiu has adjusted her mood, so Jiang Ning did not stay with her for long. The previous survivors have obeyed Jiang Ning's orders and left. At this moment, most of the people around are the intelligent machines of Yuting Group. Jiang Ning quickly retreated into the dense forest, giving Chen Yi the illusion of running away. Then, she slipped away from the other side, then sneaked into the intelligent machine army, took the opportunity to switch the shelter's appearance to a torpedo shape, and fell into the ice lake, quietly going around the back of the battleship army from underwater. Jiang Ning prepared to attack from the rear. She lurked in the deep water area, using her mind to control the fully automatic artillery attack system to aim at the target she had already thought of. Attack! A cannon fired quietly from the bottom of the water, and the next second, the huge battleship was hit and exploded instantly. The huge impact force caused the ice on the lake to break again, and it fell from the sky with a crackling sound, hitting the warships nearby. Because the attack distance was very close, The damage caused by the artillery this time was very large. At least 10 warships were affected to varying degrees, with flames rising on the water and the deck in chaos. Jiangning did not stop and once again aimed at another dense group of warships. Fire! As the thought rose, the second cannon was fired at high speed. Boom! The ice lake exploded again. After the warships were hit, they were damaged one after another, and slowly tilted underwater. A large amount of ice water poured in, and all the mechanical metals were affected. Jiangning watched them indifferently from struggling to sinking to the bottom of the water, and put their bodies into the backpack expressionlessly. This is all money, and it is also Jiangning's future military expenses. Qinyi soon noticed the movement here. He looked at the warships that were half destroyed by Jiangning in the blink of an eye, and he was immediately furious. Aim there! Aim there! He said with a gloomy face, pointing down at the top of his lungs. The warship in the sky quickly adjusted its direction, and aimed its attack at Jiangning underwater. Jiangning had already anticipated Qinyi's actions, so she quickly controlled the shelter to escape and came directly below Qinyi's position. Then, she rushed out of the water and aimed the fully automatic artillery attack system at Qinyi. Fire! The artillery went straight up with a whoosh and hit Qinyi accurately. The huge roar of the explosion and the scorching flames could be clearly felt even through the shelter. Is Qinyi dead? Jiangning didn't care about anything else. She stared at the top of her head, only caring about this question. After a while, a disheveled figure escaped. It was Qinyi. Jiangning frowned. Why wasn't he dead yet? It might be a bit difficult to successfully kill Qinyi today. Realizing this problem, Jiangning no longer stayed where she was. She quickly drove the shelter to escape. Qinyi was able to survive the artillery attacks again and again. He must have a treasure on him. Not only that, maybe he has a bigger and more deadly weapon. It is not a wise choice for Jiangning to face the enemy head-on. What she has to do now is to keep attracting the other party's attention to prevent the other survivors from suffering. At the same time, leave enough time for the other survivors to deal with the intelligent machines as quickly as possible. Only in this way can the survivors have a chance to win. Using her mind to open the world channel, she quickly sent a message. Everyone, do your best to fight against the intelligent machines of Yutian Group. Next, I will draw away Qinyi's firepower, and the rest is up to you. Okay, watch us. With Jiangning's order, the number of online users at Xinhua Snowfield soared rapidly, even breaking the historical high. Whether voluntarily or forced, they have no choice now. Either follow Jiangning to kill Yutian Group and Intelligent Machine, or wait to be killed by Yutian Group and Intelligent Machine. In the face of choices related to life, they are very rational and cautious. Of course, it's not that no one wants to join the Yutian Group, but Jiangning won't give them a chance. Moreover, after being hit by Jiangning one after another, Qinyi has long lost the idea of buying the hearts of the survivors and inciting them to develop his own spies. Now there is only one thought in his mind: to fight Jiangning to the death. He wants to destroy the fog world. He wants everyone to die. He wants everyone to be buried with his intelligent machine army. Jiangning fled quickly, and as expected, Qinyi chased him without hesitation. In Qinyi's eyes, other people are not to be feared. Only Jiangning, like Yin Xueji, is now a thorn in his eyes, and a thorn in his flesh. Not only did she kill the supervisor he had carefully selected, disrupting his plan, but she also made him so embarrassed today, and suffered so much. Qinyi wanted to cut Jiangning into pieces. Jiangning did not escape too far, because Qinyi had caught up, and cut off Jiangning's way. The man grinned. You run, you keep running, I want to see where you can run to. Have you broken through the defense? Jiangning put away the shelter, floated in the air and faced Qinyi, and said word by word, Phoenix Man. Are you using my teacher's things well? You must have been very proud of yourself these years, sucking your wife's blood and standing on her spine. Jiangning fired a pulse cannon in his backhand. A friend of mine is right. I should break your wings and beat you back to your original form, and let you roll back to your own class. As the trigger was pulled, the pulse cannon was fired, and Qinyi easily avoided it. His face was terribly gloomy, but he soon laughed. So what? My virtuous wife helped me achieve my ambitions, so she should devote everything to me, bear children for me, carry on my family line, and continue my bloodline. Hasn't everyone been like this for thousands of years? Besides, I didn't abuse her, let alone domestic violence, so she should be satisfied. Jiangning's eyes were cold. She already had a bright future. Why should she devote everything to you? When a woman gets married, is she only a wife? You can't give birth to a son, so you suck women's blood and rob women's wombs. You're a waste. Your mother might as well give birth to a dog. I guess, After you rose to prominence with the help of my teacher, you didn't treat your mother very well. You should continue to suck her blood. From sucking only your mother's blood before marriage, you should suck your mother's blood, your wife's blood, and even your daughter's blood after marriage. Jiang Ning paid close attention to the movements around him and Chen Yi's actions. Without them, you are nothing. It doesn't matter what you say. At this point, Chen Yi's emotions stabilized, and he regained his calm. I am the final winner, and that's enough. Everything serves me, and we men are the center of the world. Just like you will die today, I will remove it like a small stumbling block. He slowly raised his hand and aimed at Jiang Ning. Easily remove you. Chen Yi launched an attack, and Jiang Ning was not to be outdone, and fired the remaining 2 artillery pieces one after another. Then, before the 3 attacks collided, Jiang Ning quickly said with his mind, "Enter the Dawn Hour dungeon." Sorry, failed to start the dungeon. Jiang Ning looked back in surprise, but unfortunately, he didn't have time to see Chen Yi's fate. The strong flames were already rushing towards him, and a huge explosion shattered his eardrums, as if the world was about to end. In the air, the explosion site was filled with thick smoke, and the rising mushroom cloud covered the sky, almost blocking all the light, and the sky instantly became pitch black. Jiang Ning is dead? Everyone stared at the sky in disbelief. It's impossible, right? If she's dead, what should we do next? Seeing that the situation was not right, Lu Yan quickly rushed to Dong Qianli's side. What should we do next? Jiang Ning's whereabouts are unknown, and Jiang Jingxin is in the dungeon again. It's unknown when she can come out. Now the only ones who can make the decision in the Dawn world are herself and Dong Qianli. Dong Qianli came back to her senses and calmed down. Continue with our previous plan. Survivor Yunnan Jianshaking, a non-professional leg-cutting master, traded you a fully automatic artillery attack system *1, artillery *1. Dong Qianli's words stopped abruptly, and then her eyes lit up. The district chief is still alive. She shouted this sentence happily, and then quickly spoke on the world channel. Everyone, keep doing your best to kill the intelligent machines. The district chief is still alive. Dong Qianli would not lie, and Lu Yan's anxious heart relaxed slightly, luckily in misfortune. Jiang Ning was the reassurance. After learning that she was not dead, the survivors quickly adjusted their mentality, and wrestled with the robots of Yutian group with roars. Jiang Ning had already withstood most of the firepower, and dealt with most of the enemy forces. Next, it was up to them to clean up. They must drive the Yutian group and its intelligent machines out of the Dawn world today. Chen Yi was fully prepared, but he was still injured. He turned back and looked at Yan Xueji, who had appeared and attacked him at some point, in disbelief. Before he finished speaking, Yan Xueji launched a second attack. Chen Yi's face turned pale. Do you have to be so ungrateful? Yan Xueji did not answer him. She just stared at Chen Yi, and then lightly snapped her fingers. Immediately afterwards, the warships on the water and the intelligent machines on the ground were like popcorn. Boom boom. The ground exploded, and they died beyond death. In the blink of an eye, countless soldiers led by Chen Yi were killed and wounded. That's my answer. Yan Xueji looked at him expressionlessly. In the Dawn world, I am omnipotent. She snapped her fingers for the second time, and Chen Yi looked at the remaining warship in the sky reflexively. In just one breath, the remaining warship suddenly disintegrated and disappeared in the air, without even a piece of wreckage left. You really have retained the developer privileges. Chen Yi shouted in a broken defense. Yan Xueji smiled. Why not? No one can take my things away. Including you, a vampire phoenix man with high aspirations. Yan Xueji has always been elegant and easygoing. She rarely says such harsh and vicious words, but just now, she and Jiang Ning learned to use reality to hit Chen Yi's self-esteem hard, making him feel humiliated but unable to refute. This feeling is very good. Yan Xueji vented a little. Chen Yi was really angry, but this was Yan Xueji's home court, and he couldn't do anything to the other party. After weighing the pros and cons, Chen Yi stared at Yan Xueji for a long time with sinister eyes, then turned and left. Just as he could not do anything to Yan Xueji could not do anything to him. One of them was a developer, and the other was an administrator 01. Because they both had partial control over the system, neither of them could cause harm to the other. Yan Xueji did not stop Chen Yi. Chen Yi had many ways to save his life, and it was hard to defend against him. She stared deeply at Chen Yi as he broke through the air, and then issued 2 system announcements in the Dawn world. Congratulations on completing fighting Yutian group and resisting foreign enemies. Mission, rewards have been distributed to each survivor's backpack according to their personal output power value. The main mission of Dawn world. Complete the construction of Dawn world. Officially started, current progress, 0%. 2 system prompts popped up in a row, and the survivors were happy, and did not forget to discuss the new rewards with their relatives and friends. At the same time, they were full of confidence and motivation to build the Dawn world. However, the people close to Jiangning, Dong Qinli, Rainbow Bridge, Lu Yin, Baijiu, Shinkei, Deng Xiangling, etc., gathered together with worry. How is Tuichui? I haven't seen her for so long, and she didn't reply to my messages. Could she have been captured and locked up by Qinyi again? Jiangning couldn't tell what was going on now. She was in a void of white space, surrounded by a vast expanse with no end in sight. Here, it seemed the time didn't pass, and it seemed that the self no longer existed. She couldn't feel anything, including her own body. So was she dead? Jiangning fell into doubt and confusion. She couldn't help but lift her legs, and then walked around a few steps. Her movements were not blocked at all, and she could move freely. Just when she was pulled into this space, Jiangning reacted very quickly, and traded the fully automatic artillery attack system, and the remaining gunpowder to Dong Qinli to prevent accidents. Now she tried to open the system panel, but was attracted by the sound of ding-dong. Jiangning subconsciously looked down at the items that appeared out of thin air in front of her. At the same time, the sound of the system prompt suddenly exploded beside her ear. Survivor Yunnan Giant Shocking Non-Professional Leg Cutting Master Traded you at *100. Survivor Yunnan Giant Shocking Non-Professional Leg Cutting Master Traded you Winter Clothes *1. Survivor Yunnan Giant Shocking Non-Professional Leg Cutting Master Traded you at *458. Survivor Yunnan Giant Shocking Non-Professional Leg Cutting Master Traded you Intermediate Nutrient Solution *5. Survivor Yunnan Giant Shocking Non-Professional Leg Cutting Master Traded you Wheelchair *1. Wheelchair? Jiangning suddenly stopped moving, and suddenly felt his scalp tingling. Wasn't the wheelchair something he traded to Jean Lin? How did it become something he traded to himself now? Jean Lin? Jiangning? Jiang Lin, disabled in both legs, nicknamed the Leg Cutting Master. Jiangning suddenly opened Jean Lin's message dialog box. His heartbeat quickened. Connect the video. Jean Lin. Is that me? Chapter 123. Once this idea took root, it could never be shaken off. Jiangning felt that the blood in her body had become coagulated, and her hands were shaking slightly. She stared at the system panel in front of her until a long time later, when she seemed to hear the same, faint video prompt sound around her. Suddenly, a face that looked exactly like her appeared on the screen. Hello, she said to Jiangning's face. Jiangning subconsciously clenched his palms, and his throat was a little dry. She looked at him carefully. He looked the same as her, but there were some subtle differences. For example, his face was more mature, his facial lines were colder, and he looked more savage and tough. Especially his deep eyes. The sharp and clear lines between his eyebrows were more oppressive and intimidating, like a naturally superior person, revealing cruelty and ruthlessness. Jiangning had many guesses in her mind. She stared at him without blinking, but he suddenly broke through the restrictions of the system panel and appeared directly in front of Jiangning. Jiangning subconsciously looked at the other person's legs. Under the familiar dark combat uniform, her legs were empty, and the combat uniform was cut off neatly. At this moment, she relied on the flight function of the combat uniform to silently approach Jiangning, until she arrived in front of Jiangning. Jiangning subconsciously wanted to retreat, but quickly stopped. She raised her head slightly, and looked at the other person. I am you are me, Jean Lin is Jiangning, right? She had some guesses in her mind, so her tone was affirmative. Jean Lin did not deny it. As she nodded, the space around her began to twist rapidly. Soon, Jiangning saw the life next to Jean Lin, which was like a film, one frame after another. It was long and bloody, and at the same time, it was mixed with a lot of painful emotions. Jiangning's heart tightened, and she unconsciously tilted her head to start from the first frame. But when she turned her head, she found that Jean Lin did not have the childhood memory she was familiar with. The other party's first frame of the initial picture stayed on a scene that Jiangning was familiar with. In the third period of the Beast-Tide Novice in the previous life, she raised her weapon in the blizzard and was struggling with the strange beast. You and I did not die in the third period of the Beast-Tide Novice. Jean Lin said slowly, I implanted the memory of your death related to it for you. At the beginning, I obtained the Houndu sword created by Ms. Gu Yingjun, which can cut off the cause and effect of reincarnation, turn back time, and reverse time. So I cut off my past to ensure that my future can 100% deviate from the fate script and develop freely. Jean Lin looked up at Jiangning. Only by correcting the past can the future be reset. Jean Lin cut herself off from the past, and her life script became incomplete, so her fate changed quietly. She no longer had to be bound by the past, so she could rewrite her own script in future, and do whatever she wanted without being bound by the rules of heaven and earth. Jiangning was the past that was cut off and abandoned. Jiangning had no future, but Jean Lin implanted her with a month-long experience of surviving in the foggy world. She was always smart, and even though her future was cut off, she could still successfully reach the end of her life script. Until she finally came to Jean Lin. Jean Lin had no choice. Only in this way could they both succeed in the parallel world and achieve the final victory. She placed all her hopes on Jiangning and planned everything for Jiangning with great care, just so that she could fight a beautiful comeback in the parallel world without losing too much. On the original life track, we successfully passed the third period of the Beast Tide Novice and the Extreme Cold season and entered the Acid Rain season. During the Acid Rain season, the Dawn world underwent earth-shaking changes. Plants began to grow abnormally, blocking out the sun and becoming very aggressive. The already low number of survivors in each area experienced another sharp drop during the Acid Rain season. On the 37th day of the survival calendar, the natural disaster Acid Rain season arrived, and the number of survivors in the entire Dawn world was only 2.3 billion. On the 50th day of the survival calendar, the supervisor voting began. On the 55th day of the survival calendar, Lin Xinghuang was successfully elected as the supervisor, and Li Runlin, Tyrant, and Daisy joined him. On the same day, Xiao Yinhe, director of the Special Affairs Bureau, was forced to abdicate, and Li Runlin replaced him. Tiannong. The shelter is open, and Lin Xinghuang controls the copies and resources of the Dawn world. On the 70th day of the survival calendar, the survivors led by Lin Xinghuang began to hunt down forces other than their own, and the heads of various regions surrendered to him in order to survive. On the 77th day of the survival calendar, Dong Qianli, the president of the First Chamber of Commerce in the Dawn world, was hunted down for refusing to join Lin Xinghuang and his forces, and his whereabouts are unknown. On the 80th day of the survival calendar, Jean Lin and Shen Ke met in the Heavenly Palace shelter, and accidentally saved the seriously injured Dong Qianli outside the shelter. On the 81st day of the survival calendar, the two secretly took Dong Qianli away from the Heavenly Palace and went to the upper city. They used a healing potion to pull Dong Qianli back from the brink of death, and obtained a primary gene enhancement potion *1 from the other party. On the 82nd day of the survival calendar, Jean Lin and Shen Ke successfully took the primary gene enhancement potion to improve their physical fitness, and both became Dong Qianli's bodyguards and received Dong Qianli's strong cultivation. On the 88th day of the survival calendar, Dong Qianli's personal location coordinates were exposed, and the three were hunted down. On the same day, Jean Lin killed the tyrant, and used the plunder card obtained from the third stage of the Beast Tide Novice to obtain all the personal assets of the tyrant, and ranked in the top 3 of the wealth list in one fell swoop. On the 89th day of the survival calendar, Jean Lin successfully contacted Jiang Jingxin and vigorously developed his own forces. On the 110th day of the survival calendar, Shen Ke successfully made the first batch of bombs, and Jean Lin obtained high-energy thermal weapons, greatly increasing his strength. On the 200th day of the survival calendar, Jean Lin developed rapidly and became the second largest force in the Dawn world. Survivors who were rewarded by Lin Xinghuang and others joined Jean Lin one after another. The civilians led by Jean Dong, and the Misty World officials led by Lin Li officially went to war. On the 222nd day of the survival calendar, Lin Xinghuang used the supervisor's authority to determine Jean Lin's location. Jean Lin killed 8 of his confidants and countless residents, and cut off his right arm, deepening the hatred between the two sides. On the 300th day of the survival calendar, the two sides continued to rub against each other, and fought repeatedly for resources. Only 900 million people survived in the entire Dawn world. On the 344th day of the survival calendar, the two sides launched the ultimate war. Lu Yin, the secretary assistant of the Special Affairs Bureau, turned against them, took the opportunity to sneak attack Li Runlin and successfully killed him. Afterwards, he left the Special Affairs Bureau and created his own forces. On the same day, Jean Lin killed Daisy, Daisy died, Baijiu died, Lin Xinghuang was defeated and wounded and fled the Dawn world, and only 300 million people survived in the Dawn world. On the 365th day of the survival calendar, Jean Lin controlled the Dawn world and built a shelter port, and the Dawn world ushered in a period of peaceful development. On the 390th day of the survival calendar, Jean Lin entered the Dawn Hour copy, passed the Dawn Hour organization's preliminary and final selections, successfully joined the Dawn Hour organization and completed the Dawn Hour Newcomer Mission 1. On the 391st day of the survival calendar, Jean Lin successfully completed the second task of the new member of Dawn Breaking and became a formal member of Dawn Breaking. On the 392nd day of the survival calendar, Jean Lin successfully completed the organization's mission and became an outstanding member of Dawn Breaking. On the 395th day of the survival calendar, Jean Lin successfully completed the organization's mission and became an elite member of Dawn Breaking. On the 400th day of the survival calendar, Jean Lin successfully completed the organization's mission and became a core member of Dawn Breaking, met King, and trained with her, becoming King's assistant. On the 404th day of the survival calendar, Jean Lin and Qing Nu met Shinzhou, the Phoenix, during the mission. The three of them worked together for the first time, fought side by side, and formed a friendly relationship. On the 410th day of the survival calendar, Shinzhou, the Phoenix, joined Dawn Breaking, and Jean Lin infiltrated the Yutian group and started as an intern. On the 500th day of the survival calendar, Jean Lin passed the internship. On the 620th day of the survival calendar, Jean Lin performed outstandingly and was promoted to team leader. On the 750th day of the survival calendar, Jean Lin performed outstandingly and was promoted to supervisor. On the 780th day of the survival calendar, Jean Lin showed his talent and successfully joined the team, and was able to join the core project team. On the 1875th day of the survival calendar, after 3 years of lurking, Jean Lin successfully gained the trust of Chun Yi's confidant and obtained permission to enter the confidential building of Yutian Group. On the 1876th day of the survival calendar, Jean Lin cracked the internal password of Yutian Group and quietly transferred all confidential information. On the 1877th day of the survival calendar, Jean Lin broke through the security wall of Yutian Group, obtained the Administrator 01 authority, and found the developer authority hidden by Yin Xueji in the core secrets of Yutian Group, and tried to seize it, but was discovered by Yin Xueji. On the same day, Jean Lin and Yin Xueji had a friendly exchange and agreed to meet in the Dawn world. On the 1878th day of the survival calendar, Jean Lin changed the permissions of Administrator 01, created Administrator 00, and destroyed all the data within the Yutian Group, causing huge losses. The chaos within the Yutian Group began. On the 1879th day of the survival calendar, Jean Lin reached a cooperation with Yin Xueji, and at the same time, he met the Princess of the Alliance, Ying Long, under the introduction of Yin Xueji. On the 1880th day of the survival calendar, Jean Lin, King, and Shinzhou assisted Princess Ying Long in killing the current chief of the Alliance. Ying Long officially became the new chief of the Alliance, and the Alliance was in turmoil. The chaos and internal liquidation began. On the 1900th day of the survival calendar, at dawn, the 7 major families of the Alliance except the Xie family were massacred. Ying Long took the opportunity to recover the wealth of the 7 major families. The 7 major families suffered heavy losses, and Ying Long took the throne. On the 1950th day of the survival calendar, the 7 major families united and formed a rebel to counterattack the Alliance, but failed. On the 1999th day of the survival calendar, the 7 major families made a comeback. Ying Shuo died in battle, Qinzhou died in battle, King died in battle, Xie Bingyan died in battle, Yin Xueji was seriously injured, Ying Long was seriously injured, Jiang Jingxi was seriously injured, Jean Lin was seriously injured, and Chen Yi died. On the 2000th day of the survival calendar, Jean Lin obtained the Haonu sword developed by Gu Yingjuan's team, gathered the power of the Wasteland Star to start the time travel, and cut off the cause and effect line of his own destiny. During this period, Jean Lin was attacked by Lin Xinghuang, who had escaped for many years and had no news. Shen Kai blocked the fatal blow for Jean Lin. Jean Lin lost his legs, Shen Kai died on the spot, and Lin Xinghuang was killed on the spot by Jean Lin. From the 2001st day of the survival calendar to the present, Jean Lin stayed in the nameless dimension and used the Administrator 00 authority to pave the way for his past self Jiang Ning, guiding Jiang Ning to quickly get acquainted with Dong Qinli, Lu Yin, Yin Xueji, Phoenix, Dawn, King, and Princess Ying Long, and tried his best to protect the lives of all survivors in the Dawn world. Jean Lin planned carefully and calculated everything, and finally helped Jiang Ning successfully complete the initial goal on the 33rd day of the parallel line survival calendar. From the first second you entered the Dawn world after your rebirth, I have made it very convenient for you. I persuaded Yin Shueji and gained her trust, so that she noticed you, opened the Dawn store to you, and taught you how to operate the neuroscience and consciousness uploading network body. In the last battle, too many friends died around me, and I don't want you to suffer the same pain as me again. After reading myself in the previous life, Jiang Ning asked softly, how long did you stay here? Perhaps because he was her, and she was himself, Jiang Ning could clearly feel the pain coming from Jin Lin's heart. The deep and dense emotions were like the stormy waves that rolled up from time to time, soaking Jin Lin again and again. It's not important. Jin Lin gave a tough smile. No, it's also important. This is an unknown space, an unknown dimension, and there is no concept of time, so I don't know how long I have been here. Maybe only one day has passed outside, or maybe a year, 10 years, or 100 years have passed outside. Jin Lin looked at her 21-year-old self tenderly. My war is over, and your war. She was suspended in midair. It has just begun. This Haonu sword. Jin Lin slowly took out the 1.8-meter-long sword. I leave it to you. Jiang Ning took it subconsciously. The sword was very heavy, and could not be lifted by ordinary people. You can use it to split the enemy's head, or you can use it to create a better world for women. How to decide its meaning and value is up to you. Jin Lin's expression was gentle. I believe in you, just like I always believe in myself. Jiang Ning held the queen's sword. She once speculated that the person who would eventually get the queen's sword was Yin Shueji, king, or Xie Bingyan, and the princess Yinglong. She never thought that person would be herself. Therefore, it was she who saved herself from danger again and again, and it was she who never gave up on herself from beginning to end, and spared no effort to lead herself to run forward. She will always be her most powerful savior. Jiang Ning's chest was surging with emotions. She solemnly put away the Haonu sword and opened the reputation store. Since there is no concept of time here, perhaps the Broken Limb Growth Potion has been refreshed. Broken Limb Growth Potion. 50 million reputation points, 45 million reputation points after discount, which can make the broken limbs grow again until they are restored. 45 million reputation points? Jiang Ning frowned. It seemed that she only had less than 20 million. Just as she was thinking about this, she suddenly glanced at her reputation balance. It has exceeded 100 million. Jiang Ning suddenly had a bad feeling in her heart. Could it be that she has been here for a long time? How many years have passed in the Dawn world now? It can't be 5 or 10 years, right? Jiang Ning quickly bought the Broken Limb Growth Potion and gave it to Jin Lin. After you finish drinking it, I want you to send me away. I have been away from the Dawn world for a long time, and I am worried that something will happen during this period. Jin Lin nodded, and she took the Limb Growth Potion and drank it. After a moment, Jiang Ning clearly saw the other's legs begin to grow. A few minutes later, a tall and intact Jin Lin appeared in front of Jiang Ning. She was tall and straight, about 2 meters tall, and had an impressive aura. She had another sword in her hand, which was as long and sharp as the Haonu sword, and seemed to be able to split the mountain and split the river. So, this is what I look like when I grow up. Jiang Ning looked up at Jin Lin, with uncontrollable love in his eyes. He is not only handsome and powerful, but also strong and gentle. He is the model of the adult I fantasized and envied when I was a child. Jin Lin did not comment. She pulled the corner of her mouth and said in a joking tone, remember to change your nickname when you go back. That name is unlucky, and it has come true. Jiang Ning nodded in response. Okay, I will. Jin Lin has completely recovered, and her mission has been completed. She needs to rush back to the original Dawn world for post-war reconstruction, so Jiang Ning was quickly pushed away from the nameless dimension by her. This is the core control code of Administrator 00. I give it to you as a thank you gift for buying the Limb Growth Potion for me. Jiang Ning, you must remember that no matter what the future holds, you have me. I will always be your confidence. I will save you and myself from danger again and again and again and again. You can always trust me and yourself. Chapter 124 Survival Calendar Day 215, Sunny, 28 to -35 degrees Celsius, Light wind, 11:38. The scene in front of Jiang Ning began to change rapidly, and at the same time, a feeling of weightlessness suddenly came. She was doing free fall, until she was about to touch the ground. A very gentle force suddenly slowly supported her, allowing her to avoid the end of being smashed to pieces. It should be Jin Lin. Jiang Ning looked up and smiled brightly at the sky. All her gratitude was self-evident. Huh? Why are you here? A cry of surprise suddenly sounded beside her ear. Jiang Ning looked in the direction of the voice, and found an elderly lady looking at her in surprise and confusion. It's dangerous here. She bent down as she spoke and reached out to help Jiang Ning up from the ground. Don't come here again. It's not appropriate for a young girl like you to come here. What's wrong here? Jiang Ning climbed up and stood up to look around. It looked like a normal town. On the roadside were the familiar two-story small buildings. Some of them were a little shabby, but they were enough to shelter from the wind and rain. At least it was much better than the shelters of most survivors when Jiang Ning was pulled into the nameless dimension. It should have been quite some time in the real world. Jiang Ning opened her mouth and was about to ask about the time, but the ant spoke before her. These are all those old men who come here to meet their physiological needs. You should leave quickly, otherwise you will be misunderstood later. Are they voluntary or forced? Hearing this, Jiang Ning turned his head and looked at the other party. Doesn't the Dawn World have the Special Affairs Bureau, the Yusheng Chamber of Commerce, and the Women's Association? Don't they guarantee the basic needs of women at the bottom of society? Not really. Andy knows everything. It's just that since the disappearance of Jiang Ning, the number one on the 33rd day of the survival history, the fog system has forcibly selected a new supervisor. The new supervisor is a lackey of the Yutian group. He obeys the arrangements of the Yutian group in everything and specifically targets survivors, especially female survivors. The Special Affairs Bureau is busy dealing with the Yutian group every day, so it is inevitable. The other party side, there are places where they are unable to do what they want. But we are already very satisfied. If we work harder and go out more often, we won't lack food. Those who come here willingly to work are mostly women who want to support their families. To support their families? Jiang Ning's face darkened. They rely on selling their bodies to support their families? To support a large family that can take care of themselves? Jiang Ning felt a surge of anger in his heart. What about dungeons? Can't you get food and various resources by entering dungeons or killing monsters? Oh, don't mention it. It's all the work of the new supervisor. He has the authority over the Dawn World and controls the dungeon. If we don't pay tribute to him, or don't rely on him, he won't let us enter the dungeon to get supplies. When Jiang Ning was here, we didn't have such a hard life. Auntie became very depressed as she spoke. But soon, she seemed to react. How come you don't know anything? Are you a spy who just came from the Alliance? Jiang Ning glanced sideways, and noticed that the other party quietly opened the system panel, as if he was about to report the news. Jiang Ning shook his head and denied, No, I am Jiang Ning, the real supervisor of the Dawn World, Jiang Ning. After saying that, Jiang Ning no longer paid attention to the ant's reaction, and quickly checked his supervisor panel with his mind. Supervisor 01, nickname Yunnan Giant Shocking Non-Professional Leg Cutting Master, ID 001, District 1, real name Jiang Ning. Supervisor 02, nickname Bitter and Sweet, ID 8293045008, District 8, real name Leng Feng. On the supervisor panel, there was a male survivor that Jiang Ning didn't know at all. He wasn't even Shen Ke or Xiao Yinhe, but just an ordinary person, someone Jiang Ning had never heard of. Jiang Ning raised his eyebrows coldly. Qin Yi's vision was as bad as ever. Locate the specific location coordinates of the Supervisor 02 nickname Bitter and Sweet, ID 8293045008, District 8, real name Leng Feng. Locate, click to view. Jiang Ning opened it and looked at it, and directly determined the distance between himself and the other party. 1932938 kilometers. It's really far away. Jiang Ning was about to contact Rainbow Bridge to ask for the teleportation card, when the Annie came to her senses. Are you really Jiang Ning? The one who will be poisoned if you eat it? It's me. Jiang Ning did not deny it. The auntie was startled, then happy. Great, are you going to kill Leng Feng now? I have a positioning card. I have been keeping it, ready to sell it for a good price later. I will give it to you, you go and kill him. I don't need a positioning card. Jiang Ning rejected her with regret. I have Leng Feng's personal coordinates, and I need a teleportation card now. Teleportation card? I have one too. She hurriedly took the card out of her backpack. This is it, right? Jiang Ning nodded. What is the current value of this card? Add a friend and I transfer it to you. No. Auntie refused again and again. Just think of it as me doing good deeds and accumulating virtue. Having said that, Jiang Ning still obtained the other party's personal information through the expanded supervisor authority. After receiving the card, she traded 500,000 gold coins to the other party. Thank you. Everyone will remember your contribution. Use the teleport card to accurately move to the coordinates of the Supervisor 02, nicknamed Bitter and Sweet. The teleport card has been used to accurately move to the coordinates of the Supervisor 02, nicknamed Bitter and Sweet. The scene changed again. Jiang Ning held the Haonu sword, aimed at the group of fat men in front, and took out the pulse cannon from his backpack with his left hand without hesitation. Pulled the trigger, and the sound of pulse firing rang out, one after another, until everyone in front of him was blasted into pieces in an instant. Jiang Ning stood quietly in front of the deep pit with hot smoke. After confirming that everyone was dead, the familiar voice of the MIST system finally rang again. Supervisor 02, nickname Bitterness and Sweetness, ID 8293045008, District 8, real name Lung Feng, dead. Supervisor 02, nickname Bitterness and Sweetness, ID 8293045008, District 8, real name Lung Feng, dead. Supervisor 02, nickname Bitterness and Sweetness, ID 8293045008, District 8, real name Lung Feng, dead. 3 system prompts sounded in the world channel one after another, and then a new system prompt appeared again. Nickname Yudon Giant Shocking Non-Professional Leg Cutting Master, ID 001, Area 1, real name Jiang Ning, Assassination of Supervisor 02, Murder of Supervisor's Life. Halfway through the words, the MIST system suddenly stopped. At this time, the others also reacted. It's the number 1 on the list. The number 1 is back. Ha ha ha, I knew Jian Shouqing was not dead. She's back, she's back. We are saved. That damn Lung Feng is finally dead. I'm really fed up with him. Wowo District Chief, where have you been for the past 6 months? We all miss you so much. Not only was the world channel boiling, but in the Special Affairs Bureau, Jiang Jingxin and Lu Yan also stood up at the same time. Okay. Jiang Jing breathed a sigh of relief. I'm glad you're okay. She immediately played a video call to Jiang Ning, and Jiang Ning was scolded as soon as he answered the call. Why didn't you send any news home in all these days? Do you remember that you have a sister? Were you locked up by Chen Yi? How did he treat you? Did he torture you? How did you escape in the end? You weren't injured in the previous battle, were you? You have 1 hour to come back and stand in front of me. While she was still talking, Jiang Ning had already passed through the shelter and went straight to their office. Jiang Jingxin was stunned for a moment, and then she didn't even have time to close the video call. She strode forward and hugged her sister tightly in her arms. You're back. Yeah. Jiang Ning smiled. I'm back, I'm fine. Okay. Jiang Jingxin took a deep breath and let go of Jiang Ning. Lu Yan walked over at the same time, staring at Jiang Ning. Long time no see. Jiang Ning laughed. It's been a long time. You've worked hard during this period. It's not hard, but I feel annoyed. Jiang Jingxin quickly reported the current situation. Yutian Group and Chen Yi, as well as Lung Feng and his followers, trip us up from time to time. Their attack power is not strong, but they are disgusting. We have to help Yan Xueji and Xia Bingyan deal with Yutian Group and the 7 major families, while dealing with Ling Feng to maintain the order and stability of the Dawn world. It's really a bit beyond our ability. Lu Yan nodded, but now it's good, our real supervisor is back. Chen Yi is really disgusting. Not long after Jiang Ning disappeared, he quickly supported his own people to take the position, intending to regain control of the authority of the Dawn world. Although Yan Xueji is omnipotent in the Dawn world, her authority as a supervisor is limited. The last time Jiang Ning was able to successfully take back the supervisor was because Lin Xinghuang was dead, and he was originally unworthy of the position. He was a thief who stole things that belonged to Jiang Ning, so she and Jiang Ning were able to succeed. As for Lung Feng, it was Chen Yi who modified the code to let the survivors vote, so Yan Xueji could only do a limited amount. In addition, the alliance is in the most chaotic period now, and Yan Xueji has no extra thoughts and energy to manage this side, so in the past 6 months, the Dawn world has relied on Jiang Jingxin, Dong Qianli, Lu Yan, Shen Ke, Baijiu and others to spontaneously fight against Lung Feng. Although Ling Feng is Qin Xian, he has a weak foundation. He can only weaken others by controlling the copy and force the survivors to obey him. Jiang Jingxin and others have contact with the alliance, so the development has not been greatly affected, but ordinary survivors are miserable. If Jiang Ning hadn't led them to stockpile a lot of supplies before, they would have starved to death. Even so, the supplies in their backpacks are almost used up now. In addition to Ling Feng, their Tiannong base should also be destroyed. It is full of vicious criminals. In the past, they didn't dare to act rashly because you suppressed them. Later, when you disappeared, they all ran to Ling Feng, helped the tyrant to commit atrocities, and pointed their knives at innocent people. We are ready. As long as you give the order, I will lead people to kill them now. Okay. Jiang Ning nodded, quickly gather people and follow me to destroy the heavenly palace." Jiang Jingxin and Lu Yan quickly went to execute Jiang Ning's instructions. At this time, Jiang Ning looked at the several copies on the supervisor panel and began to unlock them one by one. System announcement. Supervisor 01 has unlocked the copy. Crazy full-time mom, level I234V. System announcement. Supervisor 01 has unlocked the copy. Grassland. Don't hurt my hard work. System announcement. Supervisor 01 has unlocked the copy. 1000 Buddha Project Team 1000 Buddha Snowfield. System announcement. Supervisor 01 has unlocked the copy. Become a super evil villain. System announcement. Supervisor 01 has unlocked the copy. Mechanical Kingdom. System announcement. Supervisor 01 has unlocked the copy. Alliance. As the system announcements kept popping up, the World Channel was excited. Finally unlocked. Bang Yi, you don't know what Lung Feng and his group did when you were away. They controlled the copies, cut off the way for ordinary people like us to live, and forced us to bow down to them and submit to him. They have no conscience at all. That's right. Lung Feng had received Bang Yi's favor before, but what happened? He destroyed Bang Yi's hard work like this. The crowd was outraged, and Jiang Ning appeared on the World Channel. I have understood the situation. The Tiangong base has been completely locked down. From now on, everyone can go to the Tiangong base to participate in the battle. During the battle, all gains belong to the individual. Belong to the individual? Who can resist this? Soon, without Jiang Ning saying anything to incite, all the survivors rushed to the Tiangong base. Dong Qianli, who rushed over after hearing the news, couldn't help but say, "I'm afraid our guards won't have to do anything now. We still have to." Jiang Ning turned around and hugged Dong Qianli. "Let the guards also get some benefits. Then, there will be no share for ordinary people." Jiang Ning smiled. "The more capable you are, the more you get." Dong Qianli laughed. "It's been a long time since we last met. We talk about other things later when we get back to the base. I know you're going to start adding new items and restocking now." Dong Qianli is indeed someone who knows Jiang Ning very well. In the past 6 months, the Shuguang store has refreshed many products, all of which are useful to survivors, such as healing potions, hot weapons, protective clothing. It just so happens that the survivors are making money and spending money in the Tiangong, which is very reasonable. After a brief conversation with Dong Qianli, Jiang Ning began to upload various supplies on the spot. She prioritized the Yusheng Chamber of Commerce, and only when the purchasing power in the Chamber of Commerce reached its peak did Jiang Ning upload it to her personal homepage. The large number of commodities dazzled people. At this moment, the survivors only hated that they did not have enough gold coins, and that they could not reach the Tiangong base quickly enough. The guards who rushed over after hearing the order were shocked when they saw everyone's madness and bloodiness. No, are they all taking drugs? Yes, they took healing potions. The healing potion only costs 10,000 gold coins, but the things in the Tiangong base are far more than 10,000 gold coins. Comparing the two, no matter who it is, they will choose to take the healing potion and then rush into the Tiangong base to rob, right? The survivors were really crazy. Their development had been restricted in the past 6 months, and their access to supplies had been blocked. Now that they had a rare opportunity to get a bargain, how could they not charge forward with high spirits? Grab it, and you win. The Tiangong base was in chaos. Everyone was grabbing Tiangong while buying Jiang Ning's supplies. In the blink of an eye, their backpacks were bulging and filled with inventory. Some people were grabbing and throwing at the same time. In the end, they couldn't fit in any more, so they ran to the World Channel Versailles with emotion. It's better to follow the district chief. Without a district chief, they can't eat a piece of meat for half a year, and with a district chief, they eat so much that their backpacks can't even fit in 2 hours. Oh my god, is Tiangong base so rich? Wait for me, I'm coming too. I'm coming too, run. There are guards to maintain order, so there are no major conflicts in Tiangong base. All the high-level people in the base are familiar with each other, so everyone is trying their best to attack each other. About 5 hours later, Tiangong base was completely looted by the survivors and no longer existed. Dong Qianli sat next to Jiang Ning. The Tiangong base can be used. After all, Lung Feng and his team spent a lot of materials and effort in the construction. Jiang Ning also had this idea. You can arrange it. Dong Qianli agreed. Rainbow should be back soon. Shall we go back to the berth now? Okay. Jiang Ning had no objection. She and Dong Qianli stood up together. When the two were leaving the shelter, the system prompt sound suddenly sounded again. Ding dong. Survivor Jean Lin successfully activated the system's new function device, the Heroine Merit Monument. The Heroine Merit Monument commemorates all survivors who sacrificed for the development and construction of the Dawn world. May you all remember them forever. Chapter 125. As the system sound faded, a huge rumble suddenly sounded beside my ears. Jiang Ning subconsciously looked towards the source of the sound, and found that the mountain behind the Thousand Buddha snow field was collapsing with a vigorous momentum. Snow, rocks, soil, they turned into dust in an instant, and were razed to the ground. Is that the location of the abandoned baby tower? Jiang Ning asked subconsciously. Yes. Dong Qianli gave a positive answer. That is the location of the abandoned baby tower and thousands of gods and Buddhas. And now, under Jean Lin's operation, they all disappeared. Whether it was the Tower of Sin that once imprisoned the infant spirits, or the red-eyed evil Buddha that trapped them and made them unable to reincarnate forever, all disappeared today and no longer existed. That was the last tenderness that Jean Lin gave them. The deafening sound of the mountain collapse attracted all the survivors in the Thousand Buddha base. They ran out in panic, thinking that the Yutian group was attacking again. But when they rushed out of the room and came to the open space, everyone stared in amazement at the broad stone tablet that exuded an ancient and majestic atmosphere slowly rising from the ground until it covered the sky and blocked the sun, and could not be ignored. A feeling of facing an inviolable giant arose spontaneously, so that they could not have the slightest thought of blasphemy in their hearts. At this moment, the sun was setting, and the golden light was sprinkled on the monument of the heroines engraved with the names of the victims. The visual shock it brought could not be described in just 2 or 3 words. Good, very beautiful, much more beautiful than the previous sunshine golden mountain. I suddenly had an urge to cry. Jean Lin must be a very good person, delicate and gentle. If those sisters who died in the past knew about it, they would definitely feel very relieved. Is this our guardian monument? Yes, it and the heroic spirits of countless sisters will bless us to survive. That's great. I have a spiritual sustenance in the future. The names of every sacrificed person were clearly engraved on the monument. According to the level of the shelter, Baijiu found Daisy's name with difficulty. Her eyes were red, and there were tears in her eyes that refused to fall. After so many days and nights of guilt and self-blame, until this moment, she finally found a little comfort and finally felt a little relieved. She began to let herself go. Dai Shuyu certainly didn't want to see herself like this. Baijiu smiled slowly, trying to show her best appearance, so that Dai Shuyu's soul wouldn't circle around the monument to the heroine and stare at her anxiously. The death of relatives and friends is not a momentary storm, but the return of the south wind that runs through the whole life. Every time I think of it, I feel uncomfortable, until one day, one night, and 1 minute and 1 second, I am suddenly completely defeated and can no longer easily forgive myself. In the Qianfua base, some people have already knelt on the ground in pain, crying uncontrollably. Jiang Ning stared at the stone tablet covered with golden light from the setting sun. Jean Lin must have felt regretful. She regretted that she had not protected the more than 7 billion survivors in the Dawn world, and she also regretted that she had not protected her loved ones and friends. She ran forward and climbed to the finish line with all her strength, but the old people who accompanied her had already died, were injured, and no longer existed. Jiang Ning closed her eyes, so she absolutely could not tolerate any more sacrifices. She rolled her eyes and suppressed the tears in her eyes. Let's go, we should go back and discuss the next step. Dong Qianli responded in a low voice, feeling equally heavy-hearted. As the fog was approaching, everyone returned to the shelter one after another. After greeting everyone who came back, Jiang Ning looked at Jiang Jingxin, Dong Qianli, Rainbow Bridge, and Lu Yan sitting at the conference table, and said directly, Jean Lin is me. Facing 4 puzzled faces, Jiang Ning said calmly, Jean Lin is me in a parallel world, or I can say I was in my previous life. In my previous life, I died in the 3rd period of the Beast-Tide Novice, and then I was reborn 1 minute before I was pulled into the Dawn world. I deeply realized the importance of giving priority to development, and the importance of ensuring the number of survivors, so I started a series of operations. You all know what happened later. I tried my best to unite all the survivors, and I have been doing a good job. The 4 nodded. Jiang Ning did a good job. If she had not been suddenly locked up in the abandoned baby tower by Chen Yi, the number of survivors would be even greater now. In the parallel world where Jean Lin is, Lin Xinghuang colluded with the tyrant and became a lackey of Chen Yi and Yutian group, resulting in only 300 million survivors in less than a year. As soon as these words came out, Rainbow Bridge was shocked. Is that all? Yes. Jiang Ning took a deep breath. So it is urgent to get rid of Chen Yi and Yutian Group. Jiang Jingxin continued. Now that the alliance copy is open, we can directly enter the copy to reach the alliance. If you plan a sneak attack, we will be very advantageous. And the alliance is in chaos now. At dawn, the 7 major families were instigated to turn against each other. They are biting each other for their own interests, and have no time to take care of other things. Jiang Jingxin has been following Xie Bingyan for the past 6 months, so she is particularly clear about everything Xie Bingyan has done. Today's alliance is like a pool of muddied water. People on the chessboard are unaware and surrounded by a fog, and can only see the petty gains in front of them. She carefully described the situation of the alliance to Jiang Ning and others. After listening, Jiang Ning said without hesitation, "We must first help Princess Yinglong get rid of the current alliance chief. The current alliance chief is the confidence of the various institutes of the Alliance Research Institute and the 7 major families. With him, the 7 major families will never fall. To capture a thief, we must first capture the leader. We will act tonight and try to kill him as soon as possible. I think the princess will be happy with this." Lu Yan raised her eyebrows and began to believe in Jiang Ning's words, because her behavior at this moment was too much like the way Jean Lin spoke to her before. The tone and the way of action were exactly the same. Jiang Jingxin had no objection. "Okay. Then from now on, everyone rest, and we will gather on time at midnight. I'm not too sleepy yet. I can't sleep." Rainbow Bridge raised his hand weakly. "How about I report to you the current development of our base and the storage of materials? For example, the energy liquids said by the princess." "That's fine. Jiang Ning can't sleep now." After Rainbow Bridge said this, the other 3 people also echoed, "It's broad daylight. I really can't sleep. And we've been used to staying up late these days. With the support of the nutrient solution, we don't have to sleep." Jiang Ning had no choice but to buy several large boxes of nutrient solution from the Shuguang store and share them with them. The 4 of them were not polite and smiled as they collected the nutrient solution. Although Lung Feng had interfered in the past 6 months and Yutian Group had obstructed them, the Qianfua base still developed well. Especially for Jiang Jingxin and the others, the shelter was upgraded by 2 levels again, and now it is an 8th level shelter with a protection capacity of 2 million. Starting from the 6th level shelter, the protection capacity is strengthened 10-fold with each upgrade of the shelter. But correspondingly, the materials for the shelter are also more difficult to find, and the quantity is even greater. Legs, these are all the materials you need to upgrade your shelter. Rainbow Bridge traded the upgrade materials to Jiang Ning, expecting to be praised. "We have prepared everything for you." Jiang Ning smiled and said sincerely, "Thank you." "Oh, why are you being so polite to us? If it weren't for you, we would have died long ago, and there would be no possibility of appearing on the heroine's merit monument," she said sadly. "I'm afraid few people would remember us after we died in the last life, right? After all, everyone is reunited underground. Let's not talk about this anymore. Tuichui, go upgrade. When you upgrade, we can kill a lot of people and chop off Chen Yi's head and kick it like a ball." Jiang Ning subconsciously looked at Dong Qinli, raised his eyebrows, and asked with his eyes, "Why did Rainbow become so fierce?" Dong Qinli blinked innocently. "I don't know either." After receiving the things traded by Rainbow Bridge, Jiang Ning opened the shelter operation area with his mind, and then upgraded the shelter. Congratulations to the survivor Yunnan Jianshaoking, the non-professional leg-cutting master, for completing the 7th level shelter upgrade task, and the reward is Shelter Defense System *1, and the reputation value is 1 million. Congratulations to the survivor Yunnan Jianshaoking, the non-professional leg-cutting master, for completing the 8th level shelter upgrade task, and the reward is Radar Stealth Device *1, and the reputation value is 1 million. The reputation value reward is still generous, and the other reward items are also very practical. After Jiang Ning installed the 2 rewards into the shelter, he asked, "Is the reason why other people's upgrade speed slowed down because several large copies were controlled by Lung Feng?" "That's the reason," Lu Yan replied, "but more importantly, the amount of upgrade materials is too large, and it's difficult for ordinary people to collect them. Finally," she added, "unless the Mother Goddess generously gives us the upgrade materials for the shelter again." Mother Goddess? Jiang Ning realized that this name should be called Yan Shueji, but she was curious. "When did you start calling her like this?" "On the 33rd day of the survival calendar, when you disappeared. Soon after you disappeared, the Mother Goddess showed up to deal with the intelligent machines of the Yutian Group, drove Chen Yi away, and generously distributed rewards to us. Some survivors didn't want to work hard anymore. So they kept praising the mother goddess on the world channel, trying to attract the other party's attention and get the other party's soft-hearted charity. Over time, everyone started calling her that, which was a fantasy of getting something for nothing. Jiangning was speechless for a moment. I see. She didn't say anything more. She opened her wrist computer for the first time in a long time and started contacting Long and Yingshu, making sure that at least one of them could see her message as soon as possible. Do you want to cooperate? Long was probably playing with his wrist computer. Jiangning's message had just been sent out when the other party's reply arrived. Come to the alliance to discuss. Send me the location when you arrive, and I send someone to pick you up. Seeing this reply, Jiangning stood up neatly. Since no one can sleep, let's get started now. Enter the alliance dungeon first, and then act according to circumstances. The 4 people had no objection and immediately used the dungeon ticket to enter the alliance. Dungeon. A white light flashed, and Jiangning turned his head to look at the people around him, sent the location to Long, and then said to the others, the princess will send someone to pick us up soon. To be safe, you should hide nearby first, just in case. I stay with you. Jiang Jingxin took the initiative to say. Jiangning nodded and agreed. About half an hour later, the person who came to pick Jiangning up arrived. Jiangning looked up and said, long time no see. Yingshu smiled and said, long time no see, the princess sent me to pick you up. Finally, she said apologetically, I was wrong last time, I apologize to you. I hope you can forgive me. She was referring to the incident after Long disappeared, when she repeatedly suspected that Jiangning was behind it. Jiangning smiled indifferently. It's okay, you are worried about the princess, it's human nature. After making sure that Yingshu was the only one who would meet him, Jiangning called out Dong Qianli, and the other 2, these are my teammates in the Dawn world, Dong Qianli, Lu Yan, and Rainbow Bridge. And my sister Jiang Jingxin. Jiangning briefly introduced them. After exchanging pleasantries, the 2 began to move in Yingshu's private aircraft. The situation in the alliance is not good now. You should be prepared in advance. I'm afraid it's not chaotic enough. Jiangning smiled. Yingshu was silent. She was curious about Jiangning's purpose, but now was not the time to inquire about it. She was concentrating on being alert to any disturbances around her to prevent the killers, who might appear at any time. But today was a lucky day. Yingshu brought people back to the princess' secret base safely. Princess, they are here. Making a gesture of please, Yingshu motioned Jiangning to enter first. Jiangning nodded, walked into the room and saw Long, who was even more stern. After hearing Yingshu's report, Long smiled, come and sit down. Thank you. Jiangning was not polite, and sat down on the sofa opposite her. After Yingshu entered and closed the door, Jiangning said straight to the point, we will help you take the chief position as soon as possible. Long was not surprised. She crossed her fingers and held them in front of her. When? We can start now. Long and Yingshu raised their eyebrows at the same time. Now? Jiangning smiled. Why you don't dare? That's not the case. Long shook her head. I just didn't expect you to be the same as always. She considered the words, and then described it as tiger. But it suits my taste. Long's smile deepened. I have waited too long for this day. I hope we can have a pleasant cooperation. Happy cooperation. Long had already planned and arranged for the murder of her father. When Jiangning brought it up, she agreed. My biological father will secretly meet his favorite lover tonight. The lover lives in the suburbs, and there are few people around. It will be more convenient for us to take action. However, given the current civil unrest in the alliance, the security force he carries with him has been greatly improved. You only need to intercept his reinforcements and leave the rest to us. Jiangning thought for a moment, the noise we make might be a bit loud. Hearing this, Long showed a slightly puzzled expression, no problem. After planning for 1,000 days, she used it in one moment. Since she had made up her mind to act, Long would not hesitate. She immediately made arrangements, and began to issue orders one after another. The situation in the alliance surged silently in an instant. The night tonight was very dark, like thick ink. Yingshu had already boarded the private aircraft with Jiangning, and the other 4 again, and began to move towards the suburbs. In the aircraft, Jiangning said, just in case, we will launch a direct attack. It would be best if we can blow him up directly. Yingshu's eyelids jumped when she heard this, but it was not over yet. She heard Dong Qianli suddenly ask Jiangning, there is still 1 cannon left that you gave us before. Do you want to use it? Yes, aim at the target person and fire directly. But we must be wary of the opponent's means of saving life. Qin Yi was able to escape intact under the attack of the cannon. As the leader of the alliance, he probably has more means of saving life than Qin Yi. Dong Qianli, this is a problem. As she spoke, she looked at Ying Shuo, and the implication was obvious. Ying Shuo's mouth twitched. Leave it to me, you just attack. Dong Qianli smiled, okay. The few of them roughly discussed the details of the operation, and after confirming it, they arrived at the destination. According to the plan, Ying Shuo was responsible for invading the alarm system of the lover's villa, opening the door for Jiang Ning and others who were preparing to sneak in quietly. Then, she was responsible for clearing the guards in the villa to prevent them from rescuing the chief of the alliance and hindering Jiang Ning. After all the preparations were done, Jiang Ning led his teammates into the building without anyone noticing. According to Ying Shuo's instructions, the few people easily avoided the guards and quietly came to the residence of the alliance leader and his lover. The four hid in the dark. Jiang Ning looked at Dong Qianli, who nodded slightly, then aimed the cannon forward and said with his mind, "Fire!" Boom! The ground shook in an instant, and the sound was deafening. After hitting the target, Jiang Ning and Jiang Jingxin set off at the same time, ricocheting into the house like a cannonball. The lovers and bodyguards with poor physical conditions died or were injured, but the leader of the alliance, who was in his prime, was unscathed. Seeing the people coming, his face was gloomy. "Who sent you?" Jiang Ning didn't waste time talking to him, and took action directly. She and Jiang Jingxin cooperated and forced the other party into a corner in the blink of an eye, but the two did not dare to take it lightly. As the actual controller of the Alliance Research Institute, this man's strength is only strong, not weak. Sure enough, the other party easily resolved Jiang Ning's moves and counterattacked. He was very strong, too strong, and Jiang Ning was slightly at a disadvantage. Jiang Jingxin joined in time, and Lu Yan and Dong Qianli assisted from the side to distract the attention of the alliance leader, and Jiang Ning barely controlled the opponent. The alliance leader realized the seriousness of the matter, and he began to call the bodyguards around him. When Rainbow Bridge saw it, he quickly manipulated the shelter to smash the crowd. "Sister Qianli, come and help me!" Rainbow Bridge shouted. Jiang Ning nodded. "You go over to help Rainbow, we are here." Dong Qianli no longer hesitated and rushed over quickly. The leader of the alliance intended to escape, but Jiang Ning jumped over and stopped him. "Where do you want to go?" Seeing that he could not escape, the leader of the alliance had to stop and tried to persuade Jiang Ning to rebel. "I can give you a chance now. As long as you tell me who ordered you, I can let you live and let you work in the alliance. I am always generous to my own people." Jiang Ning did not reply to him, and Jiang Jingxin was also too lazy to pay attention to him. Only Lu Yan said very experiencedly, "I just used the same method to deal with a group of people yesterday. They were quite naive and believed my words." Lu Yan had a faint smile on her face, so they died peacefully. As the head of the Special Affairs Bureau, Lu Yan has grown a lot in the past 6 months. She has become smarter, more rational, more cold-blooded and decisive. If Lu Yan was not ruthless enough, then as a woman, she would have been squeezed out by others and eaten up. So for the little tricks of the alliance leader, she disdained and felt that the other party was really arrogant, and even refused to spend a little more thought on them. Did he think it was unnecessary? Or did he think that they were just women and couldn't easily see through his scheme? Jiang Jingxin finally spoke at this moment. He didn't take us seriously. "Don't waste your breath talking to such a person." Her attack became more and more fierce, and she was determined to kill him. The leader of the alliance finally realized this, so he no longer held back and exerted all his strength. Lu Yan was the first to fly backwards and took several steps back. Jiang Ning was not affected too much because he reacted in time and dodged in advance. Jiang Jingxin was also attacked and slightly injured, but not seriously. At this time, the man had taken the opportunity to escape. Seeing this, Jiang Ning immediately shouted, "Ying Shuo!" Ying Shuo did not appear, but Ying Long's face came into view. She held a gun with a red dot facing the forehead of the alliance leader, and smiled brightly. "Long time no see, father. Is it you?" He stared at Ying Long in fear. "How dare you? Why shouldn't I?" Ying Long's smile became even brighter. "Am I not your biological daughter? So it's normal that I inherited some of your bad genes, right?" The alliance chief didn't dare to move or speak. Ying Long guessed his thoughts. "Father, don't expect anyone to save you. Just now, I ordered people to kill all of your dozens of illegitimate children. In case of any accidents, I also chopped their bodies into at least 10 pieces, and threw them to the exotic beasts you carefully cultivated to eat. They died in great pain, so you shouldn't have let them land in this world. My status and my inheritance should not be questioned or affected." The chief of the alliance became more and more angry as he listened. His face was ashen. You vicious woman with a scorpion heart. They are all your brothers. No, I am my mother's only daughter. I don't have any brothers. Ying Long lost her patience. She pulled the trigger directly. Father, you won't feel any pain when this shot comes. Because I have already given your body a chronic poison drug. Even if you don't die today, you won't live more than half a year. Father, you have had a good life for long enough, so next, it's my turn. Accompanied by 5 gunshots, the former alliance leader died. Ying Long was very cautious. Even so, she still cut the opponent into 13 pieces, and then added fuel to the fire with a cold face, until the opponent was completely reduced to ashes in front of her eyes. After doing this, she sent out the news release that she had prepared long ago. Latest news. The alliance leader was assassinated in the lover's courtyard. Princess Ying Long was heartbroken. The succession ceremony will be postponed indefinitely. Princess Ying Long, the well-deserved first leader of the alliance. Counting the outstanding achievements and real combat power of Princess Ying Long over the years. Princess Ying Long, the people's favorite. Chapter 126. Jiang Jingxing clicked on the news that popped up on the wrist computer, then glanced at Ying Long calmly, and quietly handed the wrist computer to Jiang Ning to read together. Jiang Ning was silent for a moment. Ying Long was good at marketing. Congratulations. She congratulated Ying Long on becoming the new leader of the alliance. Seeing this, the other 4 also spoke up. You're welcome. Thank you all for your hard work tonight. Ying Long narrowed his eyes and smiled. Why don't you all move to my palace tonight, have dinner, and then rest for 2 or 3 days? Jiang Ning declined. No, we have other things to do. Although your father died unexpectedly, the 7 major families have a deep foundation and still need to work hard. I am going to contact my teacher and Vice Dean Xie to make further arrangements for the follow-up. It's already Dean Xie. Ying Long smiled. I just appointed him. She didn't try to keep Jiang Ning, but just said, then keep in touch later. If the energy liquid is not enough, send me a message and I will ask someone to arrange it. In addition to energy liquid, I can also sponsor weapons. After you agree on the number, just report it directly to Ying Shuo. Since they are all in the same camp, Ying Long will naturally help if she can. After all, destroying the 7 major families still requires the help of the survivors in the Dawn world. Although their strength is not very strong, they have good luck and are smart. Under the leadership of Jiang Ning, the survivors may bring unexpected surprises to themselves. Jiang Ning nodded. Okay, see you next time. The Alliance's mission has been completed. Jiang Ning and his companions exited the dungeon and returned to the Qinhua base. Ying Shuo stepped forward and said, they are quite nice people. Ying Long was in a good mood and made a sound from the tip of her nose. Godmother is very selective, so she must have good taste. At the end, she added inexplicably, of course, my taste is not bad either. When the man named Jean Lin came to her door and asked for cooperation, Ying Long did not show it on her face, but she did not trust him in essence. Especially after the other party reported some secret events that Ying Long had never told anyone, she was even more suspicious of the other party, and her vigilance was full. Knowing her so well, there is at least a 90% chance that he is an enemy. Knowing yourself and the enemy, you will win every battle. So Ying Long dealt with the other party calmly, and secretly asked someone to investigate the other party. The result was very surprising. There was no one named Jean Lin in the alliance. Either it was a fake name or a fake person. In short, everything the other party showed made Ying Long feel defensive. However, the other party seemed to know Ying Long's psychological activities, so she did not say anything else, but sorted out some of the deep-seated relationships in the alliance for Ying Long to listen to, and then hung up the phone without any hesitation. She didn't care whether Ying Long would listen or not, as if she knew that Ying Long would immediately go to investigate and confirm. Jean Lin played a good psychological warfare. Even if it was a deliberate act, it can be said that she knew Ying Long's character very well. She knew very well that Ying Long would not easily let go of any possibility. So after Ying Long confirmed Jean Lin's words, she began to take Jean Lin seriously. After communicating for some time, Ying Long couldn't help but ask about the other party's true identity. She remembered that Jean Lin's tone was very complicated at that time, as if hiding many emotions. I was your most trusted subordinate besides Ying Shuo. Once, Ying Long noticed this word. In the past, you liked to call me Legs, the other party added. It was a very strange name. Ying Long wrote down this information, and then went to investigate the other party unremittingly. Until the other party took the initiative to call her again, and asked her to go to a natural disaster world called the Mist World. Although she didn't know the other party's purpose, Ying Long still agreed. And it was in the mist world that Ying Long confirmed Jean Lin's identity. The person named Jiang Ning, she looked like Jean Lin, but she was not Jean Lin. Despite this, Ying Long still believed Jean Lin's identity for the most part. If Jean Lin was really Jiang Ning, then with her own personality, she would have a great chance of giving him a new name, and that name happened to come from Jean Lin is not a creature in the pond, but will turn into a dragon when it encounters wind and rain. I must have valued him and trusted him, so I deliberately matched his name with mine, making them look like close teammates. Ying Long stroked her fingertips, quietly recalling the contact between her and Jean Lin these days, and smiled. Regardless of whether Jean Lin was real or not, he helped me a lot. Alliance leader. Ying Long smiled slowly, and the supreme power finally fell into her hands. 10 illegitimate children fell, and she was the only one left. Next, it's time to start the big liquidation of the 7 families. In the Qianhua base, Jiang Ning has already started to contact King and Phoenix. The two of them trained in the chaotic land before, and they should have a deep understanding by now. After the death of the former alliance leader, only the 7 families, Yutian Group and Shenyi are left. As long as the 2 are eliminated, the Dawn world and the survivors will be completely liberated, and will no longer face any external threats. Jiang Ning is not worried that Ying Long will attack himself and the Dawn world. Yin Xueji is Ying Long's godmother. Even for Yin Xueji's sake, Ying Long will turn a blind eye to the Dawn world. What's more, Yin Xueji and Xie Bingyan are as close as can be. Yin Xueji's power and status have been weakened, but Xie Bingyan has not, so she can easily do a lot of things to knock Ying Long and make her give up some unrealistic ideas. At the same time, Jean Lin and Ying Long are comrades, who can trust each other, and Jiang Ning believes in Jean Lin's vision. In summary, they only need to unite and kill all the damn people. Future disagreements are future matters. Even if they are wary of each other, guard against each other, and tear each other's faces, it is only a dispute between them as women. It has nothing to do with anyone else. This time Chen Zhou replied immediately, I'm here, waiting for us. In a moment, Chen Zhou and King appeared at the Qianhua base. Rainbow Bridge enthusiastically took out a bunch of drinks and asked the two, what would you like to drink? Chen Zhou glanced around and finally picked a bottle of Coke. Seeing this, King also took a Coke, thank you. You're welcome. The room was full of Jiang Ning's closest and most trusted people, so she spoke directly. What plans and intentions do the teacher and the leader have at present? The leader of the alliance is dead, we should start to act. We have a plan, but there are still some details that have not been discussed. Unlike King who sat upright, Chen Zhou was very lazy. You can prepare in advance, and when they finally finalize the plan, you can act immediately. Jiang Ning understood. Ying Long promised to sponsor us weapons. Which weapons do you think we should equip? To take advantage of Ying Long? Chen Zhou instantly became energetic. She took out paper and pen, swish swish swish. He wrote on more than a dozen pages of paper, and handed them to Jiang Ning with a smile. That's all for now. Let the survivors in your shelter who can fly go to the alliance, otherwise they will just be cannon fodder. Dong Qianli quickly reported, currently, there are about 1.4 billion people in the entire Dawn world with level 5 shelters. Is that enough? Almost enough. Chen Zhou thought for a moment. With these weapons, your combat power should be at least doubled or tripled, and you can barely deal with the 7 major families and the intelligent machines of the Yutian group. Okay. Dong Qianli nodded, then I arrange it as soon as possible. 1.4 billion survivors came out in full force, and the sheer number alone could have a significant impact on the alliance. Coupled with the forces of Ying Long and Xie Bingyan, this battle might be better than the final battle that Jean Lin experienced. But we can't be careless. It's better to be safe than sorry. Jiang Ning hadn't met King and Chen Zhou for a few days, and since they didn't have anything urgent to do, they stayed at the Qianhua base. At this moment, it was dark, and the 3 of them stood side by side at the highest point of the shelter's harbor. Your development speed is not bad. You can build the world into this state in just over 100 days. If you are given more time, your development may not be inferior to the alliance. King agreed with this. They have a talent for construction. It's just the genes passed down in their bones. Jiang Ning smiled. How have you been doing in the past 6 months? It's quite interesting. I've been fighting and killing all day long and never had a moment of rest. Chen Zhou crossed his arms. Sister, have you been slacking off in the past 6 months? You neglected training? King and I practice diligently every day, and our strength has more than doubled. Jiang Ning raised an eyebrow. I didn't train much. There is no time in the nameless dimension. I only stayed in it for a short while, and when I left, more than half a year had passed outside. King became interested. Nameless dimension? It sounds interesting. It's boring, let's fight. Qinzhou shook his head and yawned. I've been so busy lately that I'm almost exhausted. She had a rare look of fatigue on her face. Seeing this, Jiangning stopped chatting with her, and quickly led her to the room that had been prepared long ago to rest. King was also a little tired, so Jiangning arranged for her to stay in the room next to Qinzhou. After both of them laid down and fell asleep, Jiangning quietly left the room. After thinking for a moment, he began to make mobilization preparations on the World Channel. Everyone, I have something to say next. Please try to enter the Thousand Buddha Snowfield Dungeon. Thank you for your cooperation. What's the matter? It sounds quite serious. Never mind, let's go first. Will the district chief show up? It's been a long time since I last saw the district chief. Probably. If more of us go, the district chief will show up. Discussion aside, the survivors who didn't have anything important to do used the dungeon tickets to enter the Thousand Buddha Snowfield Dungeon, waiting for Jiangning's speech. From Jiangning's Supervisor 01 and Administrator 00 control panel, the number of online people in the Thousand Buddha Snowfield Dungeon rose sharply, and soon easily exceeded 1 billion. After setting the two rooms where King and Qinzhou were resting to soundproof mode, Jiangning continued to wait for about 3 minutes, and finally appeared in front of the Heroine Merit Monument. After synchronizing his speech with the World Channel with his consciousness, Jiangning said, Everyone, during the 6 months I disappeared, I came into contact with a truth that is extremely important to all of us. I believe that everyone has heard of rebirth and the second round in the past. That's right, the parallel world we are in now is the result of the joint efforts of tens of millions of people. In the last life, everyone died, and there were less than 300 million people left in the entire Dawn world after a year. What a terrible number. The survivors were shocked. Jiangning's words contained too much information. They subconsciously refused to believe it, but because they habitually trusted Jiangning, they quickly accepted Jiangning's statement. So here today, I want to focus on introducing to you the people who have made great contributions to the lives and survival of all of us. First of all, she is Gu Yingjun, the mother of the teleportation array, and the greatest researcher in the Alliance. She and her team not only invented the teleportation array, but also created the Haonu sword that can go back in time, successfully restarting our lives. As Jiangning's voice sounded, a jade statue emitting a soft glow in the night slowly rose from the side of the Heroine's Merit Monument. The statue was at least 100 meters high. The survivors stood in the central square of the base and looked up. The shock brought by the jade sculpture made people tremble with respect. It was not particularly difficult for Jiangning to mold the statue with bare hands. With the Administrator 00 privileges given to her by Jean Lin, she could do many things easily. Because of her existence and her great creation, we can stand here safely at this moment, smelling the wind and rain, and having no worries about food and clothing. Thank her. Gu Yingjun appeared quietly, her fragile residual soul consciousness quietly floating in the air, looking at the survivors below who were like ants, cheering and repeating Jiangning's words, and her face was covered with tears. Good, good, so many people know her efforts and remember her existence, which is enough for her life. Gu Yingjun couldn't help but squeeze out a smile. Yingjun, who said she was welcoming her parents' useless son. She was clearly welcoming her own, the real king. She wasted her life struggling in the sea of suffering, and when she was about to die, her soul was saved by her students. And she had the opportunity to see the finished product that she and her team had worked so hard to make. Their Haonu swords finally brought hope of life to women and helped them reach a higher peak of power. Gu Yingjun's smile widened. I have no regrets in this life. Jiangning continued. The second is the real designer of the Dawn system, Yin Xueji. In the tens of thousands of days and nights when her hard work was taken away, she never stopped resisting, and never stopped taking back her things. For this, she paid everything, including her own life. It was because of her struggle that we survivors finally got a chance to breathe, and we can continue to live in peace and joy, and continue the fire of humanity. Thank her. The second 100-meter statue that was exactly the same as Yin Xueji rose again, and she was next to Gu Yingjun's statue. The two statues emitted a bright light, slowly illuminating the names on the heroic female merit monument, just like their gentle and dazzling powerful souls. The emotions of the survivors have been aroused, and they all shouted loudly. The sound was deafening. Yin Xueji stood next to Gu Yingjun, feeling a little helpless, but the corners of her mouth could not help but rise. She loved this student more and more, this outstanding woman who had fought back and forth with her at the beginning of the Dawn world, and whose talent was not inferior to hers. Then, there is our leader of Dawn, the Dean of the Alliance Research Institute, the real, great, and extremely talented Miss Xie Bingyan. Thanks to her, she designed a gene-enhancing potion specifically for our female constitution. Thanks to her, she led Dawn to destroy the 7 major families and Yutian group, allowing us in our previous lives to completely get rid of the tragic fate of being enslaved and exploited. At the same time, we also have to thank the current Alliance Chief Ying Long for leading the army to fight our common enemy without hesitation, and won the final victory. Every time Jiang Ning read out a woman's name, a corresponding huge jade sculpture slowly rose. 10 minutes later, the monument to the merits of the heroine was already full of statues. At this time, the emotions of the survivors had reached the highest point. Finally, I want to thank Jean Lin in particular. It was her sword that split the mountains and rivers, and even split the order of space and time, and won us a chance to start over again. Without her, there would be no us today. Jean Lin, Jean Lin. The survivors shouted loudly, their voices resounding through the sky. Everyone's will was ignited, and they felt their blood boiling and their hearts surging. They wanted to start killing immediately. The atmosphere was almost created, and Jiang Ning changed the subject. Now that the former leader of the alliance is dead, our enemies are only the 7 major families and the Yutian group. All survivors with level 5 shelters and above, follow me to join the alliance. Completely solve the threat from outer space. Kill! 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 Yin Xueji watched all this with a smile in his eyes. I think our plan can be advanced. What do you think? I agree. During the video call, Xie Bingyan smiled gently. Then let's launch a surprise attack tonight and catch them off guard. Anyway, we have already prepared everything, right? Ding dong. The final mission of the Dawn world, enter the alliance and liberate yourself, has officially begun. Please actively participate, survivors. The teleportation array has been opened. Combat weapons have been automatically distributed to backpacks. The alliance gathering place has been marked. Enemy target characters have been marked. The route has been marked. Everyone please pay attention. The battle is about to begin. Countdown 3, 2, 1. Attack. Charge. For our future, for our descendants, kill the alliance. All survivors responded immediately and rushed into the shelter. Alliance, alliance. The dungeon threw itself into the battle. After Jiang Ning arrived at the marked location, he heard a sound like a mountain shaking and an earth-shaking movement behind him. At the same time, the familiar roar of animals pierced through the clouds and cracked the rocks, and it was like a huge wave rushing towards him. The beast tide exploded. Jiang Ning saw the black horse rushing in front of her. She subconsciously called out, Pearl. But Pearl did not even turn her head back. She led hundreds of millions of beasts to run forward resolutely and firmly, just to eliminate the source of all evil. Hardships could not take away Ling Yunji. Even if she died today, she would avenge her dead relatives and friends. Chapter 127 Survival Calendar Day 216, Sunny, 29 to -36 degrees Celsius, Light Wind, 017. The beasts are coming in huge numbers, roaring loudly. The beasts that once fought the survivors to death are now united with the survivors, aiming their spearheads at the Yutian group. Jiang Ning stood on the shelter, and saw the huge herd of beasts that terrified the survivors, dying one after another, rushing into the Yutian group like a tsunami. They smashed the walls made of super alloy materials of the Yutian group with force and fearlessness, and broke through the intelligent machines made of advanced alloys of the Yutian group. Human consciousness dominates the bodies of the strange beasts, and their power after uniting is no less than any survivor. Jiang Ning watched Pearl running wantonly and desperately in the front, as if only in this way could her dead relatives rest in peace, and soothe the grief that was usually perfectly hidden deep in her soul. The beast tide has sounded the battle horn. Jiang Ning looked back at the shelter behind him that was floating in the air, and said no more battle. Begin. Following her order, fierce firepower quickly aimed at the Yutian group building. Hot weapons came out one after another, and the building that looked like a steel forest began to collapse in the blink of an eye, and the flames almost burned the world to ashes. The enemy of the survivors was the Yutian group and Shen Yi. Under the previous instigation, everyone was in high spirits, and they just wanted to tear it all apart with their own hands and seek justice for their dead relatives and friends. Hatred and anger made the survivors' combat power double directly. Jiang Ning didn't need to take action, and the Yutian group had already fallen by more than half, and the former glory was gone. But Shen Yi was not easy to deal with. Although he had not expected that he would be in this situation today, the security force of Yutian group was not weak. Soon, the counterattack of Yutian group arrived. Various high-energy shells. Hua hua. Splashed like raindrops. Jiang Ning quickly avoided them while warning everyone. In front, the shelters of the survivors had high protection, so they were not affected too much. But the beast tide was not good. Jiang Ning saw that the beast tide died one after another in an instant, all vaporized in an instant, leaving nothing behind. But when the monsters in front died, the monsters behind immediately replaced them. Because of what Chen Yi had done over the years, the monsters were endless and could not be killed. It's our turn. Yan Xueji and Xia Bingyan stood on the flying dawn and smiled slightly. But her smile did not reach her eyes, and there was only a coldness in her eyes. The grievances and hatreds of more than 10 or 20 years should all be settled today. Contact Ying Long and ask her to take action immediately. The two had already sat together with Ying Long to discuss the battle plan countless times. They had been plotting for many days just for today. Without the former alliance leader acting as the backstage for Chen Yi, Yutian Group, and the 7 major families, these evil alliance members are not to be feared. At the moment of her biological father's death, Ying Long launched a coup, eradicating all of her biological father's confidants and forces, resulting in millions of corpses and countless bloodshed in the alliance. At this moment, Ying Long had just gathered all the forces in the alliance and had not had time to rest. However, after receiving Yan Xueji's message, she cheered up and responded quickly, "Ying Shuo, you rush over to support Godmother and others immediately. Oh, and take some of the weapons of the survivors in the Dawn world with you." Ying Long arranged everything in an orderly manner. Within 10 minutes after Yan Xueji's message arrived, Ying Shuo led a large army and weapons to support the Yutian group. Chen Yi must be dealt with first. After the Yutian group is destroyed, other families should see the situation clearly and surrender or flee. As for whether they can escape successfully, that is another matter. After Ying Long settled the internal affairs, he put on his combat uniform eagerly and personally led the guards to the door one family at a time. The development of the alliance requires funds and even more resources. These major families have been glorious and enjoying for so many years, and now it is time to contribute a little to the development of the alliance. She gave the order with a smile, watching the hellish scene in front of her without any emotion, with only the development of the alliance and her future actions in her mind. She wanted to become the most iron-blooded, famous, and immortal chief in the history of the alliance. She wanted to achieve the best results ever, and become the most dazzling and indelible imperial star in the torrent of history. This is Ying Long's greatest ideal and ambition since she became the princess. What is it that women are inferior to men? She will ask all the dogs who say these things to open their dog eyes, and see clearly how she has elevated the status of women and built this epic-making world with all women. Don't spare a single one, kill them all, and take their property back to the alliance. Financial officer. Ying Long tilted her head, count their assets immediately, and don't let me spare a single gold coin. The financial officer bowed his head respectfully. Yes, I do it right away. Tonight is destined to be a bloody night, with continuous gunfire and loud noises in the alliance. The residents of the alliance were in fear, and did not dare to leave their houses at all. They speculated on the events of tonight on the internet, and were full of worries and fears about the future. Will their lives be better after Ying Long takes office? Will they live with more dignity? This question seems to have no answer, but it also seems to have been answered long ago. Jiang Ning also started to act. Before she acted, King and Chen Zhou woke up and walked out of the room. Noticing the artillery fire and fierce fighting outside, Chen Zhou immediately fed himself a special nutrient solution, then eagerly took out his weapon and pulled King. "Let's go." King nodded and said to Jiang Ning, "We go first." Okay. Jiang Ning had to stay with the survivors for the time being and leave them to operate the shelter to deal with the intelligent machines of Yutian Group. She knew that Chen Zhou and Chen Yi had a personal grudge to resolve, so she did not stop him. "Contact me if you need support." Chen Zhou stopped immediately when he heard it. "Sister, you look down on me too much. Do I look like I will lose?" "Not like that." Jiang Ning shook his head. "Be careful." Chen Zhou was finally satisfied, and with a smile on his face, he grabbed King and left Jiang Ning's sight. But as soon as she walked away, the smile on her face disappeared completely, leaving only an undisguised cruelty and resentment. She has been waiting for this day for too long. Every night in her dreams, she fantasizes about the arrival of this day. Today, let her be an unfilial daughter, and send her so-called biological father to reincarnation. No, let him be reduced to ashes. He'd better not be a human in his next life, otherwise Chen Zhou would kill him every time he found him. The survivors were very powerful, especially after Ying Shuo delivered the weapons. With the weapons distributed by Yan Xueji, one survivor could serve as 5. Jiang Ning also took a lot of them. After putting them into her backpack, she and Jiang Jingxin approached the internal buildings of Yutian Group side by side, and ruthlessly destroyed one building after another. At this time, the headquarters of Yutian Group had turned into a sea of fire, and countless people ran out to escape. But they didn't have the chance to escape too far. The beasts easily trampled and bit them, and they were soon buried in the chaos. The scene in front of him was like sheer hell. Jiang Ning didn't blink, just pulled the trigger as much as possible, trying to destroy it all. If there were no Yutian Group, no Chen Yi, and no Alliance Research Institute, all of them would live well on Blue Star. At this time, they might be in the school laboratory, or they might find a snack stand on the busy street outside the school, and then chat happily and comfortably with a few friends. They had a peaceful, warm, and ordinary life. It was Chen Yi who destroyed everything. He destroyed planet after planet, and countless families. Human life is worthless. As a poor man who climbed up from the bottom, he has no empathy for ordinary people. He only knows how to pursue power, and has no conscience. The flames at the Yutian Group headquarters became bigger. In less than half an hour, the survivors have harvested countless things. Their backpacks were almost full, so they threw the supplies into the folding space of the shelter, and then manipulated the shelter to continue moving forward and attacking. The noise made by the survivors and the beasts was so loud that soon, the disturbed Chen Yi showed up. After receiving the message, Jiang Ning quickly said to Jiang Jingxin, "Sister, you command this side first, I will leave for a while." Jiang Jingxin did not ask any more questions. After she agreed, Jiang Ning flew away with confidence. When Jiang Ning arrived, Chen Zhou and King were already fighting with Chen Yi. Chen Yi looked very angry, with a pair of sinister eyes that seemed to be spitting fire. But Chen Zhou's attack was even more fierce, as if he did not recognize any relatives. She was like a sharp sword unsheathed, exuding a dangerous aura. A cold light flashed from her eyes, and then turned into sword intent, pointing directly at Chen Yi. King and Chen Zhou cooperated together. Both of them stared at Chen Yi, entangled Chen Yi, leaving him no time to care about other things. Jiang Ning saw Chen Yi's face completely sank, until he suddenly took out his weapon and immediately aimed at Chen Zhou without hesitation. "Be careful," she shouted. Unfortunately, it was too late. Chen Zhou flew backwards in an instant, spitting blood. King subconsciously rushed towards Chen Zhou, but Jiang Ning was faster. After she rushed forward to catch Chen Zhou, she found that he was seriously injured and his vitality had begun to slip away. Noticing Jiang Ning's arrival, Chen Zhou smiled, "Thank you. She is seriously injured. I will take her back to Dawn for treatment immediately." King, who came over, spoke very quickly, and was about to take Chen Zhou from Jiang Ning's arms. Chen Zhou stopped her, and shook his head gently. "It's useless. That weapon is different from ordinary weapons. It can instantly destroy the functions of the human body, and make the flesh. The body withered as quickly as a flower." Chen Zhou spoke with difficulty. "You have to be careful." King stopped talking. She stared at Chen Zhou worriedly. There must be other ways. Chen Zhou did not answer again, but looked at Jiang Ning. "Sister, you must help my mother escape from the sea of suffering and regain her freedom. She is perfect, she is good in every way, so she should not be treated like this by fate." "My mother? Her name is Yin Xueji, I know." Jiang Ning calmly controlled the shelter to descend, then picked up Chen Zhou and walked into the shelter. "King, please keep an eye on the surroundings for me. Don't let anyone disturb me." She hugged Chen Zhou and looked back seriously. "Next, I will split her brain and upload her consciousness into the instrument to save her life." King also looked at Jiang Ning seriously. "Leave it to me." Chen Zhou was stunned for a moment. "What did you just say?" She couldn't help but widen her eyes. "My mother taught you all this?" Jiang Ning had already come to the room. The conditions were limited. She quickly put out the instrument and put Chen Zhou directly on the workbench. "If she didn't teach me, you would be dead today. Don't talk, I'm going to start." After saying that, Jiang Ning quickly changed into the lab suit and started without hesitation. Chen Zhou watched the big knife coming towards her head, and then she completely lost consciousness. Tonight's operation was a challenge for Jiang Ning. She only learned the basics and was not proficient, and she had never worked on a human body. In addition to Chen Zhou's identity and the good relationship between him and herself, she was under great psychological pressure. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Ning began to devote himself to the work. There was continuous gunfire outside, and occasionally there were loud noises coming from the surroundings of the shelter. But King was very responsible, and did not let anyone disturb Jiang Ning during the whole process. About 4 hours later, Jiang Ning had completely separated Chen Zhou's brain, and put it into a container filled with special solution. Looking at the pink human brain in front of him, Jiang Ning was exhausted, and felt more exhausted than fighting for 3 days and 3 nights. She leaned on the workbench to take a breath. Before she could adjust herself completely, Yin Xueji had already rushed over. Seeing her daughter with only a brain left, she was silent for a moment. "Teacher, her brain is a little damaged." Jiang Ning turned back after hearing the noise. Chen Yi's weapon can instantly destroy human functions and cause serious damage to various functions of the human body. Yin Xueji understood. Where was she injured just now? It seems to be the heart. That's not a big problem. Yin Xueji breathed a sigh of relief. His weapon was designed and researched by Bing Yin. Knowing that they were not of good character, the research institute sent them defective products. Yin Xueji had calmed down at this moment. Defective products have limited effects, but there is really no other choice when the heart is injured. Her voice was very cold when she spoke, probably because she once again clearly realized Chen Yi's ruthlessness. He even dared to be cruel to his own daughter. So who else in this world would he not dare to use? Who else he dared not kill? The battle situation has entered a critical period. Yin Xueji came to the pile of instruments, and finally took out a new super alloy body without any data set. Then, Jiang Ning watched her operate the body, and then put Chen Zhou's brain into it. The body moved on the spot, and came to life. What new technology is this? Jiang Ning looked at Chen Zhou, who came back to life without missing a beat, and his heart was moved. Chen Zhou exhaled, wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead, and used a joking tone to ease the tense and worried mood and atmosphere of the two people. It was a close call. It was almost over. This body is good. It feels very strong. She moved her wrists. Auntie Bing Yin has made a breakthrough in new technology again? Yin Xueji glared at her unhappily, tried to be reckless again. Chen Zhou was scolded so much that he dared not speak, and he was as obedient as a puppy in front of Yin Xueji. Fortunately, Yin Xueji did not scold Chen Zhou too much. She turned to Jiang Ning. "Thank you, we owe you a life. Teacher, you are too polite. Let's not talk about you being the lifesaver of me and the survivors. Just talking about the fact that she and I are friends, this is what I should do. Jiang Ning has always been sincere. You have helped me a lot in the past, haven't you?" Jiang Ning has received a lot of benefits from both Chen Zhou and Yin Xueji. The most important thing is that Chen Zhou can survive today because of the cause planted by Yin Xueji. If she is reluctant to teach this technology to Jiang Ning, then even if Jiang Ning is smart and there is enough time, she will not be able to pull Chen Zhou back from the brink of death. Fate is a good screenwriter. It never treats anyone unfairly. Yin Xueji laughed. "Okay, let's talk about other things later. Let's solve the current problems first." Now the fight between the parties has entered a white-hot stage. Since Chen Zhou is fine, they should return to the battlefield. Yin Xueji led the way, followed by Jiang Ning and Chen Zhou. When the three of them walked out of the shelter, King just killed the person who intended to attack. Seeing Yin Xueji, King shouted, "Mom!" Jiang Ning looked at Chen Zhou, then at King. "You two have sworn brotherhood behind my back?" She hesitated for a moment, and finally tentatively shouted, "Mom?" As soon as the voice fell, Chen Zhou and King Shua looked at Jiang Ning. Then, the two of them looked at Yin Xueji with questioning eyes. "Mom, this is your illegitimate daughter?" Yin Xueji, Chapter 128. After looking at each other for a few times, everyone suddenly realized that the other party might have misunderstood. King pursed her lips, and couldn't help explaining. "Immortal Mantis, I am the product of the twin egg experiment, so the leader and Ms. Yin Xueji are both my biological mothers." "I see." Jiang Ning scratched his eyebrows, feeling a little embarrassed. Yin Xueji didn't mind. "Anyway, you are all about the same age and have a good relationship. It's okay for you to call me mother. I am indeed old enough to be your mother. After all, the survivors in the Dawn world call me Mother Goddess all day long." Chen Zhou nodded. "I usually call you sister, so you can naturally follow me and call her mother. This is reasonable." Jiang Ning forced out an awkward but polite smile. Who knew that King's true life story was like this? She blinked her eyes, and finally changed the subject very stiffly. "Do we have a way to destroy Chen Yi's weapon? If even Chen Zhou can't resist it, then it would be a suicide act for the survivors to get close to him. Leave it to Bing Yin." Yin Xueji was not worried. Bing Yin has participated in most of the projects of the Institute, and she knows their weaknesses very well. Otherwise, Bing Yin is smart, and she would not have to endure it for more than 10 or 20 years. Xie Bing Yin endured the humiliation and patiently got all the information in the Institute clearly, just so that she could accurately strangle the opponent's throat in this final battle. And now, she has obviously succeeded. The last trace of worry in Jiang Ning's heart also disappeared. In addition, when she checked the information at this moment, she found that Dong Qinli had reported to her that the weapons sponsored by Ying Long had been delivered. After being distributed, the strength of the survivors has been greatly improved. Now 70% of the intelligent machines of Yutian Group have been eliminated, which greatly weakened Chen Yi's strength and made the battle go smoothly. According to the current trend, it is only a matter of time before Chen Yi is defeated. Yan Xueji and Chen Zhou obviously received the news. The two looked at each other, and then quickly rushed to the direction where Chen Yi was. King and Jiang Ning followed closely behind, ready to assist at any time. Chen Yi's methods are endless, so it is better to be careful. At this moment, Chen Yi's state is a bit embarrassing. After Xia Bingyan appeared, he finally realized that the other party was abnormal. He wanted to seek support reflexively, but was interrupted by Xia Bingyan. Who are you looking for? Xia Bingyan smiled slightly. Your uncle who is not in the limelight? Or your good brothers who drink and talk happily? She walked forward slowly, not afraid of the weapon in Chen Yi's hand. I think you may not have another chance. Xia Bingyan smiled in a formal and proper way, but the words that came out of her mouth at this moment made Chen Yi frightened and uneasy. They are probably dead now. They are waiting for you downstairs. Chen Yi is not stupid, on the contrary, he is very smart. The moment Xia Bingyan appeared, he figured out a lot and realized where Yan Xueji's confidence came from. At the same time, he also quickly figured out his current situation. He was like a trapped beast. The death of the chief of the alliance last night was not an accident, but a careful plan by Ying Long, Xia Bingyan and Yan Xueji. As soon as the chief died, Ying Long immediately slaughtered the alliance and took all the power into her hands, without giving others any time to react. They acted so quickly that Chen Yi would not believe them even if they said they did not plan in advance. The chief died, and the Yutian group was also destroyed. Chen Yi guessed that the current situation of the 7 major families would not be much better than his own. The 7 great families have lasted for 100 years, and are rich enough to rival a country. The chief has long been dissatisfied with their dominance. Ying Long is young and energetic, and has no interest in them. In addition, she is Yan Xueji's goddaughter. The more Chen Yi thought about it, the darker his face became. Ying Long would only destroy the 7 great families with thunderous means, and then collect all their property into the national treasury, and then personally create a new big family that is beneficial to her and has good interests with her. As for these old families, I am afraid they will only become a few strokes in the history books, or even a negative. Face-to-face teaching materials. Realizing his fate today, Chen Yi stared coldly at Xia Bingyan, Yan Xueji and Chen Zhou who had arrived, and asked in a deep voice, What did I do wrong to you? 1 or 2 of you all want to go against me, especially you. He stared at the resurrected Chen Zhou. I gave you food and drink, but this is how you honor me. Chen Zhou had a blank expression. Where did you get the food you gave me? Where did you get the drink you gave me? A phoenix man is a phoenix man. He stole his mother's things and took all the benefits, and he is so self-righteous. She sneered, If I had your thick skin, your weapon would not have been able to kill me just now. Chen Yi was so angry that his breathing became faster. He glanced at Yan Xueji and confirmed that the other party had no feelings for him. Finally, he felt a little panic. Mingzhu, he shouted loudly. Although Yan Xueji and Chen Zhou had betrayed him, fortunately he still had his second daughter Chen Mingzhu. Chen Mingzhu is the child who is closest to him, and has the best relationship with him. She is smart and clever. She knows who is the real pillar of the family, and who can bring her the greatest benefits. So after she grew up, she did not hesitate to join Chen Yi, and completely turned against Yan Xueji and Chen Zhou. Over the past 10 years, Chen Mingzhu has always obeyed Chen Yi's words, and Chen Yi is very satisfied with her. As soon as the voice fell, Chen Mingzhu appeared quickly. Father. After saying hello, she looked around and finally frowned. Mother, sister, how long are you going to make trouble? Isn't it good for our family to live together in harmony? Chen Zhou got angry when he saw Chen Mingzhu. She was furious and jumped up and down. You heartless dog, shut up. Mom worked so hard to give birth to you, and she almost died of dystocia for this. In the end, you don't feel sorry for her, and you even colluded with that dog. Chen Zhou's words were vulgar. Mom should have aborted you along with her period. Chen Mingzhu still frowned, and her brows were twisted even deeper. Sister, you are the eldest daughter of Yutian Group. You have to pay attention to your image. You have to be elegant, a lady, and... Fuck you. Chen Zhou didn't want to listen to any more nonsense. She just took action. Yutian Group will no longer exist in the future. What's the point of being a young lady or not? Besides, who wants to be your eldest daughter? I walk upright and sit upright. I have a clear conscience. I come and go freely like the breeze. I am as strong and majestic as a mountain, and I am as tolerant and unpredictable as the deep sea. I am happy and know right from wrong, unlike you, an ungrateful person." The two sisters quickly wrestled with each other. Each move was fierce, and they looked like they wanted to kill each other. Seeing this, the others also quickly took action, and the scene soon became a mess. Qin Mingju was carefully trained by Chen Yi, and her strength was not bad. Qin Zhou did not get any good results in her hands. After being knocked back again and again, Qin Mingju pointed the tip of her sword at Qin Zhou's throat. "Sister, turn back. I give you one last chance. Otherwise I really kill you." "You kill me." Qin Zhou smiled coldly. "You'd better do it now, otherwise if I get the chance, I will definitely kill you without hesitation." She had no feelings for Qin Mingju, because she thought hard, but she couldn't figure out why her sweet and soft sister when she was a child was willing to rely on Chen Yi and curry favor with Chen Yi. Obviously, she also felt sorry for her mother. Qin Mingju would comfort her mother softly when she was sad and crying, and would carefully breathe for her when she was upset with her big eyes flashing, trying to ease her mother's pain. After her mother found out that the fourth child was a son, she conspired with Qin Zhou to get rid of the bastard that they all expected. They were the closest sisters and the best friends. Qin Zhou didn't know when all this started to change. Anyway, the herbal in his memory, the lovely sister, suddenly rotted away and parted ways with him. It was indeed the inferior genes of the Phoenix Man. Qin Zhou stared at Qin Mingju fiercely, and the child born was also a bad seed. Qin Mingju easily subdued Qin Zhou. Seeing this, Qin Yi immediately shouted excitedly, "Mingju, kill her quickly. No, no, leave it to me." He gave orders while approaching quickly, trying to kill Qin Zhou himself to vent his dissatisfaction and resentment. He had already imagined Yan Xueji's devastated expression and demeanor after Qin Zhou's death. He quickly arrived in front of Qin Zhou, raised his right hand, and tried to repeat the same trick and take his life again. But just as she was about to pull the trigger, something strange happened. Qin Mingju swung the sword in her left hand before him, and then a broken arm was raised high, and then fell heavily to the ground. Blood spurted out a bright red arc from the broken arm, and Qin Yi turned his head in disbelief. "You?" Qin Mingju said nothing, but cut off his right leg, then his left leg, and then his left hand. She cut off Qin Yi's limbs, making him look like a bloated beggar doll. "I've waited for this day for too long." She wiped the blood off the sword with Qin Yi's clothes in disgust. "Every time I see you, I feel disgusted. If it wasn't for revenge for my mother, I wouldn't have to live under your hands since I was a child. You don't think I'm really loyal to you, do you? How can you be sincere to me, a Phoenix Man who can treat his first wife cruelly?" Qin Mingju kicked him in front of Yan Xueji. "You will only treat me as an object of exchange at most, and then send me to other families for marriage, and keep giving birth to male heirs for them." Qin Mingju shook her head, "But I am well educated and smart, so I will never allow my Yuequa to give birth to a sharp knife that stabs me." Every time she said a word, Qin Yi felt dizzy, until finally, Qin Yi was so angry that he fainted. Qin Mingju immediately showed a disgusted expression, then turned around, and instantly changed to a smiling face and walked towards Qin Zhou. "My dear sister, you have called me an ungrateful wolf and a dog a lot over the years, right?" Qin Zhou, She was in a complicated mood, and immediately pretended to look around as if nothing had happened, but she didn't look directly into Qin Mingju's eyes. Qin Mingju forced her to turn her head back. "Humph. I will slowly settle the accounts between us when I go back. You are really stupid, you can't even see this. You really don't trust me at all. I'm so sad." Qin Mingju's acting skills are obviously too good, Qin Zhou complained in his heart. But if Qin Mingju can't even fool herself, how can she fool Qin Yi? She stood up slowly and hugged him tightly. "Sorry, you worked hard. We won." Qin Mingju just smiled. "Mom is free." "Yes, Mom is free." Yan Xueji also disliked Qin Yi very much, but Xie Bingyan was not polite and took him away directly. "Leave it to me for experiments. I just need some experimental consumables. If you don't mind the bad luck, take it." Xie Bingyan had many ways to torture Qin Yi, so Yan Xueji was relieved to hand Qin Yi over to Xie Bingyan. After the leader of the Yutian group was captured, the others were like a pile of loose sand. Jiang Ning immediately commanded all the survivors to attack with all their strength on the World Channel. "Qin Yi has been arrested. Everyone, hold on. We will definitely win before dawn." This news greatly encouraged the survivors, who were gradually feeling tired. They began to take healing potions and nutrient solutions, and attack the remaining forces of the Yutian group together with the monsters. Victory is just around the corner. If they persist, they will be completely liberated. The rest of their lives will be peaceful and happy, and they will no longer have to worry about survival and natural disasters. They want to create the best environment and era for their descendants, their daughters and granddaughters. Jiang Ning turned around and started a more intense battle with Jiang Jingxin, Lu Yin, Dong Qinli, Rainbow Bridge, Baijiu, Shen Ke and other survivors. King, Chen Zhou, and Shen Mingzhu quickly joined. The battle situation became clearer and clearer. The survivors Dawn and the Beast Tide attacked the intelligent machines of Yutian Group fiercely, without any intention of holding back. There are endless omnipotent machines, but the number of beasts and survivors is also huge. Not only that, the survivors have more advanced and powerful weapons, which can easily blow the omnipotent machines into pieces. Jiang Ning saw the omnipotent machines appear, and then saw them blown into pieces, not even broken copper and rotten iron, and her offensive became more and more fierce. She would not give the enemy any chance to struggle and counterattack. Everyone killed one omnipotent machine after another. Finally, with the efforts of many forces, when the first ray of white light appeared in the sky, the headquarters of Yutian Group was in ruins, and there was no remaining strength to struggle. The ground was riddled with holes, and smoke was rising. Jiang Ning looked back at all the people who had fought side by side with him, and slowly raised a relaxed smile. We won. Instantly, the cheers were deafening. We won. We won. Ding dong. Congratulations. You have successfully completed the final mission of the Dawn World. Enter the Alliance and liberate yourself. The rewards have been distributed to the backpacks of each survivor according to their personal output power values. Spring is bright, and the flowers are blooming. Congratulations to everyone, you have survived successfully. Chapter 129 Extra. After 216 days, the survivors finally won the final victory. The survivors of the war hugged each other, happy and crying. They were forced to be pulled into a strange environment from the peaceful blue star, and they had to endure too much. If they made a mistake during the period, they would be doomed. Menstrual period, warm clothing, sufficient intake of meat, milk, eggs and other nutrients. If it weren't for Jiang Ning's strong supply of everything, I'm afraid all of them would become production materials. Will they still have dignity and the self-reliance they have now? They are so grateful to Jiang Ning, Jiang Jingxin, Lu Yin, Dong Qinli and other powerful women. They have paved a smooth and bright road for all women. Therefore, grateful people flocked to them, vying to hug them, and were proud of each other. District head, district head. They shouted loudly to the heroes in their hearts, as if only in this way could they express their gratitude, their admiration and respect for them. On the scarred land, the enthusiasm of the survivors was like seeds after the spring rain, slowly taking root and sprouting from the scorched land, growing wantonly. Jiang Ning showed a relaxed smile on her face. She was drowned by the crowd and lifted up by the crowd. Everyone cheered around her, unable to hide their joy. Chen Zhou watched this scene quietly, until suddenly, a woman hugged her, and then more women hugged her. Although they did not know Chen Zhou, nor did they know Chen Zhou's identity, since she was standing here at this moment, she was a good sister who fought side by side with them. Chen Zhou began to be surrounded by the crowd. She was a little stiff and unnatural. She tried to push them away, but it was no use. They were too enthusiastic and too pure. Chen Zhou couldn't help but be infected by them, and shouted loudly. She had been too depressed these years. She trained day and night, fearing that she was not good enough or strong enough. She had no entertainment, no hobbies, and only revenge in her mind. Killing Chen Yi and saving her mother was her only goal since she was sensible. The atmosphere at the scene began to become warm, and the joy of surviving successfully infected many people. If it weren't for the wrong timing and occasion, I'm afraid they would all open a bottle of champagne to celebrate. However, when they felt a little regretful, someone promptly presented them with a celebration ceremony. Whoosh! Bang bang bang. A large number of gorgeous fireworks suddenly rose into the sky and bloomed loudly in the dark night. The fireworks were beautiful, colorful, and huge. Everyone stopped and looked up at the fireworks show that almost illuminated their faces, with mixed emotions. Once upon a time, the fireworks show in the Dawn World was to celebrate the opening of the Qianfu Snow Resort, and it also foreshadowed the beginning of their difficult road to survival. But now, these fireworks appear only because of their victory. It is no longer blooming for others, but for each of them who persists to the end. Jiang Ning looked at the fireworks for a moment, and finally looked at Yin Xueji with difficulty, asking with his eyes, "Teacher, did you prepare it?" Yin Xueji shook his head gently and denied it. When Jiang Ning was thinking, the system prompt suddenly popped up, answering her doubts. Please enjoy the fireworks feast prepared by the Administrator 00 Jean Lin for you. Congratulations to everyone, you survived successfully. It's Jean Lin. Jean Lin is so kind and gentle. Thanks for creating a new and peaceful world for us. She is one of my idols. The fireworks show was grand and magnificent. Jean Lin prepared a full 10-minute fireworks feast for everyone, which was wonderful and beautiful. After the feast, the sky turned dark again, but no one felt sad or worried. They were excitedly discussing going back to the Dawn world tonight to get drunk until they passed out. In the alliance, Ying Long has successfully controlled the 7 major families, so there is no need for the survivors for the time being. Jiang Ning signaled them to exit the dungeon first, and then went over to invite Yin Xueji and Xia Bingyan, as well as Qin Zhou, Qin Mingzhu, and King. Do you want to visit our base? We will prepare the most delicious food and the best wine. Qin Zhou agreed without thinking. Let's go. Chen Mingzhu and King naturally had no objection. However, Xia Bingyan and Yin Xueji declined. We have something else to do, so we won't go. Have fun, you guys. Okay. Jiang Ning did not force them, and immediately led them back to the Dawn world. In the Thousand Buddhas base, Rainbow Bridge had already started preparing for the celebration banquet. In the huge central square, someone lit a bonfire, and the survivors who were good at singing and dancing were singing beside the bonfire. Infected by this atmosphere, more and more people joined in. The bright firelight illuminated their faces, just like the countless majestic jade carvings illuminating the heroic female merit monuments on the mountains. Dong Qianli came to Jiang Ning's side, and had already begun to count the consumption of the base this time. But before she could finish her words, she suddenly heard someone exclaim, "It's fireflies! Look, it's fireflies!" Jiang Ning subconsciously looked up, and saw dense, light spots in the air rushing towards the sky. Those tiny light spots gathered together, but they became vast and magnificent, shocking. Jiang Ning had supervisor authority and administrator authority, so she knew very well that those light spots were not fireflies, but the souls of the survivors who had died. Qin Yi was arrested, Yutian group declined, and the soul catchers they set up in the Dawn world failed at the same time, so the imprisoned souls were freed and escaped. Baijiu stared blankly at a certain light spot that kept circling in front of her eyes, and suddenly understood as if she had a flash of inspiration. "Shuyu, is it you?" The light spot shook up and down for a moment, and finally touched her cheek, as if saying goodbye. Baijiu's eyes were red, but she couldn't help but smile. "Okay, go quickly, go to a new world that belongs to you. Also, remember not to fall in love again, and don't sacrifice for men again. I believe you can do it." The light spot suddenly stopped in midair, and it didn't move until a long time later. Then it twisted a little, and then quickly approached Baijiu and hit him hard. Baijiu didn't understand why, but the light spot had turned around and left, quickly rising into the sky, and fled this world with other souls. "It's so beautiful." Someone sighed. "It's like the Milky Way." Yes, all the thousands of stars I have seen before are not as beautiful as them. If possible, I still hope they can live well. But since they have a new future, I also wish them a bright future and everything goes well. Everything is beautiful tonight. The crisis and natural disasters are resolved, and the Dawn world has restored the same 4 seasons as Blue Star. At present, the season displayed on the system panel is early summer. The familiar cicada and frog sounds came from nowhere, but were soon covered by the noisy voices and songs. Qin Zhou and the surviving Pearl squeezed excitedly in the crowd. Only at this moment, Qin Zhou was like a vigorous, lively and active child. Qin Mingzhu was much calmer than her sister. She sat quietly in front of the fire and watched everything. The firelight illuminated her smiling face. They endured humiliation and did not dare to relax at all. Until now, they were finally able to unload all the burdens in their hearts and experience the strange and comfortable life carefully. The central square was very lively. More and more survivors squeezed in, bustling like a vegetable market. Jiang Ning stood on the top floor of the shelter's berthing port and was meeting with the famous strong men of the Dawn world. The construction progress of the Dawn world is only about 65% at present. We still cannot relax in the future. This is a map of our Dawn world and the surrounding continents. You can clearly see that the territories of our neighbors are not inferior to ours. If we don't want to repeat the same mistakes and continue to be beaten, we can only continue to develop and become stronger. Jiang Ning said calmly, "The truth is always within range. Only if we are strong enough will we not face the second, third, or even fourth natural disaster." Seeing the world map, the district heads of other districts all took it seriously. They thought they would be safe after the death of Yutian group, but now it is obviously not the case. After the copy permissions are opened, the upgrade speed of the district residents will increase. A district chief said, "When the strength of the lower-level district residents increases, our overall district residents will become stronger accordingly." Jiang Ning nodded. "Let everyone upgrade the shelter to level 5 as soon as possible." After the tossing of Ling Feng and his followers in the past 6 months, the number of survivors has dropped to 3.7 billion. After 2 days of fighting, the number of survivors has dropped again. At present, the total number of survivors in the Dawn world is only 3.5 billion. There are 35 districts and 35 district heads in total. Jiang Ning controls the general direction of development, and the details are finalized by other members of the Special Affairs Bureau headed by Liu Yin. After almost 2 hours, the meeting ended. At this time, the celebration banquet has already begun, and everyone stayed to integrate with other survivors. When Jiang Ning and Dong Qinli were standing together and chatting, Baijiu came over with a slightly embarrassed look on his face. "I want to ask you a favor." "You say." Jiang Ning tilted his head. "The Women's Association founded by Shuyu is currently developing very well, and she also founded a girls' school at her own expense during the 6 months when you disappeared. You are the administrator, so I would like to ask you to build a statue of her in the girls' school." Baijiu said, "The statue does not need to be big, just a normal size is fine. I don't want everyone to forget her. I hope that everyone who enters the girls' school and the Women's Association can remember her and be grateful for her efforts. Of course, I will also pay more attention to these two in the future, so that Shuyu's efforts will not go to waste." "This is not a difficult task. Jiang Ning did it easily. It's done." Baijiu breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank you." She left happily, and not long after, Dong Qinli was also dragged away to drink. Jiang Ning stood alone on the top floor of the shelter's berthing port, and Qi Dan came over quietly. "Binder, congratulations." "Teacher Qi." Jiang Ning looked back. "Long time no see." She raised her eyelids and unexpectedly saw Shen Kai chatting with others in the distance, and did not leave immediately. She was stunned for a moment. In the parallel world, Jin Lin and Shen Kai met, and took care of each other, helped each other, and became each other's most trusted comrades. But in this world, Jiang Ning has Jin Lin as her support, and there are countless partners fighting side by side with her, so her interactions with Shen Kai are pitifully few. Jiang Ning does not feel regretful. On the contrary, love is not worth mentioning in front of a big career. She still has other things to do, and there are still many things to be completed. In this parallel world created by Jin Lin, her only mission is to make herself live better, and make hundreds of millions of women like her live better. She will create a female-friendly world, completely reverse their previous status, and make the world no longer have abandoned baby towers. She would also take great pains to train them until each of them was strong enough to split mountains and fill seas, to fight against everything, and to ensure that all their interests would not be violated or weakened. This would live up to Jin Lin's expectations of herself in the future. After Yinglong destroyed the 7 major families, all the money, wealth, and resources of the 7 major families fell into her hands. As soon as the mourning period was over, she immediately completed the inauguration ceremony and became the new, strongest and most highly centralized alliance leader in history. She is swift and calm, and under her reorganization of the alliance, countless women have held high positions and ushered in the highlight of their lives. She vigorously promoted the popularization of gene enhancement potions, ensuring that every woman in the alliance can take different gene enhancement potions to enhance their physical fitness at the ages of 6, 12, and 18. The future of women is the future of the alliance, and Yinglong has allocated a large amount of funds to ensure the effective implementation of this law. Not only that, she has also issued many measures to protect the interests of women, completely liberating them from the family, allowing them to move from the private sphere to the public sphere, and making their invisible labor visible and valuable. These women include Xie Bingyan and Yan Xueji. Xie Bingyan has now officially become the dean of the Alliance Research Institute, and has received the honor that should have belonged to her. Yan Xueji is not like the traditional heroine in novels. After completing her revenge, she takes her child and drives the Dawn to leave the Alliance, leave the Dawn world, and go to a quiet place where no one disturbs her, completely away from the center of power. On the contrary, she entered the Alliance forcefully, and made her mark in various circles, and was extremely popular for a while. As a super genius, who had been buried for more than 20 years, she caused a storm as soon as she appeared. In a blink of an eye, she controlled all the teleportation arrays of the Alliance and entered the education field, becoming the director of the Alliance Education Bureau. The future of countless children was in her hands. With these 2 points, she quickly accumulated wealth, status, and power. Now, Yin Xueji is no longer the so-called lady who was well protected by Chen Yi, but the head of the Yin family, and she herself is not inferior to Xia Bingyin or anyone else. She finally saw the light of day, and shone brightly in the field she excelled in. After Xia Bingyin became the dean and started to get busy, he handed it over to King Vidon. At the same time, King entered the Alliance Academy with Chen Zhou and Chen Mingzhu to continue their studies. After all, they were at the age of studying. Of course, Jiang Ning couldn't escape. In the past, when she was in Blue Star, she had not graduated from university, so she was caught by Yin Xueji on the spot. Don't you want to enter the Alliance Research Institute? Start working hard now, and study hard. As long as your grades are good enough, I will send you to study under the boss in the field you want to study in depth. Jiang Ning did not refuse. After arranging all the affairs in the Dawn world, she entered the alliance with Qi Dan, Jinju, Jiang Jingxin, Luyan, Dong Qianli, Rainbow Bridge, and even Baijiu, and began her new round of study journey. Life never stops, and learning never stops. Wisdom can equip herself. She wants to learn all the technologies in the alliance, and then bring them back to contribute to the construction of the Dawn world. Of course, other students of the right age and excellent students were selected by Yin Xueji and entered the major colleges of the alliance. In the Dawn world, Lu Yin, Jiang Jingxin, and Dong Qianli jointly took care of related affairs. Other laws and systems are also being improved one after another. As the initiator of the contract system, Jiang Jingxin directly became the head of the legal department and the head of the criminal department, and handled and resolved some disobedient people who violated the law on behalf of Jiang Ning. 7 days after the war, the 223rd day of the survival calendar, everything returned to peace. And the era of thousands of women has just begun.